Welcome to the live coverage of the first Czech Premodern Championship. I'm Adam Kostka. I'm here with Tomas Vlček.
Yes, hello, welcome to Prague, or welcome, we say hello from Prague. We are so excited about to start. We have already first round underway, so without further ado, we can just jump into the first round.
Let's change the screen to the feature match. We have a very spicy deck in the feature match area. And it's Jund Sneak Attack on the left versus Blue Black Reanimator. These are not the typical decks you will find in the format, I gotta say.
Yes, we went through all the spice of all the today's field, and we chose like some kind of a spicy one today for you. And we should say that Simon, he had to mulligan.
Yeah, he's down to 4 cards, I think.
He went down to 4 cards. Mm-hmm. And he's playing Putra Team. He's playing Reanimator. I don't have that much experience with Reanimator in Premodern. There is also that much what you can reanimate. It's not Grizzlebrand or Atraxa.
No, like for those of you who don't know Premodern, you're gonna see a lot of fair cards today compared to other formats. Also, I gotta say that, like, out of the whole field, I think that Reanimator is one of the decks that can handle mulligans rather well. Mm-hmm. Not that you would want to mulligan, but like there are decks that have where it's quite an uphill battle if you go down to 4. Reanimator, I wouldn't count him out just yet. Like, well, there's a Durus. Yes. Okay.
We'll see. For sure, I agree with Adam. The thing is that, exactly, there is, what are you going to reanimate? That cannot be answered by Swords to Plowshares, for example. I think that's probably a big problem of Reanimator, but...
Well, there's one card to reanimate, right there.
Yes, right there, and he was probably thinking whether he wants to discard something, but there's no point, because he's just duress.
And see, now, okay, the Reanimator draws a land, he's back in the game. Yes. Very much so.
Yes,
right?
And we should say that Jund does not have really good ways how to answer Verdant Force. There are basically no cards. Like, if he wants to Vendetta it, I'm not sure if he even plays it.
Animated doesn't change it to Black Zombie, it just changes it to Zombie, right?
You just pay a lot of life.
Oh, yeah.
That's
No, I mean Animated. Animated doesn't change it.
No, it does not. It's just -1 to attack.
Right.
So it will be only 6/7 creating token every upkeep.
That is a shame. That is a big shame, yeah.
Usually with friends, we were always playing how many triggers will you miss? With the Verdant Force.
Sure. Because... Do you put the dice on top of the decks? Because here you actually have to put the dice on your opponent's deck as well. Like, I'm not sure if that's legal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can do that, but I bet that there will be some triggers missed over the course of today.
We can have like a notepad with like missed triggers here. Now, this is a casual tournament. The prices are pretty spicy, but that being said, Premodern as a whole is a rather friendly, casual community compared to other formats.
Yes, I think when we were discussing this with Adam, like before the stream, I think that's definitely one of the biggest upsides of Premodern. I don't think, and I love Legacy, for example. I count myself as a Legacy player, but I don't think there is a better community, honestly, than is Premodern. Everybody's amazingly chilled. And you don't have many formats where, I don't want to say people don't mind losing, but I would say...
be going too far, I think.
Yes, we would be going too far, but I think that they take it quite well, and there's a lot of spice, people like to brew.
Yeah, we can see some of the spice right here on the screen now. Fierce Empath fetching a Dragon Tyrant. So... How does one get a Dragon Tyrant?
Dragon Tyrant. Honestly, I would like to see that card, and I think I'm not the only one.
So it's just huge. It's like deals infinite damage.
Okay.
Okay. Putra Team's discarding Verdant Force. Is it happening?
Yes, but he's getting flying. He just wants to give.
Does he? No, there's a lot of spell there.
Well.
Okay, so we might see a race between Verdant Force and Dragon Tyrant.
Yes. I don't want to do any quick math now, but I'm afraid it's not in the favor of Verdant Force player. But I like the thing. I like the attack. Okay. I like the discard, getting flying, get other point of damage.
Yeah. Especially since Tomas has 3 pain lands, so he's already down to 16.
Okay. This will not go into our book of mysteries.
Not yet. Be patient. Yes. Another pain land for Tomas. He's living in a world of pain.
Yes. But again, that's kind of nostalgia I have with this format, that you play these lands, and I remember they were kind of expensive. And
there's the namesake card.
Yeah.
So that's a way how to get the Dragon Tyrant in play
for quite cheap.
Yeah.
And I yes, he would probably like to have some more red mana.
Mm-hmm.
But
that is true.
Yes.
Ideally, red mana that doesn't cost you life.
Yes.
This is quite a race, I gotta say. Yes. Like, out of the games where one player mulligans to 4, this is definitely one of the better ones.
And I think there is a thing we have to take into consideration. I'm not sure. Can we also see Putrid Imp?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think when it flies, it can't block. Now I'm not sure about it.
So you can't chump the Dragon Tyrant.
Yes, because that
Dragon Tyrant has trample anyway, right?
Yes. So... Now see, he doesn't. Only when he has Threshold he can't block. So now Simon can discard a card, get a and have a chump blocker, and like chump blocker that saves you 18-20 life.
No, doesn't Dragon Tyrant have trample?
Oh.
We've had him. Oh, okay, he's still there.
Okay.
Let's see. So chump block the Verdant Force.
Oh, he does have trample. Oh,
so that's not gonna work.
Okay, it's
not one life.
But he's not dead, right? It's what is it? 7. It's 14.
So
now I see 14 damage
with a pump. Yeah, 14
I see 14 damage.
14 damage we can do. And Tomas is still at 13, so he lives.
But he can
live.
He can unearth. Fierce impact. Get another fatty.
Okay, I think we just got there. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Okay. So you're gonna see 2 Dragon Tyrants briefly.
Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this moment because you're not going to see this again. That's for sure.
Okay. And that's 24 damage, is it? 6 times 4?
I think Simon had enough. He doesn't want to know.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Welcome to Premodern. I would say
this was a beautiful game for the starters.
Yeah.
So we'll maybe go over the deck list, of the sideboard. What do they have?
Yeah. Tormod Script is one of the most played cards in the format, without any spoilers for the card breakdown.
But certainly, without knowing anybody's deck list, I think it's certainly easier to hate out the Reanimator than it is to hate out the sneak and show player.
Sneak and show, not quite show, just sneak.
Oh,
you don't show anything. You just sneak around.
Yes, just sneak. So
okay.
What do we have?
We have Naturalizes, Recurring Nightmares. There's not much in terms of Graveyard Hate. We have maybe Diabolic Edict.
Yes,
could be useful.
I think Diabolic Edict.
Yeah. You have to get rid of the cheeky Putrid Imps first, and then you can focus on the big stuff.
Possibly Nishoba. It can be a huge life swing that can change the course of the game. We did see that he didn't need. By the way, he does play exactly 2 dragons.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, who needs more than 24, right? That should be enough. I think also one of the issues with the Nishoba for me is that if you chump it, then it doesn't get past Verdant Force. Or Achroma, for that matter.
It's true, but I think, I see. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, this deck is just all spice.
But I mean, you're putting those creatures into play anyway through sneak attack, so basically you don't expect them to live very long.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
So the 7 life swing.
Oh yeah, okay, yes. Right.
And can we also see card that offering? What is it?
Burnt Offering.
Burnt Offering. Because I have to say, I had to search that card.
Yes.
I didn't know it. It's beautiful, isn't it?
That's my childhood right there, basically. I mean, part of it, a significant part of my childhood just appeared on the screen. Sacrifice a creature to add that creature's casting cost in any combination of red and black mana. So what do you do with this card? You ramp into sneak attack. You can produce huge earthquakes. Like you attack with a Dragon Tyrant. Post combat, you sack it. You add a bazillion mana, and then you finish them off with an earthquake. Does that work?
Probably, but it seems a little bit odd because it basically what we saw in this first game. That's I think what deck wants to do. You don't really need much of anything else. I think so. What is interesting is the deranged helmet because it leaves something behind. I think that's same for the symbiote worm. It leaves something behind when it dies at the end of turn. So you have some kind of follow up. but I'm thinking how are you going to spend that mana? How are you going to spend it? Maybe that you hardcast it. You put it into play dragon, you attack with it, and before you sacrifice, you sack it into burnt offering, get mana, and play another one.
I mean, yeah, sure, why not?
Maybe. It seems like you just want to put both into play when you have sneak attack and just attack. So
you also have Tainted Pact, which it's an interesting card. Not a lot of people play it. It's like a demonic tutor that can backfire quite badly. But here, okay, you have a couple of playsets, but you don't have like a lot of basics of the same type.
Yes. And maybe we can quickly switch to the to Simon's deck.
Let's see if the players are about to begin or not yet. Maybe they're shuffling.
They're already shuffling, so we'll have a quick look. What can Simon bring to hate out?
We can just. Okay. And. So Tomas is up a game. Let's we can check Shimon's deck after game 2 if there's still space. But there's game 2 is about to begin. So Reanimator on the play. Hopefully no mulligans this time.
Another mulligan. But if we see Tomas' hand, it doesn't have. It has 2 empath,
2 Fierce Empath, Crater Halion, 4
lands. Yeah. So there isn't. Yeah, I don't know. But for sure there's nothing, and he's on the draw, so he can like hope to draw something. But if he draws 4 blanks in a row, he can't complain too much.
You need to start hardcasting the big guys. Also, Crater Halion. I'm not sure how many of the Reanimator creatures it can actually kill. I'm not a huge fan of that hand, but we'll see. We'll see. And it makes sense that Shimon is just trying to go for a hand that has the gas
And it seems there is something.
So there's Putrid Imp, a
fatty
big creature.
Yes, lands, Cabal Therapy, but no reanimation.
Yeah, I can't see any. Alright. Interesting.
But if you draw any reanimate spell,
there's also Unmask.
You're in the game. Yeah. Yes, you have Cabal Therapy. You can sack Imp, so you can totally shred his. Oh, he's shipping it. But I mean, we obviously have all the information. But basically, he would destroy his hand.
And that means that Tomas just kept, right?
Yes, Tomas kept.
Shimon is going down to 5, so we have a relatively slow hand versus. We'll see what Shimon manages to find.
But Shimon's 5 from the last game was all right. Unless
definitely.
his opponent had kind of nuts.
4, even
yes.
4, yeah.
Yes.
Nuts.
He went
off on turn 5, so that's slow nuts. Nuts, but of a slower kind. And again, I'm just gonna say it again. The Reanimator can win very easily out of mulligan to 5. Maybe not like this though.
Yeah, I think we'll have another 4. I think he has to go.
Is he gonna just do it twice out of mulliganing to 4?
Yes.
Because a good 4 can definitely beat the hand from Tomas.
Absolutely. Obviously, Simon doesn't know what his opponent has, but I think seeing what Simon has been doing up to now, I think he has to go to 4. Yeah, I think this really does absolutely nothing.
It looks like he knows what he's doing. He's just you can't keep loose hands and then just do nothing.
I think that's what I like about Magic in general, that every deck fits your playstyle or might fit more or less your playstyle. So even mathematically best deck is not your best choice, and you can win the tournament something completely different. Yes, because for example, I can't play Burn. I know it. It would be too frustrating for me. I only played it once by accident, but.
How did that happen? By accident? You took a wrong box from. But you don't even keep burn decks around your drawer.
No. I didn't take any box. That's what it is. And when we got to the town where the tournament was, I just didn't have my deck.
Oh, that's.
And nobody had extra deck, so I took a Commander Burn, turned it into, but I still made top 4.
Well. Years of experience playing against Burn.
Beating two Reanimators in a row to get into the top 8, so it's quite good. But anyway, all I'm trying to say, all I want to say is that simply, I believe Simon knows what he's doing, and I think he kept a decent hand. He kept a decent hand.
It's definitely better than any of the previous hands. Yeah, it has Cabal Therapy. Okay. We are just getting some strong signals from people around us that we should not trash talk Burn.
Oh,
there are some Burn players in the room.
I have respect for Burn players.
Yeah.
And he draw a hate card.
He
has Gale's Blessing.
Okay, that's like a hate card in disguise. Like
Yes.
it does not look like one.
But it's a grave hate that draws you a card. And the only other one I know is one of my favorite cards, Phyrexian Furnace.
Sure.
Which
yeah.
when I play
Old man's relic of progenitus. Right?
I love it. I think it's so good. And every time I play any control, even like standstill, I always like pack one or two in.
There's one interesting decision over there going on. Shimon decided not to play the Careful Study on turn 1. So his hand was Land, Careful Study, Verdant Force, another Careful Study, I'm not sure. But he decided to just go Underground River Pass. Why do you think that is?
Is it? I think he's still thinking.
No. I mean, he was on the play.
He's casting.
So now we have turn 2.
I see.
Yeah. Here goes.
Maybe he drew Reanimate.
Oh. Okay.
So the hate card doesn't work. No, he doesn't have land.
He does not.
Oh no.
But he has another Careful Study.
Yes.
Okay. So what do? You discard one of the 2 mana Reanimator.
Exhume. I would probably discard Exhume.
We'll see. So one of the 2 Reanimators or Reanimate spells goes away together with Verdant Force.
And I will be like, snap Gale's Blessing.
Snap Gale's Blessing. It's about to happen. Oh.
And we'll see what he's going to. Oh, he's just targeting Gale's Blessing.
Just
Seems like Tomas knows what he's doing as well.
Yeah. Okay.
But it seems that I would maybe even shuffle the other Reanimate spell because clearly he doesn't need it.
Okay. So it's about what you don't want your opponent to draw.
I know it's very minor, but it's kind of show off.
Oh, you don't know what he has in his hand, right?
Yes, you don't.
He might be missing.
But he discarded one Reanimate spell.
That's true.
So,
that is good insight. Like you don't discard it if you're missing it. So that is a very good point. Yeah.
But I remember when I watched stream, I think it was Caleb Darwood, when he said, unfortunately, when your opponent knows when to do when somebody plays Surgical Extraction on Dark Ritual, but didn't remove the Dark Rituals from the deck. He just wanted him not to have Threshold in that moment. And not to use it for to flashback it.
Okay.
So there are these little tiny little things that
that's sweet.
That can be deciders usually in a longer game.
We have land number 2 for Shimon. We also have Mana Leak and just a bunch of reanimators, reanimation
Unfortunately,
spells.
there's no fatty.
There is nothing to reanimate just yet.
Yes.
Maybe from your opponent's deck. Somehow, Dragon Tyrant finds its way into the graveyard, and then you're happy to take it.
Yes, because I think that's I even saw that recently that against what's called Modern Living Dead.
It's called Living Dead.
Living End. Living End.
Living End is the one in Modern. In Modern. Living Death is the original.
But I saw a player that basically knew he can never win it, so he on the draw he drew a card and discarded a fatty in his grave.
He discarded what?
A fatty or bigger creature.
Okay.
On Nath, whatever. And that's how he approached the game. That he knew your opponent has to cast Living End, Living Dead.
Okay.
To get it. So what I'm saying that if Tomas gets in his bin a fatty, suddenly, he's discarding Exhume now anyway, but that's why I would go for Exhume first and keep Animate Dead.
Yeah. Or you want to keep Reanimate or Animate
especially against deck that can really punish you.
Yeah. Okay, so just a bunch of reanimation spells in the graveyard. Not much going on. Gemstone Mine. Now the ball is in Tomas' court, I believe.
Yes.
See what
that Tainted Pact, I love the card. I think it's amazing, but it can backfire spectacularly.
Oh, yes.
We saw he plays multiple playsets, in his list. And obviously now it seems good. You just play it, end of turn, you get sneak attack, you play it.
I guess that's what he's going for, right? He doesn't play the Fearsome Path, he's just going to take it slowly.
Yeah,
okay. That's the land that gives you black. The Sulfur Vent gives you black and Sex for red and. Okay.
On the other hand, even if it fizzles and you don't get any card, you get that much closer to sneak attack, and that's really the card.
Yeah, that's true. You reduce the chances of I mean, you increase the chances of drawing sneak attack with more. Tainted Pact is being cast right now. And
I saw some kind of experiments with it in Legacy where people play like Esper control with only one-offs and Oracle. But here we'll see.
Okay,
but
so we have
he showed card that he plays 4 off, card he plays 4 off, card he plays 4 off, card he plays 4 off.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. We got there. Sneak attack for the win.
Oh, it's so easy.
It's. Shimon still has the mana leak. Right?
Oh yeah,
but
that's true. That's true. And maybe it's something Tomas might not expect, honestly.
From a Reanimator.
Yeah, it's like
that's right.
Yeah.
Does it come from the sideboard? Probably.
Well, we didn't. I think we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't see Tomas. I mean,
his
Shimon's deck. But okay, is it sneak attack time? I think it has to be sneak attack time, right? Like you just tutored it. What else are you gonna do?
What are you waiting for?
Do you sacrifice the Steamman so that you can flash some creature in on the same turn?
Oh, that's.
And then you have no sources of black.
Yes. Also, no 4th lands to cast.
So the mana leaks actually do come from the sideboard. That makes sense. There's like one important card that you're really aiming
but I have to say what you were saying before the stream, that it's Premodern is how Richard Garfield intended this game should look.
Sure.
I think that I love this.
Yeah?
I absolutely love this because there are decisions. I think it's probably correct to sack the land, to play sneak, to do the attack.
He doesn't have any black cards in his hand, so he doesn't need it immediately next turn.
Yes.
But like, then what do you? What are you like?
You just go with the dragon, I guess.
He has Crater Helion.
Oh, he has Crater Helion.
Deranged Hermit and just a bunch of Fierce Empaths.
But you can go with the Hermit.
No, I don't. I mean, I'm not a big fan of sacking the land. But okay, there we go.
Is.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, that is another line to take. Okay, you don't really pay the Echo next turn?
Yes, I don't think he will be able to pay.
But that is aggressive.
One thing that the first thing that comes to my mind is that you can cast the sneak attack next turn.
Can you see what's happening? You can go Mana Leak, Reanimate.
Ooh. It's amazing.
That we might...
Well, you won't be able to pay Echo either.
No, like nobody's talking about Echo here. Like this is a game where Echo is not going to be paid. But now, okay, so you know Tomas has Sneak Attack in his hand. That's the dangerous card. Mm-hmm. That's what, like, 30 seconds ago, that's what you thought the Mana Leak was for. Mm-hmm. And now you just have to reconsider. Mm-hmm. But then, like, do you have but with the Reanimate?
Because honestly, I think you can let this resolve.
Yeah.
It's not end of the game because he will attack for 4 next turn. That's not the end of the world.
Also, if you get the Deranged Hermit, you're probably not killing your opponent with 4 squirrels, right? Mm-hmm. Like it looks cool.
Yes.
But yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah. It's sometimes, and I'm not saying that's the case of Tomas, but sometimes you do think because you can. And not necessarily because it's the best play, but we'll see how this will work out. But the fact is, he doesn't have a 4th land. He can't cast Sneak Attack. And
so, like,
Simon will
Fierce Empath to increase the clock.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And then, okay, what do you do? I wish there's, like, an Eternal Dragon or some card that gives you lands.
I love Eternal Dragon.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
but... Like, you really want a 6-drop here.
Honestly, I basically don't... It doesn't matter. I think what is he doing? He's increasing clock. That's like 90% of this play.
Instead
and
of
10% is thing of the deck.
Like, getting the cards in hand that you don't want to draw. Yeah, well, 4 per turn it's when you're on 14, I mean, it does something. It's not all the time in the world. Star the Dreadful.
Yeah, I don't think that's really...
I think this... Well, actually, if you have Sneak Attack, your opponent reanimates...
Yes, but one thing what I like about having the Deranged Hermit in the grave is that Exhume feels weird.
Sure.
On the other hand, you're also giving it for his Reanimate Dead and for his Reanimate.
Yeah, Animate Dead, Reanimate.
Yes. Oh, he's passing. But now...
I mean, he's gonna need blockers soon.
Yes.
So maybe now you want to counter the Sneak Attack, but there's no 4th land. This is kind of a weird spot. Like, you're waiting for the spell to counter, but in the meanwhile, you're just getting like...
Yes. And 5 a turn is relevant. Like,
Yeah.
he can attack you once, twice, but now I would expect that you will have the blockers.
Right. And like, even if he goes another Featureless Empath, you reanimate the Deranged Hermit, take 5. You don't even have enough blockers for all those 1/1s.
Yes. Well, he won't be able to attack one turn because your squirrels will be 2/2.
Yeah. Okay.
At one
That's
turn,
like fog.
he won't be attacking.
Right.
But
They were thinning the deck again.
But it reminds me like when I have Veteran Explorer, I can't sack it, and it's just go Veteran Explorer, beat down.
Yeah, why not? That's...
And Veteran Explorer has some kind of evasion. They don't want to block it.
Sure, it's basically unblockable. And
now he should probably bin some big guy.
Yeah, you want to be careful about it.
I hope he won't bin the Fierce Empath, because that's his clock. Oh no!
Okay, well, this is enough. 6 a turn.
Yes, that's enough.
You don't need more. Now, if we land, we can go Reanimate and...
But I think Reanimate is getting weird.
Yeah.
Like, had he cast it that first turn, fine. But
just passing. I mean, what's your game plan? You're at 9, you're taking 6.
I don't know.
That just another sneak attack. This game is weird. It's like the game that should have looked completely different, but instead we're playing like with 1/1s and.
Yes. But I think he goes down to 3.
Yeah, that's
and if he will, I don't know. He would need that kind of Helion, some kind of like sweeper.
Sure. The thing is, even Phantom Nishoba doesn't get you out of this because it's not lifelink, it triggers. So like if you block with Phantom Nishoba here, you have to have it first, and you have to get it in play. But
I didn't know this interaction.
It's a trigger. I have lost the game that way before in Premodern, not knowing that this is a thing. Okay, here we go. Careful study.
But what
not a bad start.
You can get a land. You would need a land and something that answers the creatures. Something
like, okay, there's the handshake. Okay, so first game was interesting, and this game, I mean, why not?
Yeah, I
beat
think
down
it was interesting as well. There were quite a few decisions.
Yeah,
possibly if Simon, I'm not saying he will be kicking himself, but he could have maybe played differently. I think I understand he was afraid of sneak because he didn't have an answer for a sneak in play. He didn't have an answer for sneak in play, so he thought, okay, I'll wait for him to cast. But Tomas was too smart for it. He just
never drew the 4th land.
Yes, that's part of it.
Also, like if the opponent sacks one of his lands, that kind of gives you the signal that maybe he has more. So that's like these little signals that you send.
It could be. On the other hand, he could be also saying, well, you are right, because he cast up 5 mana thing. He could only cast it with a sacked land. But if you know that he has sneak attack, he must have.
Why would he be saying? Like otherwise, you just like go with sneak attack first and then Deranged Hermit next turn, right? Like, but okay, well, that was our feature match number 1.
Yes, we hear from Valentine's Dayman. He says that that Simon should have played Careful Study turn 1. I also wasn't sure. I thought he might be playing against some kind of a hate that he can then reanimate straight away, but then he thought he will get a land and he didn't. So that was the trouble. But yes, I agree. Had he done that, he would have Verdant Force turn 2. And I don't think it wouldn't be very close.
Yeah.
Considering he later draw Mana Leak, that would just
I guess you want to do it like on one turn when you like to play around something from your opponent, but it backfired quite badly.
And he kind of played straight into the hate because the only hate Tomas had was Gas Blessing, and he just played it. So turn 2 Gas Blessing was amazing play.
That's true.
But I think soon we should have another feature match because we have a backup feature match. I specifically told them to not finish their game before the first one. That was an order they got from
Let's
me.
see how much authority you have around here. Like if you tell people what to do, how much do they listen? It's like a study into. I feel like if you tell me not to play, I'm not gonna play for a week. So like.
Yes, we'll see. But I think we had a great match turn 1. We saw something different because. Sometimes when you have cards like Show and Tell, Sneak Attack, both legal in Premodern, Sometimes the question is, what are you putting into play that's strong enough? Because the dragon is strong for sure, but again, then again, so it's the plowshares. That's kind of eternal answer for everything.
That's true. That's true. It's the combo decks in this format are not as explosive as in other formats. Usually there are very few combo decks that just go off and the game ends right there. There are combos in the format. Usually, you can interact, you can disrupt their plan. But even sneak attack, you can still interact. Yeah. So if we see if we have something, what's this one? The other one? Just give it some time.
Okay, I'll give it some time.
So we're trying to figure out if the other feature match is live, and we will get the answer very soon.
I would say the combo decks in the format, it's definitely you can interact with them a lot. You can interact them with them creature removal quite a lot.
Yeah.
With quite a few of those combo decks. And sometimes I was watching some kind of shapeshifter with Psychotalk, with Survival of the Fittest, and I have to say the motions you had to do to get the win, that was quite something, I have to say.
Okay, so we have another feature match here. We have Nikola Balaš against a player called Gutti. Is that a first name or second name or nickname?
I think that's his second name, and he did not play for Real Madrid. He told me that was only with one team.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's have a look what we have here. So I believe that Gutti is on red-black zombie infestation with some contamination spice as well. It's kind of like a graveyard / prison deck.
And Nikola, I have to say, I take some credit here because Nikola, after I beat him a few times, he's mono white with mono black. He built himself a mono black, and that's what he brought today. So classic wreck pit, scroll duress, all that you want.
Okay.
And here I really take some credit. Main deck Phyrexian Furnace. Two main deck Phyrexian Furnace.
That just has Tomas Vogt written all over it.
Yes, I like it so much, and I think it works. It works beautifully in the deck because.
Yeah, it's a cantrip.
Yes, it's a cantrip. Sometimes you struggle with grave haste. Here, this is the third game, decider.
To the decider.
And if I come back to Phyrexian Furnace, it's great with Bottomless Pit because you have to discard cards. So this is a card you put into play and you don't have to discard.
Like you
store it, and it's great that you have nothing in hand, but you have Curse Scroll, and you need to activate it. You draw a card, activate Curse Scroll.
That's smart. That is some serious piece of technology right there. Yeah. As much technology as you can get out of Monoblack Track deck.
Yes, because when I really started with Magic, black deck, Monoblack was considered the best deck.
Was it at the time with like Cabal Coffers? No, you started way earlier.
I started early. I mean, the deck had a certain black enchantment for 3 black.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
and
was there like a huge skull?
Yes, there was a skull on it, and it was standard. It just made no sense at all.
Okay.
And it's just crushing everything. So.
And did you join the dark side?
I play with Portal. I play with Portal. I just observe it from distance.
Okay. We see some mulligans here from Gutti.
How do you think this matchup plays? Because my first impression is that if Nick will have Phyrexian Furnace or some kind of way how to interact with the graveyard, he will be golden. But his discard seems weird because he's facing probably Squee Goblin Nabob.
Right. Like you go Chain of Smog and the opponent discards, I don't know, like
Krovikan Horror and Squee.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Thank you. And you can like even copy it, right? Like you can discard another Squee and say, okay.
What do we have? Here, Dark Ritual.
Okay. Dark Ritual.
Oh, Plague Spitter.
The potato.
Yes. In Czech magic culture, we call it brambora, which translates as potato.
It is a potato.
It looks like potato.
It's like a potato that somebody set on fire.
But, I think most people would think it's some kind of a flea or...
Okay. What's the creature type? Does it say summon potato?
I think it's horror.
Okay.
I don't want to...
It looks like a horror. Yeah, it looks horrible.
That's the horror when you allow your dog into your bed.
Because of the fleece or the potatoes.
something like that.
Okay.
Of course, there is a common knowledge that it doesn't affect people, but I'm
The
afraid
dog fleas
dog
don't.
fleas,
Yeah,
the dog
they don't bite humans.
No,
right?
they don't.
Yeah.
Beautiful, amazing swamp. I just like to appreciate Gutti's swamps because some of my favorite.
I like the art. Yeah.
I have to say, I wish Mirage forests were better. Because I would like to have all Mirage.
Come on, don't say that. They are the
Okay.
best.
No, they aren't.
They are definitely
They are
among
not.
the better. It's like, okay, we can make a poll later.
Yes, we can make a poll later, but-
So far, we have zombie infestation against the potato, plague spitter, and
Yes, it's kind of weird because I don't think Nikola can attack. He just has to stay
yeah,
back.
the Mishra's factory also doesn't.
What
seem
what
like...
could be interesting actually is engineered plague on zombies. Do you think he did bring it?
I have no idea.
Because that could make a potato work.
That is true. The potato would just snipe the zombies left and
He's
right.
going to attack.
Well,
I
maybe
don't like
he
that.
has like a. He doesn't have to attack yet. He just like
But-
animated the
but
Mishra's
I think-
factory and left the decision for later.
Yes, but I think I saw in Nikola's hand because now if he blocks just the plague spitter, oh no.
No. The Mishra's factory wouldn't die because he wasn't there.
It
during
wasn't
the
enough
upkeep.
keep, yes.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think it's a bait, and Nikola has Tormund script. So if
Okay,
there are two
okay.
squeeze going into the bin, he'll be very happy to eat them.
Nice.
But honestly, I would just play crypt and not attack.
And then just try to like.
Well, he will have to discard it at some point. You can also look at each other. Eventually,
A staring contest.
yes.
Okay,
It's
so
interesting.
Gutti seems to just take it.
All right.
Okay. Oh no! There's the zombie. Okay, there we go.
We don't see what he discarded.
Snuff
Snuff
out.
out.
Wow.
By the
So
way, if
take
you want to buy a
4.
snuff out of this version, it costs like 8-10 euros.
Seriously.
Yes, because it starts a big play in Legacy, and it's actually really card that's like sold out in
Non-foil, Mercenary Mask, common.
It's like 8-9 euros.
Wow.
Incredible.
Okay. So what's going on here? The snuff out is targeting Mishra's factory, and it's does snuff out say non-artifact?
No.
Like, there's
It's
something
a
happening,
classic
like-
dark banishing.
Okay.
I think it's
the
classic dark
Mishra's
banishing.
factory still seems to be around, so I'm just wondering if they haven't binned it yet.
Yes, I don't know that either.
But the zombie seems to be blocking Plague Spitter, right?
Yes, but
Okay, there's
but the snuff out certainly kills artifact creature.
Okay.
It's classic dark banishing.
Okay,
Destroy
okay.
non-black.
Alright.
It can't be regenerated.
So the Plague Spitter should go as well. Gutti should take a quarter of his, or third of his life total should go away. So we have a snuff out. Okay, there's the snuff out. And you are right. And it also can't be regenerated. So that's just dark vanishing.
Yes. Dark banishing.
Rack. So no squeeze.
And it would be great if we can see the graveyard of the
right,
players.
Right. But like there doesn't seem to be anything of significance. Also, Gutti is just playing his swamps, so he's going to be taking more damage from that rack.
Do we know how many
Wasteland.
cards Gutti has in his hand? Because I don't see.
We'll see what how the life total changes.
I do like Nick. See how well trained he is. He always puts the cards on the table so we can see 3 cards in his hand. Gutti seems to have 1.
He took 3 in his upkeep. So
Oh. Ooh,
okay.
that's the side tech.
All right.
Yes,
This game is just it's about to end very soon. I don't think that Gutti plays some card draw to like replenish his hand.
He could, in theory, get something like Squee that comes back and that saves
He's
him
not
because
fast enough though. Like he's on 2 and he has 2. Okay, Like,
now he will only take one.
yeah, okay.
And if he
then the
keeps-
plan is never to never to
Discard,
go.
but you can always trigger it that Squee
Yeah.
comes back. I
I
think.
somehow feel like if he didn't play that one swamp,
It-
he would have slightly more life. But
Now, by the way, for our poll, Nick is helping us a lot, like showing us all the range of beautiful swamps.
sure. So you already have like 7 different
Certainly,
images
that
to choose
swamp
from.
for Saga is many people's favorite.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm on Team versus Saga. I'm also on Team Mirage and like on a bunch of other teams,
Yes.
like Team the APAC lands. Okay, and we had some nice zoom in from the.
Oh, there is Squee.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening. Oh,
I guess he discarded end of turn.
Oh,
The
he
squeeze.
discarded end
yeah,
of turn.
yeah,
And now
then
they come back.
Yeah.
I think it can still be quite tough for Nick.
Mhm.
We'll see if he actually has that Tomas script, but maybe he would have cast it,
Okay.
I guess.
He also has just a bunch of cards in his hand, allowing that zombie to
Attack.
walk across the ensnaring bridge,
And I'm sure he can get rid of. He should be able to get rid of them all.
yeah, unless he's like all the swamps in the
But-
world
but
and
I-
he wants to show us all the different images, then
But this all seems a little bit like they're walking on the edge, like kind of Russian, because like Gutti can die just
it
like
seems
that.
like Gutti should be dead at this point. He's not somehow, and
Let's hope he won't miss any trigger.
okay, there's
That he
something that reduces the hand size a bit.
Oh,
There's Duras. Okay, we still have 4 cards, so he's still safe.
yeah. He learned his
Safe-ish.
lesson. He's not playing those
yeah,
lands.
that's
Certainly.
smart thing to do. There's another
And-
swamp.
and
I
another
like that
unique
one.
swamp.
Yes, portal
Their script,
and
that is,
okay,
that will be
okay.
difficult. But he doesn't have to discard.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
thing.
Yeah.
I think it's a maybe shame. I think Nick had it in his opener.
Uh-huh.
Might have been better to play it
Mm.
to protect it from discard because I don't think Gutti can really
Okay, sure,
react
sure,
or he
that's
can't
right.
really answer
Yeah.
cards in play.
Yeah.
very
He could
well.
have. Yeah. Because like Gutti played the Duras.
Oh, there is this. He played Meltdown, and that was discarded early.
Okay.
So maybe that was the reason why not to do
Okay.
it.
It seems like maybe the ensnaring bridge is online, right? The zombie seems a bit. Okay.
Oh, that's-
So no Torment script activations.
So now it's beautiful. It's a beautiful game.
Oh,
isn't
in
it?
response we sack the
Yes.
crit. Sure, that makes sense.
That makes sense. But, well, Nick doesn't. I don't think he has any answer to Null Rod.
Okay.
It's Monoblack.
So that just erased the
It's
Torment
like
script.
not all
Yeah,
these
yeah,
new black cards that black can destroy enchantments.
Yeah. Okay, that does not do anything either. The question is, how does Gutti beat Ensnaring Bridge?
Yes.
Because at this point, Nikola
we-
can just play anything he draws.
We know he has Meltdown, and over time
Uh-huh.
he will be drawing more cards.
Sure.
So he'll be able to even play land.
Yeah.
For the but does he get red without killing himself?
Mountain, no
Yeah,
Sulphurous Springs, no
Yes.
Bloodstained Mire.
And there is Crobican Horror.
Okay.
It's coming back. Amazing. But Nikola can just draw.
Yeah.
Oh no, even Cursed Scroll doesn't work.
No, because no more.
That's amazing.
By the way, the interaction between Squeeze and Rack. Okay, that does it. That's the last point of damage, isn't it?
Isn't it beautiful that like it seemed to me that every turn
Okay.
Gutti was winning, then Nikola was winning, then Gutti was winning,
yeah.
Nikola was winning, and now he gets the
Yeah,
potato
and that's the handshake.
as
Okay,
the handshake.
okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the potato
Wonderful.
seals the game, and Nikola Balaš wins 2-1. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yes. I'm especially proud.
He's like your
No,
apprentice.
I wouldn't call it like that. We played many years ago, like 20
Uh-huh.
years ago. He had better deck. He played Psychotalk. But recently, we always talk about whatever politics and history. And I was trying to bring him a bit to Magic. He came to some Legacy tournament, and then he saw Premodern, and he liked it so
right.
much because there were the decks he knew. He could remember them. He saw Psychotalk as a deck. He used to play Psychotalk. So, and he felt, because, for example, in our Legacy community, we like to borrow each other cards. It's very like this way friendly. You can get a deck. But I think a lot of people don't like that. They don't want to borrow a deck that's, I don't know how many thousands.
They don't want to. Oh, they don't want to like give it to other people. They don't want to lend it to other people. Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
or they don't want to borrow it. Like they
want to
feel
borrow it.
weird about
exactly.
having that
They don't want to
much.
borrow it. They feel just
okay.
it's too much responsibility, and they just want to play with their own cards,
Yeah,
and they
sure.
feel they are
Like,
bothering somebody.
yeah.
So it's nice to have the cards, and he had cards for some like mono white with Armageddon, you know, to start with, maybe some blue splash, and that's how he started. And now he's playing mono black, and I think he did quite well. And I remember he won a big tournament here in Prague. Like 30-40 people tournament with this mono black, and I think he's getting better, and it's a beautiful deck because it seems like glacially slow, but suddenly you just drop you drew like Chain of Smoke, discard, and suddenly those two Black Wises Rex that were not doing anything for so long, suddenly you take for 4 for 6.
Unblockable source of damage.
And we also, in this game, we beautifully saw how many different like angles of attack. He's attacking your hand. He can waste your lands. He has Wreck, but he also has Potato. He also has Mishra's Factory that can dodge some of the removal. He could potentially have Cursed Scroll. And then he had Ensnaring Bridge, which gave him a lot of time.
It's a good card. Yeah. It's somehow. I think that Premodern is not a format where you have a lot of combo decks, but it's a format where you have a lot of prison decks or prison elements. And this is something that Wizards don't generally support anymore. Like there used to be a lot of prison cards that don't allow the other player to do stuff. Yeah. Some people are a little bit like it might not feel great to just like be sitting there not doing much, but it's an element that I don't mind.
Yes, guys, we're talking about format with stasis.
yeah.
Deck. So.
Sure. And I enjoyed. I don't have to play against it every tournament, but every now and then I don't mind. Yeah, for the sake of nostalgia.
But Adam, I have to say, I remember when I was reading a review of 7th edition when it was published, and they said, "But there is no Armageddon. What are they thinking? How could they not print Armageddon? That's end of Armageddon, whatever.
It's the end of Magic as we know it.
Yes, it's like, what are they thinking, Wizards? Like, come on, Armageddon. That's the basic. Giant Spider and Armageddon. We need those cards.
Did they print Cataclysm after that, or?
No, I don't think so.
It was
I think
7th came after Exodus.
Yes, I think Exodus, it was really an Exodus, and then it was printed in some of these extra, printings that we don't really know much about. But certainly, Armageddon is what you don't see anymore. Same for like land destruction.
Sure,
you don't see it anymore.
Yeah, bonsai is a thing in Premodern. So what are the?
Is it a thing?
It's a fringe thing, but you get to play against it sometimes.
I think we'll get to it today during our today's stream. Maybe there might be some bannings. There's one thing we're talking the most about. That like.
Oh, you mean like the discussion what to ban?
What to ban? If there's anything to ban, you can let us know in the chat. We can discuss it.
This is a never-ending discussion about Premodern. You don't have new cards, but there are changes in the format with stuff getting unbanned. Show and Tell got unbanned some time ago. We also have the chat here, so what are people saying?
Yeah, so glacially slow. Oh, you think Parfait? Well, I played Parfait on Wednesday because just to explain, I don't want to make other people's life miserable, but it's my mission to get land text banned. That's kind of what I was getting.
I support that. I support that quest.
Because for example, Nick, I visited him like a few weeks ago, and he's like, I have a new deck. I would like to test, and it was land destruction, and I just played turn 1 land text, and it was like.
Yes. Okay, pick another deck. Here, this matchup we tested. Yeah, turn 1 is enough.
Yes,
let's do something.
And I played Parfait on Wednesday, and I won first round 1-0. Then I won 1-0, and my opponent conceded because he said he doesn't want to play against it anymore.
Okay.
Maybe something would happen to Stasis players, but certainly Parfait is it's a little bit annoying. I would like to see land text go, although I have it and I have the deck. and I would like to maybe there are some other possibilities. I think survival is super strong. It's maybe too strong, but some other people think it's a great format where we can play 4 of survival. Survival was the backbone of the old extended. We all like to play it. You can hate it out. There is enchantment, removal, grave hate.
Also, it goes into multiple different decks. Yes. So, like, I'm kind of hesitant to ban a card that just like makes a number of decks live. You know, like you have elves, which is definitely tier 1, but then you have like fringe decks just using it for funky stuff.
My experience was that when I played elves, it felt just so strong. I felt almost embarrassed. That it was just so good that yes, I sometimes lost a game when my opponent had like multiple hate pieces. And you lose the game, but then you go to like game 3, and it's like turn 3 win, and
it's like super resilient as well. Like you try to play hate cards.
I played game 1 against Monoblack. My opponent played on the play. He played Dark Ritual Potato, Plague Spitter. And I won the game kind of easily. I just played survival, discarded, got Squee, got my Wall of Blossoms because it was a version of Wall of Blossoms. Sure. You play Wall of Blossom, that blocks the Spitter. Then I put some Wall of Blossoms. I had full hand. I had lands.
Masticore.
And then you get exactly something like Masticore. Actually, I got the 4/3 legendary that turns lands into 1/1s. So I destroyed all his lands.
Kamal. Oh, sure. Like Plague Spitter on the stack. Yes. Like animate your lands.
I felt bad because that's not how it should play out. But
I wouldn't feel bad about this. This is like something that, like, even if I was the one with the Plague Spitter, I would be just happy to see an interaction that I just had never seen before. I guess.
we can like talk. My opponent, he's here today. He didn't seem very thrilled about it.
Well, I'm sure we're gonna have this discussion later on, like which cards would you ban, and maybe also which ones would you unban. There's a
suggestion from Valentine's Day Man. He would ban Scroll Wreck.
Okay.
And Wirewood Symbiote. I agree that it's land text Scroll like that makes it nuts that you draw 4 cards a turn. For sure. Yeah. On the other hand, I think Scroll like on its own is not amazing card. It doesn't really do enough.
The only reason why it's good is land text.
Yes,
right?
and land text is good on its own. Because even if you trigger it once, and I'm not talking that you have Mox Diamond, that you Undiscovered Paradise, but if you just trigger it once, it's kind of that's all you need. You get 3 basic lands, you have land drops, you're fine. So and Wirewood Symbiote, that's interesting that you can surgically target elves.
Yeah, and nothing else.
Nothing else. Because some people were talking about Gas Cradle.
Yeah, but then again, like Gas Cradle is in other decks. Also, I think that like you can still play elves you can comfortably play elves without the Wirewood Symbiote. It's gonna lose one of the plans, which is just to like draw cards with the Multanis Acolyte.
Multanis Acolyte. Yes, because I think that's what's so broken about elves is that they have so many angles of attack, and they can draw 3-4 cards a turn.
They can easily come back from behind.
Yes,
and
they don't care as much for like engineering plague. Of course, they don't want to see it, but they can they have their game around it. And as we talked about it, like you don't really want to bring Grave Hate against them.
No.
But then they can go for Squee or Genesis Plan, get cards back. It's
maybe Firex Infernus, because that way you just like snipe the one card in the graveyard that you care about, and you draw a card and you keep moving. I think like throughout today, Firex Infernus is gonna move up our rankings of cards in Premodern.
Maybe if you don't have it, you should buy.
I think this is the right time because it's gonna the price is gonna go up by the end of the coverage.
But I have to say, I remember like Firex Infernus. It's actually kind of a card that's hard to get, isn't it? Like it's kind of a card that you often don't see so much.
All right.
So we have
round 2.
Round 2,
and
we're just talking. And there is round 2
totals. Yes, I mean the games. Okay, it's not 2-0. It's 0-0. And no. So we have round 2 has just started, and we have Václav, Procházka, and Michal Král here. Let's check what they're playing. Actually, we saw kind of like funky decks in round 1. Let's see if we have something that's a little bit more mainstream or
Michal Král.
Uh-huh.
I see Arcane's Denial. I suspect. Oh no! Oh. It's Phyrexian Dreadnought. It's Phyrexian Dreadnought, Counterspell Days. So
so that's definitely one of the backbones of the format,
yes.
right? Like now we're getting
yes.
from...
It's with Standstill, Wasteland. You don't always see it, but this one is really like with many with islands and yes.
So Mono Blue, Standstill, Dreadnought, Stiflenought.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what else do we have here? We have Václav, Procházka.
And I have it here. So Václav is Burn.
Okay, the round has started. Let's restart the timer. And we have Burn against the Stiflenought with just single F. It doesn't matter.
Yes,
1, 2.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. The round has started.
I like that we ended one game with one thing that we identified as possibly flea. And this Jackal Pup also has fleas. That's why it deals damage to you.
It's like a bridge from the round 1 to round 2.
We'll offer one in every round.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Let's try to link the rounds. Yeah. So, what has happened so far? A Jackal Pup got dazed. And in an attempt to slow down the clock from the burn.
Yes, because I think this matchup is... probably, I would say Stiflenought is favored. But one thing that's puzzling for me about the Stiflenought. I hope you will explain it to me. How comes they always have a turn 2? It's something they have
actually,
4 cards. They need to have. They have no way how to search it. They can only find it with like Potent and whatever opts they play.
Yeah.
But they somehow always have it.
Do you know the answer? They only have it on turn 2 against you.
Oh.
Yeah, it's then like all the other games, it's sometimes turn 4, sometimes never.
On Wednesday, my opponent mulled to 5, and he had it with Daze and Counterspell and Gush.
Sure, well actually, on a more serious note, the new Mulligan rule makes it much easier to find it, right? Like if you have a deck where you only care about 2 cards being there for you on turn 2, this Mulligan is much better. Here you see, Michal doesn't have it on turn 2.
Oh. Yeah, sorry.
And I think if he knew he was against Burn, he would just mulligan until he found it, because it's just
this misdirection.
Misdirection.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
Seriously,
I haven't seen that card for quite some time.
Wow. So one of the. Okay, he didn't even attack.
And before attack.
Oh my god. Okay, and this, kids, is why you play your spell.
Exactly. That's what I want to say.
Okay,
Wonderful.
I believe the days should be exiled. The one that he pitched into misdirection.
It should. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but it should be.
Probably not. If it comes to that, we can send someone their way. But okay, and
prohibit on
the other. Oh no, on the lightning bolt.
On the lightning bolt.
Okay.
Because I think what he was trying to do with the days and countering Jacopo was like he had standstill, so he was hoping to cast standstill.
Oh sure, yeah, to clear the board, and then you have all the time in the world to find.
But do you? Because I think standstill backfires spectacular against Baron, because they can just draw and go unless you pressure them, and then they have so many bolts.
So you play Dreadnought and you just get burned for 20.
Yes.
And you don't have enough countermeasures.
They have more time than you do.
That's true.
I think.
That's true.
But of course, it depends. But if I don't know, in 2 turns, 3 turns, you play Dreadnought, Stifle, then they probably won't have enough.
Right.
But then you're drawing them 3 cards.
Also, the truth is, if you just jam Standstill on an empty board, then you can't play your cards that get you closer to the Dreadnought, Portent.
Exactly.
So you're just relying on drawing it from the top of your deck.
Especially when there's sorcerer speed, it can be a big problem.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, so I stand corrected. I mean. Might not always be the best. There we go.
I even think it's a card you side out. Standstill, I would say, against Burn.
I think the dynamics of the game just changed a lot, because I think that a Dreadnought just entered Michal's hand.
I see.
And he is still at 60.
Here I would like to activate. because 2 damage is more than 1.
Sure. Yeah.
And
I think that Václav just thinks he has all the time, but the thing is he doesn't. There's the Dreadnought, there's the Stifle.
We'll learn him. We'll teach him a lesson.
Yeah. And how do you deal 16 before the opponent attacks twice?
No, you don't. Especially if you draw...
Does he have anything in his hand? He's Hellbent. So he's gonna do like 4 a turn. So first you want to sacrifice the Barbarian Ring.
Yes.
And like if you don't have Threshold, then also Seal Fire. Maybe that's why he did it. That he didn't want to disrupt his Threshold.
Yes.
So like this turn you do 8,
and
right?
if Václav will win, I will go there and apologize.
Okay. I'm
because
gonna write that down. Yeah.
Yes, because my problem was that there's also Wasteland in play, which can take out the Barbarian Ring, like last turn before he could really activate it.
Like not anymore. I think that this is the Wooded Foothills would be the card number 7.
Mm-hmm.
So Michal is on 14.
Yes, now it's too late.
Now he goes to 12.
I don't know why I had a feeling that there were 2 Wastelands on Michal's side.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is one. There is that Wasteland, and he.
Oh yeah, right here. Yeah, that's
there.
Like it's at the bottom. We can't see it.
I
then he should have Wasteland
that
the Barbarian Ring, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Because before the Wooded
it might not matter. It might, but. We'll see.
He's on 12. He's going to 10. He's going to 8. Václav is doing everything main phase. I mean, there's no... At this point, it's kind of clear that you would do it at the end of turn anyway, so...
No, but he has Stifle. It can be irrelevant.
Okay, you are right.
Yes.
That's absolutely...
So I think he did it. He did it.
That was a correct play. Yeah. You don't want to get, like... Your opponent's Stifle become mini healing self. Yeah.
And so there's Standstill, and what's the other card? Is it
Arcane
Denial?
Maybe.
Yes.
Should be the game then. Like, how are you?
Is it Arcane Denial? Another Wasteland? But I'm not sure if it's Arcane Denial, but I think it is. Because Arcane Denial has like, what is it, three images?
Did you just draw a card after attacking with the Dreadnought? A bit confused.
Yes. It seems like that. Maybe he forgot to draw.
Oh, okay.
Because I think he had 2 cards. He had 2 cards.
Excited to attack with the Dreadnought. So he's like...
Václav scoops.
Yeah, he doesn't have the 8 damage to deal. And Michal says...
It was Arcane Denial.
I still had this one. I had everything covered. Though I guess like 1 or 2 more turns not drawing the Dreadnought, it would have been over.
Yes. Maybe even that 1 turn. Because I think he still had at least for 1 activation. He could attack with the other one. That would be for 3. That was Incinerate. That would make him draw in upkeep, so he could still draw into something like a Fire Blast.
Yeah.
So certainly there was. I would like to maybe see the deck list of Burn, because we'll see how many artifact removal.
How well prepared did you come for this matchup? There's a lot of Dreadnoughts typically in a pre-modern field. So do you can have Pyroblasts to counter the Stifle?
I think you have Pyroblast, and you must have some kind of artifact removal. Overload?
Maybe Overload, yeah, that's true.
And we'll see what is he packing. But I think sometimes you just need only a little. Like if you put some kind of pressure, then you just need that 1 Pyroblast to buy you that 1 or 2 turns, and that's really you don't need much more.
Can you ever burn a Dreadnought? Can you deal 12 to a Dreadnought and win the game?
I don't.
I know people who attempted to deal 12 to it and then like got the last burn spell dazed or something. Yes. But like the question is, has anyone ever actually burned?
Because my mathematics of this monstrosity starts with like Fire Blast.
Yeah, sure.
And then you're still missing 8 damage.
I guess like you have to have Fire Blast, Seal of Fire, and then you're
deal damage with like Grim Lavamancer.
Sure,
that's 8. Yeah, where you get the last 4 damage.
You can go bold, Fire Blast, Seal of Fire.
Yes, probably jumping with the Jackal Pup is not the way.
Actually, I mean, you're only taking 1 from the Jackal Pup.
No, it has Trample, and it also all the damage that goes to Jackal Pup.
So you take 1 from the Jackal Pup and 11 from the Trample damage. So that's not as bad as it sounds. Yeah, but okay, so we have.
Honestly, I think it sounds pretty bad.
All right, so
what do we have here?
The sideboard is in the lower part. No, it's here. Okay.
I see.
So we have
So there are 2 Pyroblast.
Not a bad start.
Yes.
3.
2 Overload. 3. I see 2 Overload and 2 Anarchy.
So basically just 2 Overload. There's also Crash. What does Crash do? Does it kill a Dreadnought? It should, right?
Can we see Crash on the screen?
Should be like sack a mountain, destroy an artifact.
And honestly, I wouldn't mind a Pyrostatic Pillar. Oh, that's
Oh
good.
yeah,
This is
totally.
beautiful.
Like
beautiful card, Crash. Yes, that's certainly what you pack.
So yeah, the answer is the burn player came prepared, and so yeah, he has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards, if I'm not mistaken, to bring in.
Yes, so 2 Pyroblast, 2 Overload, 2 Crash. Oh, it's 2 Crash. That's brilliant. And I would take the Pyrostatic Pillar.
Yeah, I would board it in as well. We'll see what Václav thinks.
Against anything like blue, you just want Pyrostatic Pillar. Unless it's like Merfolk or anything that puts a lot of pressure under you. Like Pyrostatic Pillar, it's incredible card against blue decks. I know it because I play them, and I absolutely hate to see that card. And imagine it even triggers when you play like Mox Diamond, when they play all these like imagine
Yeah, it's definitely one of the cards that punishes you for.
Wonderful. So there we go.
Okay.
There's already
Shock Go. Not the best start.
not
in
the best
world.
start, exactly.
Yeah.
I remember I was starting with Magic, turn 1 mountain, lightning bolt your head.
I mean, here it makes sense because there's nothing else you can shock in
Yes.
your opponent's
But
deck,
I see
basically,
Dreadnought.
but-
And if there's Dreadnought, there is probably one of the 8 spells that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's 2 Dreadnoughts.
This game could be over
Very quickly.
soon.
Yes.
So.
But I see Pyroblast. You probably. I mean, Pyroblast is great, but it's also keeping your mana text in a way that you have to keep it open. And if you keep your mana open for like 2 turns, your opponent is like, oh, I sense something. I think he has Pyroblast.
I guess also you shouldn't run with it into a daze, so maybe it's a better idea to keep like 2 mana open instead of just 1. Incinerate your face.
Yes. Honestly, I don't like this.
It's very straightforward. Very
I think it's instant. You can play. Yeah, you can play it. You can play it turn end of turn. There's no reason to tap out.
Arcane Denial?
Because what you're going to get right now. Well, but
If
Arcane
you know
Denial is
you're-
not. If there's nothing on the board, Arcane Denial is not that bad for burn. You know, he's going to draw 2 cards. That's
Hard
not bad.
Pass days.
But now, basically, what you told your opponent, while you have Pyroblast in hand, well, just kill me.
Yeah, that is well. It's telegraphing pretty badly that you don't have the Pyroblast to like disrupt the Dreadnought Stifle combo, right? So
Also interesting. You playing against a Stifle deck? Would you be more cautious about your fetch lands? Can you even afford it?
I think it's fine. Like if they stifle your fetch, I go okay. If I have just 1 land, and then my opponent says like Island Go, then I'm gonna be a bit careful about it. But okay, we're just I don't know, we're
Just burning him out?
going for the throat.
Because generally the rule is I think that you just you want to fetch at least in your opponent's upkeep. Just to tax his mana a little bit.
There's no reason not to do it. Yeah.
Yes. But I think 2 misdirection, 2
It's
blue
foil, isn't it?
2 blue elemental blast. There is counter spell.
Yeah. Oh no, it's misdirection. You're right.
Oh,
Yeah.
he doesn't have. the
He
enabler.
just doesn't have the other combo piece.
Yeah,
so
yes.
like he's all on defense.
Yes.
12 life against an opponent that still has
Now he has 8 cards in hand. He will have to discard.
unless Václav plays something in the turn.
So maybe he could have. Yeah.
Like if I'm Václav, I'm super happy to let Michal discard and not
Yes.
play into like
Yes,
counterspell something.
Yes, exactly.
Discard misdirection. Oh my god. Okay.
I remember
That
it was
hurts.
like better than
That
Force of Will
hurts.
against
That
Burn.
hurts. Yeah. Okay, what do we have there?
Vortex.
We have Vortex. That is certainly going to get counterspell,
Yeah,
isn't
has
it? Or Red Elemental Blast.
Ooh.
Okay. That's
I think now
counter magic battle.
Michal is probably quite happy with this.
Days, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. You dodged the bullet, I would say there, and like Václav has like 1 card in hand in your 12th.
That's the removal.
You know. Again, you need to draw your combo pieces at some point, but you have a lot of time right now with the other counter spell, the other blast.
Yes, but 12 life when you have one card in hand. That's.
Do you blast the Fanatic? It's a clock. You have to do it's maybe more damage than Incinerate if the game goes
I think
wrong.
you maybe want to use the counterspell. Probably.
No?
I have to say I don't really like the seal of removal. I don't know what's that for, honestly.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it,
what is it for?
but maybe it's really he didn't have anything better. So it was
Possibly.
just like the 60th card that you put in.
Sure.
But you're not really thrilled about it.
You can protect your Dreadnought against Overload and Crash.
Oh,
Which,
Fair enough.
you might just go for it one more time. And still no comp piece in sight.
It's incredible. But I think that's how the format sometimes looks
Yeah.
as well. that,
Yeah,
Like
right.
both have nothing.
Yeah, no Demonic Tutor, nothing to just get the pieces in your hand straight away. You just need to be patient.
And Mock Fanatic got counterspelled.
I like that. I
Yes.
like that. Because, like, the way, from Michal's point of view, the way you lose this game is if you just do nothing for the next 15 turns. Yeah. So, which might happen.
And
I still think that Michal is, like,
Yes. And it
big favorite
It
here.
seems that Václav read that Lightning Bolt is instant, so he waited.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's make him this
Because
card again.
I think he had that kind of like a tick that he wants to
Okay,
cast
okay.
it right away.
That's the Dreadnought right there. And the Vision Charm. Okay, so we're going for it.
Which is
It succeeded.
I have to say the Vision Charm is the better card because you can answer it in your turn. You have to wait for him to untap and be able to protect it with his mana. Because when
You can respond to the Vision Charm, but... Oh, you mean like with sorcery speed?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah,
Not just you can't use your sorcery speed, but even with your instant, he will already be untapped. Right now, there's only one island available, so you can just counterspell whatever answer you have. So that's kind of...
Bolt to the face, main phase. I think, honestly, if somebody should play their spells main phase, it should be Burn.
Yes.
It's kind of like role-playing,
Yes.
like you know, there's no shame in that.
Yes.
Just-
And our broadcasting crew agrees. They're nodding frantically.
All right.
And this is quite interesting. He's maybe a little bit playing with fire, but he let that vortex resolve, and he thinks that will help him to kill him, maybe faster.
No, it
but
doesn't.
It's
increase
always
the
two
quality.
swings.
Yeah,
right?
it's like it's just like it's a spell that deals 4 to you.
Yes. But he thinks he
but
still
he
has
so
high-
much
he-
protection
but he
that
still has
okay.
high- Oh,
Did he float the mana?
yes, he did.
Okay, good. Misdirection, you.
Now he doesn't even need to attack. He can just wait for his
You can just
upkeep.
like leave the Dreadnought to block and just say go.
winning-
All right.
winning in style. So
So we have Mono Blue Stiflenought with a little bit of standstill spice, winning. We have still 30 minutes, over 30 minutes in the round. We can ask Michal a couple of questions, maybe why he's playing the version that he's playing. We can just bring Michal here.
yes. And is there other feature match?
It's over. It's finished.
over.
Actually.
Yes, it's over.
Yeah. It was something that just happened very quickly. I don't know what it was, but it was over. What wins 2 games before? Because we got the message from like 10 minutes ago that the other feature match was over. Which deck wins 2 games in like?
Yeah,
10
see, I think
minutes?
when your opponent concedes, he doesn't just want to be
So
bothered.
it was Stasis. It was
Yes,
Stasis.
it was Stasis.
Yeah, right. Like Stasis played Stasis on turn 2, and the opponent was okay. I'm out of here. Yeah. I'm just gonna eat something small and just relax. Yeah.
Yes, I just came here to enjoy
Yeah.
Magic and not this.
Yeah.
But I think it's just part of it.
Yeah.
I
mean, we trash talk Stasis pretty
Yes.
badly, but like we don't mean it.
But
yeah.
honestly, Stasis has to deal in a format with all the annals, with all the removal, with the Pyroblast being one of the best sideboard cards in the field. So
Yeah. So I think Michal is coming briefly. Let's make space for the winner of the round 2 here, Michal Král.
Oh.
Hi there.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. Your beautiful shirt.
Yeah. Does it say?
It's
Sure.
Yes. Can you please just?
So let's just. Yeah.
Adam.
Okay. Wonderful. In the picture. All right. So congrats on your round 2 win.
It's very convincing.
Yeah, we saw one of the very typical matches in this format, Burn against Stiflenought. Would you say is it a good matchup? Is it a bad matchup? Do you want to play against Burn all day long, or something you would like to dodge?
I think this was the first time I played against Burn.
Okay,
So
okay.
I just tried.
Yes. Because we were thinking, had you known you playing against Burn, maybe you would mulligan your hand just to go for the Dreadnought.
Yeah, but like
you kept more like reactive hand, you know, and because I think it's you're the favorite, your deck.
Yeah, it's my brood combination of two decks. I play Standstill.
we wanted to ask about that. Yeah. So most Dreadnought decks don't play Standstill,
Yeah,
right?
I have Standstill and Michals and Wastelands. So I'm trying to change my strategy. If I need.
Right.
So I was keeping, I think, hand with Dreadnought and some reactive spells, so I can survive somehow, and just waiting for the combination.
Right. You played the deck before. How much does it win without the Dreadnoughts? Actually, like how many games do you just win by going Mishra's Factory, Standstill?
Many games. It's a viable strategy, and it's good and surprising for many deck, I think. For example, tomorrow I played against Hermit Druid, so another Phyrexian. So I just countering and smashing him with one Mishra, and it's enough.
All right.
There were like two things I was wondering about. One was against Burn. Would you be happy to cast Standstill on the empty board? Because
for sure.
Yes, because if he didn't have Mishra, he can like play a draw and go game, get a lot of burn in his hand, and then maybe just burn you out, and you would not be able to counter everything.
If he wanna burn me out, he have to break my Standstill, so I have another cards and can cast my combination.
You have you get reactive cards as well, right? Like they are the Burn deck is drawing Burn, but like you're drawing counter spells, right?
I have a time I can wait and just think my lines.
See, and one other thing I was wondering, you had at some point, I think in the first game you had two Wastelands, and he had Barbarian Ring before he had Threshold. Did you consider wasting it before he can deal 2 damage? And why did you decide not to?
It have a reason. I smoke a little before this matchup.
Okay.
Come this tower up and down.
It's a lot of stairs. We gotta say it's a lot of stairs. We're putting our feature match players under a lot of pressure here.
So this combination.
Okay.
I did 5 mistakes. Like I didn't draw a card. I think one turn.
Oh, we saw that like
but
later
you drew
on.
it afterwards.
Yeah, but that the problem got
my
fixed.
opponent just said it's okay and smile. So.
All right.
Which kind of just shows you like generally atmosphere in a Premodern tournament. It's very friendly, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Like how long have you been playing?
Sorry?
How long have you been playing Premodern?
Premodern, maybe 2 or 3 years now. I don't know, but the cards I buy all my Dreadnoughts maybe if I was 15 or something like that.
So you didn't have to sell any of your organs to buy them.
No.
Okay, well that's better for sure. Yeah. All right.
Wonderful. So, if you have any questions, thank you.
Yeah.
So again, congratulations to Michal. Thank you very much.
guys.
And I hope you
Good luck
do
for
well.
the rest.
Maybe when we see you here in the top 8 with some coverage.
Oh, that will be very surprising for me, especially.
I don't know.
So I thank you for this great tournament. It's very good organized.
Yes, I'm commentator. Adam is part of the team. There are many more. But I think it's wonderful as well.
We were happy that all the players came and that they can appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest.
Bye.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Good luck for everyone.
All right. So, just one maybe note with I liked what we saw here. The approach to take 2 decks and mix them, which I think you don't get new cards in Premodern, but you can still experiment with the archetypes, and this is actually something that I think there are strategies that overlap, and one of the things that I like doing here is like exploring these overlaps and seeing
you have some kind of packages that like work well together, like Standstill, like you always think Mishra's Factory. So you have
Dreadnought. Usually you think Stifle.
You think Stifle, but Stifle has some other things. Stifle can protect your Mishra's Factory, for example, in Wasteland. So there is that. There are quite a few more cards that you can kind of host with Stifle.
Parallax Tide.
Yes,
anytime. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, I can totally see Parallax Tide in this type of deck. Why not?
Why not?
You know,
Yeah, it would require a little bit more brewing, but yeah, this is something that I wanted to say is that like that's one approach to deck building in this format. You just see what what works well, and like Tomas said, you have these packages. You try to see which ones work together, and I would say the format is far from solved. By the way, we have the archetype breakdown here. We have the metagame here. I've already seen it. Tomas hasn't. So, and I gotta say that we saw the first round. It was more like fringe decks. Now we saw some more mainstream decks, but the numbers are here. What do you think is the most played deck in today's tournament?
Most played deck in this tournament, I would say it would be something like Burn. I would say something like Stasis.
You can stop right there. Burn.
Yeah.
Burn. We have a lot of Burn fans
because
here.
I would think something that's mono. Because you can play a lot of basics,
Sure.
so you keep the price down. So that would be
true.
it.
That's true.
I think some of these decks have like big enthusiasts. Some people just
like
some
lifelong.
There's always some
fans.
kind of a burn player. Our burn player just went out to have a cigarette.
Sure.
So
Burn. We have 14 Burn players here out of 112 players in total. So that's more than 10% of the field is Burn. Yeah. What do you think are number 2 and number 3? And then after that, I'm gonna stop torturing you. I'm gonna just tell you the
okay.
rest.
I like to guess. Again, I would say it would be some kind of a mono deck. I would think it would be like Monoblack. Actually, why not? Monoblack could be them.
You're right on the mono thing, though.
Yes.
Like,
to
some extent.
Some blue. So some kind of a Stiflenought or Stasis.
Fortunately, Stasis, I have to go all the way down to like only two people with Stasis here today. It's going to be a good tournament. But the number 2 and number 3, they actually share, they split the second place with 11 copies each. It's Goblins and Stiflenought.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So,
Goblins.
and the Goblins, there's actually just one mono-red Goblins today, and then we have 2 red-black Goblins with Patriarch's Bidding, Cabal Therapies, Burning Wish for the bidding, actually.
Oh, it's incredible. Burning Wish and Goblins.
And then we have 8 red-green Goblins. This is, I would say that this is like the stock version of Goblins with green for Naturalize, because Naturalize just solves so many problems that the deck has. Yeah.
Because it seems to me that you have Goblins, but he plays Oath of Druids. What are you going to do? It's just hard to win.
Yeah. You're gonna sack all your Goblins to Skirk Prospector, and then
and then what?
that's step 1. Step 2, I have no idea.
Then you can think about your play for long enough.
Yeah. You have a lot of time to think it through. So that's 11 Goblins, 11 Stiflenoughts as well. 6 blue-white Stiflenoughts, 5 mono-blue Stiflenoughts. Which one is better?
I very much like the blue-white. But because blue-white, it doesn't really play that much white. I think it only plays like Swords to Plowshares and like Meddling Mage.
I believe so, yeah. And maybe some sideboard cards.
Yes,
probably.
And I have to say, when I was facing the other day Stiflenought, I faced Dreadnought and Meddling Mage on Swords to Plowshares. I had 2 Swords to Plowshares in hand. That felt like I'm not going to win the game.
Yeah. The bottom line, what Tomas forgot to say is that he still won because
I had Icefire and yes, but still, it felt felt for a moment. I was a little bit scared.
It was Tomas was close to losing, and that's a position he doesn't find himself in very often. So he was a bit outside of his comfort zone, but yeah.
Now, we should also say that Adam, the main reason he's commenting, because we didn't want him to win it, and it was just too much of a chance. So we felt maybe we just save him here we save everybody's day when Adam is here in the booth.
I mean, I'm happy to be commentating regardless of like whatever janky deck I would play there in the main event. I'm enjoying the position of a commentator today, also because I have access to all this spicy data, that I otherwise wouldn't have. So we have Goblins, Stiflenought. Stiflenought is, I would say, a deck that for some time has been already on the rise. I think that Dreadnought has like cemented itself in like the most powerful creature in the format
because it really has a good shell. You can play like reactive game. You play some counter spells. You play Gush, which in Legacy it's a card that's banned. So it's already telling you something. So you play Gush, you play Counterspell, you have some days. You can play this reactive, and you can have a turn 2.
Yeah.
And if you have it with that Vision Charm, as I said before he can really react to it with some removal.
Yeah, like Sorcerer Speed removal.
Like Sorcerer Speed removal, or even like Instant Speed when he's tapped out in that moment.
Sure.
Is when you untap and you have Counterspell mana available, you have Foil, you have that Gush. So it's a strong deck, and it does not forgive some sketchy keeps. It just kills you.
It can punish you pretty badly. Yeah, that's true. I think that I've seen some debate on whether Dreadnought should be banned or not. Obviously, people talk about a lot of cards that should be banned or not. For me personally, I don't think that Dreadnought should be banned for the simple reason is that it just dies to all the removal in the format. Yeah, it dies to Smother, it dies to Neutralize.
It dies to Vendetta.
It dies to Vendetta, yeah, sure. But like it has its revenge before it dies if you're trying to kill it with Vendetta.
Yes, but I have to say, I agree. It's also, when you play this card, you can just take the right card because at the end of the day, it's a 2-card combo that you can solve with 1 card. So and it doesn't kill you right away. It has to attack. It has to attack twice. You can kill it with artifact removal. So not just removal for creatures, but also artifact removal.
Any removal.
So
it's like one of those like phantom creatures that are like when it becomes target of anything, it dies. So like there was like a cycle of those. It's pretty similar. Yeah, maybe Lightning Bolt not.
What I would say, what's strong about like Dreadnought, apart from what we have already said, is the Vision Charm that can like really save it. It can save it from Wrath of God. It can save it from all the removal. Yeah, so basically, you play a card that we know these charms are sometimes a little bit odd. Unsummon.
We're getting some strong unsummon signals from here. They're like, I mean, it's just like okay, attempt 1 as I solve. Show me what you have more, right? Like, do you have another stifle now?
I just want to say that these charms, we know that some of the modes, like maybe most of the modes of charms, are not very useful.
Yeah.
But this charm, it's so strong, that you phase out. You can really protect it from Wrath of God. So you don't target. You can protect it from Swords to Plowshares, from all these things, and it can like mill cards, which sometimes can be relevant.
Right. Yeah.
Sometimes my opponent tried to mill me as well, so that's also a possibility. And if they don't have Chaos Blessing, it works. Or if you have Tormund Script, it can work. But all I'm trying to say is that that's a great protection. So it's enabler for a Dreadnought and to kill your opponent. At the same time, it can protect it quite well. Yeah. And you have a lot of counter magic.
Yeah. So basically, you have a combo deck where you have like 4 Dreadnoughts and the rest are just good cards. Yeah. Even Stifle, you can stifle your opponent's fetch land if you want to. Yes. One last reason why I think like it's okay to have this deck in the format is that I think its worst matchup, or one of the worst matchups, can be Rock, which is a very popular deck. Because Rock has discard, it has like 8 discard spells. It can you take 1/2 of the combo and then just kill them with a Baloth, and it has like Pernicious Deed, Neutralize, Smother, maybe some Chainer's Edict, what have you. So it's pretty strong deck against.
Is Rock very popular?
It is.
Because it seems to me that Rock is some kind of like policeman of the format. I'm not sure if that's the right thing to say, but it's really a deck that like punishes. Any weaklings, right? Yeah. It has a very solid game plan. It's great discard and it's Pernicious Deed. Yeah. So every time you try to go over the top with all these weird artifacts, enchantments, land taxes, mocks it, you just play Pernicious Deed and just kill it all. Same for. That's why I kind of stopped playing Enchantress, because it's just so annoying when they start with Duress, then Cabal Therapy, say Cabal Therapy, then have Pernicious Deed.
Yeah, that's
not all you can do that with Enchantress. True. So I would say the only thing that's keeping Rock back to reach the top is that it has bad mana base. Because people even play in control deck 3 City of Brass.
That's a bit too much, I think. I would go with like 1, maybe. Yeah. Also, I'm a big fan of Cross and Tusker. As like it's like basically divination that fixes your mana. Yes. And then sometimes you can just hardcast it.
I agree. I like it, but the true of the fact is that you just need that black mana turn 1. And you probably need green mana turn 2. And you just often don't have it. You just don't have enough good lands, and that's problematic. Sometimes you need double black, sometimes you need double blue, double green, and
you can Living Wish for Swamp. Like people, I saw a lot of Rock decks with Living Wish where they play like Walrat Stronghold in sideboard, and I'm a big fan of playing Swamp there because oftentimes you have
that's
you can play
Yeti Obraz.
more green. The Yeti Obraz would play the Volder Stronghold. I mean, you can make an argument for that, but like the chance to have like one more, like 3 more black sources in the deck with just Living Wish, that's quite important.
I think one day the players will solve it, but I think that's the only thing that I always felt a bit weird because they used to play Yavimaya Elder, which was too slow, and it's not really see much of a play anymore. You kind of need to play on the curve a bit more. That's why some people even play a Wall of Roots instead of Wall of Blossoms.
And you need to cut Birds of Paradise then. Then like
it's
everything
it
comes with a
depends.
price. You can't have your lunch and eat it too. There's it's a balanced format. So anyway, we have 14 burn players, 11 goblin players, I should say, not the goblins themselves. 11 Stiflenoughts. The deck number 4 kind of surprised me. It's definitely one that you see quite frequently, but I wouldn't put it in like my top 5 of pre-modern decks. It's Deadguy Ale, black white. Hypnotic Spectres, Jared's Verdicts.
I think that's probably the deck where I feel the nostalgia the strongest.
Okay.
Because that's really that old deck that, when Vindicate was printed, everybody felt it's like the best deck, black white.
Sure,
with all the best like creatures and so on.
There's a lot of cards from Apocalypse or the Invasion block. Maybe just Apocalypse as well, like Jared's Verdict, Spectral Links.
Caves of Koilos.
Phyrexian Arena, I think, was first printed there as well.
Yes, it
maybe?
was.
Yeah.
It was,
Vindicate.
and Caves of Koilos.
Yeah.
First time ever we got these enemy painlands.
Right. Yeah.
So it was printed there as well. Yeah. So I think that was quite important. I remember Spectral Links.
Yeah.
Attacking with Blaster Arm, get them blocked by Spectral Links. It's like pay for Regenerate. No, I don't have to pay.
Just outsmarting people since 1999. Yeah. But yeah, this is a kind of a fair deck. I'm always a fan to have, like when we talk about Magic the way Garfield intended it, it's attacking and blocking with creatures. That's what this deck does. And you have a bit of Dark Ritual, Hypnotic Spectre, Nostalgia thrown in. So yeah, I like this deck.
Yes, I think personally, I think that this deck just runs out of gas. That's most of the time when I see it. They have some kind of opener. But if you're able, for example, to answer that Phyrexian Arena. But even if you don't answer the Phyrexian Arena often, they draw into like more discard and lands, and you don't always need, because you have like discard, lands, removal,
you know what
creatures.
This deck is missing? Treetop Village. Treetop Village would just make this deck a better rock, I would say. Maybe.
I think they play Mishra's Factory, probably.
And your mana base.
But your mana base is already quite stretched.
You don't even have Birds of Paradise, so it's like when you mention that Rogue has a bad mana base, you put Mishra's Factories in Deadguy's Ale.
And I think Deadguy is even more than Rogue needs to play on the curve to get somewhere. You really need to play spell every turn. Otherwise, you can't play waiting game.
Yeah, that's true. But it's a good deck. We see every now and then you see one of those Deadguy Ales, top 2, top 4 in tournament. It's a staple that I'm always happy to see. Yeah. Speaking of staples, number 5 we have Blue White.
And it plays. I'm sorry, and it probably also plays Premodern Hymn to Turak.
Jared's Verdict.
Yes.
As close as you can get to him to Torak in this format.
And +6 life for you when you play against burn.
Can you target yourself?
Yes, you can target yourself.
So you can just discard pitch 2 lands.
2 lands, you gain 6 life.
That is sweet. That is very sweet.
And already this deck pays some life, for things you do. So that can be helpful.
Yeah. It's another thing that like modern cards, the cards that get printed now, very often instead of target player, they just say target opponent. And like when I'm drafting sometimes, I'm like every now and then you just come across a card and you're like, oh, I wish so much I could play this on myself now because of some weird interaction. They just don't allow you to do that. They don't allow you to have fun,
And that's why you don't see so much of misdirection anymore. Because,
because
I think the only old card like that says target opponent is Duress. And I think almost all the other cards are target player.
Therapy, you can target yourself.
Yes.
Number 5, we have Blue-White Landstill. There was a time, I gotta say, a few years back when people said that Blue-White Landstill is too strong for Premodern because it was like the control deck that just like has all the answers. Then people found out other questions to ask, and suddenly Blue-White Landstill was not able to handle everything. Do you agree? Do you think what do you think about Blue-White Landstill, the position of the deck?
I think Blue-White Landstill is a solid deck. You can do well with it. I think it has just some problems because it's a control deck, and there are so many. We talked about it with sideboards, right? You can't be prepared for everything.
Yeah.
And similar for Blue-White Landstill, sometimes you just need to counter that spell, or you are in world of pain.
This list has 40 different decks on it, which means that there are 40 different archetypes playing today. And some of those archetypes even like break down into blue-white dreadnought, mono-blue dreadnought. So it's just like literally like the archetypes. There are 40 of them, and 18 have more than one person here.
I would think the problem maybe with Blue-White Landstill is that generally I love card Standstill. Yeah. I really like the card. I love the bug version of it in some legacy. But I think the problem is that you need your land drops. You just must have your land drops. Now how many lands you play to be but no matter how many you will play, even if you play 26 or 24, you are never guaranteed you will have those land drops. And you play against Burn or whatever, and they have 5 lands in hand, and they are quite happy to just play those lands, and suddenly you can be in weird position. Not to mention, if you play against Rock, he has 4 Treetop Village, and he has Dust Bowl. And you just play Standstill, and you can just die.
Yeah, as a Rock player, I gotta say that I punished a fair number of Landstill players with like Treetop Village. I also like used to play Brews with Treetops and Wastelands. Standstill goes both ways.
So that's one big problem, that your deck, your namesake for the deck, your main card is kind of sometimes can be a little bit strange. If you miss your land drops, you get to 8 cards in hand. Now then they will break it. You get to 11 cards in hand. You have to discard down to 7.
You play Fact or Fiction, or like what are you supposed to do then?
No, that's a little bit weird. Another thing is that you can't really win very quickly. So you will get your draws, and we know in tournaments like today, like maybe draw you can live with one draw, but
it's very close to a loss.
It's also going to pair you against similar decks. So sometimes I know some players just concede. They think it's better to get a loss and play against normal decks than to be guaranteed every turn to play against somebody who had a draw, which is quite likely to be some kind of a similar deck. So.
I don't think we're gonna see a lot of IDs into top 8 by the way today, because we have 7 rounds. So my guess is that most people in the top 8 are gonna be 6-1. That's like it's just too many people to draw. So a draw in this tournament where it doesn't even get you like across the finish line, it's not a good result of the round. Yeah.
By the way, that's what I was told, that you're not playing mainly because you don't want to be 9th. Can you explain that?
These years have long passed. Okay. Yeah, I used to have a bit of a history of finishing 9th place in tournament where you would prefer top 8, but it's like 2009. It's like two Pro Tours were finished 9th, so that's ancient history at this point, basically. Yeah. But thanks. I mean, like, thanks for bringing it up. It feels good. Every now and then somebody just says
I was told by 3 people today already.
Seriously, you see that like there are some pretty old school people up there. Yeah. It would not happen, in a standard tournament, and like it's been a long time. One last thing I wanted to say about Standstill is that I think because Standstill, Mishra's Factory, Wasteland is just blue, the core, the package. I think that it's really nice to like experiment with the card a bit, and I think Standstill should go into like more decks than it does right now. I think there's a lot of potential. Like Treetop Village Standstill, maybe. I'm sure there could be something going on in there. I played for some time the blue-red Standstill. It was kind of like a burn / Standstill deck, and I loved the deck. It's a deck that plays Mox Diamonds, Parallax Tide, Veteran Brawlers, Burn. And Standstill was a powerhouse there. So
by the way, when we spoke about the Phyrexian Furnace, I also liked it in Standstill because it's one of the cards from your hand you put into play. So it's not in your hand, because ideally when you play Standstill, you kind of want to have like 4 cards in hand. Right? And then every turn have a land drop. And that Phyrexian Furnace is great because when you need it, you will draw it. It's like a card you will like invest into future.
And just like that, Phyrexian Furnace goes like one step higher on our ladder today. I think I'm gonna just like name it the best card of the day today. Can we see how many people play Phyrexian Furnace, please? After like when we have some time.
We'll check it later.
Let's just take a couple more decks because, as I said, the list is very long. And you wanted to say something?
Yes, and I want to say something else, that in past people experimenting with not playing Standstill and instead playing Accumulated Knowledge.
Sure.
You know, that's definitely an option. It's only one-sided. Of course, at some point back in the day in the formats when everybody played Accumulated Knowledge, it was like kind of a weird kind of like, who will play it first will lose.
Yeah.
So it was also like a bling game. And one last thing I would like to say against Standstill is that what I like about it a lot, that a lot of people play very badly against it. You know?
Against it?
Against it.
So
yes.
how do you play badly against?
You have to understand when you can play the draw and go game, and when you have to break it, and sometimes you have to break it like in 2 turns, and sometimes you have to play it right away when they are tapped
immediately.
out.
Yeah.
Yes, but for example with the rock, you can play the draw and go game.
Sure.
Because you can just get into your land drops, and even if you don't have these animate lands, you can get Dust Bowl. Even if you don't have that, you can get like a therapy duress.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah,
and then
you
you
break
go
it
like,
and you shred
then
their
you go
hand
duress,
into
and you just
pieces.
destroy, and there's not much they can do.
Yeah,
Even if they have
that's
all
true.
counter spells of different names, they can't really do it.
Yeah,
So that's one thing, and sometimes people are afraid to break it when they should. Yes, and that gives you time, and you can stabilize. So it's a beautiful card, and it's like a sub game, like Fact or Fiction. You love to cast it, and so I saw so many concessions to Fact or Fiction because people are like, I want to see stupid. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's like too much.
I'm probably losing anyway. That's too much of card advantage.
Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's true. I agree. I think Standstill is a great card. I think. Yeah. In the 6th place, so there's 6. Blue-white Landstill players here today. 6 black-green rock players. All of them just strictly black-green. We see some numbers different. We see there are some decks with natural order. So that's one piece of technology that I like.
Well, you go for Verdant Force.
You go for Verdant Force, yeah. Or if you are unlucky and you draw it, you go for Cross and Tusker. Or like Deranged Hermit, but you're not happy.
How do you feel about it?
I tried it for some time. I liked it. I think it's very good against burn because you can like it's very proactive. So in matchups where you need to be proactive and where you don't have Swords to Plowshares, it's good. I like it. I'm not sure if it's the best version in general, but I think it's very close. Like I don't think you're doing yourself a disservice by playing the natural order package.
I see. Because my like gut feeling is that against burn, although it's not amazing, especially when they have Price of Progress, and they probably do have some number of Price of Progress, that was usually the most painful card.
Yeah.
But you have Wall of Blossoms, you have the 4 Baloth. You have maybe some, recurring nightmares, some removal, some discard. So I think that's definitely a fair game. You're playing a fair game. It's
for sure.
Definitely,
that's true.
I don't think you are like a favorite or big favorite at least, but it's definitely a fair game. And if you play correctly and if you draw your lands like reasonably, you should be able. You should be able to do it. With Natural Order, I get it. It just seems to me that is Verdant Force enough of a payoff?
I mean, it is, but maybe what you're saying, or like what is implied, is that like you're trying to improve your matchup where you already have an edge. So maybe the reason why Natural Order is the package does not need to be there is that it's like helping you in matchups where you don't need the help.
Maybe because again some decks I'll probably repeat myself, but when I have Swords to Plowshares, it seems like you did nothing. When you're against blue deck, you can't keep it against blue deck.
The thing is, like if you suspect them having Swords to Plowshares, you're just gonna go for the Deranged Hermit.
Okay, you have that as well.
Yeah, you can sack a bird or a Wall of Blossoms. You have enough cards that you can sack comfortably. Maybe Yavimaya Elder, who knows?
Is there anything that feels better than sacking Wall of Blossoms? I love the card and I love the picture, I just love sacking Wall of Blossoms into anything. I feel like it's so much value.
Yes, it feels like you're playing the card right. Yeah, it feels like it's not just a 0/4. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. So we have the rocks. Then next on the list we have Angry Hermit.
I have a have a lot to say about that one.
Yeah, please do, because I frankly, this is not really my territory. We have 4 angry Hermit, 4 angry players here.
I know it especially from my friend Štepán Herynek, who is who generally has the aura of being like the founding father of Premodern in Czech Republic.
Yes.
Whether it's true or not, it does not matter anymore.
People say
Yes,
that he was the
and we
first.
don't, and there's no counter story, so it's like that. But
Okay.
I remember Štepán told me about it. I built Rock, and he over time was building some different decks. But lately that means like at least last 2 years, he's been playing this deck, and this deck just always has it. And this deck is trying to kill you in 2 completely different ways, and it's really a combo, meaning it will just kill you.
Yeah.
Okay, so it has a main combo, which is Hermit Druid, which will just mill all your deck. You get Ghoul, it gets haste, it's huge.
Yeah, like
and it
you
will kill
mill Dreadnoughts, you reanimate Sutured Ghoul. Yeah.
When it comes into play, you get the enchantment that the Dragon Breath.
the Dragon Breath.
That
Yeah.
will give you
Yeah,
haste,
that's right.
and you will trample for a lot. So that's the first thing. What's important to understand is 2 mana creature. Oh yeah, you can kill it. That's true. On the other hand, he can have it turn 1 with Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
So that's important. That
Yeah.
turn 1, you have to have an answer, or he's killing you next turn.
Also,
with some Cabal Therapy.
The deck has discard. The deck has reanimate. You kill the Hermit, it just comes back. You know, like it's
You can
a
have
very
none.
resilient
That's the
deck.
main combo. But but then you are like, oh, I know what to do. I'll
more.
bring Tormund's Script, and that will ruin his day. Not just, here's some kind of answers for it. For example, Stifle. So it happened to me as well that I thought, I'm 1, Tormund's Script. Or I had Thyrxin Furnace, by the way, and he stifled it. How rude.
It's very rude. Yeah,
Very
yeah.
rude.
Did he apologize at least?
No, maybe. Yeah, he's such a nice guy, so you can't be too angry about it.
Sure.
But his backup plan is, as was said, Dreadnought.
Yeah.
So he has Stifle. I'm not sure. Maybe he plays some number of those charms. Of vision
I think
charms.
he plays a couple of vision charms, a couple of worldly tutors as well to like find everything. You can find the druid. You can find the dreadnought.
Yes, it's also quite interesting that both combos are like creature centric.
Yeah,
so
that's
Worldly
right, that's
Tutor
right,
works
yeah,
quite well, and he can have. And this deck can have turn 1 Dreadnought with Petal, and that I faced it a few times as well, and it's quite incredible.
Not very pleasant.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and what's amazing in theory, you see this deck and you think, oh, he will always draw the bad half of the deck, and he's not going to do anything. But somehow he has like Dreadnought, you answer it. He has another Dreadnought, you answer it, and then he has Hermit. And you're like, oh no.
Yeah, it's a lot of threats.
just
you have
run
to
out
answer
of
all
the
of them.
cards.
Yeah, it's basically asking you questions like, do you have an answer? Yes. Okay, let's ask the next question. Do you have an answer to this? At some point, you're gonna run out of answers. Yeah. It's a very good deck. It's a deck that I would say is maybe like still flying under the radar a little bit because not a lot of people play it. But I would say that the results, considering how a relatively niche deck it is, the results are there for sure, so don't underestimate.
Yes, if you were thinking about playing this deck, like give it a go, because when I saw this deck on paper, I felt it's kind of trash, honestly. But when I saw it in
feels
action,
like it's all over the place.
Yes, it felt like, oh, were you trying to do too many things? Like all these cards on their own.
Pick
Vision
one,
Charm,
pick one and stick to it,
Stifle,
right?
Dreadnought. Like, it doesn't do anything on its own. But somehow this deck works amazingly well.
Yeah.
And it's great that you have like a grave kill and non-grave kill.
Yeah.
And,
Right. It's
yeah.
very
So
hard to like.
if you are thinking about this deck, like give it a go.
Yeah.
It's much stronger than it looks.
It's all your threats still die to Swords to Plowshares, but
It'll be a recurring theme of today's
yeah.
coverage.
It's true, yeah. But yeah, it is a very good deck. Then with still 4 players in the field, we have a deck that you've already mentioned, that's Enchantress. So I would say that the 4 Enchantress players would very much like to avoid the 6 Rock players. We'll see if the numbers, go that way. And then we have 4 Elves deck.
It's to me honestly a little bit surprising because I think Elves is definitely one of those top tier decks that's competing for being the best deck in the format. It's incredibly strong deck, very resilient. It can kill turn 3. It can play a long game. It can grind out. I grind out like blue-white standstill.
Just let them draw their cards.
You have survival. Cards. You don't have answer for survival. Bad luck. You have all your counters. They don't do nothing. They don't do anything, and you just draw like 3 cards a turn. So I think Elves is incredible. Like what's maybe with some of the decks, Some cards are expensive. I think we
That's
should
true.
say that.
There's
Like,
a
Mox Diamond is definitely probably most expensive card in the format.
I would say Gaia's Cradle is the most
Gaia's Cradle,
expensive card.
yes. The 11th duel, as they call it.
Oh, okay, in Legacy, sure.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good name.
So Gas Cradle and maybe Survival of the Fittest.
I believe there's also City of Traitors, which doesn't see a lot of play, but it's still a very expensive card, which is legal in the format. But yeah, I think that the most expensive cards are Gaia's Cradle, Mox Diamond, City of Traitors, Survival of the Fittest probably, which is like
I think
a
it's
little
at least it's about €200.
Oh yeah, it should be.
But maybe the gold border will be much cheaper.
Cheaper, but not much. Cheaper, but like substantially cheaper, but it's still not something that like you can use as a coaster. You know, it's still inexpensive.
Yes. So it can be that you need 4 Gas Cradle, 4 Survival of the Fittest to play elves. It can be, as we talked about, if people want to play with their own cards, they want to own the deck. So that can be some kind of a hurdle to overcome to play such a deck. But it's amazing.
And one survival, so I can go for like elf singleton.
Oh, I have one survival and one Gas Cradle.
Okay, seriously.
We just need 2 more people to put one deck together.
Write in the chat if there's someone with like 1 cradle, 1 survival, and we can be like team elves, and we can always like just draw who gets the elves in the tournament. But how much do you think we mentioned these expensive cards? Is it a barrier to is it too steep? Is it an affordable format?
I think it is affordable format. Although when I saw that price of Painlands went up to that, the Painland was like 10, 12.
Oh, okay, but that's only if you buy the original print.
Yes, if you buy the original print. But I have to say that's one thing that I dare to say most players want to do, that they just want to buy the original print, because we talk about nostalgia. You want to see the nice cards. I think it's important, but of course it's not necessary. You can play gold border, you can play any print, you can even play opt that does not feature Hana, the ships.
You're gonna see some frowns, from your opponent. To be honest, like I know that there are also debates about like. Is it okay to play new frames in the format? Every time I see someone playing like an expensive card which has a cheaper version which is new frame, I'm happy, because I'm thinking maybe if this was not allowed, the player wouldn't be here. Yeah. So like I think it's okay. I think it's very much okay, as long as the person doesn't go overboard and go like get like a 75 cards of new frames, weird foiling, and just like make a thing out of it.
I wouldn't say any names, but there is a friend of mine is here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, he plays. He even plays different versions of the same card, new frame.
He's a master troll, right?
Yes,
like he's just trolling people.
Or master goblin.
Okay. Oh. Okay. We're not gonna point fingers or say names.
No finger pointing. But
it's your thing.
Of course, I think obviously it's beautiful, because all deck. I think that's one of the first motivation. I think that was the first, probably the. I can't speak for the creators, of the format, but I think I even built in Legacy deck that was all old frame, and I brought it to the tournament. I didn't win, but I had fun, and it was good. It was like it was relatively competitive. It was like some kind of standstill, and it looks beautiful. It just looks beautiful. That's what I like, that lately Wizards printed some of the cards with old frames. So
they're like finally acknowledging the fact that the old frames are better than the new frames, and
it's something they should have never done.
Obviously, yes. So they're like trying to fix the mistake, but it's gonna take some more years to like reprint everything in old frame, but eventually we're gonna get there.
So I like that. I even built like some small like kind of commander or like tiny leader, which is like some kind of small commander that was all old frame, and I think it looks beautiful. But of course it's very like in some way democratic format, very like open format. So we don't really want to like
we don't judge.
Yes, we don't want to judge anyone on that, and it's most important is that people have fun.
We probably wouldn't like pick a new frame card as a prize for the tournament.
Yes.
But like Mox Diamond for the first place, new frame, foil, old frame. It's not really close.
Maybe if I can express wish, if you're playing commons and uncommons, and they cost the same as the old prints. Maybe it would be nice if you get the old print, especially when I see Seal of Cleansing.
Seal of Cleansing, that's the one.
Yes, my heart kind of when I see Opt, for example. I think the old version is just so beautiful and it's so much better. So it's just a wish, and we can leave this topic.
So please make Tomas happy. Especially if you're going to feature match, just borrow it from a friend and swap it before you come.
Now, for example.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's just round let's just go through a few more decks that have some showing here. We mentioned Angry Hermit, Enchantress, Elves. Then we have decks with 3 copies each. Pitrak, you already seen it.
We already saw it in the coverage.
Yeah.
I think very solid deck. Also quite cheap.
Yeah.
I think it was one of my motivations when I was when I was getting into Premodern. I was like, I like the deck, and I just like Monoblack. It just feels good, and you can play these beautiful old swamps, you can play Cursed Scroll, which again, when I was kid, was considered one of the best cards
that was ever printed. Like in Legenda top 10 cards of the month.
There was a magazine Legenda that we were all reading. And it was just so important, and we always check prices at the end, so we could compare, do some good trades, and that sort of.
Because the prices were updated once a month, right?
Yes, once a month, so you can imagine. But all I want to say, Cursed Scroll was also somehow unreachable card. It was a card. It was a card that was worth like 750 crowns. Today it would be like 30 euros, but at the time it's just incredible amount, and to have just one or 2. I remember there was a final of 2 Burn players, and one had 2 Cursed Scrolls, and he was such a massive favorite, like to win the final. So certainly it's great to play Cursed Scroll, to play Spitter, to play Liliana of Premodern, Liliana of the Veil of Premodern, which is Bottomless Pit.
Okay, I was worried. I was worried for a bit that I missed something important. Bottomless Pit, sure. Yeah, it's Liliana of the Veil that cannot be attacked.
Yes, you can kill it.
Yeah. Okay. We have Blue-White Parallax Replenish with 3 copies, Green-White Terragadon, Parfait Oath, where I think as the day goes by, we're gonna see more of Parfait. We'll see about that. And then that's basically it. Yeah, a few more decks: Blue-Green Madness, Psychotogue.
I think we'll get to it. We'll talk about Parfait at some point. I guess.
Think so.
Because that's like elephant in the room.
I think they have the Boogeyman, whatever you want to call it.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's probably the strongest deck in the format. I think we'll get to it, and it just too much. Everything's just too much over the top.
We'll see. Maybe none of them gets in the top 8, and then we're gonna be like, okay, we're gonna tolerate.
We already made some bets that it will win it. Or
oh, have you?
I think a Parfait or Elves or Stiflenought probably. If I should choose the winner of today's tournament, I think these decks are probably the big favorites.
Or something with Phyrex Infernus, because the card is so good, So
main deck,
of course. Yeah. So I think the players are getting ready in the feature match area for round 3 of the Premodern Championship. And let's see who we have in the feature match area, and then we can update the decks as well. Can we swap into? Okay, so we have Václav Alt, Marcin, Kowalski. It's not. I'm afraid it's not Dreadnought Burn. Can you just look it up quickly in there? Yeah, don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Just look up the decks. Okay, there we go.
So I have it here. No, I don't.
Why is it 1-1?
Oh, so we have some. Oh, beautiful.
Okay, there we go.
We have Replenish, I believe.
Replenish. Okay.
Replenish, and with
who is playing Replenish?
Václav Alt is Replenish.
Okay. Blue-White Replenish.
Yeah, it's Blue-White Replenish. And before we'll get to it, I also find Marcin. And Marcin is Ancient Tomb deck.
Which one?
Ancient Tomb deck. With
Which one?
Yes, Avalanche Rider. So it's a blue. It's green-red survival.
Okay.
With lightning bolts, Land Rover Elves, ballots, survival, squee, everything. So it's some kind of.
All right. Both of these players are 2-0. They won their first rounds.
Yeah. And I think this will be a really interesting match.
It's kind of like a fair-ish deck against a deck that's completely unfair. Is that how it works? Like the replenish is just going off, right?
Yes.
And the survival deck has some fair game with like attacking with creatures, but also survival of the fittest, which is bonkers.
But the survival deck has like obviously it's playing Flame Tongue Cavalry. I don't think he's going to find a lot of use for it, but just one. But he's playing Blastoderm. I think he can. But with anger, Blastoderm, he can definitely put him under big pressure. He plays 3 naturalized main deck.
That's good, but then you still need to solve the replenish issue. Like you naturalize it, they bring it back. It's not as good against this deck as against some other enchantment-based decks.
I love this card. He's playing Dwarven Blast Miner in a sideboard.
Okay.
And if you drop it turn 2, it can just take over the game because I believe Replenish will have a lot of non-basics.
Does it? It's like a dark card with some of the non-basics are flooded strength, so that's not gonna work.
We'll see that there is yes, but there's certainly the two Tomans Crypts later. Well, we'll discuss the sideboard afterwards, and I'll just go back to see the Replenish.
Marcin is one of the 2 Polish players here in the room. By the way, we have 13 players from Germany. 2 players from Poland, 2 players from Slovakia, 1 Italian player, and 2 players from Peru.
Yes.
So I'm really wondering. I would like to just like see who those people are and ask them if they're on holiday here, or if they're like exchange students, or if they saw our tournament and traveled all the way from Peru to compete.
For all our viewers in Peru, we might bring them, for the interview and ask them.
Shout out to our Peruvian fans.
What the hell are you doing here?
Okay, so we just got a message that the players from Peru are currently based in Munich. So still some way off here, and we're just still happy that they made their way here, but slightly closer. Yeah. In the meanwhile, Václav is down to 6 cards, I believe.
He mulliganed.
6 cards, yeah. He mulliganed to 5.
I think this is a keeper.
It has lands and spells and like a tutor or.
Yes. Basically, for those of you who don't know, Replenish is a deck that works well. From namesake, you want to cast.
It works well.
Yes, you eventually you want to cast card Replenish, which put all your enchantments into the play. Well, you have to get them somewhere, and that you do it usually through card Attunement, which in Czech we call it tuňák, which is tuna. Yeah. Tuna fish, and you try to this 3 mana enchantment. You return it into your hand, so it looks similar like Recurring Nightmare, and you draw 3 and discard 4, I believe.
Okay, things are happening. There's an Tomb. Is it great or good? Please tell me it's great or good. It's not great.
Oh,
it's pretty good as well.
I think that's how you do
Avalanche Riders. Destroying planes. Okay.
And we said there is no land destruction in this format.
I didn't say that.
Oh.
I said there was Ponza.
Okay, I was saying that Ponza is not that great, but this is quite incredible.
Yeah,
I think
you can even pay Echo. It's going to cost you 4 life.
Yes, I don't think you want to pay Echo. That doesn't do enough.
We'll see about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So in response, Václav is going to cast Impulse, I believe.
Yes. But I have to say, what a start from Marcin.
Yeah,
Birds of Paradise into Ancient Tomb Avalanche Rider turn 2. That's
like turn 2 land destruction is like where you want to have it, right? Turn 3 can be too slow.
Yes.
And especially he's on the draw. So like I would say that Avalanche Riders against Replenish on the draw, it usually doesn't look very appealing, except for when you cast it on turn 2.
Yes. Yes, and I was saying, yes, you were right. He plays a lot of basic lands, but he still has his other Carvastis, and I think that can be. I know Replenish does not really operate unless they have 4 mana.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so that's something important thing to remember.
How
Let's see.
Would
Is he
you
paying? No.
Swords to Plowshares the Birds? Because Václav has swords in his hand.
I'm not sure if he had it turn 1. I would have done it turn 1.
I'm not sure about turn 1 either. I think it might have come from the impulse. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Is it another Avalanche Riders?
I don't think he can play more than 1.
Blastoderm. Ooh. That's something you cannot possibly sort.
Now this is
now
this feels a bit bad, doesn't it? That you didn't sort the bird.
Right. Because this is just straight up 15 damage, right?
Yeah, he should have done it. I think he should have done it, honestly. And it would also make sure that he can't play Echo if he wanted to.
Right.
Not giving him that option.
Right, that's true.
Now it's just too much pressure.
Well, you can, for example, enlighten tutor for energy field.
Yes.
And just try to survive, and to hide before something starts going your way.
Many years ago, I got my hands on 2 energy fields, and I felt it's like the best card ever.
Yeah, like you're invincible.
I just have basics, and I have energy field, and I won't cast any spells.
No.
And just win the game.
How did that go?
I just sometimes didn't have land drops, and then I had to discard in the turn.
But wait, I thought you were just playing energy field and basic lands.
Oh yeah.
No, you were.
There were some other cards.
Oh no, that was a mistake in the deck building.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like if you're playing 65 cards, energy fields, and basics, what can go wrong? You're just,
Yes.
you just can't lose. You just
But
okay.
that's one thing. You are right.
There we go.
He's going for energy field, so
All right.
I feel 15 again.
And the thing is that here you can just wait 3 turns until the Blastoderm goes away, right? Like you can just be like ignore Blastoderm for 3 turns.
That's a great counter, and especially if he's able to play basic as he did.
As he did.
There is no real way your opponent can put your card into graveyard.
Stone Rain.
Oh.
I mean, naturalized Stone Rain.
Yes.
But okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what Marcin has to say about that. And
by the way, naturalized is obviously good. It feels kind of you want to destroy something else, so that goes into graveyard.
It's not
and
a 2
energy
for 1.
field that.
It's not a 2 for 1.
I'm always seeing 2 for 1s, and
then you've already mulliganed to 5. You don't want another 2 for 1, and you enlighten tutor basically. Oh no.
But it really seems like an
Okay.
But
Well, it could have been worse.
I almost have a feeling he had another Avalanche Riders in hand.
Did he?
No, it's survival. Okay.
Well, it's still pretty rough. Like this was just another 2 for 1 because you spent Enlightened Tutor, Energy Field, and it just didn't get you anywhere. So, like,
I have to say, I think people play Enlightened Tutor too much. Like in this format, like a lot of people play a lot, and I think it's such a huge card disadvantage. And now when even Goblins can answer your enchantments, artifacts, I think
That's true.
I think this format started with like 4 off in so many decks, and people are cutting it more and more.
Yeah,
and
right.
I don't think it's as it's as good. Like we could see it here.
If okay.
Oh, he does
another
have
Avalanche. He does it. Did he have it last turn?
Yes, I think he did have it last turn.
Oh,
Yes.
No.
But he didn't read the second part of the text.
He just thought it was like prevent all damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Like
maybe he did. Maybe he had some other plan. What do we know? But now it just seems like Václav is facing a really uphill battle here. And okay, Swords to Plowshares, your Avalanche Riders. That just does not feel good.
No.
That's another 2 for 1 right there.
Yeah.
And I don't like Václav's chances here.
No, I don't think he has anything.
No.
He can't even if he had like 4 mana or 3 mana, he could play for 4th mana and cast Replenish. It's not happening.
Does it do anything?
But
like you're facing Survival of the Fittest, which can easily find any answer. That. Whoa, okay, there we go. It's nice that he didn't have to do it on his turn because Avalanche Riders already have a haste, but...
So let's see what Marcin has. Main deck. Oh, he has Nantuko.
Nantuko Vigilant.
Nantuko Vigilant. Vigilante. 3 Naturalize.
He came prepared.
He certainly came prepared. On the other hand, that's it. So if it's only for the Vigilante and the second Avalanche Riders, and then there's no other way he could answer unless drawing Naturalize, another Naturalize. So
this is
maybe Václav could think maybe if I was a little bit more lucky,
This is a way how to play around swords to plowshares. You just fetch something that cannot be sorted, and you just make sure that, it's the last nail in the coffin, and Václav cannot get out.
And Václav with swords to plowshares. Oh, he had to swords to plowshares before.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, haste.
Haste, yeah.
Fingernails.
This is just lights out. I think Marcin is just playing with his food right now. Okay, and that's it.
And his pet blastoderm.
Yeah. It's an interesting fingernails, the wide bordered fingernails.
Oh.
You see that?
I remember people used to play like fingernails mainly because it's black bordered.
Yeah, right.
Instead of Lanorels. Because
that was the argument for
nobody could buy affordable black bordered Lanorels. Can we see... Can we see... what do we want to see? Maybe the Replenish deck first?
Maybe the Replenish deck,
yes.
yeah. I'm curious.
Because he really seemed like on a back foot.
He mulliganed 5.
Yes, he mulliganed 5, but this game obviously was not close at all.
Yeah.
We see some Hydroblasts.
I still like the chances of a combo deck versus... Like, if you have 2 decks, one of them is just like an all-in combo. The other one is like a mid-range with some combo elements. Mm-hmm. In general, the one that's faster and more focused should win. Is that how it works?
No, I don't know. If I have to choose, I would choose the one that has like a long-term plan. It's like a mid-range element that you don't need to like draw it, especially in this format where it's a little bit difficult to get all your like combo pieces unless it's like artifacts, enchantments that you can then answer with like some kind of naturalize. So here we have Václav's deck.
Back to basics. Interesting.
Yes.
And then, so what you board in? Wrath of God.
Yes, probably Wrath of God. Is Blue Elemental Blast good enough?
It's like the important cards.
No, I don't like it. No, right. I don't like it very much. Oh, he has Sacred Ground. just to deal with some more Avalanche Rider shenanigans.
I mean, when else to sideboard in Sacred Ground than now? Right.
Yes, but it still feels bad against Survival the Fittest deck that's just so straightforward and fast and Anger Blastoderm. We could see it. He doesn't need to do anything else. Just Anger Blastoderm and
like you have 3 Seals of Cleansing and 3 Enlightened Tutors against the Survival. Let's say that, and also you have like Replenish to bring it back. Only 3 Replenish, if I see correctly.
Yes, I think it's probably 3 Replenish. I don't think you play more than 3 because. You have a lot of draw with the Attunement.
But isn't it like the card that if you don't draw it, you lose?
No, I don't think so. I think your alternative game plan is like Parallax Tide, Parallax Wave, Opalescence that turns it into creatures.
You just need to assemble the pieces.
You can also reset. You can reset the Parallax Wave. You know, so you can just remove his creatures and they can never come back. You have and also you can turn to Seal of Cleansing, turn for Parallax Tide, and you can just destroy his 4 lands.
You will show them who's the land destruction deck, right? Like,
yes.
That should teach them a lesson, I think.
And he really has it. Like he has 4 Parallax Tide. He has back to basics. Like it was not enough. And so,
and then you just play Propaganda and they can never touch you
again. I think that's the idea. So what should go? I think for sure he's bringing Wrath of God.
Oh yeah,
that's certain.
When else? Yeah. And so I would just go like Wrath of God, Sacred Ground, Meddling Mage for survival if you're on the play. Because they're not going to bring in creature removal, maybe?
Yes.
I don't know if it's not just an overkill.
You probably want to have the 4th Seal of Cleansing.
Sure.
And
And then you cut back to basics, possibly, because the opponent has already like a ton of mana dorks.
Yes, I think you cut back to basics, but I think if he had back to basics in this game with Tap Ancient Tomb suddenly...
sorting
birds.
It
could have been something. So
All right. So this was just a theory. We'll see how the players decide to do it in the real game. And I think we're getting ready for game number 2 between Marcin Kowalski and Václav Alt. Marcin? It's not Ch? Oh, there would have to be the Z.
Okay.
I'm pretty bad at pronouncing Polish names, so feel free to correct me.
Yeah, sorry. I would say Marcin. Do we have any
You
experts?
can say Marcin, I can say Marcin, and then at least one of us is going to be right.
Don't forget the
Yeah.
narrator.
Okay.
But we are sure about a man on the left, Václav out.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's
You know that
pretty
one.
easy. So Václav is also going to be on the play, which seems quite huge in this matchup. Land destruction in general. There are these decks that just perform much better on the play than on the draw. I think land
still,
destruction is one of them.
I think this is in some way a little bit unusual game from Kowalski
Mm-hmm.
because he had 2 Avalanche Riders. That's all the land destruction he packed.
Right.
So it might give Václav a little bit strange impression or
Okay,
weird
yeah,
impression.
right.
Maybe at the end of the day, a blue elemental blast would be better. Would do a better job than Sacred Ground because of that. I think
Okay.
if he's playing Birds of Paradise, he's sorting it for sure.
Sword the
So it's
bird.
the Plowshares now.
That's how the now or never. Now.
You know,
Okay.
you see the authority
All
we
right.
have.
Bold the bird.
Yeah.
Always bold.
The burn players in the room are definitely,
No,
all on that.
Yes, interesting would
I
be to
think-
play the Dwarven Blast Miner.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I think also Václav.
he plays Wastelands as well.
He plays
yeah.
Wasteland. But Václav kept, if I'm not mistaken, he kept a hand without blue, and there's another bird over there. Okay, so it's gonna have to be an island soon, otherwise. Okay, sure. Maybe he had it,
Maybe, or he drew it.
or he drew it. Either way, it works.
But certainly, it's where you want to start with your basics,
Uh-huh.
sure. Or with fetch lands. It would be interesting. Imagine if he had in this turn
Yeah,
2, if he
okay.
had 2 fetch lands in play.
Sure.
That suddenly you can't play Avalanche Rider.
Survival just resolved, which again, every time you say that, it just means that it turns the game around. And Václav is probably going to go for an answer, right? Yeah, okay.
That's a seal
Yeah.
of cleansing. But again, it feels bad. You're a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
You're already a bit trailing, and now you are going to be. You just lose 1 card.
Yeah.
You just lose your draw step.
That's what Enlightened Tutor does to you, yeah. So you have to go for it.
You have to go.
You have to go
you
for
have
it.
to kill it right now. He's probably going to. What will you search? Well, we don't really see his hand. Oh, he's
and
discarding.
Fred goes
I think
away.
if I'm Václav, I'm quite happy about it. Although he
Yeah.
actually has blue elemental blast in hand.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah, so he
okay.
wouldn't mind too much to.
It's just not going Václav's way, I think. Like from turn 1, where you sarge the bird and your opponent just shows you another one instantly with Wasteland. Like you would just want them to go like land go on turn 2
So
if you do that.
this play is okay, but I mean it's very slow.
Fetching the
Yes.
Elder.
I think Kowalski is not doing anything for 2 turns now. He will play Elder. He can get it killed, I believe. And then he will sack it for 2 mana. So he's not.
Or how about you just draw another survival? Because I believe there's another one in the hand.
Now if I have Sword, I'm killing it. You see, he only has 2 forests. So Swords to Plowshares would be great. Now he can impulse for it. Actually.
Sure, yeah, but then you lose the possibility
Blue blast.
to blue blast. Yeah,
But, yeah, he passed the turn.
you can do that, at instant speed. But like it seems like Marcin's gonna have a strong turn of just attack, sack, play survival, and then you just okay. Does Václav have something to answer?
It's interesting in this format we don't have any card that prevents searching.
No
That would
Shadow of
be-
Doubt.
No Shadow of Doubt, nothing like that. Oh, not only talking about Position Agent, which is broken.
Okay,
But I think Shadow of Doubt I think it's a fair card.
it was like the first one to.
Yes.
Or maybe not. Well, anyway, we see some very handsome Mirage Forest there. We talked about that earlier. It's like when you see the Mirage and Tempest.
Yes, but I think forests, for example, like swamps are mostly great. Like of all the basics, I think swamps probably have the most character. I like them a lot, but not always forests. I don't know. The forests that I like these beta forests. I typically play them in like French.
That one is way too green for me. That's like
No,
the turquoise.
I like the one.
just-
I like the one with the path and with some flowers there.
Yeah. That one's very calming. This one, the color is too poisonous for me. Like too. It's that shade of green. Either way, we have a game here. Four lands.
I think now suddenly when he got
Yeah.
that second blue, suddenly it feels fine.
It doesn't feel like Václav is doing much of a, combo stuff. It feels more like...
Yeah, that has to be countered.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, that's the only counter he has. He has like Blue Blast, Replenish, and Light Diffuser.
You can Enlighten Tutor for... Oh, Jeff, that's a lot of survivals. That's...
No, I don't think.
What do you do now? You do
I
Enlighten
think
Tutor for another Seal of Cleansing? You replenish
You
the
can
first one
replenish.
back?
You can replenish.
Like, the question is, how bad is one turn where you let them do their thing?
I think now what I would do, you go for the blue enchantment, Parallax Tide.
Okay.
You take all his lands, then it will die. Then you play Replenish, and you can maybe draw something in the meantime. You can also destroy all his lands, and Replenish will bring you back the Seal of Cleansing.
Okay, I like that plan a lot. Yeah.
Because it progresses something.
Yeah.
If you just search for Seal of Cleansing, he has 4 cards or 5 cards in hand. How are you going to deal with
And you're
them?
just completely out of gas.
Yes.
Yeah, at that point.
It would obviously be great if he doesn't have a bird. That would feel very good for Václav, that you can just really shut down his mana.
Like the
But
Parallax
he-
Tide plan is okay. I would say that the decision is between Parallax Tide. Oh, if it's a foil Parallax Tide, then there's no
Yes.
okay. There's no
Right.
question.
Yes, we didn't need.
But but like Attunement gets you closer to going off, and like Parallax Tide is the more defensive play. So, but
you also have to expect you have 4 lands. Like next turn you're getting like he's doing it.
Yeah,
As
why
we
not?
said, yes.
Why not? Yeah.
What I was saying that if you let him be, if you go for Attunement, which is you're not stopping his game plan at
I know.
all. He's going for Avalanche Riders or something like that.
Okay.
And
Well, that's the question. How bad is one turn of letting him do his stuff for you? Like, what's the worst that can happen, right? If it's Avalanche Riders, maybe you can live with that.
Yes, you have Blue Blast, right? You would play the Enlight Tutor end of turn, then in your turn Attunement, you just keep Onantuko goes to the bin.
Huh, this is interesting. So
I think this is beautiful, actually.
Yeah.
I like it. I've never seen this
It's a
before.
very, very interesting game we have here. And the Replenish is ready to just...
And
Parallax Tide leaves your opponent's land untapped when it comes back. So you're going to give him a lot of, like...
survival activations.
Sure, yeah. Or Naturalize.
Yes, but he will lose those lands then again because actually in this game you can see he doesn't need to Seal of Cleansing the survival. He can just like destroy all his lands. And now he doesn't have to do anything. It depends if Marcin will play land. If he doesn't have land, I would not play it. Because if you play it, you lose it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he can destroy 5 lands.
Yeah. Okay. Elvish Lyrist. With Summoning Sickness, but still...
You got to love this format.
Yeah.
Like Elvish Lyrist. That's really blasphemy.
How do you go off with the Seal of Cleansing now, though? Weren't you supposed to, like, target one of your own lands before the end of your opponent's turn? Or you can do it again.
No,
you can like you're not in a hurry.
I don't think it stopped the plan.
Okay.
Because he got an extra turn now.
You're just gonna do it next turn. Like you could have done it on your turn already.
This is going to. He can obviously now. What can happen? He can destroy the Parallax Tide. He will get the lands back. He can do it now, but I think Václav has his protection with Blue Elemental Blast if that's enough. But in next turn he will cast a Replenish and destroy all his lands.
Okay. Does the Elvish Lyrist mess with that plan in any way?
I don't think so, because you just put everything on the stack and then you sack it with that.
Sure.
And if he does destroy it, there's no space where you can do anything.
Sure. Yeah, right. Because you're responding to your own spell, and
Yes,
if he's
you
responding
just
to
put
that,
everything
it
on the
doesn't
stack.
matter.
You target all his lands,
Right.
and you keep priority and destroy it with your own Seal of Cleansing.
All right. So we have a game here.
It's very interesting. What he can do is destroy it now, but he passed. Because he thinks he can maybe mess up with what his opponent is doing. Because I think what was a possibility is to destroy it now, get lands back, and try to search something like remove grave or do something of the sort.
What is Václav fishing for here?
I don't know.
We have his graveyard is one Seal of Cleansing, one. Is that it? Is there something else there?
There's
two
only
two self-cleansings?
I think there's only one seal of cleansing.
Yeah, because he countered the other survival, right? So
He's going to search something, but I don't think there's anything really
Can
anything
you
good. He
do
can go towards
attunement?
parallax. He can go for parallax wave in theory, but I think that does it.
it's a bit too slow, isn't it? And also it dies to Elvish
Yes, I think he whatever he will search, he will now draw, and then he will cast Replenish. There is no gap in between. There's nothing else.
I'm not a huge fan of that because that just doesn't get you anywhere. Like,
Yes, I think he will get attunement for the next turn.
yeah. And the question is if he can afford it. If he like that one turn that Martin's gonna get will be crucial, I think.
Yes. But remember, Marcin, he will get his turn without lands. He will not have lands.
If that depends on whether Václav pulls the trigger and goes off with a replenish, but goes off means returning 2 enchantments back.
Yes, but he has to do it because now he's returning all his lands.
Yeah.
He's getting now all the lands back.
Yeah. And we're the question is, how bad is that for you? What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, that's possibly true. Maybe
wanna-
he's doing it in the reverse order. But I would
if you wanted, if that was what your plan was all along, then maybe you could have done it the previous turn.
But I think the problem is if you go for attunement, then you're facing things with anger, and now he doesn't have board. And I would like to keep him. Like once you squeeze him, you don't want to let go. I guess. And if you let him go, and he will get like Blastoderm or something in play, there will be some pressure.
That's true.
It's certainly difficult. He's thinking, but I would. When you're casting Enlightened Tutor, I would think that you have thought it through.
Well, maybe you haven't come up with anything so you're just postponing.
Because I think sometimes you don't know, and you just go like Vampiric Tutor, Enlightened Tutor.
Maybe there's something good in there, right?
Yes, maybe there's something.
Yeah. So it seems like we're sticking to the attunement plan, and that is a dangerous. This is a very dangerous path.
Definitely,
to take. Yeah.
definitely. We've entered a slippery slope zone.
Yeah.
And,
shields are down.
This can go horribly wrong.
Let's see what's the worst or best for Martin that can happen. Okay, there's the anger.
That was, I think,
step
expected.
number 1. Yeah.
Yes.
Step number 2: discard anger. Search for. What are we searching? Deranged Hermit, Blastoderm. What's the biggest, baddest creature that he can hit?
I certainly want Avalanche Rider. If I'm Marcin,
Like
I would like
Avalanche.
Avalanche. I would like Avalanche Rider because he didn't make a land drop for 2 turns, Václav. So he doesn't have that.
Right.
He doesn't have extra land, and we talked about it. That Replenish needs 4 lands.
The problem is that if you go with Avalanche Riders, you cast them attack pass. Then your opponent draws a 3rd card, sacks Attunement, and you draw. You can still keep a land and replenish, right? Like you're not keeping him. What is
double
happening?
bolt.
So Václav goes down to 11. Is that the case? And now Marcin is gonna bash with Blastoderm, take him down to 5, and try to kill him next turn. I guess that's the plan.
Interesting.
That is. I mean, I don't mind. I like that.
Yes.
He's just like, okay, let's return Squee.
That's the thing. Had you gone for a Replenish plan, you would know he can't cast anything of size that matters.
I mean, you're completely out of gas at that point if you do that. Like you have nothing, and he has birds, Lyris, and survival.
And now he has haste Blastoderm.
I know.
Since days of
Yavimaya.
what was the name of the enchantment?
Fires of Yavimaya.
Fires of Yavimaya.
Yeah. So Blastoderm with haste is bad, right? Blastoderm without haste is 15. Blastoderm with haste is 20. So, okay, so that was the big turn that Marcin had. This is the big turn that Václav is going to have. Let's see if his big turn is better.
He's hoping to draw some big enchantments, and I see 3 lands.
That is bad. Yes. Because he would at least need Opalescence or some blockers.
He wanted something. Like something. Even if it was a second... I'm not sure if second Seal of Cleansing would have done it, but something. He wanted something.
You need to block the Blaster.
He will still discard Attunement. I hope he will. Because he will get it back with
He's discarding Replenish.
Oh,
Oh, he drew another one. Okay,
But I would.
that means that the tournament is still in your hand. But you're dead. Like there's nothing you can do. You
No.
play Replenish. You tap out, and you die. That's what happens. There's nothing in your graveyard. I don't think there's a way out of it, to be honest. You just like this is the point where you just like look through your graveyard, see there's nothing there, look into your hand, see there's nothing there either, and then you just like you can play it out.
But honestly, I think Václav was probably hoping for too much, because what was the what had you drawn? Like you had like 4 draws. What was it?
There's the handshake.
Yeah. So congratulations.
I would say that he was hoping for Opalescence.
Yes, but
Parallax
but that's not enough.
Opalescence Parallax died. Parallax Wave.
Yes,
sorry.
but that's too much. That's too much.
Okay.
Like, out of 4 draws
Man can
to
dream,
get 2
no?
particular. Yes, they can dream.
Okay.
They can dream. We'll get probably to the second to backup match, feature match. It's certainly a win for Marcin Kowalski. I think well played. He put his opponent under a lot of pressure. He didn't give him like time to durdle. Let's face it, Replenish is kind of a durdle deck.
You call it durdling. I call it going off.
Okay, well,
it depends on the result. If you don't get there, I'm okay with calling it durdling.
I'm not sure how you call it. Like, enlighten to end of turn, get a tournament, play it, return it, draw something, discard something. It's
And
not
then you
enough,
win.
so I'll have to do it again. It's kind of durdling.
It's like playing 3 enlightened tutors. Like none of those enlightened tutors was like bag breaking for the opponent. So it was always like reactive, or like going for the pieces but not quite getting there. So it's just -3 cards. And like I think it just shows what you said before. You know, the enlightened tutor is a dangerous card to play with. You just like voluntarily dig a hole where you're in card disadvantage, and then the question is like, how good is the thing that you're searching?
I remember it was played like in sideboards for like specific hate, especially against something like burn.
Silver bullets.
Yes, like against burn,
Yeah.
you get like circle of protection or warmth or something like that, and
Chill
that's
or warm.
Chill. That's really back breaking. So I can see that, but today I don't really see Enlightened Tutor as in some way good enough.
To be honest, I think is that because it's just part of it is also that Václav's deck didn't really operate the way you know he probably would have meant it. Yeah, so like if you're just missing that last Parallax wave or tide to go off, that's what you need then, and you have like 3 more of them in your deck.
Yes. I think I'm sorry. I don't want to be. I don't want to be too harsh on Enlightened Tutor. It certainly has a place in the format, but I think you have to be very cautious, very careful in know what you're wishing for, what you're putting in your deck, what your game plan should be.
You can search for Phyrex Infernus.
Yes, you get the
Doesn't that make Enlightened Tutor a little bit better at least?
I'd like to say you get the card back, but it's,
well, kinda. Yeah. So, all right. So it looks like we're gonna go for a break of 20. Was that 25? 20. It looked like 25 minutes.
25 minutes.
So we're gonna be back
For round 4.
For round 4, yeah, and some spicy feature matches, interviews with players, deck techs probably as well, and a lot of stuff going your way. So see you after the break.
So we leave you here and see you in about
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Again?
So welcome back
Hello everyone.
To our coverage of Prague Premodern Championship. Adam wants to have a little break, so we have I don't want to say replacement because he's unique and special in his own way. Petr Sochurek, welcome.
Hello,
Petr.
how's it going?
And Petr is. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Like you mean magic-wise or just in general?
Yeah, I think magic-wise.
I used to be a professional player. I won 4 GPs. I used to be platinum level pro, but
Doesn't exist anymore.
it doesn't exist anymore. I don't really play competitively that much anymore. And like Premodern is, go way back. I didn't really play with those cards, but I played a couple tournaments, so I think I'm gonna be able to commentate.
Yeah, don't worry. Nobody's questioning that. Don't worry. But do you think this is like? Do you feel that the fact that Premodern is not like that high level competitive? Do you think it's an upside or it's something that would put you off a bit?
Like if I was if I wanted to enter a tournament myself, or what do you mean?
Yes, I mean like now you don't play so much anymore. You don't do it for living, kind of. So is it like a good way how to enjoy the game that you love without feeling too much pressure?
I don't actually enjoy playing just for fun that much. Like the fun part comes in when I like really try to win and trying to get like a small edge in maybe like the 15 sideboard slot or whatever. So just like picking a random deck, playing a tournament, and then just losing because I didn't know the matchup or whatever. It doesn't really isn't really that much fun for me. But I can definitely see why other people like it. So.
Yes, because I think that's I think one of the big plus of generally Premodern is that just people know that they can just take their deck 6 months from now and they can still play it. They don't have to follow any huge like meta changes. Of course, even in Premodern, of course, you have meta game. That changes. It goes with the card affordability, but it's also like what people like to play. How you can, get an edge. You were talking about against them because obviously some decks have better and worse matchups against some other decks. And so I think that's definitely something with people usually when they have families. Of course, you still don't have families.
Is there an actual meta game in Premodern? Because I would just assume that everyone kind of plays the deck that they wanted to play, so there's gonna be a bunch of decks.
Yes.
But
that forms a meta game.
I mean, in a way, yes. But like when you say meta game, I imagine like 5 best decks, and everyone kind of plays one of those, and maybe you have a couple people with brews. But today it's a little bit different, right? How many people play the most played deck?
Burn 14.
14. That's quite a bit.
Out of 114 players, we have like 14 burn.
So it's like
decks,
10%.
Yes, it's more than that. But I think obviously partially it's that people have the deck. And a lot of people just have the deck, or it's their pet deck. It's the deck they always like to play. They always.
Is it actually good?
It's. I think it's pretty good. It's
good,
among. I would say it's tier 1. It's definitely high up there because if you have some bad draw, they just punish you very hard. And
I mean, that's how it goes with burn decks usually.
Sorry.
That's how it usually goes with burn decks.
It's very straightforward, and you know what you want to do. And of course, we had one burn match on the stream. It was unfortunately against Stiflenought, which was not so close because when you put 12-12 Trampota.
That seems pretty good against a deck with bunch of deal freeze.
Yeah, it was not. Yes, we were even discussing what if it's even an option to kill it with burn the 12-12.
Is there any like act of treason kind of effect in the format, or?
Well, you can play it. The card exists,
Okay.
but no, I haven't seen it almost in any deck.
Yeah, I mean, if Dreadnought is like a thing, I can definitely see playing that in the sideboard or something.
That's quite interesting idea. I'm not sure.
No
if
one thought of
people-
that.
Yes. The problem is that the Dreadnought deck is a deck that has counter spells, and
I mean,
sometimes you have problem resolving Swords of Plowshares.
Yeah.
So the idea that
makes
they
sense.
threaten, and the problem is that you give them the card back. You don't. You're probably asking too much to have a sec effect, right?
No, you just deal 8 with burn spells and then you kill them, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, that's the idea.
So we go to coverage, and we have
Parfait, I don't even know what
yes.
that
I
is.
will. Oh, I see.
Oh, I know this deck. Okay, I just didn't know that.
It's called Parfait.
That was the name of the deck. But
Wonderful. Yes. And we will just have to change the names of the players.
do we have deck list somewhere?
Yes, we do have deck list. You can find them here, but you don't know the names of the players, but we'll get them very soon.
Okay, so one of the players is playing the deck that you just talked about.
Yes,
Right.
I mention it because I think it's the strongest deck in the format. Oh, Jaromír. Jaromír turned to the dark side.
But the last time I talked to you, you told me that the best deck was elves.
Okay, I see. Okay. So it's Marc Vogt with Parfait and Jaromír with Stiflenought. Now it makes sense. Yes, I know Jaromír does play Stiflenought. I sold him one of them.
One of the
Dreadnoughts. So I think that will be the one that's going to kill Mark if there is one. And Marc Vogt, quite known legacy player, winner of Legacy GP.
Oh, really?
With Miracles, he's part of our cabal of like
Oh,
Miracles.
I probably know him.
Possibly, and he's playing Parfait, which is like his kind of feature deck. Which, as I said before, I don't think it should be. It should be allowed. I think it's too strong.
Is it like the deck with auto druids, mox, lentex?
Yes, and scroll rack
But
and counter spells.
Isn't Dreadnought more powerful than anything that you can find with Oath?
Well, first of all, you can kill Dreadnought, right? And second, whatever you can find, you have two creatures that Mark plays. He plays Phoenix, that for sacrifice you can deal 2 damage to all creatures,
Yeah.
and then he gets 7 mana white creature with first strike for 4 that gives you that much life that you have cards in graveyard. So it's plus 25 life.
I see. So
So
even
Dreadnought
takes some time to kill you.
Yes. My experience in this matchup, as I played it from Parfait side of things, like he played turn 1 Ivory Tower, and then you just play draw and go game. You gain life, and then they can't kill you in just a few swings, and that's probably how you win. You also play Swords to Plowshares. Now Mark has his Mox Diamond into Lentex. I think Jaromír will hate his life soon.
He even have multiple lentexes and scroller as well, so that seems like a perfect draw, right?
Yes, but Mark is playing Fetch Land. Now he's going to play Mox. He will discard Island. Now he will play Lentex. So he's playing it around days. That's important. And what's important? Jaromír will maybe think to play smartly, not to play second land. But Mark can fetch, not find, and he will still search his 3 lands.
Yeah, I was about to ask you whether you think it was right to play the fetch land or not, but because you can just take it and not search, then it makes sense to do it.
It's in some way a bait for your opponent to play badly. And at the same time, if your opponent goes for it and plays second land, then you just search anyway.
I mean, if he doesn't play land, that's probably even better, right? You just time block him and get the 3 lands anyway.
You kind of exactly, and then I think he has scroll rack as well, so he kind of has it all.
Yeah.
Right, that's what you want, like Mox Diamond, Lentex, scroll rack.
Yeah, he can actually go scroll rack plus counterspell next turn. So
and soon he will be drawing 4 cards a turn.
that seems pretty good.
Seems fair in the format without, yeah. Oh yeah. So he will now trigger.
Yeah, I think if I play the Premodern tournament, I would play this deck. This deck seems like fun.
I have to say I have fun playing it, but I on Wednesday one opponent conceded game 2 because he said, I don't like playing against this deck. I don't want to play it.
For some reason, I always thought that Lentex only searches for planes. I guess that's not the case.
No. It searches for basic land, which is incredible because you play exactly 1 plains and exactly 1 forest, but you can always. It's kind of a guarantee that you will always have it.
How many basics does the deck actually play?
10.
Okay, that's quite a bit.
Yes, but you must understand that you're not even putting those lands into play. You will putting them back to your library with scroll rack and drawing them again and again.
He even have two additional moxes in his hand, so he can actually have access to 5 mana this turn. That's
it's
crazy.
Incredible.
That's crazy.
It's broken, kind of. And what's even more broken is that even you have another land tax, which is usually not so good to have another land tax. It's so good in this deck because you just search 6. Right? You can also do, when you have, for example, last 3 basics in your deck, you just search 3, put them back, search them again, and put them back again if you have another scroll rack. Yes, and now he has it with counterspell backup.
So how do you actually win? You just play one of the crappy creatures that you mentioned before and you attack, or?
No, they concede. Honestly, That's how you win.
Okay, yeah, sure.
They
but,
concede.
but if they don't,
you typically like now there are like you can attack with that 4/4. You can kill him. You can attack with 2/2 flying Phoenix that can be sorted because you can always sack it, and for 3 red you can return it from your graveyard to your hand. So with these Moxes you can just always bring it back.
Yeah.
You have Armageddon. Many decks just concede to that. All these control blue decks, you just resolve Armageddon. You have 3 Moxes. They just concede.
So you basically just get to a point where they cannot do anything.
And what's kind of important, what these decks have, is that they have my favorite win con, Gas Blessing.
Oh, you just shuffle something.
You just shuffle back, so you can never deck yourself. By the way, this deck can't deck itself if you have Scroll Rack and any card in hand. Because if you have 1 card in hand and you have no card in upkeep, you just exchange it, but there's nothing to take. But you return back 1 card and you draw it.
I see.
And Gas Blessing, that's like ultimate dream of like greedy control players. Because you don't want to play win con because that's not a control card. That's a win con. But this is like control and also win con, and it draws a card.
Do people play that regularly, or is that just like kind of your thing?
No, I think that this is a deck that's up there. I think what's complicated about it is relatively expensive.
I don't mean the deck itself. I mean the Gas Blessing.
No, Gas Blessing is played quite a lot.
Oh, I see.
I think anything that plays Oath of Druids and even some like band controls that it just because that's really again blast from the past when you played like these. Oh, brilliant. When you play these kind of...
well, that's kind of cool against Lentex, I suppose, in a way.
Yes, but we should notice that Mark plays 4 Gush as well. So
Okay,
you think
sure.
you are smart, and then he plays Gush, and he's going to search anyway. And when he has such a superior mana, it doesn't look good for Jaromír. But Jaromír is going for it. He knows he doesn't have time. The longer the game goes, the worse for him.
Well, Mark currently actually doesn't have an answer. He's pretty likely to find some, but if he doesn't, maybe Jaromír can steal a game.
Yes, certainly. Oh, he has Seal of Cleansing. That's so dirty. But Jaromír has some protection. Jaromír has something. He does have foil. He has daze, and if Dreadnought will survive, and now this is a case I was talking with Adam last time. This is the best way how to do it now because it will phase out. Mm-hmm. So it won't be in play, and then he can protect it next turn with like even counterspell, right?
Oh, that's cute.
Yes, but obviously Mark will be trying to resolve Seal of Cleansing, and he has counterspell backup. So we'll see how it will go out. Maybe he won't search. Oh, he's going for this. Oh, that will probably be days.
Yeah, what do you think about like counterspelling here? Would you like wait to maybe go Seal of Cleansing plus counterspell and be able to pay for days, or what would you do?
Yeah, I think it probably. I think the problem I have here is that you are not triggering land tax. Now you're certainly not triggering land tax, so maybe I would just let it resolve. Also try to get it. Yeah.
Yeah. You also lost the shuffle effect.
Shuffle effect, and now he can't search, and he only has 2 cards in hand. And honestly, Scroll Rack is crazy if you have those cards. But if you don't, then he drew foil. Oh, that's not good enough. He doesn't have that extra card. He might lose. That's quite crazy considering the broken start he had.
Also, he was only phasing the Dreadnought out, so he like needed to play the Stifle as well. So he could have just counterspelled that instead of.
But considering Mark's luck, he will have now Swords to Plowshares there. What is the card? It's Island.
I don't think it's a Swords to Plowshares.
It can be altered. I don't know what is that card. We will see.
Yeah, so despite a crazy start, it's actually not looking that good for him here.
Yes. I really...
But wait, I think that if he foils him here, he doesn't have enough blue cards to stifle the Dreadnought, right? Or does he?
No. Dreadnought is fine. It phased out, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Because phasing doesn't put the trigger back on the stack.
Oh.
Because the phasing happens in untap step.
Sorry.
No,
I didn't know that. That makes more sense.
So we will see. I would really like to know, because that card looks like Pyroblast, but Mark doesn't have Pyroblast main deck. But I could not, I can't recognize the card he has in hand.
I mean, this is only gonna deal 12, so he has 1 additional draw step here.
Yes, but
What is it?
Oh, it's Swords to Plowshares.
Oh, it
Are you
is?
kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's...
Oh man.
I told you. It's just... Oh, I only have 2 cards. Oh, there is Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah,
For
of
sure.
course.
That's crazy.
Never didn't have it.
Yes, never didn't have it. Now what are you gonna do? Yeah. Now he needs to trigger that land text one more time, and it's that should.
So does the Stiflenought deck play like any other threats besides
I
Dreadnought?
think you can search Jaromir's deck. You can find that. I think he might have like meddling mage.
Where? Like here?
Here, Control F.
Oh.
Yes, but I think I'm afraid that once Mark will trigger land tax, it's kind of over.
Whatever.
Yes, I have to say I feel a little bit sorry for Jaromír because I think he played really well. He identified he doesn't have much time. He will just he did what he could, but I think now, and I'm afraid this is like typical Parfait. That's why people hate it. Apart from being broken, that now you're dead, but it will take like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Unless Jaromír will like identify.
This is my
and
favorite
concede.
part of Magic, when you're just like
When
when
you
you have
do-
it all and
Yes.
you're just enjoying yourself.
Yes, that's what I enjoyed in Legacy when I played Counterbalance top, and I had for 1 and 2 on top. I had like 3 forces and swords in hand.
You don't have to tell me. I was your opponent many times, and yeah.
But usually when I like my opponent, I told him, well, it's better to concede.
Yeah.
But when he was kind of mean, I was like, let's play it. I'm enjoying this. Yes.
I think you might be the person with the most draws out of like anyone that I know in the tournaments. It might not be the case anymore, but back in the day. All right, scroll right action.
Another Swords to Plowshares and Sylvan Library. It's what can you say?
So
Jaromír is fetching, and what is he doing? Does he want to stifle? No, he didn't find. Oh, ooh, Jaromír is not.
So Tomas, there's like a weird interaction between Sylvan Library and Skullrack, right? Because you can return, like if the library triggers, you can return the cards that you've drawn this turn, not just from the library. So you can like draw before.
No, I don't think that works because Skullrack doesn't draw.
Oh,
You put-
I see.
Yes, so I don't think that works. But there are some like weird interactions with Sylvan Library, maybe more than we would like.
Yeah, he just worded weirdly. Players are just going through the motion.
Oh, now he pays 8 life. He wouldn't be able to do it had the Dreadnought had at least 1 attack. But I think that this is it.
Yeah, this is just the point where the Jaromír should concede, right?
Yeah, probably. But Jaromír has Dreadnought, he has Counterspell, he has 2 Swords to Plowshares. Yes, but now he plays Duress. He'll take Counterspell. Jaromír doesn't have anything. I think it's probably time. Yes, now we should prepare some funny stories from our lives. Because
Go ahead.
this will probably take a long time. Yeah. But you see that of course the Parfait here there was a moment when it could die. And but he obviously, as we said, as I predicted, he had it. But now it will just take a very long time. Like Mark won't play second land. Jaromír won't play second land. Now he will be he'll be doing a lot of these moves.
Does he actually play Auto Druids? Because we didn't see
He
it
does.
yet.
He does. And there is also Armageddon, which obviously not the greatest against one land. But Armageddon is one of those sort of win cons that that just usually is concession. It's like destroy all lands, your opponent will concede.
So Tomas, I have a question. You said that this deck is the best deck, but the last time I talked to you, you said that Elves was the best.
Yes, elves are.
Did you change your mind?
I think it's very, very close. I think elves have a much more proactive game. I felt like I crushed everything with elves when I played them. but I think this deck, it's so hard to hate out this deck. While elves can be, there's more. It's simply easier to hate
You
them
just
out.
kill the creatures, right?
Well,
But
yes, you can.
In a way.
you can kill creatures, but elves struggle a little bit against Dreadnought. When you have it early,
Yeah.
it can kill, and you can't do any shenanigans with like Wirewood Symbiote Elf because it has trample.
yeah.
It kills you in 2 swings. So that's one thing, and another thing is that so that's kind of a little bit problematic for elves, and goblins can be a little bit painful for elves as well, because turn 1 goblin lucky, you don't really have a way how to
Interact with it.
well. Right, you can play your creature. They'll just play Mock Fanatic, kill it, swing, get like Siege King Commander or something like that, and you are probably going to lose. So, oh gosh, now he's going to. Yeah, I think.
Wait, CGN Commander is in Premodern?
Yes,
I didn't know that. I thought it was like one of the newer cards.
Oh, why do you think he has those cards? Do you think? Oh yeah, that's mana. That's mana from Gush. Okay. But now Jaromír, see that he is going to get those lands.
Do you think that he's maybe playing because he can actually kill super fast? So if he gets the game free with like 10 minutes on a clock,
That is true.
It's better for him.
It could be like that. That's a good point. I agree.
It's probably like that, right?
Yes. I had a similar game that I lost game 1 against Stiflenought. I won the game 2. Honestly, even had my opponent not conceded, I'm not sure if I was able. I had like Phoenix I had just very few ways how to really actually kill him.
Is there like any card in your sideboard that you can like board in to like kill your opponent faster?
Akroma.
I see.
There's Akroma and there's possibly Psychotalk.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yes.
that's a good way to.
Now your opponent is most likely to side out Swords to Plowshares. And Mark has a new tech that he's playing Meddling Mage in the sideboard, which against a deck that's only trying to kill you with 1 mana 12/12, and that's really the only way how he can kill you, realistically. It can be quite painful. But it obviously kind of ruins your Oath of Druids.
But I guess you can like auto druid into Meddling Mage, say like one of the counter spells, and then Swords to Plowshares or something. Like it can help a little bit, I guess.
Yes, it can. But certainly answering your question, this deck does play. Oh, he's good.
There it is.
Important.
Porten your opponent.
Yes. But I think you're right that Jaromír is probably going for this. He knows what he's doing.
Or maybe he doesn't know how the deck exactly works and he just wants to see more cards or something.
Yeah, but I think Jaromír, he's been playing Premodern for several years now. He was like a legacy regular, but then he had less.
Yeah, he's just like showing him, I have all these counter spells. Can you just concede? He does. Okay.
So that's how that when you were asking how this deck wins, that's how the deck wins. So Mark is leading 1-0. I think Jaromír has a mountain to climb, but you're right in the fact that he can kill him like turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
He can do that. He has also his counters and especially yes. Can we maybe see Jaromír's deck?
So I assume post board is going to get better for the control deck, right? Because the Dreadnought deck is not really going to improve that much.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know exactly, but that's what I would assume.
Yes. It's probably mostly like that, but we'll see what Jaromír can bring, what he can have, because I think quite important might be the Meddling Mage.
Maybe he has like some sort of naturalized effects or something.
I don't.
There has to be something like that.
I think there might be some kind of seal of cleansing, but I'm not sure. I guess we'll see it. We'll see it shortly. I would like to know how it can go. But the problem is that, for example, when I have Parfait and he's on Dreadnought, I know that if he doesn't have Dreadnought as like Meddling Mage, he plays Meddling Mage to name like Swords to Plowshares most of the time. Even if you just have Ivory Tower, you can just like you don't have to care about it too much. So what do we have here? There is certainly he's bringing Nullrot, that's for sure. He has Disenchant, Seal of Cleansing, Annul. All these will be very good cards. He definitely wants all of them. He doesn't want any of the Red Blasts. because I think Marc's deck has like 1 or 2 red cards, if any. And I don't think normally I would like Winter Orb, but not against deck that plays Gush and Mox Diamond.
The problem is that what do you take out? Like obviously you can take out like the Source Soup launchers, but besides that, I mean you can bring in some good cards, but like you're boarding out like what are you gonna board out, like Days, or you know every card just seems so important for the deck.
Yes, that's true. That's definitely a very hard thing to answer. I'm not sure if you can afford to side out some of the enablers, like maybe like one Stifle, one of the Charm.
Like I'm kind of thinking that maybe foil is a little bit versus post board because you're just like kind of trading resources, so you don't really want to freeform on yourself.
Could be. You can definitely, but I think foil plays an important role. Obviously, if Marc didn't have nuts, like he often does, like that foil would be like game winner, because there are only this many cards that you care about. But I agree with you that he can probably shave some foil or 2.
Yeah, like the problem is that
what is he bringing really? He's bringing like 4 cards, right? Honestly, I don't really know that thing Insight. That's something. It's some kind of a draw that you can play late game. I think it will be.
I mean, when in doubt, you can always cut an opt, right? I guess, but
Yes, but yeah, he will put out some of the Swords to Plowshares, and he's bringing like 5 cards. So 2 Swords to Plowshares, maybe 2 foil, and maybe 1 random.
yeah, maybe on a draw you can maybe cut like one of the islands, because against a deck with like Duresis and stuff, and especially when you're on a draw, you're just like kind of trading resources. Maybe cutting one of the lands is not that bad.
True. I think that's what people do less than they should.
It's just something that you don't really think about, right? But
yes, I found it out many. Yeah, so we can maybe go back to coverage. Okay, there we go. So we will see how this will play out, because I think Marc Vogt is perfect. I think because if there is some weakness of Parfait, is that it can stumble early. You know, you don't necessarily have it. You know, you don't necessarily have like Lentex.
You don't always have like the nut draw with Mox and Lentex, right?
Yes. Unless you are obviously certain. Obviously some players always do have it, but you can definitely stumble, and I think that's important thing to acknowledge, to understand, and so that's why they are obviously most vulnerable early. Okay, so we'll see. They have Swords to Plowshares.
So for example, here.
Oh, there is Pyroblast, so he does play. He does play, but see, there's no Lentex. Like even Lentex with Undiscovered Paradise, it's amazing. But now what does he have? What is the second card?
I don't know, but I see a gas busting in
it's
his hand.
Counterspell.
That card seems really bad in this matchup.
So it's Blessing, Counterspell, Gush, Swords to Plowshares, and now Pyroblast and Undiscovered Paradise. That's stinker a little bit. Like you have Pyroblast, so you have some interaction. Oh, he's already mulliganing.
You would board out gas busting in this matchup, right? It doesn't really seem like it's doing.
But it works with Oath of Druids, and he has to kill you with creatures. Oh, of course, Island of the Top.
Of course.
Never denied. It's Island. Interesting. Would you?
He could have played the other land to have a Pyroblast up, but then you just have to return it. I think I agree with playing the island, but I think it's
But what
close.
if he has it now?
Yeah, I think it's close. But he has a null as well.
Yes. It's
So
true.
then it makes sense.
That's true. He has a null. That's true. Yes. Now it's all.
And another land, of course. Fortunately, we don't have Volcanic Island in the format, so it's not as good, but it's still pretty good.
No, it's bad. This just doesn't look good, because already Marc has too many answers. And there's Ivory Tower, which I said I think.
That's how we drew it up.
Yes, he's not playing, but now he has a null. He has Pyroblast. He has Swords to Plowshares, and he has Counterspell. So it's.
Ivory Tower also seems kind of suspicious in this matchup because they're dealing 12, so like gaining a couple.
No. I
think it's good?
I think it's good.
All right.
I think it's good because the game typically goes long, and I often play it turn 1. Then we do this kind of a draw and go, and you're gaining life in the meantime all the time. And when they have just Meddling Mage, you can totally ignore it. it can't kill you. You know, if you have that, so you're really going for the long game. You know, so I think it's good.
But wouldn't you rather have like additional
And often
interaction and
by
stuff?
the time they resolve it, you just you have like 45 life.
Like my problem with it is that you can like, you know, mulligan and you have like all these 7 drops that you can cast in your deck. So you can have kind of a clunky draw if you have cards like that in your deck.
But you side, I think.
The creatures out.
Well, you have only 2 creatures, right? You only have 2 creatures if you don't bring any more in, right? So it's not going to happen too much that you will have like a lot of cards that you can't cast.
I mean, I'll take your word for it. I didn't play the deck, so...
Yes. I think the question is whether you will keep the Orthodox roots, which I think I would. Definitely there's the question, what are you going to cut?
Alright, let's see.
I wish it would be great if Jaromír wins this second game, which I don't think he will. And then we'll get a third game, so we can also check Marc's deck. But I think if Jaromír loses, we can have a look at it after the game. Yes, but this is like that's another strength I think of this Parfait, because some people
There it is.
Oh, meddling mage, but he is like
Doesn't even do anything.
he has Pyroblast. He like you ignore it. Exactly, that's it. You just play. I retire it. You don't have to do anything. You just always gain life, and then every time you need it, you just play one of Pyroblast that you had that he's not going to name, and you will have your Swords to Plowshares, because I think he's going to name Swords to Plowshares, probably.
These games are like kind of frustrating to watch because you just kind of know that Marc's gonna win, but you have to go through the motions. I feel kind of bad for Jaromír.
Oh, he brought in Meddling Mage as well.
To
So-
name the meddling mage, you know?
Can we see? Is it Swords to Plowshares? Or maybe Ortho? Oh, other thing could be Orthodox, but I'm afraid I can't read it. Yes. By the way, I see in the chat that somebody. I think Nullrod is pretty good against the deck because it shuts Mox Diamond.
And
That's
Scroll Rack,
important,
right?
and Scroll Rack. So basically, basically the engine of the deck is shut down. So I
That
think
seems
it's
pretty good to me.
And it's one card that shuts 8 cards. So it's all right. What did he name? Like 12-12. He put 12-12. So I guess that's Dreadnought.
Yeah, the games are gonna go so long that, you know, eventually they're gonna draw their Scroll Rack or Mox. So it kind of always trades at least for 1 card, sometimes more.
Yes.
So
Yes. Obviously, when you destroy the card, it's destroyed. That sounds good. But if you play something like like Nullrod, you are even shutting off all the other ones, and he needs to find answer. Of course, there's a disadvantage if he finds.
So would you attack with the meddling mage here to trade for the other meddling mage, or do you think it's
No,
better?
I don't think. I think it's playing for Marc because he's gaining life.
No, I'm saying like if you're Jaromír, do you attack?
Yeah, you do. You do, but what can you do? You're still.
No, I'm saying like if he attacks, he offers the trade. Maybe he doesn't want to do that. Like which meddling mage is more powerful? Do you know what I mean?
I do, but I think either way, it's not good for Jaromír.
No, I'm not denying that. I'm just asking whether you would like one of those things is better, right? That's what I'm asking about. I obviously understand that no, it doesn't really matter either way, but he has only 4 cards in his hand. Like this game is kind of over.
Yes. And you will see that it will just slowly pile up because simply after board you have more answers. So as you said, better for the control. But as simply that Ivory Tower does so much, and it's just going to get better and better and better, or he's just getting more and more life, you know. And exactly the other day when I was. So yes, so probably the first one was on Swords to Plowshares, and the second meddling mage is on Lentex. From Jaromír's side, when we couldn't read.
I think that At this point, I would probably just name Scrollrek and hope that my opponent kind of like floods out or something, because you're just so far behind that. I don't know. You kind of need to get lucky.
Yes.
And there is still an
Sylvan
Ivory.
Library.
It's
With
pretty much game over.
with Ivory Tower. I think you said it like 4 times already that it's a game over.
Because it's true. Yeah, Ivory Tower with a Sylvan Library does seem pretty appealing.
Especially when you were gaining life for some time.
I love Sylvan Library.
But yeah, I remember times when my opponent plays Sylvan Library and I didn't have Force of Will, I lost. But it's not like that anymore.
I think I would actually counter this.
You have so many cards.
Yeah, and like the only way Jaromír comes back is that if he just like chains a bunch of card draw and
This is interesting.
get
because
somewhere.
I think Mark was thinking about playing Pyroblast, but then he changed his mind because he wants to have an answer for the Meddling Mage. Right? Because if you have a Meddling Mage on Swords to Plowshares, then you don't really have answers for it. And I think from his latest version, Mark cut Ice Fire. So that was like one of those few answers that you had when a situation like that occurred. The problem is that how can Jaromír realistically win?
I don't think he can. Like obviously he doesn't know Mark's hand, so he's gonna play it out because you know
Yes.
he doesn't know. But because we obviously know it's over. But you're not gonna concede when you. Sorry, I already said it too many times. I'm gonna stop.
It's almost condescending. We have to. There's always hope. There's always some percent. It's
Look at his hand. He has like a Sylvan Library and like 6 answers or something.
But he can blank for the rest of the game. He can just straight draw just lands and Mox Diamonds.
Don't you still win with Sylvan Library if that happens? There it is.
Also, it's the style that you play always the most expensive version of the card.
Is it like really expensive?
I
This
think
one?
the Sylvan Library is probably very expensive. It's English from Legends. And yesterday I wanted to buy the Ivory Tower, this one, and it's 20 euros.
20 euros?
Oh, you can buy it for like €0.50. If you don't mind, it's like whatever, white bordered, or there is also new old design print.
I didn't know
With
you were an
different picture.
expert on a Ivory Tower, but you just keep talking about it. So
Well, I play it, so and I have mismatched Ivory Towers, which is something that it's something I don't like so much.
oh, there's a Psychotalk you talked about.
Oh, you forgot
That's so cool to see.
because then again, suddenly the game changes a lot. Maybe. Yeah, but I would like to know if he sided out the Oath of Druids.
Yeah, probably.
But Psychotalk can be also cool with Oath of Druid. Can be.
It's kind of nice of Mark that he's just gonna play Psychotalk and kill him instead of just
Yeah.
being here for 10 more turns.
Yes, but we will be here for 10 more turns. I'm sure you realize that. Even with the Psychotalk, because he will be attacking for 1 with the Psychotalk.
Yeah.
And now Jaromír there's no answer to the Psychotalk. He doesn't have answer in his deck. He would need to have 12/12.
It's kind of weird that he, let his Sylvan Library get countered last turn.
Could
Don't
be.
you
But
think?
maybe he didn't want to go like so much all in, but he would get so much back. Yes.
But you're not really going all in because you can still like swords the Dreadnought even if that happens, right? You just Pyroblast the Meddling Mage and then...
text.
Lendex Psychotalk also seems like a pretty good combo.
It seems like there are more synergies in this deck than we thought.
Yeah, Psychotalk actually seems kind of good. Why does the deck not play main deck? Are there like any versions which do?
Peter, please.
Sorry.
This deck plays Oath of Druids.
I know.
You can't play Psychotalk main deck. Doesn't
But-
make any sense.
But isn't Psychotic better than like anything like the other creatures?
Well, you have a creature that gives you 25 life,
I guess
and then
that's-
you have a creature that kills all board.
I guess that seems pretty good. Yeah.
Yes, so that's why I would.
I guess that answered my question.
But I think it's a great sideboard card because your opponent takes out a removal. But obviously, Psychotalk also dies to a lot of removal, and so it makes sense exactly like that. Your opponent has meddling mages. What can he do?
Yeah. Also, if you have like
You have your meddling mage on 12/12, so there's no way he can answer that meddling mage unless he gets into combat.
I like
So-
that he just like nugged him for extra one, just for value.
Yes, maybe at insult to injury. It's like you lost this game 10 minutes ago, but I'm sorry. I make same.
I have a bad influence on you, Tomas. I stopped saying it, and you started saying it yourself instead.
Oh, I will get in the chat. They already know me that I have to
Everyone
be
knows you.
always right.
Yeah, that's true.
Difficult to discuss.
I try to fight it like at the beginning, but I know you for way too long now, so I just kind of gave up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried to do better.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, but yeah. So now it's only going to get better for Mark. Like it was not already good
Do you
enough.
think he nags him for 2 again, or is it just gonna be 1 this time? No, he's going for the 2. 1 is way too little.
But I think Jaromír. I think Jaromír could have won the game 1 to give Mark a bit of a scare, and so we could enjoy game 3. That would probably look the same like game 2. Yes, but it would be very frustrating. That's why you see. That's why I play sometimes the Parfait, because imagine playing for Jaromír's deck. Now you play Impulse end of turn, and you're like, well, there's nothing. There's nothing I can find.
I find it kind of weird that Impulse isn't even like seeing play in Standard, but it's like good enough for Premodern. But I guess when you're playing combo deck, it's different.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's every format is a little bit different. I think in Standard you have the 4 mana instant that you can play from flashback, and you look at 4 and choose 2. So
Also, like the
it's
cards are like
1 mana more expensive divination that's instant, and you can play it from flashback. That seems is that in Standard?
Yeah. Also, like the cards are more like interchangeable, and you're just playing like mid-range mirrors, so Impulse isn't that good. But when you're like looking for a specific card like Dreadnought, it's
I don't think I'm not sure if Stasis could exist without Impulse, because you really need to find that card. Seal of Cleansing.
ooh. That seems really good against Psychotalk.
Stop it, please. Oh, we have from the chat that Impulse is played in Pioneer. Do you have any experience with Pioneer?
I do a little bit, but I don't actually recall people playing Impulse that much. They played in like the Lotus Field combo deck, I think, but besides that, no one really plays it that much.
But I think it's amazing. I love Impulse, and I love the old artwork, and I like that it has errata. Do you know that? Because if
I
you
didn't.
see these old Impulse, can we see the old Impulse from Visions?
For some reason, when I see the old art, the card just like strikes me as more powerful. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's more beautiful. It has some art power. Oh, now he destroyed the one that says "Swords to Plowshares," I think, or Lentex. But simply Impulse. The last sentence says, like, you look at the 4 cards, put one in your hand, the rest at the bottom of your library, then shuffle your library. That's what the card says, and it has errata for like more than 20 years, for sure, and it says that you don't shuffle.
So what's the difference? You put it on the bottom?
And then originally you shuffled your deck afterwards.
Oh, I see. So it's actually different, right?
Yes, but that's errata. So the last sentence is
Yeah,
not
yeah,
there.
I get it.
So yeah, so but because Impulse is the card that you cast it, and you are 5 cards closer to the card that you really want. But if you shuffle, then it was like,
Ooh. So it was a little bit worse before.
yes. See, so not everything in the past was better.
Most of the things were.
Yes, of course. 2004, it got its errata. So when I said more than 20 years, I'm sorry, it's 19 years.
Are we gonna see a concession after this dress?
You can be asking this question every turn.
still not quite lethal, right?
No, it's not. But still, it's just like this. I wish there was some way out.
Psychotalk is such a frustrating card. Like it just seems so big when you play it, and it's like one, then it just suddenly kills you.
Yes. But there's a reason why it was one of the most oppressive cards like there was. I remember like the finals of like.
By the way, I didn't actually play with the card myself. Isn't it better to like exile the cards immediately, because if they kill it, you kind of lost on the damage, or do you think it's better to wait and then kill them?
Usually the deck played like that they just did like 1 or 2 damage, and then they just killed you. But I remember.
But what's the upside of not dealing the damage immediately?
The upside is that you can play around like bolts.
Sure.
And you don't really want to be discarding cards from your hand. You only want to be discarding when you win.
I mean from the graveyard, because if they like kill it, then you just lost the damage.
But realistically, how many cards in the graveyard you have? 6, 7. So you want to save it, and they play lightning bolt because you need 4 cards in graveyard.
He's playing against a blue-white deck, right?
Oh yeah. Yes. But maybe he wants to have it like if he would double block.
Now I was just wondering about it, because anytime I see someone playing Psychotalk, they're just like dealing 1 and then like they just kill them in 1 swing. But I always thought, isn't it just better to like exile the cards from your graveyard in case they kill it? You just dealt extra damage. I don't know.
So we will see if he's. Oh no, maybe he's listening.
He was nagging for 2 the entire time. He knows what's up. It's not his first rodeo with Psychotalk, that's for sure.
Yes, yes. So he did 5 damage now. Yes, 5 damage and 4 answers in hand. And Lentex.
Finally, he got freed up after meddling with his skill.
And he's going to get 4 life because Undiscovered Paradise will come back. So it's just. There's seal of cleansing. Still hope. And Petr, would you like to come back to a life of professional player?
Well, I mean, I really enjoyed like traveling to all the tournaments and stuff, and I really like playing, but there was also like many things that I didn't like about it. Like
what?
Like when you had a tournament in front of yourself and you're like really needed to do well to like, you know, maybe at the end of the season when you needed like extra pro points to reach a certain level or something, that's actually really stressful because like your future life is gonna really depend on that. So it like stops being fun at that point. And that part I didn't really like that much.
Because honestly, that was for me was always the thing that totally put me off it. I didn't ever even consider it because I felt if you have to do it, if you, for example, if you have to play test like draft, or you know, or if you have to play test, yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah,
also, I didn't really like the social pressure because when like random people ask you what you're doing and you're just like playing Magic, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of awkward to answer these questions. But
so here we got a Parfait in its glory, and terror of Parfait.
A pretty convincing victory. I guess he got pretty lucky with like top deck in that sport game 1, but I guess if he like waited on that counter spell, he might have been able to win even without the swords. Because he would be able to pay for the days. He could have just gone seal plus counter spell and still pay for the days. Game 1.
Probably. Yes.
So,
but I think there was foil, right?
Yeah, but he needed to have 2 counter spells, so like you can just go seal counter spell.
Oh, there was Gorilla Shaman. He's showing. Would he side it in? Meddling Mage. This. He kept Armageddon. Honestly, that's surprising for me when you play against an opponent that has Gush and Daze. How many lands are you?
Maybe he just didn't have like enough cards to bring in, but it seems like he brought quite a bit.
But definitely, like Oath of Druids went out and the Oath creatures went out. Interesting is the Gorilla Shaman because for 3 mana, it can kill.
Dreadnought.
It can kill Dreadnought, so that's quite good. I like Gorilla Shaman, and he brought he brought extra Ivory Tower. What I like about Gorilla Shaman, it can kill Moxen, like for one mana. And
I mean, Gorilla Shaman seems amazing.
Yeah, and you can activate it the turn it comes into play, so that's great. So we saw like the sideboard. We could see probably the package of Oath package was sent out. Here is the deck. Yes. The Menace.
Can you see all the altars? Those altars are amazing. I love it.
Yes, they are. But it's a bit annoying for the commentator that he had the Swords to Plowshares, we still thought that Jaromír was going to take it, and then it's actually Swords to Plowshares. It's like when you have the proxy in your deck and you're like, oh, actually this card is Wrath of God. I forgot to tell you. So this Swords to Plowshares, you see all the cards. It's quite interesting. What I would like to point out, there are quite a few one-offs. And he doesn't play Enlightened Tutor. Like, this deck used to play Enlightened Tutor before it was really blue, but it switched to like Counterspells and Gush, and that's instead. Basically, Gush is like Enlightened Tutor, and just Gush is.
It seems
it's much more I don't want to say flexible because Enlightened Tutor can get you what you want, but it's just like a card you always want to cast. It's like it's just good, and it goes so well with land text, because in past this Parfait deck before it was blue, you had to play something like Zuran Orb to destroy your own land, so you could trigger land tech. You just daze him. You just gush him. I mean, this version doesn't play daze, but we see daze.
What do you think about playing 2 copies of Gas Blessing? Like, that strikes me like a card that you would play like, as a one-off.
No, Gas Blessing, that's a package. You always play 2 Gas Blessing with Oath of Druids. That's like kind of non-negotiable, because first, Gas Blessing triggers when it's milled, so you can use Oath all the time because you mill cards, but they go back to your library. That's one thing. And the second thing is that you can Gas Blessing your Gas Blessing back, and it's sort of a win con.
Oh, I see.
The weird win con. And it also protects you. Some people play it in Legacy as one-off, in like green decks, against like Painter, not to be milled. Because it protects you from milling. If it's milled, if your opponent like Millstone, whatever, Brain Freeze you, it goes from your library into your graveyard. You shuffle your graveyard back into your deck.
How often do you use it on your opponent? Like, are there like any graveyard strategies
we already saw this interaction today. I think it was round 2 when it was Reanimator versus Sneak Attack, and the Sneak Attack player just played it turn 2 on a fatty in a grave and shuffle it in his opponent, and you draw a card.
That's crazy.
Because Gas Blessing draws you a card. It's kind of a big deal. We have in the chat, the Punishes deal is huge against Parfait. That's true. It's certainly a deck that you would prefer not to face as a Parfait player. I played Rock player on Wednesday. He had 4 Punishes deal one game, and I still somehow managed to win. But it was a huge grind fest, and
Apple battle.
It was incredible. It was back and forth. My opponent made one big mistake. He played Pernicious Deed on empty board, and I killed with Ray of Revelation, which is the card you can see on the screen between Seal of Cleansing and Armageddon. So that's a cool card. It's also cool interaction.
But on the other hand, if you don't play, you can get counterspelled. So it's
I know, but
it's not like an obvious mistake. You know?
Yes, but I think you probably like keep up some of the discard that you have a lot, and just.
I'm just saying that it's not like.
Yeah. And but the problem is that the Rock player doesn't have anything against Armageddon. If you play Armageddon, you kill 8 of his lands, and the game's over.
Yeah, that's the life of a non-blue player right there.
Yes. And the worst thing is that he played Duress, discard the one-off main deck Armageddon, which I got back into my library with Gas Blessing.
And you drew it again.
And I drew it again like 10 turns later. So that's unfortunately, it's the life. What's interesting, there's Engineered Plague main deck, and there are 2 Engineered Plagues in the sideboard. That wouldn't be surprising, but Engineered Plague main deck, it's relatively surprising. There's no way how to find it. Usually you find it as one of in Enlightened Tutor decks.
That really shows you how powerful the elf deck has to be when he's playing main deck Engineered Plague, right?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, please can you say it again?
I said that really shows you how powerful the elf deck has to be when he's playing Engineered Plague.
I think it's pretty good against Goblins, because Goblins are very,
I mean, obviously.
very, but I just want to say they are very resilient. They have quite a few toughness 2 creatures, and they have a card that puts Goblins back into play. So I think that can be the reason as well. What I would also point out in the sideboard, we see not just the Psychotok that we saw online, but also Akroma, Angel of Wrath. That's like alternative way how to win, like non-grave win. That's between the 2 Ray of Revelations.
Yeah.
Psychotok. Interesting are the Meddling Mages and Gorilla Shaman. It's very interesting to have like quite a lot of creatures in the sideboard of Oath deck, because Oath is kind of restricting what you can do. You have Oath of Druids, Gas Blessing, you have to have that, and then there are some creatures you get out of it.
I mean, I guess the idea is that anytime you bring those creatures in, you just board the Oath out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course. And you see that Ancestors Chosen, I think that's the name, which is 7 mana creature, 4/4 first strike, gives you that many that many life points that you have cards in grave, and even if you mill Gas Blessing, you can trigger it in a way that it's good for you. So you get 25 life, and then you shuffle your graveyard back into your deck. So it's quite brutal. Okay, so I think that's what we have about this deck. Honestly, it would be surprising for me if we didn't see this deck in the top 8.
Yeah, this deck seems crazy powerful.
And here we have somebody in the chat who says how to attack Parfait. There are several angles. He said put on the pressure and play Tormund's Crypt. A great point. I think people don't do enough of that.
How about like some sort of like a Sultai deck with like counter spells and Pernicious Deeds and stuff? Does that exist?
No, that doesn't exist because it has horrible mana. Generally, 3 mana deck has bad mana unless you have whatever. For example, this deck is mainly blue-green, and it has like limited white. But you play Mox Diamond, land tax, and Undiscovered Paradise, and land tax can get you whatever you're missing if you get the white. And I agree that Tormund's Crypt can be pretty good because you play it for 0. If you see, there are not that many ways how to answer it. You have Seal of Cleansing main deck. That's it. There's no other way how to answer it main deck. And afterboard, they can have some more cards to it, but they can annul it. And they have Gorilla Shaman, and that's it. And I have to say, I was a bit worried when I first leave this deck. What if they put me under pressure? Something like Threshold. They play Tormund's Crypt, and I have my Oath. That should be like winning thing. But if I mill into Ancestor's Chosen, I mill 20 cards of my deck. He's going to remove it. I'm not getting any life, and I'm minus 20. Maybe there are some crucial cards in those 20 that I need to win the game, including Gas Blessing, for example. So I think
seems like a lot of things that has to go wrong, and you still have like counter spells and stuff.
And the Eternally Surprised also says that it's sometimes good if you rock deck, send back some lands. You don't have to play all the lands. Just keep some in your hand if in case of Armageddon.
Even if you do that, if they Armageddon and then you have like a bunch of Moxes in play, you're still screwed even if you have lands in your hand, right?
But I would say the Eternally Surprised, I don't see that many Yavimaya Elders in rock decks these days. Not many. There used to be 4 of, then 3 of, then like 2, then sometimes 1. I just don't see many. How many do you
card just isn't like that good, right? Like
Elder, we saw it also online today. I think it seems a bit slow, and if you play it like turn 2, turn 3, you need to have a way how to sack it. If you don't, they can sword it. You're not getting anything out of it. It always seems pretty good with like Cabal Therapy. Yeah. So that's it. I'm not sure if we're going to get the other. If we have another match, we don't. So that's end of round 4.
Thanks for watching.
We'll probably have a small break. Probably about.
We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yes.
Bye.
Co tam dává ta pauza?
Nevím.
Timer, pauza.
No, it's not it.
Já můžu
Do.
Hele, máme tam zatím...
Ne, tady, to je Martina vpravo, jasně.
Napravo je Martina.
Sorry. Jo. So, yeah.
Okay.
Number 5 of Czech Premodern Championship. It's me, Tomas Vlček, and Adam is back.
Hi.
And we have amazing. I mean, I can't be more excited about this match.
This is like if you are a director of this tournament, this is the plot twist that you just write down and then you have it executed.
Yes.
Yeah, because
let's face it, there are not that many women attending Magic tournaments, and we have 2 today, and one of them is here with her fiancé. They are going to get married next month in a church that's literally 1 minute from here,
yeah, just across the street,
around the corner.
Around the corner, yeah.
And they are paired for round number 5.
Yeah, and they're doing really well. They're one
Yes.
of I think Martina has 3 wins and a draw, and Michal is 3-1. So yeah, this is.
Yes. And I talked to them now, and they both said it's bad for them that the other one is the favorite. So Martina says,
okay, that's
yeah, you always say goblins have the upper hand, but then you always kill my goblin lucky turn 1 and so on. But I think it will be great. Martina plays what you Adam called like a more of a stock version with naturalize. That's like the main thing. Like a first card in the list, Goblin King. Just love it. Goblin King.
Yeah, just attack for lethal with Mountain Walk. Yeah.
Yes, yes, I think that's actually not something to be underestimated. Yes, the possibility of Mountain Walk. But I think card that's broken kind of for Michals is a Grim Lavamancer. Because that can totally control the game.
That one has to go. Yeah,
Yes.
it cannot stay in.
Martina is mulliganing. She shipped naturalized down to bottom. No surprise there.
Yeah.
And she's
Some
on the play.
targets, but all right, so let's see. Are we gonna say Goblin Lucky? This is unfortunately one of the matchups where Goblin Lucky on turn 1 on the play is not. It's not everything that the game is about.
No,
because there's about 25 different ways how Goblin Lucky can die.
Yes.
I think.
I think what's good about Goblin Lucky turn 1 is that Michal can't deploy Grim Lavamancer.
Sure.
Turn 1.
Yeah, or any creature for that matter.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
like you
yes.
can't
It's too
deploy
dangerous
creatures.
unless it's Mock Fanatic. Okay, so she has it. By the way, this is one of the terrors of Premodern. Turn 1, Goblin Lucky into Siege Game Commander.
Yeah,
It's probably a lot of decks they are really afraid of it.
Yeah, even against Burn it would be great, except for, like we already saw that was a shock.
That it just never happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can try to play Jackal Pup to block, but then you just risk jump.
But I have to say, I'm on team Martina's Mountains.
But they are. Is this like the remastered?
Okay.
Remaster. It's not the original Mirage.
Yeah,
so...
it's the original Mirage. Okay, fair enough. But we were just discussing before the stream. Well, they live together for quite some time. Do they have enough mountains?
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Maybe. Maybe like I can't say which set is the number one set that you take and which one is like the backup. Like, there were not enough unhinged mountains. I mean, so I had to take these.
Because one thing that I was always it's kind of my secret. I just can't stand mismatched basics. That's too much pain for me.
Have you talked to your shrink about it? Is it something that you're working on, or is it has it been addressed?
Yes, like when I play tested with Nikola, we had on coverage. I think it was turn 2 when he was showing all the different swarms.
Well,
I was trying to be positive about it, but
I think to be honest, on the other hand, like either you have all matching, or it's just chaos. Like wide bordered, old frame, new frame.
Wide bordered, and some people even like to play them upside down.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Would he saying that she just cast Mog Fanatic, so she can't attack with it? Although she would love that +2 trigger on the Goblin Pile Driver. So Pile Driver's attacking. I don't think you block.
No.
Makes no sense.
Well, I mean, you can try. You can trade it with Lucky. Why wouldn't you? It's just a 1/2.
Yes.
Like
Jackal Pup.
Oh, yeah, Jackal Pup. Yeah. Sorry. I mean Jackal Pup. Like you're losing the Lamancer to the Fanatic anyway.
Yes.
Why? I'm.
I don't know. On the other hand, I think you are trying to be the faster deck, right? As a bird,
so
you want to pressure more, and the fact that Martina didn't have another Goblin.
She can play the.
I think Goblin.
Right?
Martina's life is a bit more valuable.
Sure.
Than Michal's.
To be honest, like if she didn't play the Fanatic and just attacked, then I think you block because chances are she's gonna play more Goblins post combat, and then like suddenly next turn the Pile Driver is a bigger problem, right? But this way, maybe you like if you kind of can sense that she doesn't have another.
And since they know each other for 15 years.
Oh yeah, you can like the body language.
Yes, I think you already know.
Yeah. Okay.
What's going on?
Do you think they playtest together?
I'm sure.
Yeah?
I'm sure they do.
So Martina is a bit flooded, I think.
Yes.
She has like 5 lands.
No use for that wasteland.
No. Well, not yet. There's a Barbarian Ring, which Michal would be smart to kind of sandbag a little.
I think I like that Pile Driver to block. Like I think you want to keep it on a blocking duty because that means Mog Fanatic can't attack. Oh no. She attacks, and I think he's quite happy about it. But he's going to bolt it anyway.
Bolt it? Oh,
that's
nice.
Beautiful.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
Sure.
And I think that's honestly a misplay from Michal's side, I think, because you don't need it. 1 damage means nothing. Like, you can ignore it.
She should draw a card from that.
Yes, she should draw a card.
Can we just go and say that she should draw a card from Incinerator?
Yes. But I think beautiful play from Martina, and I think that can get her back into the game. Yeah,
especially with the fresh card that she draws. She might also want to it. Okay, we're gonna have it fixed in no time. Oh, maybe that's the card that she drew right now.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Now she should have 3 cards now, and she has another one. And I think we already found out it's pretty good against Mog Fanatics.
And she has Wasteland, so Wasteland can take care of that Barbarian Ring.
And I would start with that.
I would start with that as well. You don't want to get the Goblin first. So
okay,
what are we doing here? Okay.
But I remember when I started playing Magic, Mog Fanatic was one of the best creatures, one of the best drops. Put damage on the stack.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no 2 toughness creature was safe.
That hand looks...
2 Fire Blasts.
Yeah. Do you Fire Blast the Pile Driver here and just keep attacking?
Probably yes.
60 life.
Honestly,
And then Wasteland sets you back to one land.
that's a good question. But I think you. I mean, Martina has the top decks. She's the deck with the top decks. So I'm not so sure you want to do that.
Also, if you look at it, well, Michal only has three mountains, so he can't cast both Fire Blast yet. But theoretically, it's like 8, 10, 12 damage with the Barbarian Ring.
Oh, she's going
Okay,
for the motions.
she's going for it now. So maybe now is the time to pull the trigger and at least
Like I think
turn it into 2 damage.
He's probably going for it because you don't want to lose 2 damage.
Yeah, right. That would be just like now it's like a free card.
Isn't that now? It seems like you go Fire Blast face.
Fire Blast phase, Barbarian Ring, the
creature.
the creature.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I like that way. I like that.
But of course, if Martina follows with like Ringleader, something like that.
What can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? True. But I think she drew the Sharpshooter. Oh, he's going to sacrifice. But he needs to sacrifice 2. That's a lot. I don't think you can do that.
No.
Like, to completely destroy your board presence,
Yeah.
you can't afford it. Even if you are just jumping and shooting for 1,
Right.
you want them.
Like, I still think you want to Fire Blast the face because 4 damage is so much. Mm-hmm. And, like, Fire Blasting lucky, then what do you do with the ring, right? Mm-hmm. So...
Yeah, I think yes. So you do.
I will see. I mean, Michal is a much more experienced Burn player. Like, Tomas admitted to only playing Burn once in his life.
And by accident.
By accident, yeah.
He said resolve. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
We'll see if that will. Oh, and Martina is attacking. We'll see if that will haunt Michal losing that 2 damage.
Yeah. We're gonna like virtually subtract 2 from Martina's life, and at the end of the game.
Yes, and she didn't play the Sharpshooter.
Okay, interesting. I mean, you play it, you just lose it to Fanatic, so.
Yes.
But I mean, at least it doesn't attack you.
But honestly, I would prefer to have that 1/2 blocking.
Yeah, like sure. This is a race that you're not winning so far, and also you're playing against Burn decks. So
yes, and he already has like 11 damage, 11, 12, 13 damage. Mm-hmm. So if he draws mountain, if he draws mountain, it's 1 off.
Or if you sacrifice the Barbarian Ring, you know.
But Martina is just so unlucky.
Yeah, she's just drawing a bunch of lands.
Yes, what a shame.
Yeah. She like at this point you don't even want to sacrifice those fetch lands because it's like 1/3 of a lightning bolt. You just give. Okay, so here comes the Sharpshooter. All right. I would expect it. Oh, there's an attack. Don't do it. Don't attack. I know it's hard to resist.
Yes, but because that's what she's used to. Right?
I know.
She's the aggressive player.
Yeah.
But it's the famous article like control aggro.
Who's the control?
Who's the control?
Every matchup you need to know who's the control. Yeah. Lava Dart. Oof.
Yes, I think.
Is it enough? Like you Lava Dart the Sharpshooter. Yes. You swing. No, it's still not enough. We still don't have the last mountain for the Fire Blast.
Yes.
But like for Michal, the good thing is either he draws a mountain and he wins, or he draws a spell and he wins anyway. So
that's that's I already thought about it. And
this is the game that you want to have. Yeah. So Sharpshooter down, swing for 2, go down to 9. I have a very hard time imagining Martina coming back. Like she would have to draw something like Siege Gang Commander, and Martin would have to just draw blanks.
But what is blank?
Yeah, right. Like
Goblin Patrol is blank.
Anything
kind
in
of.
this deck that doesn't do damage?
Well, some creatures like Jackal Pup or Goblin. Like you can control those. Like all creature source damage that is not Fanatic.
Okay. So here we have a Incinerator as a
creature.
As a creature, yeah.
Amazing. I don't know. I would probably cycle it. I know I'm just probably too greedy, but you want to draw into something because this is still not winning you the game.
Yeah.
But this is the Goblin. Speaking of Goblin Patrol,
that's the one that we talked about. Yeah.
That's not a blank, but it's it's closest to blank what Martina can hope for at this situation.
And when Goblin Patrol is the closest you can get to a blank, then that's just a bit scary.
Yes, but I would probably cycle it honestly, and it's interesting how those fetch lands kind of hurt her. If she gets in a situation that she needs to crack them, it can be deciding damage.
Yeah, it's gonna be the last thing that she does in the game, basically. So, still, we hear from Goblins. Oh, that's just a blank. That is
No.
the blankest blank that I've seen.
He played Echo.
It's just another. Did we just talk about like him drawing infinite Goblin Patrols to lose the game? Is that really happening? How did you do that?
Now it's just like checking like what is closest to, because he has so much obviously.
Okay, well, if he runs out of Goblin Patrols, what's the closest to a blank after that? Jackal Pup. Okay,
but I think then he will go so wide that it's going to take over, because
that's when Martina needs the Siege Gang Commander, and she needs a crack a land to
one.
Just one.
Like Siege Gang Commander would be brutal.
Yeah,
like
but
imagine
it's still
3
not
turns
bad.
ago,
Yeah.
Siege Gang Commander.
Or Goblin Matron for Siege Gang Commander, or Ringleader for Siege Gang Commander. It just shows that Goblins can really like rebuild to a board position out of nowhere. If you have 4 Matrons and 3 Siege Gang Commanders, basically meaning you have like 7 ultimate cards in the late game.
I always found weird that you won Wrath of God against them, but at the same time he can kill you next turn after you cast Wrath of God.
Right.
Oh, he's attacking.
Okay, so we have a pretty ambitious attack here. So the Pile Driver can safely block one of the Fanatics.
For sure. And then you have to block, you blocking for
the
sure.
patrol.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes,
So
like this.
That block I can get
I
behind.
agree with Martina's thing.
So what's happening next?
He can deal damage.
You mean on the stack?
No.
Oh, otherwise you want to do something before.
Yeah, that's true. He can either he has to think whether he wants to destroy the pile driver, or if it's not worth it anymore.
Yeah, I don't think you care about the Pile Driver.
But if you do, you have to sack both goblins, and I don't think that's worth it.
Or you play the Lava Dart, but then you're like instead of 3 months.
I think you sack it and you target face.
So Martina goes to 8, then she goes to 7, then Gem Palm Incinerator dies.
Yes.
Okay.
And now
if Michal didn't have 2 Fire Blasts in his hand, Martina would be quite safe.
Yes. Or if she played Cabal Therapy.
Ooh.
No, this is just too much.
Come on.
And I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. How many lands do you play?
He can still forget Echo. He's too experienced.
There we go.
Oh,
That's the mountain, and that's it, right?
Yes, he's
Something I'm
counting.
missing?
He's counting.
Doing the math. Attack first. Come on, you can just play the Fire Blast. Just show her.
Yes.
What are you doing, Michal?
Taunting her.
Stop doing that. Come on. She has no cards in hand. She knows you're playing 2 Fire Blasts.
And I like how she goes, even she's like on the ropes and she's going for the value.
Sure, why not? Why not here? That's okay, so that's 7 minus, sure. Okay, so
good.
Yeah, alright. On to sideboards. What do we have in the sideboards?
Well, in the yes. What is I don't even know what's Flaring Pain.
That's something that says damage can't be prevented.
Okay, so that's probably not relevant.
That's like Circle of Protection. Yeah.
You know, it's yes.
We have it.
Okay, so that doesn't do...
Solitary Confinement, Circle of Protection, you know.
Yes. So basically both of them have Pyrokinesis. And they are both going to bring Pyrokinesis, and that's about it.
Does it mean that Michal should take his creatures out, at least Jackal Pups? Or...
I think
who's the control? We mentioned that's it's an important question. So,
by the way, next month that will mean 6 Pyrokinesis in the family. And possibly they even have more.
I think they multiply.
Yes, they both have 3. I think they both. Yeah, it's a good question. I have to say,
Sure, yeah. It's Goblins versus... There's Reckless Abandon that Michal is thinking about taking out of the deck, but not really.
Yes. This is Martina's deck. I think not much to talk about. She's bringing 3 pyrokinesis. Yeah. Probably for... What are you taking out? I kind of don't like the sharpshooter, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the prospector.
It's a 1-drop. Yes. Sometimes you just want a blocker for your opponent's jackal.
I think she actually takes out naturalizes. That's easy. 3 naturalize for 3 pyrokinesis.
Like if the burn deck is the control deck, then how do you control the board with Curse Scroll, right? Like there's not a lot of card advantage sources.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And is there a goblin that can destroy artifacts?
There is the one that you sacrifice him. Does she play that goblin?
I don't.
Let's see. It's the Goblin Tinkerer should be.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
No.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it in the deck. I didn't see it in the picture.
Yeah. But like you really don't want a naturalized just like somewhere where every card matters and suddenly you have naturalized. So, but interesting. So we don't have. Okay, so this is Michal's deck. He has pyrokinesis.
It's interesting. He only plays 8 mountains and 4 fire blast. I mean,
but the 8 mountains are also with 8 fetch lands. So.
Yeah, no. But I'm saying it's kind of funny if you want to cast all your fire blasts for us.
So like what you're saying is if you want to cast all of them, then you're just out of mountains for forever.
And lava dart.
And lava dart.
You can't even cast all your cards. But I think that he was taking out that Reckless Abandon because maybe he's putting down on a number of creatures.
Maybe.
I think Jackal Pup.
Then again, you only have 3 cards to board in. So,
but you only really have 3 cards to board in. There's nothing else. But you want pyrokinesis. I think that for sure.
No, that's if you could play 6 of those, you would play 6 of those happily. Maybe even more. Yes. Maybe you would play like 9-ish.
9. So they would have 18.
Probably.
That's not.
Yeah. With just more pyrokinesis than mountains.
Just not multiplies. Okay. Well, I think. What is the worst card there is? I think actually that Lava Dart is pretty good because it kills 2 goblins. It's quite good. I think Jackal Pup. Maybe the Patrol.
It's interesting that Michal only plays 2 Incinerates, if I'm not mistaken. Like we have Shocks and Seals of Fires, but only 2 Incinerates.
Interesting because so is Shock better than Incinerate?
I would say no. It's like 1/3 worse.
Yes,
but then again, like the 2 of us combined have played like maybe 3 tournaments with Burn lifetime, and 66% of those were mine probably. Okay, but anyway, we're in game 2.
Game 2. Michal has like everything he could ever ask for.
It's a solid hand. Yeah,
it's a great hand unless he's going to whatever flat or. He's doing pretty well.
But you see that he has Shock, Seal of Fire. Those 2 are just 4 damage combined. Like
that is true, but Martina started unfortunately with Carpal Sunforest and she already did 2 damage. And I'm afraid every turn I think that will be probably like a Fire Blast.
Yeah. Okay.
In this
it's gonna add up.
Yes.
She needs to draw a mountain fast.
I think she will probably attack, then she will probably sacrifice the Mock Fanatic, and then she will play what she actually wants to.
Okay, play. Let's see. So Fanatic attacks. Is it going to be 2 Fanatics killing each other?
I think so.
I mean, what else? Like Michal has a Lava Monster, so clearly, he would prefer that Fanatic not to be there. So it makes sense.
It's like Kamikaze hitting Kamikaze.
Ping? Oh, that was a block. That was not.
Yeah, that was block. Okay. But it makes sense.
Sure. No, of course. It's just like the hand movement looked a little.
But Martina is on 17.
Okay.
She's on 17.
So that's a free Incinerate already. But that's a lot of burn in.
But I think that
another Fanatic.
Another Fanatic. Oh, that's brutal. Because that Fanatic, for example, if he only has 1 mountain and a Fanatic, that stops. What's happening here? Yeah.
You can block the Fanatic, ping the Lackey.
Yes, I like Lackey. It's such a beautiful card, but it just never stays very long on board.
Because the opponent scoops. When you attack, you put Siege King Commander.
They just always kill it. Poor little boy. Poor little green boy.
Kill it with fire. Okay.
They told him, his mama always told him, never play with fire.
So, do you play Shock or Seal of Fire? Like, clearly you don't want to play the Lava Monster, because...
Oh, no.
Okay, so you wait. Sure, why not?
I think
Is
it
that
almost doesn't matter.
Wasteland, that's not a mountain.
I think it almost does not matter, but I'd probably play Seal of Fire.
Hmm.
And have Shock for later. Because you kind of want to spend your mana. That's the
But
advantage.
you're
That's
sure,
the advantage
okay,
of Seal
yeah.
of Fire.
You're... Okay, wow, okay,
no.
that's not
No,
going
that's
very
not.
well, I
That's not
think.
going to work.
That was not very efficient, I would say.
But she has a Matron, at least.
And a natural
That's
ice.
good. Yes, that's
she can
good.
kill the Seal of Fire with a natural ice.
No, but
Or
you
maybe
still
I
used to that.
know.
I'm sorry. I thought you were serious
Never
for a
mind,
moment.
never mind.
But it's
Matron.
a 4th damage she took of her
Yeah.
own
It's a
lands.
free Fire Blast already.
Yes.
Like, being a burn player, this must feel like I don't know, like heaven.
Yes. And it's interesting is that he doesn't play Price of Progress.
In the main deck, in the sideboard,
In
nowhere?
75.
Interesting.
No Price of Progress. Interesting. But I think
That's
that's
because he plays too many fetch lands, so he would deal too much damage to himself, you know. So
No, but I think it's certain choice you make. Some people play 4, some people play 2, some people only play it in the sideboard. But I think it's a card that's either a stinker or really like
Sure.
a bomb.
well,
right?
let's jam those in the board. That's what the sideboards are for, no?
Yes, but
Maybe.
you're trying to jam like for about 20 decks. And you have 15 slots. So,
Yeah. So is there a goblin that gains you life?
no.
That's no. Okay. What's the next best thing?
I mean, I don't want. Yeah.
That one, sure.
I
But
would- I
it's
would get-
double red, so
Well,
it's not easy to cast it right now with the double card.
Personally, I would get a goblin that gets you some more goblins. So I know I'm not sure if she has another land, but I would go for like a ringleader.
That sounds
Just
that
to, just
sounds
because
about right,
because at some point he will have to burn you and not the creatures anymore. Because
Yeah.
my experience always was that when burn is hitting your creatures, like when there was Death Ride Shaman legal in Legacy, you play Death Ride Shaman, they had to kill it. You play another Death Ride Shaman, they had to kill it, and suddenly you're on 18 life.
Yeah, and they
they
have
already
like
played
cards
two
in
lightning
hand. Yeah,
bolts.
yeah, right. Yeah.
So that's something what I would like.
Okay, so maybe.
Please. That was ringleader. That was ringleader.
Does she have a fourth land though? I don't think she does.
I don't know.
She's
if
like
she-
Carplusen first.
Yes. She could
War
keep it.
Chief. Okay.
It's also double red.
Yeah, you have to shock yourself for that.
But she has the old Carpal Forest, and she I think has all the proper versions of the goblins.
So
Shout out.
she has your respect. Bolt to the face.
Yeah.
That does not signal a long game. Reckless Abaddon.
But it's interesting that Michal started with Grim Lava Monster in hand in his opener, and he has not cast it yet.
It's just now's the time. Now's the time.
But,
yeah.
but of course the mock fanatics were like, and that's I think is a shame that she kind of threw away her mock fanatic because that could at least check on this card.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so interestingly, we're not playing the Seal of Fire yet. How much damage does Michal have? So he has 3, 7. That's very fast shuffling. 7, 9, 11 damage. So he's like one.
I think the Reckless Abandon is for 4.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it's
that's right.
11.
So he's like one Lava Monster activation or one Goblin War Chief at this point away from lethal.
Yes.
Yeah, here we go. 11. Yeah. That's just so painful to watch. Like a Goblin deck.
I have to say, I almost feel like I would mulligan it. Like you at least won one mountain.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so that's basically a shock that dealt 2 to Martina because she had to pay 2 life, and then it killed the.
Yes, it's like a shock that draws you a card.
Yeah, like Searing Blaze or deal
Yes,
3
for 1
life.
red, deal 2 damage, draw a card.
Yeah.
I'd play that.
11 life, so that would be. Now it's
There's
just
Incinerate.
it's just a question of like having enough time.
Michal, you're not
to
supposed to
get
draw
it.
Incinerate, you only play 2. Yeah, it's like 2 turns
3,
and that's it.
7. I guess you just wait, shoot end of turn, like.
Yeah,
and then,
he's really only. All
right.
He just doesn't have enough mana, but I think the writing is on the wall.
I agree. Yeah, he's on 19. There's no way. This game's over, unfortunately.
Beautiful Matron. She
Yeah.
cares.
Yeah. Pile driver. A decent card in theory, but
Yes.
not now.
Do you always forget it has protection from blue?
I'm not sure because I'm not usually on like the receiving.
He's shooting.
Okay.
He's playing with her.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
But like seriously, there's no way he's
Maybe I
losing this
shouldn't
game.
use these expressions, but
Okay. 7.
It's over.
Yeah, I mean he has the lethal. What is there something for 1 mana that she can? Because
He's
now
probably lethal like 2 times over. Almost.
Yeah, but now you can't. Now you don't have enough mana. So
Yeah,
it's
but-
not, no. You can attack for 1. She goes to 6. Then you play Seal of Fire, Reckless Abandon. Good game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's nothing for 1 mana that can stop you. I don't think. So we're gonna see the Seal of Fire win. Okay. Yeah, when the burn player is sacrificing Grim Lava Monster to Reckless Abandon, you know it's over. Okay. All right.
Wonderful.
Okay. So.
Will we have them for a
Yeah,
little interview?
it looks like there's an interview coming shortly. Was this representative of what a Goblins versus Burn matchup usually looks like?
Yes. Yes. I think Martina was very unlucky. I think she didn't put enough pressure because I think what you want to do is to put on pressure, force him to shoot your creatures.
Right?
And
Right.
just
Yeah,
and come bring with more creatures like
That's right, that's
ringleader,
right, yeah.
attack. Put some more creatures, a pile driver. This creature because she only had pile driver with no other creature to attack with. So
Not
that
good when it's
it was
attacking
just too
alone.
slow, and then Burn was the control. And she's trying to be aggro, drawing a land a turn for like 5 turns or something. It was just
Yeah, that's true. Now, like first game, I think could have gone the other way if she drew a business spell.
nice.
And second game, yeah, the Carpels and first were just.
But she
brutal.
could really she could draw like Siege Game Commander, Ringleader. She could draw
Yeah,
Matron into one of those cards. It's
Yeah.
It feels unlucky. And this last game, I think she only had a mountain.
Would she have won the game if one of the Carpels and Forest was a mountain?
I think, and if she did not sacrifice the Mock Fanatic.
Sure, that was.
I think
Could
it
have
could be
been-
better,
yeah,
but
right.
yeah, but again, it's very difficult. She just took some 5 damage.
At least
I think so. I
5,
think it was
maybe
3
more.
damage turn 2.
It was like 2 Fanatics, Lackey,
and the 2 red.
War Chief,
Yes.
and Pile Driver as well. Was there
Correct.
Pile Driver? Yeah, there was
6
because
damage.
Michal was shooting at the end.
You can never win that.
No, it's like you don't want to start against Burn on 14 life. Yeah.
You don't.
So yeah, and that was the Burn player extraordinaire, Jana Gabriel. Who's you come say hi. The stream would not be here without him today.
Yes.
He's the most important person in the room.
Exactly.
Even though you don't see him.
And if there's any technical difficulty, it's not our fault.
That went from like being very important to like being the scapegoat really fast.
Lovely of you to say it after I'm out of the picture.
No, he can hear us.
How do you compliment someone and offend him by like 10 seconds apart?
Yes. I remember I went to one like a little theater, and there was like some Australian couple, and they were trying to help you how to like with pickup lines, and they were like, it's good to give a pickup line that's also like an insult.
Sure.
It's
Yeah.
like nice wig.
A nice week. That sounds good. I can hear some voices from the hallway, which means we are about to have some visitors. You can see the 2 chairs here, ready for the interview. Yeah, we're gonna do a debrief of
I'm not
the
sure
match.
if Chad has any questions, Martina and Michal.
Yeah. And we should probably not rub it in too much. Let's be nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
We're gonna be the 2 good cops, not like a good cop and a bad cop.
Yes, maybe we can ask. I'm just wondering who's the better loser.
Okay, sure. Like
that's
one of you a sore loser by any chance?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Welcome. Please
Have a seat.
if you can. Please do sit here. Chceš mimo?
Yeah. Přesunu se. Okay.
So thank you. It was very interesting. How did you enjoy? Did you enjoy your game? we were only wondering actually who's the sore loser of you two. or you just take
Maybe
it
maybe neither.
Well, if we will talk about like testing for this action, well, I started like 2:15, so I was losing every single game during testing past last week.
Oh, you like 2
2-15.
wins, 15 losses against
BO2.
Stern. Okay,
Quite
okay.
incredible. So you just you got your revenge
Yeah,
for all the abuse.
yeah.
You know,
That was
you-
all the luck pool,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
because
I was building the luck pool
yeah.
and it came up.
I think it was just you were just so unlucky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
game
that's-
1 was
we were
terrible.
thinking like anything ringleader, siege game commander,
There was a
like
lot of
Matron.
outs,
There
yeah.
was just so many draws. I also thought that like your life points are more valuable than his.
Sure.
So maybe keeping the 1-2 against the Mock Fanatics, you realized that then you
Yeah,
kept blocking.
I know that there was a misplay, but well,
Yes,
there wasn't much to do.
and when we think about the second game, like, did you think about mulliganing the hand, considering that you will take? We counted. You took 6 damage.
Yeah, but like again, you can draw a mountain at any point, and like you're good. But like, is it worth it? Yeah, it was a very interesting keep.
I'm not
decision.
saying it was incorrect. All I'm saying is like, did you think about it that it's maybe a mulligan?
I thought about it quite hard, actually, because it was very risky. But well, I got 2 mock fanatics on hand, so I was thinking that maybe I could get ahead with those 2 against Lavamancers.
Because you put some pressure on Michal, because we were saying he had Grim Lavamancer in his opener, and he cast it turn 3.
You could never cast it.
You
with
could
the-
never really
yeah,
cast
yeah,
it because
yeah.
you always
It
had
worked out
it.
pretty well.
And then I think probably you were just when you had Mock Fanatic and Lucky, you just
There was a big mistake. I think I should have just attacked.
you just attack
Yeah.
because you would have to sack it.
Yeah, I know.
anyway,
I know.
so.
Well,
No, that's okay. It's fine.
Playing on camera, there's pressure. I know it. It's
because we were nervous whether you have enough pyrokinesis and mountains at
Like
home.
honestly, I felt like we are playing in a kitchen.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's some sort of a kitchen there, isn't it?
Yeah,
In-
that's kind of-
in-
Do you play a lot of Magic, like at home? I mean, do you play test? Do you do?
Yeah.
Is it It's pre-modern or?
what's a lot?
What's
Like,
allowed? Yeah.
That is a good question. Yeah, because it's different for different people.
Like,
Like not daily.
once, twice a week.
Yeah.
Okay, and is your we just if it's okay, we announce that you're going to get married next
Yes.
month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody
And
knows.
we're wondering, is there any magic theme to that wedding or any basic mountain?
No.
No, because sadly, nobody from our like social bubble, nobody would get it. So it would be just for us, and it's not worth it. We can have it at home.
Yes, of course. Of course.
It's nice that you picked the place right next to a Magic the Gathering tournament venue.
Yes.
It shows a lot. I think.
Actually,
Gonna have to say
we
that.
know the place of the wedding before Nationals was announced. So.
Okay. All right.
But we are in actually a very nice part of Prague. It's just off the old town, and originally it was a 12th century settlement of German like merchants, you know, who lived here. So that's kind of interesting. So this is quite ancient. Actually, the house we are in is from 70s. You know, start being in the 70s. But this whole neighborhood is actually very old, like 12th, 13th century.
If you were wondering what Tomas' job is, he's a history teacher, and now you know.
Yes, I was trying to squeeze just like these 2 sentences in.
To like
but
educate people a little bit.
it's,
It's a mission. It's a mission. I appreciate it.
It's quite interesting, and actually, how Michal, said hello this morning was like, "Do you know who got married in that church over there?" And I was like, "Yeah, Antonín Dvořák." You're right. Yes.
All right.
Maybe we'll play some Antonín Dvořák during the break
We can jam in a little bit of Novosibirsk
from the New World Symphony.
Yeah,
Yes.
My favorite.
Wonderful.
Yeah?
Wonderful. So thank you to Michal and Martina. I hope you
Yeah.
have a lot of fun. I hope you will make top 8, win the mocks,
Yeah.
and then marry Martina,
Yeah.
and you will both have half.
Oh, you could
Amazing.
give it
Amazing
as a wedding gift, you know.
As a wedding gift.
Yeah.
Yes. Or you can give it to her, and that will be her dowry.
Yes.
Just if you win it, just ask us, about
And
some tips.
you will definitely
And,
win.
yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Enjoy
Thank
the
you,
tournament,
guys.
and I hope
Thanks a
to
lot.
see one of you in the top 8.
Yeah, it was really nice to have you here, guys.
Thank you.
All right. So let's see what do we have here. Do we have the second feature match? How much time do we have? So many questions.
It already ended.
Everything's
second
done.
feature match, so
Okay,
maybe
so we're
we'll
gonna
have
take
just
a break?
we'll just have a short break, 20 minutes.
All right.
So thank you so much for watching this round, and
We'll be back.
and we will see you in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Welcome back. We have round 6 here ahead of us, and we're gonna have a look at the feature match with one player that we've already seen. I'm just gonna even the life. The game should be 0-0, obviously. So Michal Bartošík, we've seen him last round playing against his fiancée. And he's up against Josef Vlach with Deadguy Ale. That was actually correct. Before, okay, it's the sides are swapped. Makes sense.
I quickly looked at the deck list and I saw like a Christian Arena and stuff. That doesn't really seem to match up really well against a burn deck, but
yeah, it's gonna be interesting. The Deadguy Ale deck does have some good cards, like Gerard's Verdict, I think, is the MVP.
It's like the hymn that when they discard the land, you gain free or something like that?
Yeah. It's not at random, they can choose.
Yeah.
But also, another mode of this card is that you can target yourself, pitch 2 lands, and gain 6 life. Which, okay, it's not exactly card advantage, but, against burn, you gain 6 life. Also, there's Exalted Angel, I believe, in the deck. He should play at least...
He plays 3 of them.
3 Exalted Angels, sure. So if he manages to stick that one, then...
He also has a Hypnotic Spectre, which is like something that he maybe needs to kill.
Yeah, exactly. Hypnotic Spectre is very crunchy and it burns quite well. So if I was the burn deck, I wouldn't be worried about that. Okay, do we restart the life totals? They have not.
The problem with Exalted Angel is that you need to actually play it for 6 mana, otherwise it's just gonna die.
Yeah. All right. So are we ready to go? I think we might be. Let's go. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Josef Vlach is 5-0, and Michal Bartošík is 4-1, if that's correct.
Me and Josef really go back in the day. Like, I remember playing against him, in the local store, like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
it's great to see him crashing the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been there too, probably, at those tournaments. I remember Josef very well. And I mean, he always struck me as, like...
One of the better players.
One of the better players, for sure. Like the one that doesn't really stand out of the line too much. Like, you're not... He doesn't draw too much attention to himself, but he plays very, very well. Like, I have a lot of confidence in... Okay, so that's a bit land-heavy hand from the burn deck.
He was kind of relying on that scroll rack, so getting that to rest is a
the cursed scroll. Yeah, right, no worries. So, yeah, shock, it's kind of meh.
I'm actually wondering, like, maybe if he knew that he's playing against a duress, like a discard deck, maybe he should have played that instead of the creature, but obviously losing the 2 damage is a big deal in a burn deck, so...
Yeah. Also, the Deadguy L has Vindicates, so, like, there are ways... And some of the decks, some of them also play Seal of
Cleansing. He plays 2 of them, I think.
Main deck.
Yeah.
And okay, so he gets rid of Cursed Scroll. That makes sense. The card can really dominate. Okay, so
I actually saw a different burn list right before this round, and he didn't. The guy didn't play Shock. What do you think about Shock? Seems a little bit underpowered.
Yeah, I think that Shock is the weakest card in the deck. I'm not much of a burn player, so like take it with a grain of salt. But
I mean, I'm not really an expert myself, but
what are we doing here?
I know that like the burn spells are supposed to deal 3 damage and not 2, right, so
Yeah, you come from time.
Well, that was a really good top deck.
Yeah, more creatures. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Steel of Fire or Shock. I mean, Incinerate does the same thing, but more efficiently.
The deck list that I saw played 4 Baubles, which is like a way to make your deck smaller. It works with Lava Monster as well, and Scroll Rack too. And he said that that's like a way to not play any bad cards.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like when you're putting the burn deck together, you end up with like 50 cards, and then it's just suddenly do I play Mock Flunkies or like Reckless Abandon?
So like playing the bubble is actually pretty smart, I think.
I think so. So we see some Goblin Patrol action here. One of the Goblin Patrols goes away. The other one, I'm pretty sure that Josef is not on 20 anymore. So, and I'm also pretty sure. Okay, that's better. There was a couple of fetch lands that took place, so...
Isn't it crazy that nowadays we have a Ragavan and here we see a 2-1 with Echo?
Yeah, that's...
Being the best red 1-drop or whatever.
Yeah, this is literally a format where Oath of Druids, the only reason why it's not completely ridiculous is that there are just no good creatures. So, okay, my god, okay.
Oh, man.
That is... And Michal even played the Mountain before the Barbarian Ring.
Yeah,
so he
just
just...
a mistake,
okay, wow. That was brutal. Like, I think Josef would be okay discarding 2 burn spells because, like, at least he doesn't get burnt out, but this...
I guess reason to not play it is he didn't want to get wastelanded.
Wastelanded, yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's... Like, you're still away from Threshold, you don't want to expose it, but... So now Josef has some useless discard in his hand. He also has Phyrexian Arena. Do you run it out?
Well, I think so.
Or also another play here is just Vindicate the Goblin Patrol.
Because like the thing is that if you draw a creature that actually gains 2 life because you kill him quicker, and by playing the arena you actually get to kill him quicker, so overall it actually gains you life.
I agree. He's on 20. I mean, I can see playing Vindicate, like Vindicating the Goblin Patrol, because it just 2 damage. But, I mean, on 20, why not? Yeah. Okay. So... The arena.
The problem is that all of his creatures have 2 toughness, like both Exalted Angel and Spectre can be killed with a Seal of Fire. So it's gonna be hard for him to stick a threat, but...
I mean, I think you just have to wait until you have 6 mana and play the Angel face up, right?
Yeah,
like, there's even a Seal of Fire now in play. Like, there's no way that morphed Angel.
So he has an Enlightened Tutor in his hand. What can he actually search for? He does play 2 Masticores.
Okay, Masticore is kind of sweet. It's a clock. Yeah, I also like the Jared's Verdict in his hand now because with Arena he's just gonna presumably draw some excess lands.
So what do you think about running out that shock? Because of Masticore, you actually maybe want to kill it instead of spurning the face. Like I'm not sure.
There's a Masticore. Just no but no 4th land.
He has like 6 cards in his hand and none of them do anything.
So he didn't have to... Okay, that's a bit weird. He drew the card he would want to tutor in the first place, probably, right? But now he can't play it. And, like, Michal not playing a card, I think, means it's a burn spell. If it's a land, you just play it. You don't want to get it randomly caught by Jared's Verdict, right?
Probably. That doesn't necessarily mean that... Yeah, but you're probably right. I'm trying to think of a reason to hold it.
If it's a creature, you run it out. If it's a land, you play it. Maybe Cursed Scroll? Like you draw Cursed Scroll next turn, but you still can't activate it?
I think you would still play it because of like duresses and stuff.
If it's instant, then...
No, I mean Cursed Scroll.
Oh, sure. Oh, no, yeah, of course, yeah. I think Cursed Scroll, you would very much run it. So, like, 2 turns ago, it looked like Josef is in a very good shape. Now he's still missing a 4th land. Like he's on 14.
Yeah, it's gonna take like 3 burn spells to actually kill him because he's not gonna be able to kill him before he draws like 5 additional cards. I guess at some point he can kill his own Phyrexian Arena.
Okay, sure. He should have a Vindicate for that, or he can Enlighten Tutor for Seal of Cleansing to kill his own Arena, which...
doesn't really... What was that?
A Dark Ritual. So that means he has the mana for the Masticore.
It also means that it can also help casting Exalted Angel, but
sure. Here, this is the lesson. Like why Incinerate would be better than Shock, but
maybe he just plays both. I don't.
He plays 2 Incinerates, as far as I know. I mean, last round he played 2. I suppose he still does. So Josef goes to 11 with
11,
yeah, he's at 11. Draws 1. That is a very good card.
Yeah, you can actually sort your own creature, which can be helpful at some point.
You can absolutely do that. Like, you can Dark Ritual, Masticore, leave the white mana up for swords.
It's also weird that he has like 8 cards and none of them is aligned. So
right.
He cannot actually verdict himself.
Yeah, that just sucks. Really, that's unfortunate.
He's probably gonna draw lands at some point though. So
if he lives long enough. But yeah. So what's the line here? Again, we need to assume that
I think
Michal
you
has
dark ritual into Spectre. That way, if he kills it, you can sword it.
How about Dark Ritual into Masticore?
Oh, that sounds better. I forgot about
And-
Massacre. Yeah.
Duress. I don't like that play.
It doesn't really matter.
mean, you protect your Masticore that way from burn, but then... Okay, well, maybe.
It doesn't really matter, right? You're still gonna have the mana for. Actually, no.
But you're not gonna have the mana up for
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. That's probably
like
bad.
this way he. But to be honest, if Michal just points 2 burn spells at the Masticore,
Isn't that great for you? Then you just sword it.
yeah, I think so. That looks like a land to me. Huh. Also wondering how casual is this tournament if you forget to discard into your Masticore, it should just go, right? Like I know it's like non-competitive, but that used to be an issue back in the days when, Masticore was played. Okay, so how fast clock is a Masticore? So first arena, sure. 8 lives.
It's exactly like in the old days, trying
It
to
is.
raise the burn deck.
Yeah, there's the land.
But now that he's untapped with Source of Plungers up, like it's gonna be really hard for him to die.
Sure. Yeah, you can start playing the Hypnotic Spectres and that just adds to the clock. Yeah, I like Josef's position here, I think. Ooh, okay, tapping the duel because of Wasteland. That's actually pretty smart. You keep the white mana up, no matter what. It's a Mog Fanatic in Michal's hand, by the way.
That seems a little bit suspicious.
Not playing it?
No, just like that card doesn't seem great. Is it normal for the burn deck to play at the?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You play 4 Mog Fanatics. That's like your best creatures. Have you been living under the rock for the past
Apparently.
25 years?
Apparently.
Now, I mean, seriously, like the burn decks, you typically play Fanatic, Jackal Pup, Lavamancer as their 1-drops.
Sure.
The Goblin Patrol is usually the one... Like, it's the decks with more creatures play Patrols, the ones with fewer don't play them.
Yeah.
And that's usually the card that
I
doesn't
guess
make
it's
the
really good. Like it kills all the elves. It's good in the mirror
Yeah,
because it kills Ball Lightning and Lava Monsters. Yeah, it's probably
kills a
not
lot
bad.
of stuff. Fairy Conclave from land still decks. It's, by the way, this is one of the games where the burn drew 3 lands and then stopped there and just like starts.
Didn't matter.
Yeah. But the Jared's Verdict, and actually, okay, he drew 5, but like 2 of them got discarded. Yeah.
If he loses because he didn't play that Barbarian Ring, that's gonna be awkward.
But like, it was not a mistake. It was a judgment call. Like, you play around Verdict or around Wasteland. He made the decision, and I respect that. It's a decision. It's a decision. I don't know if it's correct or not, and it backfired. But okay, so do we have the correct light totals? I don't think we do, because I think Michal played at least two fetch lands, and then he got hit by a Masticore. So I believe that Michal should be on 14 at least. Or like, at least, like, not more than 14, right?
Yeah,
like, he did,
I
like, turn
think
1 fetch land, turn 2 fetch land,
Yeah.
and he didn't gain any life. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna get that fixed, hopefully. In the meanwhile, Michal is thinking. He's, like, doing the math. And did he discard for the Masticore, by the way? That's a good question.
I think so.
Did he, though? Because the top card of the graveyard is a Dark Ritual. And, like, there are some people in the chat saying that he did not discard. Or maybe there are 2 Dark Rituals, discard the other one? I'm not sure, though.
He has so many cards in his hand that
Can we sort it out? Because I think they're actually talking about it.
Yeah, people are pointing at a massive.
Yeah.
Like I don't think he did it on purpose because
No, of course not. Yeah.
He has so many cards in his hand that it doesn't really matter.
Absolutely, and also he said like, yeah, sure, yeah, like, but I think it's easy. Yeah, okay. And I think that Michal should have at least 2 life less because he popped fetch lands. Oh, but then the Masticore should have been dead. It shouldn't even attacked. Shouldn't even have attacked.
Oh, is that how it works?
I have no idea. Ask it. We need to call a judge here and ask a judge. But if the Masticore dies because of this, it's gonna be
very different game.
Very unfortunate. Yeah, it's gonna be very unfortunate.
Good call. Like when someone pointed out in the chat, I was like, okay, oh yeah, he's just gonna discard.
The thing is that like in his upkeep, he pointed at the Masticore and at Phyrexian Arena.
Yeah.
So
then he just forgot afterwards.
I'm not even sure if he drew his card for the turn though.
Oh. It's awkward.
Yeah.
I think they should just let it be as it is.
Yeah. Because you think that like the game should have a Masticore in it, right?
Yeah, that's one thing, and I don't know, it's getting a little bit too complicated. Also, this is like
also the life total I think should be corrected. Yeah.
This is not a competitive rel, so I don't think we should be that strict. Let's look at the sideboards meanwhile, because this is gonna take a while. I think.
Yeah, there's a judge. The judge is sorting it out. They're trying to discuss.
So Adam, what do you think about Circle of Protection Red in this matchup?
Let's count the red cards in Michal's deck and then decide. Yeah, how many? Just one for Enlightened Tutor package.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. There's a card that's meant to.
There's a Phyrexian Negator. That's a way to kill them quickly. It's a 3-mana 5/5, right?
Yeah. Do you know what it does?
Oh, is it like when you deal damage to it, you have to sacrifice?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
you have to sacrifice that many permanents.
That doesn't seem that good.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were being serious, but I think you were not.
I remembered right after you started laughing, but
okay.
So what is Warmth and Withered Wretch?
Warmth is great against burn. It's a 2-mana enchantment, I believe, Warmth. 1 colorless, 1 white, and it says whenever we're gonna have it on screen. There we go. So whenever target opponent successfully casts a red spell, you
pretty
gain
good.
life. Yeah, right.
That seems pretty good.
Like,
let's count the red cards first.
Sure. 1, 2. That's a mountain.
Then he has 2 disenchants, which are actually great because they have a scroll rack and
You mean Curse Scroll?
Sorry, I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, no worries.
Curse Scroll and Sulfury Vortex.
Yeah, and Vortex actually. So Vortex doesn't stop the Circle of Protection. It actually just hits you, and then it makes them pay 1 on their upkeep. Okay. But it stops this one. So I guess you just want to make sure that Vortex is not in play. Okay, we still have a judge call there. At this point, it's about the Masticore for sure. Like the trigger was forgotten. I don't know if he drew for his card. I still believe that Michal should have 2 life less, but I think that's like less important than whether a 4/4 should be in play or not. Okay. So
how about the burn deck? Does it have like any good cards for these types of matchups? Because I think cards like Shock and Sealfire seem a little bit lackluster.
If your opponent goes Ritual Spectre, then it's.
I guess it's good against that, yeah.
But we can check what Michal has in his sideboard. We saw it last time, and.
Main judge to s nima řeší.
So we have the head judge. Okay, so we have Michal's deck list here, and his sideboard is Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast, nope. Crash, probably no. Meltdown, no. Flaring Pain and Pyrokinesis. So Flaring Pain is the one that goes around Circle of Protection. It's the card that says damage can't be prevented. So what you can do is you can just wait for to unleash the barrage of the burn spells in one turn against, when your opponent is trying to play a defensive game behind the Circle of Protection. You can certainly do that.
That seems like I really don't like these situational cards against decks with like Durasis and stuff, because when they have the circle, they can often discard it anyway, and when they don't, you just have a card that doesn't really do that much. But maybe he will feel that he needs it anyway. Like, I don't know.
Some decks play Anarchy. Anarchy is it destroys all white permanents, so it can kill Exalted Angel as well. But I think it's primarily not meant against this deck because this deck is mostly black. Like there's like you're shooting for the good white cards that kill you. Actually, it kills Warmth as well, so maybe it's good. But either way, Michal doesn't run it. So and yeah, it's. So I can hear the head judge discussing right now if they're gonna return to the previous turn where they will give Josef the chance to discard Tomas Tikor. Okay, so
He discarded one card, made him discard.
okay, so the ruling was that they will make Josef discard one card and the game just proceeds. Now we have Lavamancer.
Doesn't Mastikor shoot for 1 for 2 mana?
It does, yeah, it does. But you need to pay 2 mana, so... Okay, so let's see... Now we have the dice on the top of the deck, so... This is exactly the same movement he did last turn, by the way. Like, point at the Mastikor, point at the arena. And...
Yeah, I think he just forgot after he drew with the arena.
Yeah. There's a reader in the chat saying, why is Tainted Field tapped instead of Plains? I think it's because of Wasteland. I think, like, you want to have the Swords to Plowshares ready. In case your opponent plays Wasteland. Yeah, it's quite
it doesn't really matter.
Minor, yeah, like the chances of it mattering. And also I don't think Michal plays Wasteland actually. But
yeah, I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't. But yeah, well, that's the only reason that I can think of, and I think everybody knows there's no black 1 mana instant.
Yeah, there is just no one mana black instant.
Yeah,
so
like
it just doesn't matter, it's the same.
You're not tricking your opponent into thinking. Okay. Okay. So the reason why the ruling was the way it was, that they made, they gave Josef the chance to discard, was that it's a regular rel. Not a competitive rel. So I think that at Grand Prix, for example, the Mastikor would have been gone. Yeah, and this is slightly more casual. It is a big tournament with a lot of prizes on the line, but
it might be the difference between winning and losing. So that's actually a huge deal.
Yeah, it is. It is a huge deal, and this is close to a match for the top 8. So. Yeah,
you basically decided a match based on the fact that it's like
a game. Let's not say
a game.
Match,
sorry,
but a game,
that it's a
Fire Blast. Ooh, okay. So Michal is trying to win here. He says Fire Blast you, take you down to 3.
It's probably better to just wait for like an upkeep or something, right? Because the Mastikor would trigger, he would need to tap his mana on his turn.
Sure, yeah, I think so. Like, you can wait on his turn because he's not drawing any extra cards.
Also, there is like a slight chance that he will like use the mana for like Enlightened Tutor and then you can just kill him. I guess...
Well, no, he would still have... Like, you can still... Because since you're dying off the trigger Phyrexian Arena...
I forgot, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But, like, now is the time. You should do it at the end of the turn so that you don't discard... to Mastikor, you'd like nothing.
So which one do you actually kill?
Probably Mastikor. Otherwise, you just have 2 turns.
But like you're gonna kill him in like 5 turns. So you actually give him more draw steps, and you have Verdict in your hand, and you're pretty likely to draw a land.
It's a good point. Yeah.
I actually think
it's close. Yeah, I think it's close. Yeah. You would kill the Spectre?
I think so. Also, he can just like draw a shock to kill the Spectre, and then you don't have any clock at all, and you can just die to an arena.
Okay, so now there are 2 Seal of Cleansings, so he can kill his own arena, which is probably a smart thing to do since like you're on 4, and 3 is not a great number against the burn deck. I mean, 4 is not a great number either.
But again, like Josef doesn't play that many creatures. Now Michal can just like shock the Spectre, and then just like, you know, draw 3 more burn spells or whatever, or 2 more burn spells and just kill him, because he's just not gonna die.
So you would just play another Spectre?
No, I'm talking about sorting the Spectre or the Mastikor.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, got it. Yeah. So here, the decision, I guess, is like Seal of Cleansing to be able to kill your own arena.
You just
or
vindicate
another-
the mountain, right?
Okay, sure. Yeah.
That seems pretty good.
That does seem pretty good. Okay, that is something that I missed. Okay. I don't usually play Stone Rains, like... Okay.
Especially with the Spectre, like...
Oh, yeah, and then now you just discard his hand. Okay, that is silly. That's just silly. And you still have the Seal of Cleansing to, not die.
And there is the land for the...
There's
for
the
verdict.
land for the verdict.
You still just play the Spectre, right? Because there is no card that he can draw that actually deals damage to you.
I think so. He played the
Wasteland.
Sure, because you can go Spectre, Seal of Cleansing.
I still think it's better to keep the Wasteland in hand.
You don't need it. Because you're not killing the arena.
Like, the verdict is gonna gain you more life than killing your own arena.
Yeah. Okay, there's a mountain. That is dangerous now. Do you kill your own arena?
Like, now if you kill your own arena and you don't draw a land, you can actually pretty easily die to
You just die, right? Yeah. There's still 4 lightning bolts in the deck.
Playing the Wasteland was a pretty bit mixed up.
Yeah. It seems like it. Dark Ritual doesn't do anything.
It's
okay.
There it is.
Typical burn. Last turn 25, where you draw a lightning bolt and win, or draw a blank and lose. This is burn.
He shouldn't have killed his own arena, right? Because he would be more likely to draw land.
Yeah, I think so. Because the difference between 2 and 3, there's shocks and Seal of Fires.
Yeah.
But I think so. Okay, well, let's just flip it. Lava Dodge. Oh, he's 1 damage short. Okay,
that's crazy.
Oh my god. Okay, well, it actually paid off to kill that arena.
If there was a land on the top, it wouldn't have mattered.
Okay, that was just ridiculous.
If they play Lava Dart as well, that's way too many 2 damage spells, so it's probably right to kill it.
By the way, yeah. And if one of the shocks or Seal of Fires was Incinerate, it would be lethal.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, that
was a crazy game.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And to be honest, I'm happy that the Masticore stayed. If this game was just decided by... It is a mistake. It's... Okay, sure, it is a mistake, but the game should not end that way, right? The game should end with an epic top deck like this, which might be there or not might be there.
It was a great game.
Yeah.
Mimochodem, jméno tam mám špatný.
Huh? Okay, can we turn Tomáš Vlček into Petr Sochurek?
Just a slight update.
Is it? I'm gonna tell Tomáš. In what way exactly?
I don't have to be specific, right?
To me. Grand Prix top 8s? He has Grand Prix top 8.
No, he doesn't.
No?
No.
I thought he actually did a legacy.
I actually do have a legacy GP top 8 and he doesn't.
He must be so jealous.
Yeah,
being a lifetime... I'm gonna rub it in next round.
He was really salty about that when that happened.
Was it the same turn you top 8'd at a GP where he played as well?
Yeah. And he was my mentor in Legacy for all these years,
right.
and then I'm the one who top 8s.
Yeah.
That's actually my first GP top 8 was Legacy.
Okay. What did you play?
I played a Sultai Delver with... They banned Treasure Cruise, but they didn't realize that Dig Through Time is the same card.
Okay.
So I just played Dig Through Time instead, and I just crushed everyone. And no one it was right after they banned Treasure Cruise, and people didn't realize that it was the same card, so they just didn't play it.
Yeah, it's oh man, the deck is gone. Because...
So I was playing all these Delver mirrors, and we were just trading resources, and then I just digged, and they lost. It was pretty good.
Okay. What then?
It's Detroit Shaman and Dig Through Time, and bunch of you were just trading 1 for 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then you digged, so that's pretty good.
Okay. And I suppose that Tomáš played some blue-white control, and
I think he was playing Miracles.
That does not surprise me. Yeah. Okay. So all right, but it's true that Tomáš he's kind of a legacy guru in the Czech Republic, and most people who started playing Legacy in the last 15 years, he
was the Miracle Master.
Sure, yeah.
He was playing it even after the Sensei's Dividing Top got banned.
Okay, it's just that point is just intuition. You just like you played it so many times, you know what's on top. You don't need the Sensei's divining top.
Exactly.
You can see through everything.
I think he's playing blue white even until this day, but it might not be as good anymore. But maybe I'm wrong.
I gotta say I'm really not up to date with Legacy anymore. Like I know that there are some weird cards like Snowman Festival where you roll dice.
Nowadays it doesn't look like the old Legacy decks at all. Like, it's just like bunch of Minx and Boo, and like what is it that you like go into a dungeon or something? I don't know.
Right. So it's like half Baldur's Gate, half Unglued at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
And people are playing like Uros and stuff. Like you basically have like the mana base of Legacy, you have Brainstorm, Force of Will, and then you just play all the new cards.
Yeah. Well, that's what Premodern is for. You know, so this is where Legacy players can cry on our shoulders and we welcome them and accommodate them. Yeah. In all seriousness, I mean, there are still some people who swear by Legacy, and I can imagine it's a great format, but it's changed.
I mean, it's probably fun, but it's not really what you imagine when you say Legacy. You know, right. It changed a lot.
All right, so Josef is up a game. Michal's going to be starting. We also have some extra time, which does not reflect in the timer that we have here. We have 7 extra minutes, so please be so kind and in your mind add it.
So I see 2 Mock Fanatics, Lightning Bolt, Curse Scroll. I said it right this time, and Freelance. So that's it. That seems like a pretty good hand.
Yeah. Like what more can you want, right?
Well, a creature that actually deals damage.
Come on, you just said 2 Mock Fanatics. There's 2 different ways how it can deal damage, and you're still not happy. It's like in all seriousness, it's a pretty good hand. Do we know what Josef has? I hope the Phyrexian arenas are not there anymore, or are they?
I didn't see that.
Like playing Phyrexian Arena when you're on 20, it feels different against Burn than playing it when you're on 9.
Oh, why is that, Adam? Can you enlighten us?
I can elaborate. Yeah.
Can you enlighten us?
Actually, there's something going on right there in the feature match, so I'm just gonna evade that question and point to the fact that Mock Fanatic just entered the battlefield.
I think it was a case of Koilos in his hand. That's pretty awkward.
Okay. Well, there's Swords to Plowshares, Gerard's Verdict.
It's kind of awkward, like Caves to Sword the Mock Fanatic feels pretty bad.
Yeah. But like, what else do you want to do?
I still think I would have done it, because if he had a 2-power creature, he would have played it.
Yeah.
And like...
You might be waiting for Grim Lava Monster, for example.
I see, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
But like, this must feel bad to... Like, this is one of those situations where you just like sword end of turn anyway, and you just or maybe you don't.
Yeah, that was like, I think that was one of the situations where like, oh, I already took the damage, I feel committed to not kill it now because I would look stupid, but that's just a bad way to look at it.
I don't know if Josef is that kind of player though. Like, he seems pretty stoic.
But why wouldn't you kill it? You're just gonna take 1 from it.
You can be waiting for Ball Lightning. Like, there are still... Okay.
I guess that's a good reason, yeah.
Gain 3, lose 1, gain 3, and discard a Lightning Bolt in the process. Now, Michal has a Sulfuric Vortex. So... Man, that would have been so much better if that Caves of Koilos would have been planes. Then maybe he would have sorted the... Okay, there's Tainted Field. That is a big upgrade, isn't it? Like, it's a white source that does not hit you.
He doesn't actually have anything going on in his hand.
No, it's like a bunch of lands and reactive spells.
He has like Swords and Masticore, and that's it.
Masticore's good. Well, not against 2 Mock Fanatics, Seals of Fire, and Curse Scroll, I guess.
And he just drew a Green Lava Monster. It's gonna be so awkward. He's gonna sort it now. And...
Yeah.
Oh man,
it was a good decision. The Lava Monster wasn't there.
Oh man, and I was gonna be like, I knew it.
Like, Michal was waiting for the swords to be gone.
He outplayed me so badly. I'm actually not.
No, it's fine. But it's true that playing the Masticore right now just feels bad. Like, it's just gonna get
another land.
Well, what to do? Do you just play the Masticore here?
I mean, like, your other option is to not do anything, so I think you play it out, right?
I guess. Yeah, he's flooding pretty badly. He has like.
I guess he's still at
7 lands.
kind of a high life total. Maybe it's better to wait and like hope to draw like a removal spell for the Lava. I don't know.
You can play it now or in 2 turns.
The problem
Like,
is
when
that
you have
there's still
6 mana.
the Curse Scroll in play.
Yeah.
So, you know, even if you kill the Lava Monster, you can still Seal Fire and Curse Scroll the Manticore anyway.
Like if you then it's because then if you have 6 mana, you can just regenerate.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
Yeah,
That's
so
that.
Masticore, what it does is that 2 mana ping something for 1. Not something, just creatures. 2 mana regenerate.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's probably better to wait.
It was the most expensive card in Standard for some time, a little while ago. So there's land number 3, which just unlocks all the cards that Michal has.
Yeah, this game is pretty much over.
Yeah, it looks like this is a game where you are a rock player slow rolling a pernicious deed, and now here comes the Christmas.
So if he draws the Circle of Protection red, can he still get out of this?
The problem is the curse scroll at this point.
Yeah, but maybe he would be able. Is he at 1?
No, he's at 13.
Okay.
Warmth. That is definitely too late. Also, there's a Sulfuric Vortex, which just... Okay, that card does not do anything anymore.
See, he's playing 1 Circle and 1 Worm. Like, maybe if he drew Circle here, he can maybe get out. But...
He's playing Enlightened Tutors as well.
Yeah, but isn't Circle always better than Wormed?
The problem is that Circle is better if you have lands, but like imagine being stuck on 3 lands.
Yeah, I guess that's
against
true.
burn
That
deck.
makes
Yeah,
sense.
like it's Warmth works kind of like Chill in the same way that you just play it on turn 2 and then you don't worry about anything anymore.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I kind of like Warmth actually, like the card. I mean, so 13, but that's soon going to be a lot less. I can see. Let's say 2, 4, 6, 8 damage. Okay, so this actually makes sense because you don't want to lose the Wooded Foothills to Jared's Verdict, and this way you can also use the Lawmancer. Yeah.
He should have fetched before tapping out though, because now if he fetches and he has a removal spell, he can kill it.
That's true. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Like now, swords kill your Lava Monster.
It's a small thing, and it's like obvious that he doesn't have the removal spell because he would have played it already. But it's the right thing to do.
But like you need to first activate the scroll, so he might as well just like sword in response. Or
No, you can just play the fetch land first and then activate the cross scroll, right?
But then you don't have any cards in hand. You need 1 card in your hand for the curse scroll. Do you know what curse scroll does?
Yeah,
You
sorry.
did not do your homework.
I'm sorry, guys.
No worries. No
I
worries.
thought
Okay.
it was already in play when he activated it. That's why I thought.
Okay, no, sorry for making fun of you. Yeah, this was actually the only way how it could have been done.
Okay.
Like he could have. The one thing that he could have done was that he could have waited with the fetch until he wants to upkeep or.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
Just being a dummy here.
No, it's like it's. Interesting theoretical questions, like if he had more cards in hand, and okay, so here comes the Masticore. Is it gonna be enough? I don't think it is, because like
Isn't he
2 end
dead?
of turn, I think he's dead. He goes to 6, and then like if he taps out, he just dies. If he doesn't, he dies as well. Yeah, I don't see a way out for him here. Yeah, also, he needs to ping the Lava Monster, then pretend to have swords. Like, if his hand contains swords to plowshares and Michal draws a blank... No, but, like, you can't gain life with the Sulfuric Vortex, so it's over.
It is over.
It is over. It is over, and it's very much over. So now it's even more over than it was before. It's, like, over.
Bing,
It's-
bam.
Go to 4.
Does he actually play
2.
Ball Lightning? Because we didn't see any in both of the games. Maybe he started it
I
out.
think you're right. I think you're
Let's
right.
let's see the deck list.
Yeah.
Looking at the deck list, I don't
No, there's no Ball Lightning.
see any.
Right?
Wow. I thought that was like one of the best cards you can play.
I mean, it dies to stuff, and
It's true.
Like, I give people wisdom, that's what I do. So, like,
so far we learned that Frickson Arena is better if you have more life and that creatures can die.
Yeah,
so.
like next time you go to Premodern tournament, you might even win something. Yeah, but there are burn decks that play Ball Lightning. There are the burn decks that don't. I think the opinion is still very much
only 2 curse scrolls. Is it expensive or something?
No. This is not an issue. That's again, curse scroll is a card that you can see in burn decks in the quantity anywhere between 0 and 3. Let's say. I don't think you play 4.
How about like we see 3 barbarian rings? Is taking the damage like a big deal? I guess
mirror.
In the mirror.
Yeah. Could be. Yeah. Like, I think the most unusual thing about this deck to me, just by looking at it, is the 4 shock for Seal of Fire. Like, I think that's... And maybe the Reckless Abandon is also not, complete mainstream, A lot of decks play Mishra's Bubble? One of those.
Urza's Bubble.
The one that's legal, yeah. Then you can have Ball Lightnings, you can max out on Incinerate, Well, that is a beautiful Ball Lightning, I gotta say.
He doesn't play any Price of Progresses in his sideboard.
That is also one interesting thing about the deck, yeah. Like, usually you see some Price of Progress, like a split between main deck and sideboard.
Yeah.
I would say like 2 and 2 is quite common.
Which decks is it actually good against? Because the mana bases are so bad in Premodern that most people just have a bunch of basics.
Yeah, and fetch lands which fetch basics.
But I guess there are decks that do play no basics, right? Or
like
maybe not.
Rock plays Treetop Villages, Lanover Vase, and then a couple more non-basic. It plays around what? Is there something I'm missing? 10 non-basics maybe?
Yeah, maybe it's not that great.
Land still potentially. Like they have a Darker Ways, Mishra's Factory, some other man lands. Yeah, but like the format is the format is so centered around basic lands that back to basics doesn't do much. All right, so this is Josef's deck. Interesting. I'm wondering what he cut from the deck, and like if he brought in Disenchants.
You can bring in the Negator and immediately sort it to gain 5. Sorry, I'm just joking.
Okay. And then your opponent responds with a like.
No, the way you do it is that you play Negator, they bowl it first, and then you start it, so you actually gain 8.
Okay. I can see a universe in which that happens.
Right?
I'm not sure if it's this one, but it's like somewhere.
I'm just trying to get a little bit creative here.
Yeah, well, that's more.
I'm looking at the deck. It doesn't actually have that many bad cards in the matchup, so.
Yeah, I guess you cut the arenas. You play Warmth, Circle, and then some number of Disenchants. You could potentially play Withered Wretch. Like, the worst thing that it does is a Grizzly Bear. Actually, I don't mind, because, like... You make sure that the opponent doesn't reach threshold. You also mess with your opponent's graveyard for Grim Lava Monster. I'm not sure if it's better.
What do you think about boarding out some of the Wastelands? You cannot actually cast that many spells off of it, and it only kills the Barbarian Ring.
Yeah, okay. I think that if your plan is to hardcast, either discard it to your own verdict or to hardcast Exalted Angel, then you're gonna need the
it's probably good enough.
And like, since you're cutting 3 Phyrex in arenas, I'm not sure if you want to sideboard anything more.
The burning is mulliganing, that always hurts.
And Josef is on the play. He kept, so see if it's a good keep. So I see Lava Monster, Fetch, Seal of Fire. Looks keepable to me. There's Bolt, Sulfuric Vortex, Lava Monster, Double Lava Monster. Some fetch lands. Yeah, why not? We have a keep. And that's 7 minutes until the end of the round. There should be 7 more.
Engineer Plague in his hand.
Engineer Plague. Wow. Okay. That just means it's a pity that like
it's like a 3 mana removal spell for potentially 2 creatures, usually just 1.
There's no overlap, right? Like, if Mog Fanatic is not a wizard. He doesn't look like one.
Yeah, you're
Right.
just basically hoping to get lucky.
Lucky? Okay, not that lucky. So...
Stop teasing me, Adam. It's not nice of you.
We're friends, so I can do that.
Are we?
I mean, are we gonna question that on stream?
Okay, we are. Sure.
Did I just
suppose.
lose a friend?
Lose a friend?
I mean, I thought we're
I
Facebook
see,
friends
okay.
for a start. And,
Yeah.
like we've
Let-
gone to like
let's just-
tournaments together, right?
Let's
Like,
just go with that. We did share apartments together, so yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay. Let's focus on the
Yeah,
important
let's just
thing. We can
focus
sort
on-
that out later. The friendship status later. So there's a lava monster that just hit the battlefield, and
I wonder how many more friends I don't know about do I have.
so okay, Duress is still a good card. Like Duress is interesting because it's great at the beginning and terrible like
It's
from
kind of
turn
bad against
4
Lava Monster
on.
though.
And it's pretty bad against Lava Monster, but I think that like Lava Monster is going away next turn, right? Like you're just
You can actually kill it now if you Dark Rituals.
Do you want to do that, or do you keep it for like the Exalted Angel? You still
Probably wait because
You
you're
can
still
play
at
next
20.
turn anyway, right?
Yeah.
And is it like land? Oh no, that is a lot of lands again. So Josef is on 2 lands, Dark Ritual, Engineer Plague. Phew. At that point, I think maybe actually the Dark Ritual makes sense because you just like gain 2 life.
I'm not sure because you can still discard the lands to Verdict, so you might wanna
Okay, good point.
hold some of them.
Sure.
Just-
So you're able to like cast your Masticore a little later. So basically, the two duresses later, the game starts from 0. Like we're gonna see very soon, both players have just lands, being very close to 20 life. Seal of Fire, sure, be my guest. And there's just gonna be just gonna be off the top. Oh no, that's another land. Yeah, this is just about who draws better from the top now.
Yeah,
like,
I still think Josef is in like pretty commanding position because unless Michal draws one of the spells that deal damage every turn, like Vortex, Creature, or Scroll, just drawing random burn spells are not really gonna do that much.
Oh, well, I mean, Josef's clock is 0.
True.
And
But he does have cards that, you know.
he has to draw them. Yeah. Like I think that Josef has a lot of life draws. And
I was actually thinking that maybe on the play for Rexen Arena isn't that bad because you have cards like the 2 tutors for cards that basically win you a game on the spot, and like Exalted Angel and Verdict. Arena is really good with Verdict because you just have a bunch of lands in your hand.
Yeah.
And it kind of plays around this scenario where you know you just don't have any threats to close out the game.
Seal of Fire. 2 seals looking at
And
each
that's
other.
not that bad because one of the avenues
sure.
that Michal wins the game is the
the Vortex, right?
The
Yeah,
Vortex.
sure. Yeah. It's like you probably want to play it right now because I don't think that Michal has any way how to interact with it. Okay, Josef doesn't know if there's Anarchy in Michal's deck. So maybe he wants to play around it. That's a creature. Also, there's like double Pyrokinesis.
That seems
Pyrokinesis.
That seems like a very strange sideboard card because it doesn't even kill Exalted Angel. If it did, I can potentially see it.
Right.
But because it doesn't.
It kills Masticore? Or does it?
Or does it?
If you play land, keep Dark Ritual to regenerate it.
Which he probably will, right?
Which he should at this point,
probably
but like
will.
he doesn't know what Michal has. Okay, this game just turned very interesting. And there's a bunch of decisions to be made here. So like, playing the land means you can't discard it into the Masticore. Then again, and also, if your opponent tries to kill it, you Dark Ritual to
You don't
save
have to
it,
play
and
the
you're
land, right?
locked. Like, you have to...
You don't have to play the land, right? You just ritual tap 1 extra land and you still have 4 regeneration.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's better. That's a lot better. Like, you don't... what I like about keeping the Dark Ritual in 1 mana is that you kind of, like, force your... Like, you trick your opponent into trying to kill the Masticore where yeah, but like if it's pyrokinesis, it doesn't work because pyrokinesis doesn't deal damage to the opponent.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it makes more sense to just ritual Masticore go. Yeah, I like it.
I think he should have let the Wasteland untap just in case of Price of Progress. Obviously, we know that he doesn't play it.
Yeah, that's true.
But
okay, Echo.
Maybe he knows his deck list and then it doesn't matter. But
I'm not sure. Okay, so fetch land. Is the Masticore gonna run away with the game?
Is Ensnaring Bridge legal in the format?
Very much so. And some burn decks actually play it in the sideboard. Like some burn decks play like 3 bridges in the board. And it's I've been on the receiving end of losing to Ensnaring Bridge.
I hate to lose to Ensnaring Bridge. I'm a Merfolk player.
Oh, okay.
And that deck cannot beat Ensnaring Bridge ever.
Okay.
Like your only way to beat it is Hurricane's Recall, but you never want to board it in against like a burn deck, you know? So it's just so frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine. So ping the Goblin Patrol.
Bam.
Sure. Swing for 4. Is it time to Pyrokinesis? That just seems horrible, right? Like you just pitch 2 cards, the opponent taps 2 mana, and then you hope to draw a burn spell to finish it off. Can you wait though? Because like I think this is the window where Josef doesn't have the mana to activate to regenerate twice, but only once.
Ooh.
Also, by the way, you can draw Incinerate, which says cannot regenerate. So Incinerate should be able to kill Masticore. So Eladriel says that its PM Merfolk can beat Ensnaring Bridge quite easily, but it's because the PM Merfolk are wimps. How do you feel about that?
It's because the PM Merfolk are...
Do you play Merfolk in
What is PM?
PM should be Premodern.
Oh, I don't actually know the Premodern Merfolks that well.
Well, that's because the deck is not really there.
I actually saw someone playing
one Merfolk, it's mono blue, and I'm not gonna say anything about it because it's a friend of mine who's playing the deck. So
what kind of Merfolks do you actually play? Like the only good one is Slaughter of Atlantis.
Yeah, right. And then you have Mantis Riders. 1 blue, 1/1. For 1 blue, it gets flying.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like Goblin Balloon Brigade, but
and then you just play like a bunch of random 2 mana 1/2s.
There's another 1 mana 1/1 that you can tap to. Masticore Trigger. I think that Josef is quite careful about his Masticore triggers right now. Like, is it that thing that you only do once, and then or?
I mean, he already knows that the ruling is that you discard afterwards, so it doesn't really matter, right?
I think you should do it twice. You get disqualified, or you should get game loss, or doesn't it get upgraded to something?
Not sure.
Like, you're playing with fire here.
Maybe we'll find out.
Better not to do it. Yeah. Okay. So Masticore beatdown. Can the Masticore?
It's so awkward that you actually do have the card.
So they have extra time, I believe. They have extra 7 minutes. How much time do they have left? It's Jackal Pup and 2 Pyrokinesis. Okay. Masticore it should be able to like finish the job in extra rounds as well at this point. Okay, Dark Ritual goes away. Yeah, I mean 9 becomes 4. No, I mean 5. The burn spells that Michal has can like hold off the Masticore for a bit more. That's awkward. Another Jackal Pup. Huh. So now you're entering a mode where you Pyrokinesis just to make the Masticore regenerate and like withdraw from combat.
It's so awkward. You boarded that card just to kill the Masticore. He has the Masticore, you have the card, and it doesn't bring anyone.
Okay, you could still like try to double. Okay, here's the thing: you double Pyrokinesis, Seal of Fire, Barbarian Ring the Masticore.
Ooh.
You just kill it 3 times, or you try to. Okay, I don't hate this line of play because what it does is like you're trying to make Josef tap out.
Yeah, but he can only use it once, right?
Well, and if he does, then okay, sure. Like if Michal played the Barbarian Ring,
But then he doesn't have a red card for.
you don't even need to kill them though. You just attack through them. No, like you deal damage. Huh, interesting. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, killing one makes sense. Yeah, I'm just wondering if Michal played the Barbarian Ring, if he would have been able to kill Massacre.
you're right.
He would have been, right? Yeah. Because then it's like Steel Fire, Barbarian Ring. That's 4 damage. Regenerate in response, Pyrokinesis, and then you're left with Jackal Pup against an empty board. Yeah, I think he at least should have.
But he
tried it
didn't have threshold, right, for the ring.
There's like 2, 4, 6. So you sacrifice Seal. That's
Yeah,
7.
you're right. Okay.
And then like if he kills one of your pups, yeah, right. And also you can play the Pyrokinesis first, so that's another card. Right?
No, because if he regenerates in response, it's not in a graveyard yet. So you cannot use the ring, and once it's in a graveyard, it already.
Yeah, but like the way it works, you deal 4 to it.
It loses the
Yeah, I
regenerate.
think so.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
shield
yeah.
goes away, you kill it again. I think Michal could have killed it here. Yeah, I mean now I don't think it's gonna do much.
No, it's a little bit worse.
Yeah, like you regenerate, you don't attack, okay, you pass the turn. And now you have to kill it twice again. And like if, yeah, okay, there's Vindicate, Swords to Plowshares. You can still draw Incinerate. That's Goblin Patrol, is it? Yeah, whoa, okay, that was wild. I'm not sure, I'm not saying Michal would have won, but he would have been with like a creature on the board against an opponent that just discarded like the last 3 turns. 4. Okay. There's the Barbarian Ring. So there's complete information. Please don't do it. Don't kill it. Okay, good. Masticore goes on the stack. The trigger. You just discard. What do you discard? Vindicate or probably Vindicate, right? Draw a card. And then what's the line here? You just attack? Or do you kill did you kill the patrol first and then attack? Like force the opponent to kill it? I mean to try to kill it anyway? And what's the line here? Like you attack, he just jumps with the patrol. Okay, here we go. Okay, sure, that makes sense. So you kill the patrol. The pup does not do anything.
It's GG, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Wait,
Well, I mean, you can still
kill it
try-
before attack.
What you can still do is that you can, well, even if you try to kill it now, you regenerate, it withdraws
removes
from
from the
combat.
combat,
Yeah, exactly. So he had one more draw, but Josef was on 18.
But if he draws the Fire Blast, he can kill a Masticore then, right?
That's true. Yeah. So he could have at least like had one more draw. But as it turns out, the Masticore went all the way.
Like actually, if he didn't mess up last turn with the Barbarian Ring, he would have been able to kill a Masticore. Maybe he can still get out.
Right. Like it would like the situation would be Jackal Pup against 1 card in.
I mean, he's probably not favored, but he has like 30%.
Yeah, right. It absolutely made sense.
That's a huge. Yeah. That's
Well, it happens. We all make mistakes. We've all been there, and now Josef won. I believe he's 6-0, so he should be in the top 8.
Congrats to Josef.
Yeah.
His deck looks awesome.
Like old school player, you can't find a lot people who are more old school than I mean, some of them are, but yeah, like in this room maybe, and so it seems like we know our first top 8 player. We're gonna take a short break before the next round, which is probably gonna be a bunch of wins and ins.
Did you look at the standings, like how many people can draw and stuff like that?
We can ask. That would be very interesting. So I'm very interested in getting the standings.
Like, are we actually going to get someone playing for top 8? Maybe everyone can draw and then.
I don't think so because there's like close to 120 people and only 7 rounds. And if it's like 128 plus, then you add 1 more round. So I think
that's a good thing because then we can cover a great match.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna take a short break, and we're gonna be back very soon because this was actually our last match because they had some extra time, and we're gonna be back soon with a very likely a win in for top 8. Yeah.
If I can choose, can we get an elf player if there is one? Because I would like to showcase elves.
We're gonna ask about that.
Yeah.
Welcome to round 7 of the Premodern Championship in Prague.
Yes, welcome. It's our last round of Swiss. We had some exciting games. Last round it was a great showing for black-white deck. And now we have, and this round we have one of our foreign players, Alberto Clerici, against Jan Brodzak. Alberto is Italian that lives in Prague.
Oh,
so he's Milanese, but
right.
now more from Prague.
Okay, all right. And Jan Brodzak is actually a Moravian player with a long history of competitive Magic the Gathering play. I remember him from like early 2000s, where he was the member of the team. What was the name of the team? I think there was like Velká Morava, the Great Moravia team at some point, and I believe he has a Grand Prix top 8 from the days, and Jan Brodzak actually has a win and a loss, so he is 4-1-1, whereas Alberto Clerici is 5-1.
Okay.
So he's paired down.
Yes. I think Jan will play for the win, but it seems he does not have that big of a chance to make it to top 8 with X11.
Well, it depends. Well, like we have the standings here. We can go through the standings once this game is concluded and the players are sideboarding, but we'll see. We'll see, because it's true that there's a bunch of people who might actually be able to draw in. We'll see.
Yeah, we have some unintentional draws there already. We'll see. Now, Jan Brodzak starts with Ivory Tower, which probably in this matchup is not relevant at all. Like, if he has 50, 60 life, it probably doesn't matter. So, well, it's something you can play out, but I think I'm not even sure how this match plays out. I mean, Jan has quite a lot of counter spells. He plays the Parfait. He has counter spell, 4-off. He has Phyrexian Furnace. I would like to mention he plays Phyrexian Furnace main deck, which actually is quite relevant in this matchup against Replenish, because of course it doesn't have the destructive influence of a Tormund script that just takes it all. But I think it's still quite good, and it can take the crucial opalescence of
that's right.
from the graveyard.
More sophisticated.
Yes, but I think, in my opinion, the game will will revolve around from Replenish deck, Parallax Tide. I think that's the most important card.
I agree.
That can totally crush anything that Jan is trying to do. On the other hand, lots of things that Jan is doing is irrelevant. Right?
Does Jan have some Seal of Cleansings in main deck?
He does have.
So that's one way how to...
He has one Seal of Cleansing.
Yeah, okay.
He has Humility, quite irrelevant.
Okay. Does Humility interfere with the Opalescence engine, like when you have Opalescence and Parallax Tide and the other person has Humility, what happens?
Can I lie?
Of course.
I know exactly what's going to happen.
That was pretty convincing.
Yes. So only when we get to that, we can discuss it.
Look at that. So Alberto is just chaining Frantic Searches. And he discarded Parallax Wave and Opalescence. So step number 1, have relevant stuff in your graveyard. We're getting there. It's not quite...
Or Intuition.
Intuition, okay.
Is this all end of turn?
Probably. I guess. If Jan started, it's end of game turn 4.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
He goes for Parallax Tide. Okay.
Now all you need to do is... okay.
Then I probably don't understand.
And he's
what seems weird about going Intuition for Parallax Tide is that you will have 2 Parallax Tides in the bin. I think the game will go long, and you just want to be slamming.
So you want to hardcast them?
I want to hardcast them.
Draw all the counters.
They have to counter it, and they have to counter it. And if they do, then you have Replenish. That's kind of how I think it should work.
Interesting. So basically, let's discuss the dynamics of the match. So Alberto has some cards that when he resolves them, he wins, right? Or close to that.
Close to that. This is strange.
And
This is a
is
strange
it like
thing.
gifts ungiven, where you're searching for 3 different
I
cards?
think this seems like he wants the cards more in the graveyard. Like he doesn't care.
okay.
He obviously gives him Seal of Cleansing,
Yeah.
which is kind of like the weakest card. The good thing is that he can like cast it, have it in play, and it will just sit there. And I don't think Jan can really answer it. And if he would like to answer it, he can always take the Ivory Tower.
Yeah, but like as you said, Ivory Tower does not seem that relevant.
It's much.
So
But if you have Seal of Cleansing, then every Parallax Tide is kind of crushing.
sure, yeah, because you can just go off immediately. You just can never. Oh, that is a very pretty City of Brass. Hello there. Seal of Cleansing, sure. And he has how many? 3 cards left in his hand.
It's probably like 3 cards in hand. Like I think Jan has to like hope for like really like chaining some of the counter spells.
Yeah, maybe like drawing cards with Gush.
Yes, drawing cards with Gush. Maybe try to do his thing with Scroll Rack and Lantex, possibly.
Like, it's the weird thing is the reason why Parfait is so good is the Lantex Scroll Rack engine.
And now he's going.
Oh
Grade
wow!
8.
Okay, there's Gaia's Blessing for the win again. I mean, not
And
for
you
the win,
draw a
but
card.
like being used as a graveyard hate. I love it.
Yes, it's amazing. I wish you could. I wish you could play it in Legacy.
Yeah, you can.
Well, yeah, it's played as a one-off
It's legal.
games. Yes, but I would like to play. I would like to have a control deck that has two of those, just to go like infinite. 'Cause it's kind of secretly
right.
what I like the most.
Can you imagine a format where you play 4 of them and you just like you don't play win conditions, you just chain?
No, you need to. People used to play 3. So if one is when the second gets countered, you have the third one. But I remember when you played the second Gas Blessing, it was like Force of Will, counter spell. It was like the most important spell to counter.
That's the legacy format that I would like to play, but I'm not sure.
That's actually not.
still...
That's not legacy format. It's like extended format 20 years ago.
Sure. Yeah. So in the meanwhile, not much is happening there. Undiscovered Paradise got bounced back to Jan's hand. He's still keeping his fetch lands. Interestingly, Alberto has was it Stifle in his hand? What was it?
Yeah, I think he has Stifle.
He plays Stifle.
Yes, he does play Stifle because it goes well with
interesting.
Parallax Tide.
There's the land tax.
Yeah, there's land tax.
That's important. Is it? Is it not? It is important.
I mean,
at least you thin your deck.
It is important. You get cards in hand when you get Scroll Rack.
Also, there's double Seal of Cleansing, so
Yes.
much.
But
more.
honestly, I would just pass. And when your opponent taps like Undiscovered Paradise, does that work? You can always. I think when the land tax triggers an upkeep, you can still destroy it.
No, but then you're
No, it's too late. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. But
Yeah.
you can like remove one of your lands like with a fetch land, like we saw it from Jaromír. Like a few rounds back.
Okay.
But well, yeah. See.
Well, that was, as they say, a naked land tax that was very much vulnerable to the Seal of Cleansing already in play. The seals are good, I gotta say. Now that I realize that Jan is a Parfait deck, he needs his Scroll Rags, he needs his land taxes. Otherwise, what is he gonna do?
Yes, like that's what the Parfait, like the plan B, is the Gush counter spell.
Gosh,
play.
okay, right.
That's where you can do something and you eventually overwhelm or at least you hope to overwhelm those cleansings. I wish Illusions of Granger was a card. Unfortunately, when everybody plays main deck, Seal of Cleansing.
Okay, yeah. There goes the plan. All right, so there's the Gush. To keep the cards coming, there's the island. Jan should still be very careful to have counterspell mana up, which he does.
Is that Scroll Rack?
That's another Gaia's Blessing.
Oh, that would be
Spontaneous Generation. Gain one. Get a 1/1 Saproling for each card in your hand.
Amazing.
That's just. I'm speechless now. I've seen this card a bunch of times. He has how many cards? How many? No. Okay, well that's
something.
Yeah,
probably what the other Parfait lack. Some kind of pressure.
I've seen it. I think I've seen it in a deck by Sam Black, he's known to be an innovator.
Yes.
And
I have to say, I will never forget. Like Sam Black will always stay in my heart when I saw his grave crawler. No, not grave crawler. A carrion feeder attacking, and his opponent had to chump block with Grizzlebrand. That's like that's too good.
That's the experience of the lifetime.
Yes, because he was the first one who like introduced zombies into Legacy.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Sure. Seal of Cleansing. Jan Brodzak is very much telegraphing a counterspell still. And the beautiful thing is that even if he doesn't have it, he can just he could go the whole game without ever having. Well, I mean, at some point he would have to have it, but like imagine he just drew it like 2 turns.
Yeah, but sometimes your opponent misses that point, and when they actually go for it, eventually it's sometimes too late.
Yeah, at that point you already have it, right? But...
Or even if you don't have it, then it can be already too late.
How many tokens do we have? Can Parallax type take care of
I think it was
all the
after
tokens?
Gush. I don't think so.
So it's like
I think it was
8?
after Gush, so my guess is like at least 7 after casting the So
It just says 1/1, right? No, it says something, but it's way too small. If anybody of you guys in the chat know how many tokens that is, then please let us know. But yeah, my guess would be that it's. Wait, what just happened?
No, what is he doing?
I don't think he needed to.
No, it's a token. It's not coming back.
It never comes back.
Alberto. Mamma mia.
Okay.
Well, he's probably that's the motion. He's used to it. Like
right. Like you do something 100 times and then you do it again. That was just very confusing.
I'm just thinking about it. A City of Treasure. It's quite interesting, especially when you play the Frantic Search. It's quite hot.
Mm-hmm.
You can basically turn 2.
You get a lot of colorless mana, but it's still colorless, right?
Yeah, it's colorless. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But I mean, turn 3, you can do things because because you get extra mana, extra colored mana if you have, let's say, whatever Plains, Island, and City of Treasure. You get white mana, extra white mana.
Okay, all right. There's another Gaia's Blessing, by the way, and again it goes in Alberto's direction.
Really?
And the Phyrexian Furnace. Interestingly, can we see how many win conditions Jan has? Because if he only has double Gaia's Blessing and spontaneous
that's for me. That's like a blasphemy to cast the. You have to cast the second Gaia's Blessing on your Gaia's Blessing.
Right.
What are you trying to do?
So what win conditions does he have?
Spontaneous generation.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay.
Oh my god.
And how many Gaia's Blessings does he run?
3. Okay.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. So that's his last win condition. Gaia's Blessing. If that gets countered or somehow dealt with. Yes. But by the way, here we have the beauty of Phyrexian Furnace.
No wonder they're playing for top 8. Playing such good cards. Yeah. Phyrexian Furnace. It's the sleeper card of the
I mean, there will be more Phyrexian Furnaces than islands in top 8.
You wish. Still, Jan still has his counterspell mana up. He's trucking. And like at this point, after 2 Gaia's Blessings, Alberto Claridge's graveyard probably doesn't look like much.
One thing we should note, if it's not clear, that Jan's deck does not have Oath of Druids. Right? No creatures.
Yeah, that's right.
No creatures.
Yeah.
Instead, he has 3 Gaia's Blessing. He has the spontaneous generation, so he's trying to kill his opponent in a different way. And it
seems like, by the way, there are 2 tokens left. So the original number was 7. Because Alberto was at 9, he's at 5 now. I mean 7.
But
but going back to what you said, it's interesting to see these. This is a Parfait. This is not a Parfait Oat.
No, not Parfait, but it's Parfait.
Yeah, it's a control
blue
deck.
Parfait,
yeah.
Blue controller. I don't know. I have to say, I think Albert, it's a shame Alfredo threw away the Seal of Cleansing, for sure.
Yeah.
He could be threatening with Parallax Tide or something like that. At least Jan would probably have to Seal of Cleansing. Seal of Cleansing, he would kill the Ivory Tower, and then he would be able to cast Phyrexian Furnace. But there'd be 2 less permanents on board for Jan.
Yeah, right. So
that's I always start almost like before you draw the card, you tap a Phyrexian Furnace in.
Jan's Enlightened Tutor for Sylvan Library with sitting comfortably at 34 life. This is basically a Phyrexian arena that hits you for 4 instead of 1, and it's still great. Tournament. All right. What do you do about that one? Alberto has a bunch
Balaš
of
has quite a
cards.
few cards, so
He has like 6 cards in his hand. No.
what is Tuna gonna do? Oh, he's not doing.
He's not. Okay. Because if he activated it, he could have played it again, right? I don't know.
Yeah, now again he's going to draw like 3 cards a turn.
Yeah. This is what I. It's a Phyrexian Arena, but better.
By the way, saying that we said the Ivory Tower is not really relevant, but Sylvan Library.
Yeah. I stand corrected. You can you can be quite adventurous with the Sylvan Library once you're on.
I saw in the chat we had a question that how many players there were today. We said it was 112 players. Just when I had the break last round, I got a text from my friend that he didn't have a chance to come to quite a few tournaments. He was so excited about coming, but one of his kids got ill this morning. He had to take it to the hospital. So that was kind of heartbreaking because he was looking forward to this event for 2 months, and so I hope everything is good, Petr, and I'll see you next time.
Is it Petr Klitschko? Oh no, okay. I hope everything's all right for him. And yeah, that's what happens. Sometimes life gets in the way. This game looks like it's gonna be over soon, by the way. And
I can't like what can Jan have in his hand? I think he has like double counter spell. I can imagine.
He saw a lot of cards already in this game, and he has not played a single counter spell yet.
Yes, but he actually plays 4 counter spell and 3 foil. 3 foil.
Okay.
That's
Oh. All right. So Alberto is playing Replenish. Okay, that's. If you have a counterspell, that was the quickest counterspell that I've seen in a long time. Yeah, that's just a very quick no. Okay, so we're gonna see some scroll rack action. Is that it?
Now it's a bit messy.
Yeah, I believe that's Alberto's hand, is it not?
Probably.
Yeah.
Unless there are some exiled cards as well.
Yeah, but there's quite a few stacks of cards. I guess like these are like face down exiled cards. All right. Fetch. Sure, that's pretty safe to fetch at this point.
And there's stifle. I didn't think he's stifling.
And what else are you stifling if not this?
There's still hope you will resolve that blue.
Okay.
Because that can be pretty good. But we must not forget that Alberto is on 3 life.
Yeah, like these 2 1/1s are the turn clock, right? And once you hit once, the City of Brass is offline.
Yes. That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's somehow so beautiful, isn't it? Like no win conditions. Like you have 1 card that you can play as an instant.
And the rest of your deck is just like card draw,
answers, counters, everything.
Yeah,
amazing.
I love it.
Humility. But the thing is that he plays Enlightened Tutor, so this is really like Enlightened Tutor and Gush. So, but I think when you cut Oath of the Druids, you have some space.
Wouldn't it be nice to have like Oath of Druids once you're already running Enlightened Tutor?
In theory, yes.
But
we'll see what Albert.
All right, so there's the land. There's another Replenish. Let's see how many counterspells Jan has. He's looking into the graveyard. There's Attunement, Opalescence.
He's maybe thinking about letting this result.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
maybe
he's going to. Okay, there we go. I like that. So Jan, try.
I think there are 2 triggers, if I'm not mistaken. Phyrexian Furnace and draw, or maybe it goes hand in hand. You have to exile.
But either way, the Replenish got countered. There was some really nice trick with the stifling the Phyrexian Furnace. As you were saying, you can either stifle the card draw, or the exiling. Or
no, I wasn't sure whether there are 2 triggers, but maybe it's one. You sack it, We can see Phyrexian Furnace. We can you can second target a card, and when you remove it, you draw a card.
Okay.
So probably you can even like remove the card beforehand with maybe your own Phyrexian Furnace, and you're not going to win.
All right.
Great. So can we? So maybe we'll have a look on maybe Alberto's deck. He will have to show something in the second game.
Right. Like we saw very clearly how Jan's deck operates.
Yes.
I think basically now you get the idea. And now if Alberto wants to advance into the top 8, he's gonna have to show us how his deck operates.
Oh, mana short. Haven't seen
Can you
this
see
card.
the symmetry? It's not exactly like 4 of here, 4 of there, but I love it.
I think if this is my wallpaper in the room where I'm lying in bed ill, it would drive me crazy. Because I would try to find the pattern, but then
There is, well...
is there?
Oh yeah, well, sort of. Like sure. Like there, you have 3 intuitions on the left, and
Oh no.
on the other side you have 3 stifles.
Oh no.
Everything is symmetrical, except for
We should probably talk about the deck, but we are now talking about
This
a
geometry
genius.
is more important.
I think a genius of this mad mind of Alberto Clerici. Yeah.
Okay, you probably board in the orange chance.
I like the wood.
The what?
Wood. No?
Wood?
The wood behind the deck.
You're still in the world of geometry.
Yeah, I think because I think we overlooked this level of.
It is a very nice table.
Of Alberto's message. Maybe we should have him later as an.
I'm curious. Did he make it himself? Is he a carpenter? There's so many questions running through my mind right now.
So many questions.
Yeah.
But
we can invite Alberto for deck tech and never ask him about a single card from the deck. And just
so what do we want?
geometry.
What do we want here?
Orim's Chant, surely, right?
I think yes, Orim's Champ,
Yeah,
because
like-
it's 1 mana he has to counter, or he's going for Replenish.
Yeah.
Now I think I would like Exalted Angel.
Okay.
Because there is no way Jan is keeping like Swords to Plowshares. They look so bad, and I think Exalted Angel can be pretty good. And Exalted Angel also seems okay. You have 7 1/1s.
I don't care. I have.
I care only a little because I'll kill you first.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can just comfortably play it on turn 3 as a morph. Like there's no shock.
No, for
there's
sure,
nothing,
absolutely. There is no and there's no punishment. It's not like he will bolt it or anything like that.
I like mana short.
Yes.
It's basically the same function like Orim's Chant. You just play it end of turn.
Well, you take. It's very easy for Alberto in the sense that he's taking out. I would like to say 4 Swords to Plowshares, but I only found 3.
Wait, you have to look. You have to look.
Maybe it's on another line.
I think it's under the City of Brass right there. No.
Because Alberto is like, oh, should I play 4 of the best card in the format? No, I think 3 is enough. But I think he has a plan, of course. He has like Parallax Tide, Parallax Wave, and Parallax Tide. So I think
he has
fine.
2 Parallax Waves. Yeah.
I think
and then he also has 2 Parallax Waves. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. It's all over the place. But I think he doesn't want Parallax Wave.
That very much depends on what Jan is boarding in.
Yes,
right? But imagine a world where both players board in Exalted Angels, and they're just like smashing into one another, gaining life. I don't know. Like, does Jan's sideboard contain any creatures? Does he even like meddling mages?
Okay.
Like, imagine.
So I think we sorted this out. We want to at least get Orim's Chance, Mana Short, and Exalted Angel, and we're taking out Swords to Plowshares and. Maybe some Parallax Wave.
Yeah.
And can we see...
just a quick look at...
Jan's...
I'm just really worried it's not going to be so pretty. Like, the composition is just going to disappoint me. I fear. But...
do you like Crispicola?
Is there... Oh...
I knew it.
Yeah,
it won't be Crispicola. This is not Crispicola.
I'm disappointed but for a different reason. Yeah, that like, sure. Well, I mean, it still does the job done.
It does the meddling mage job, but yes.
So clearly, Jan is boarding in the 3 meddling mages, right?
Yes.
And the question is, does Alberto know that Jan is boarding in the meddling mages? And if so, then
yes, that's.
Is he gonna keep the Swords to Plowshares?
That's very interesting. I think Jan is bringing 2 Annals. He's bringing Crypt.
Sure.
He's bringing Ray of Revelation.
Sure. The Annals Probably, yeah.
Probably yes.
Sure.
I think he's bringing still one library, to be honest.
Okay, sure.
I like that. He and he's certainly bringing meddling mages. They are incredible.
Yes.
If he names Replenish, what is he gonna do? Like he needs to draw. I would keep like 2 Parallax Wave, and that's probably about it. And I just came last round. I came to the feature match area and I saw the other match, and I saw meddling mage with swords to plowshares on it. I saw meddling mage with lightning bolt on it, and opponent holding swords to plowshares and lightning bolt.
That's the dream. Yeah. All right. So there's a bunch of other questions. Like what is Jan going to board out? Is he gonna board out humility? Is he better than me? And does he know how it works with like opalescence and stuff? Because But all right, we start with
Lantex.
Yeah, plains Lantex. Okay, Alberto is clearly not afraid of Lantex. Okay, yeah. Take 3, I suppose.
Yes.
Is it like Frantic Search on top? Take 3 more.
Yes, but like Frantic Search doesn't seem that great when it's wonderful.
Okay.
It's wonderful.
All right.
Wonderful. But it feels so like frustrating when you are on the play and you play like Mox Diamond and Lantex and you can't answer with Disenchant.
Yeah. Like to some extent, I think that's almost a good enough reason by itself to ban the card. But. All right, well, it looks like Lantex is gonna stick, and so Jan searches for the first time, facing an attunement and a rather painful mana base. At this point, the clock is like, how many spells can Alberto cast before he dies to his own lands? But
yes, but especially if we consider there are probably meddling mages, there's the generation that
we can see some Grizzly Bear beat down as well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it looks like we're going into the discard step with Jan preparing some cards to discard. Probably, maybe not. Okay, there's the meddling mage.
Right.
Speaking of the devil.
All right.
Chris Piccola himself, only in a cosplay
in disguise for a woman.
yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Draw
3. But he named Replenish. That's for sure, right?
I mean, what else do you name, right?
Like you name Replenish. Because I think one of the games that Alberto can play is the Parallax Tide game I mentioned in the first game.
Yeah.
Because that can do it. Because if you remove your opponent's 5 lands, even if he has Lantex in play, like there are only this many lands you can get.
Yeah.
Actually, exactly 12 lands in the deck.
There's another
not
attunement.
counting Undiscovered Paradise. Another attunement.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the same one.
No, I think he discarded one, actually.
That was the other one.
Okay, yeah. So here we have the same attunement with Alberto discarding another attunement. He's already on 12 with Meddling Mage Beatdown coming shortly. So I guess at this point it's again like, what defenses does Jan have, and how is Alberto going to overcome those?
But it really seems to me, I remember when you had like Vendilion click in the sideboard of a control deck to bring it afterboard, or like Tarmogoyf and that sort of thing. But here it seems that the creature that everybody brings from sideboard is Meddling Mage, and considering that many decks are very 1-card centric or like 2-card centric,
right?
But Meddling Mage seems backbreaking. I remember when Meddling Mage was printed, a lot of people played it, but they realized it's not very good because people play multiple different removals, so it just didn't do it. But here you play it with Dreadnought and you just name Swords to Plowshares, and here you play it after board when he has less removal,
right?
And you just name the crucial card, Replenish.
Ooh, what we are seeing Enlightened Tutor for a Mox Diamond.
That's what this can be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has a bunch of basics from the Lantex, so like having access.
It's kind of strange that you now can't search with Lantex.
No, well, the thing is that. Like, if you have a counterspell in hand, what is going... Okay, interesting. So, in response, or actually still in the upkeep, Alberto fires off what I think happened was that Jan wanted to have the Mox Diamond so that he's able to cast Counterspell without having to play a third land, so he can still keep digging with the land text. Alberto saw it, and he was like, "No, I'm going to Arms Chant you so that you have to play the third land." Right?
Interesting. And actually, Alberto is fine with this situation because he doesn't have to play lands anymore.
Yeah. He has 4 mana and like. Provided he can find stuff. Well, I mean, Jan is telegraphing Counterspell pretty hard.
Yes, but
right?
But like you're not going to how you,
yeah, sure. Yeah, you have to start playing spells eventually that matter, so that Jan. But
now when Replenish is banned, like you have significantly less cards that you're willing to, or that actually make that impact the game. But I think certainly Parallax Tide is a big one.
You take 3 damage casting it. You go to 6.
Yes, but
you go to 4.
But next turn you can resolve whatever you want.
Well, you just have to overcome the counterspell. I mean,
yes.
Like you have to draw them out. The question is how many Jan has. Yes. At this point.
Oh, there is another line.
Okay, there goes my theory about the land text.
That would trigger it. But unfortunately, his lands cost him so much.
Yeah, like
he's on 9. If he wants to play the Parallax Tide, he's on 6.
Yeah, it still costs him the same 3 life that it did.
Yes.
Just but now he can go like Orim's Chant, Parallax Tide.
Yes.
Does that do anything?
A tournament.
Okay, he can also play a tournament and not
take any damage.
Sure, why not?
Annul.
Okay, sure, makes sense. You want to make sure that your opponent doesn't draw into the answers, right? Like he has 2 cards in hand. Replenish is locked out right now. And we do have a confirmation that Meddling Mage is in fact naming Replenish.
That would be all.
So I mean, we suspected it.
Yes, we did suspect it. Yes, but but it seems the Meddling Mage is really one of the cards of the format. One of the defining, like with Dreadnought, certainly one of the main cards.
I think it might be one of the most overrated main deck cards and one of the most underrated sideboard cards.
Could be, yes. Very well could be.
Alright, so 9 becomes 7. And there's the Mox that Jan searched for last turn. Still good. You can hardcast foil, do all kinds of stuff.
By the way, once you get these 3 lands a turn extra, you don't mind so much Enlightened Tutoring for...
Yeah. That's when I can agree with playing Enlightened Tutor then, So we have the Scroll Rack Lantax engine going, and Jan is still keeping mana up for a counterspell. That does not necessarily mean he has it, but
even
I think we're gonna see soon. There's another Orim's Chant and Intuition in Alberto's hand. So he can wait. He doesn't have to go for it now. Though time is ticking. He's on 7, he's going to be on a 5. Yes. You can only activate the Ancient Tomb so many times.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's really, again, it's...
Okay, the Meddling Mage is so good, this game. Like, so good.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's
especially with the Ancient Tomb, it's almost like having a Baloth.
Yeah, right.
Attacking.
Like you don't have to attack 10 times. You can just attack like 4 times, and it's done.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's. I think Jan is showing like mastery, and like he knows what he's doing, and also his deck is very, very strong.
Okay, so some stuff is happening. So Jan is activating. Oh wow! Okay, so. I believe end of turn, Jan is activating his Scroll Rack. Alberto is responding with
Orim's Chant.
So he really wants some spell. He's willing to pay
go down
life.
to 4.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What is he getting?
I don't know.
He's going down to 4.
Source to play. Oh, he has it.
my god, okay. That
Incredible.
makes sense. Because
Okay.
now Jan is tapped out. So that just means he has... Okay, I really like this play, actually.
Yes. I would, I think Alberto knows that Meddling Mage is coming. So he did keep some, some sort of
he kept
structure.
3 swords.
He kept
with
exactly
at least.
3, so
Yeah.
he could
To give
intuition
intuition.
for it. I'm not sure.
How do you like the orange chant there? Like Jan has 1 mana up,
I don't.
so like he would only be able to foil, right?
Yes. I honestly I don't because I think you need to keep that one
For the replenish.
for the replenish
right.
if you still want to win.
The problem is that like look at the mana base. Like he has 3
Maybe
life.
because he has 2 orange chants, so he just want to be sure that will resolve.
Yeah.
But he only has one. He only has orange chant. So basically, what he needs to get is orange chant. Now he needs to draw replenish, but he can't really do it all because that costs him for life.
I think he needs to draw planes first.
Yes.
And was that? I think that was a Tormod script, because suddenly the graveyard is face down. That does not happen without a reason.
Yes.
I think we saw a Tormod
Probably,
script
but
there.
since we don't see Jan's graveyard, it's maybe hard to tell. We might missed that, but
I think I caught a glimpse of Tormod script.
I think now, if you don't mind, we can maybe actually have a look on standings because
You
I'm not saying this
think that
game-
Jan is winning?
No, I'm not saying this game is not interesting, but I think we can do some other
No
things as well.
faith in Alberto.
I have a lot of faith in Alberto.
That's like how do you draw from the right pile? By the way, here, like you have a graveyard and a deck, they look the same. It's
But
just
my faith is not connected to his to this match.
Okay, so let's have a look at the standings. And meanwhile, there's stuff happening there. No, well, we can keep the match. Because I mean it's very likely going to end soon anyway. But we have the standings here with us. So Josef Vlach is 6-0.
That's
very
that's
much.
our black-white player from last round.
From the last round. Marcin Kowalski, that's the red-green survival of the fittest Avalanche Riders player.
Avalanche Riders Wasteland deck.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's
5 wins in the draw.
showing. That's great showing.
That is
from him.
extremely impressive.
And it's Marc Vogt with we also saw him on the stream with Parfait. We'll probably have another Parfait in form of Jan Brodzak now.
Wow, we'll see. Let's see how the so then because then we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The 5-1 players go all the way down to 11th place. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of draws. Maybe 4 and 5 can draw, which means that 6, 7 is 1. 8, 9 is 2. 10, 11 is 3. But then Jan Brodzak would be the other 5-1-1 player, and he actually it looks like it could work that way, which means that Jan Brodzak is going to be 9th if the math stays the way it is. Can you see it? Like 4, 5. Wait, no, but actually 4 is going to be paired up. So like it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4, Jiří Moravec can maybe draw because its tiebreakers are great, and then you're gonna have, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would actually put Jan Brodzak in the top 8.
Okay. Honestly, personally, every time this happens to me, that should I ID or not, I always come to some nice, smarter person than me, like Adam, and ask him, "Can I ID?"
It's not about being smart or not. It's experience. Like smarter people than me taught me, and also it's always risk. Like you count the tiebreakers. I mean, come on! I've been 9th twice at a very important tournament, so I wouldn't put my faith in that. And not that I would ID into 9th.
But one thing I would like to say that Josef, who has 18 points, and he will certainly make top 8.
Oh yeah.
I wonder whether he drew, if his opponent would accept it. But I think for Josef, it also could make sense to play.
I think, to be honest, I don't think it matters because look, he likely gets paired against 2 or 3. and these people already have 5 wins on the draw. So I think Josef can actually comfortably draw and still be first. Yeah, right. Doesn't really matter. He can just like take a break for 1 round.
Yes, and I think that's exactly it. If what would you do? Would you take a break or would you go to be first? Because if
you still first, even if you draw.
Yeah. Okay, that's
you mean like in a
case.
different
But in general,
situation?
like you know, you will certainly make top 8. But would you play to be first, or would you take 1 hour off?
It depends. If I feel fresh, I might play. If I feel like I need to rest for a bit, I can easily see I would draw. Like if it's a difference between being like a first and 8th,
I see.
then it's like it depends on how many people jump you, and also depends on like how much the format is about playing first.
I think it's magic, and it's kind of about playing first. It's so important.
All right,
like,
so
like with the land decks. Like land decks in the format, you kind of want to play first.
Yeah. The match is still going on, by the way. Alberto kind of had to start from the scratch because his graveyard got hit by Torment Script. He has lands that don't really give him a lot of colored mana.
And what's the best follow-up after Torment Script?
Phyrexian Furnace. Yeah, you just like kick them while they're down. They don't have a lot of cards in their graveyard, so just make sure it stays that way, right?
Just a little punch every turn.
So basically, Jan is just waiting for a Meddling Mage at this point, right?
But I think Alberto effectively can't really use his lands.
He has a Plains now.
He has a Plains, he has Island, so that's good. But okay, he can still tap. Like the Adarkar waste is realistically, but basically Ancient Tomb is kind of out of the question.
Jan just searched for 4 lands, which I think it was 4, and it could very well be the last 4 basics in his deck. So now he's just going to do the Scroller.
He's
put
not
them back.
Yes, exactly, he's not playing. What he could have done was like to search for 3. Had the other one on the stack, put 3 back with Scroll Rack, search another 3. Then it would have shuffled library and then go for Sylvan Library.
You've played the deck before, haven't you?
Yes. And if you have a scroll rack, you can put them back and shove. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess what you want to do here is just to make sure that you don't like randomly lose to something. So you want to have at least a counter spell or 2. Play Meddling Mage, but like, let's face it, there's not much that Alberto can do.
I played against a friend of mine, Roman. He's here today as well. And when I scroll like for 12, it just felt wrong. It really felt wrong. And he's such an enthusiast. He comes to our monthly tournament to Prague from Brno. It's 200 kilometers.
Oh wow!
And he comes home like 3 o'clock in the morning. But he's been coming for like 2 years.
Wow. Okay.
So he really loves it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there are some Premodern tournaments in Moravia as well, right?
Yeah, now they are, but I think probably
okay.
some of the first one. Yeah, I think that's.
So that's
honestly, I thought it was a handshake.
I was close to.
It was like, can I see what you had there?
That's just the graveyard. Maybe Alberto thinks he can deck. Yeah. No. There's no way. There has to be another win condition, right?
Yes, that's not very realistic. When, as I said it before, scroll rack you can't really be decked. Not to mention there is a gas blessing.
It's not gonna happen. There's so many reasons why Jan should win this game. Also, like one Meddling Mage is there. Chances are the other ones are not far. The only card in Alberto's graveyard is a Frantic Search.
Brilliant. Yes.
But like looking at the standings...
Somebody in the chat is saying we're doing a good job.
Ooh, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
But when I had a break last round, I got some messages from some of you. Thank you so much for your support, for everything. We're really enjoying it. And it's really, I don't say do it yourself, but it's really by players, for players.
Yeah. So it's a community-based format, and this is very much a community-organized tournament.
And I have to say, there's one thing we did not say, but this venue is just amazing. I came here for the first time only yesterday, and this all looks like some kind of a steampunk, something in between steampunk. It looks, or maybe
it's more like cyberpunk. Right? Like you have like the Blade Runner visuals or Robocop.
Terminator.
Yeah, Robocop.
Like the Techno
right.
A little bit like Robocop. Yeah, exactly.
It's 5 floors. It's Yeah, go on.
It's a 5-floor building built in between 77 and 82. It has or at the time it was like the most high tech what communist Czechoslovakia could provide. Obviously, these things age quite quickly.
It was like a telephone hub.
It was it was a telephone hub, and now there are every story has some. I think one story has a paintball.
Yeah, the paintball.
The floor we are on now, it has a lot of these old machines,
like the
arcades.
Arcades.
It's amazing. There is a bar. It's called Magic Potion. They make you all Mana Potion. Yeah. There are board games and so on. Upstairs and if you're walking the stairs, it's all kind of dark in purple. There are these luminescent lights, luminescent paint on the walls, and there are screens that's like this. Exactly, it looks like a RoboCop news.
Right. I think that's where it's from, actually. It's some like visuals from Blade Runner and stuff.
It's amazing. The room we're in is for Dungeons and Dragons. Just opposite of us is it's
like a cabinet with all these
with Games Workshop models, and so there are books for Dungeons and Dragons. And so on.
Yeah, we just got a message, by the way, that the visuals come from Deus Ex Revolution. Was that Mankind Revolution? So
and is it all of it?
Familiar?
Isn't it a mix? Because
I saw RoboCop, I think.
Because there's certainly RoboCop.
Wait, stuff is happening.
Oh, pardon.
Okay, sorry. Orim's-chan Parallax Tide. I had to say something.
I see.
But there's like 3 Mox Diamonds in play anyway. So
yeah. Anyway, but what can he do? Like, there's nothing he can do anyway, right?
Like with 3 Mox Diamonds, like he doesn't.
And on the walls, on the walls there are warrants that they are looking for. What's his name? Roy Betty
is from Blade Runner.
That's from Blade Runner.
Right.
That's the replicant. They're another replicant. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. What a spoiler! I was looking for.
Okay, did you just? Okay, so we actually cannot talk about Blade Runner here because Janek is in the room and he hasn't seen the movie yet. So.
I watched it after a long time recently in cinema, the first Blade Runner, and. It's still, the visuals are still unbelievable.
And the music.
And everything.
Yeah.
Vangelis, I think so. I just felt, I think the story felt a little bit weaker than I remember it, but maybe this is not a place to say such a thing.
No, also, hey, what was going on there? So, Parallax Tide got hit by a Seal of Cleansing.
He could have untapped more lands.
And then... Oh? What's that? Sorry.
I think he sacked Seal of Cleansing to destroy Parallax Tide, and in response he removed 2 of his lands, but he could have removed 5 of his own lands, Alberto, and then get them back untapped.
I'm not sure.
Which maybe not so relevant, but just something he could have done.
Wait, but you have to respond.
If you respond to Seal of Cleansing, then it's fine.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right.
But if you would do it and then Seal of Cleansing, then not so fine. But I think he's on 2 Meddling Mage.
There's the Meddling Mage we've all been waiting for. Yeah. Alberto might not have been waiting for the Meddling Mage, but maybe yes. It's like how do you call it? Like the Meddling Mage is gonna set him free from the game that he's not winning.
Yes. I think we just have to make sure that I don't want to see the Parfait probably on the coverage until the finals.
Okay.
Because it's just you see how much you have to do.
Orb.
Now imagine playing Parfait on Magic Online. Like you would go to time probably it probably would be bad. Because there's so many actions you have to do.
That's true.
And they are not such easy actions. Like searching 3 lands in Magic Online, it takes some time.
I think this has to be sure, but like I think even in like paper Magic, when you're playing Parfait, most of what you're doing has to be automatized. Like you are allowed to think about maybe, think about maybe 20% of the stuff that you're doing. The rest, you just have to go through the motions.
No, because imagine if you click it on Magic Online, think about it. It's counterspell.
Right.
There's the handshake.
Yes.
That's...
Did you see the hand? Counterspell, foil. I think, if I saw correctly, it's all the embarrassment of riches, all the counterspell.
Yes.
So
what I was trying to say that if you play it on Magic Online, like land text triggers. You have to click 3 lands. Then if you want to tap your scroll rack, you choose cards that you put. Then you draw these cards. Then you have to set them how they will go back into your deck.
Oh, well.
So I don't think that would be possible. So yes.
Okay.
You can only
Either
do it
the-
if you have
yeah.
a quick hands and you play it in paper.
So online metagame is like paper metagame, but after land text is banned. So we already have like a preview of what it would look like if land text went away.
But
mind.
now we finished the Swiss. So we will probably have a small break.
Yeah, there's gonna be a top 8 announcement at some point soon.
Yes.
I'm not sure if we can televise it, but we will. Well, we're gonna think about it. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna see the top 8. We're gonna have the questionnaires for the top 8 players. We're gonna have some visuals. And we're gonna be back with top 8 matches, with the final standings, seeing what does the top 8 metagame look like. And yeah, so we're gonna be we're gonna be back very soon.
So stay tuned. We're having great fun.
Yeah.
And I hope you're having it as well. And I think the top 8 will be exciting. I hope it won't be Parfait against Parfait in the finals. That would be.
Yeah, and I can see that Hannes has some fans in the chat, so hopefully he makes it for all the fans out there. He's a great player, and so we're gonna see you soon.
I hope you're right, like Council, that he secured top 8. X11
Should be,
probably.
I think. It really depends at this point on how many people drew. So we're gonna see. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. See you guys soon. Pauza.
Aha, tak.
Tak jo.
Hele, dáme,
Dobře, tak
co
jo.
kdybychom dali, že ta topka začíná...
Za 20. So welcome back to our Czech Premodern Championship coverage. We have a very special guest here, Štepán Herynek.
Thanks for joining us in the coverage.
Thanks for joining us. We mentioned actually Štepán already twice today. We said that he has the reputation of being the founding father of Premodern, in Czech Republic.
Or one of the founding fathers.
One of the founding fathers,
exactly. The fathers.
But he's the only one we know by name.
Yeah.
Yes. And secondly, that Štepán plays Hermit.
The angry hermit, techno hermit.
I rather call it techno hermit because you don't play anger anymore, but
that's what it's for. So angry hermits. Okay. Cool.
Then you need a basic mountain which doesn't work with the rest of the decks.
And the techno comes from, why is it called techno?
I don't know, I just like it. Some people call it like that.
Are all your decks techno something? Techno Replenish, techno?
Well, actually yes, because I don't have any other deck at the point, so...
Okay.
Yes, but I just want to say Štepán is the player that has it like turn 1 or turn 2, and when you answer it, he has it turn 3 and then turn 4 again. So it's like, do you have the answer again and again?
I mean, that's how you play it, right? So
it's what else do you want a deck to do, right? Like this is what it does. Yeah.
But the main reason we brought Štepán here because he's also a photographer. He took pictures of the top 8 finalists and researcher. But that's not that important for us now.
I thought you said that's why you brought him here.
So, we just wanted to hear a little bit about Premodern. What are your memories of how the Premodern started? Because in my world, and everybody has like a kind of a different memories. I know that Štepán told me about Premodern quite a long time ago. I would say maybe 2018. I don't know. And we built decks, and in between legacy rounds, I played rock with him to Turak. I just want to say,
sounded like it fit in.
First, like a year, I played rock with him to Turak because.
Good idea.
And every time I saw some deck list, I was like, "That's so stupid. Why don't they play him to Turak? It's such a good card. Like, I think it's better than Duras."
Yeah. I play Pendelhaven in my rock decks, so like I'm guilty as well. Like I didn't know it was not legal for some time. So, but these were like the very beginnings, right? So. That's maybe our beginnings, but how about yours? You seem to have played it before we did. And like, how did you pick it up?
Maybe. I actually have no idea how I found out about Premodern, but then there was this period of time when Legacy wasn't as much fun for me. When some of the cards were printed and the Legacy was really weird at the time, so I was kind of looking for a different format to play. And somehow I stumbled up on Premodern. And then, as Tomas said, we just bought some cards and started playing. I think I had red-white Astral Slide and some kind of John Zombie Infestation. There was already Hermit Druid in the deck, so...
That's how it all started.
Yeah, that's how it started, maybe. And so we just played for a while, and then some other people wanted to play. So actually, I looked it up today, and it was in April 2020 when we officially started playing here, because that's when I asked Martin Berlin if we can have like an official Czech group for this, because for each country there's like an official group for Premodern. So I just texted him and he was like, yeah, perfect, let's go. So we started the Facebook page, people started joining, and I have to say that the game stores in Prague were really helpful, and they put up cool prizes for our leader tournaments, and also they started doing their own tournaments in the game stores. So it was really easy to start, and now today it's over 100 people playing.
Yeah.
And I didn't play it honestly for like last 6 months, and I just came here and it's perfect.
Yeah, suddenly
It's just growing, and I'm doing.
you just put a seed, you walked away, and you watch flower, a tree.
Exactly.
Yes. It's also that we used to in Prague we have like a weekly tournaments of Legacy in paper, like Monday and Wednesday, and we were thinking how to put like Premodern into this schedule, which was quite busy, twice a week Legacy, and we came up with the idea that it will be first Wednesday of the month, because Wednesday is always like a little bit less visited like Legacy, so we felt it doesn't matter that much once a month, and it's what's quite funny that every first Wednesday of the month at noon, there's a test of sirens. So all around Czech Republic, you hear sirens. If you're a tourist, you might get a little bit nervous what's happening in this dangerous Eastern European country. It's just test of sirens, nothing spectacular. But for me, when I hear test of sirens, I think, oh, Premodern.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same. I wasn't at the Wednesday's tournament for quite some time, but every single month I hear the sirens like, oh, it's a Premodern day.
I should go. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And nowadays are the Premodern tournaments, like the regular ones on Wednesdays, are they like on par with the Legacy attendance? Are they higher? Are they lower? Like, what's the community? Is it still like mostly Legacy players, or is it different?
Štepán.
I think the Premodern is populated more, especially on Wednesdays, because as Tomas said, Wednesdays aren't as popular for Legacy, and people are used to come in on Monday if they want to play. And also, Premodern is not twice a week, but it's twice a month here. So if you want to play, you just come for the Wednesday one. And we were actually we were just discussing that maybe if Premodern is being played 2 times a week, like Legacies, people might get bored of it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Because I have to say, originally I was against playing it more than once a month, honestly, because I felt like, okay, we have a certain card pool, it will get sorted.
It's non-rotating.
It should be this bit more casual, fun brewing format, because if you have certain like card pool, it will get solved. So I was at some point I was a bit I felt playing it more will ruin it eventually. That was kind of my thinking. Probably didn't happen. Just some people want to ban Lentex, but that's how we do it. Yes, but we also have to understand that Legacy is played much more. You have many more chances to play it than Premodern. So I think people focus on it. Focus on it more.
Much longer history and yeah. Right.
And also for me, it seems that for Legacy, it's more natural to be like a competitive format because Premodern is like a bit on the casual side for me. Like this is a perfect tournament, but it's not like, the atmosphere here feels more like loose, or I don't know how to say it, but
yes, I agree. By the way, that was always there was like a thing that I found strange, because many years ago I was playing much more Warhammer battles, which is like the war game, and there to win was always considered somehow suspicious. It was like, okay, if you win, but you have to win in certain way. Because if you only win, then you are a cheesy player, or you build it in the way that you win. Oh, it's so strong, your army. If you understand what I mean. Which Magic generally does not have it. Winning is good.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong about
winning.
Yeah, right.
And I'm not saying it's here, but sometimes with the Parfait,
it can be a bit bitter.
Yes, maybe a little bit. Yes, but I understand what you mean. And anything else would you say is great about Premodern? Would you like about it? Would you like anything to be banned? No suggestion.
I've heard something about Lentex today, but I mean it was recently unbanned, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it still recently?
What's recently?
Is it like 2 years ago at least?
Yeah, but.
It's like this country got independence recently, on a great scale of things.
Okay, so recently the show and tell was unbanned, and before that I think it was Lentex. Right. It was banned for some reason, and for some reason it was unbanned. I'm not sure about all the reasons. I never played it, so. And actually, it was the first match I lost today, I think, against Lentex, but that's just what happens.
It does happen. It does happen quite a bit.
So, where do you see future of Premodern? What do you think should happen, or what will happen?
As I already said, I've missed quite some time in Premodern tournaments. I heard something crazy about food chain elves.
Really?
I have no idea what it is.
If that was a thing, I missed it.
I would absolutely love to play food chain, but I actually don't know how the meta shifted lately. So
okay, food chain. Okay, I've heard some things about food chain elves. I've seen some deck lists. I think we have a food chain elves expert in the house here. I will send you.
Yes, we do, because Štepán is food chain expert of
about
Legacy.
Premodern.
Okay,
But
I don't think it like went to the point where it would like win a major tournament or it would. But I've heard some maybe discussions on Discord or something. So yeah, and that's the nice thing, right? Like every few months there's something which is like the next big thing. But so you said that you missed a few months, but like do you think Premodern now is different than Premodern 6 months ago when you still played a lot, or?
I wouldn't say so. I think that more people joined. Some of them bought the expensive annoying cards, so. But I don't think it's shifting too much. Some of them started trying maybe a bit more harder to win because they started as casual players, and then you play, and you buy more cards and you want to win more. I don't know. I think the part where I left is really similar to one that I actually got back.
But I think we were discussing it almost at the beginning of the stream that that's simply something that draws people to the Premodern format. One is nostalgia, and second, that they know that their deck will be, playable in a long time and in 1 month or 2 months and something. And I think it froze.
It looks like it. Janku, funguje. Okay. So okay, can someone in the chat say if you hear us? If you hear us, please just type in. Future of Premodern Goblins with 3 Birds of Paradise.
With 3.
That's what it says. Okay, stream crashed. Janku, stream crashnul asi. Nejsme moje. Okay, they can hear us, but the video is still frozen.
Okay, now we're back. Fantastic. And now we are...
Okay, I take it as a subtle suggestion from the director that Štepán's time is over.
Thank you, Štepán, so much for being with us.
Thank you. Pleasure having you here.
Yeah, and thank you for organizing the whole event. This was a really nice day.
We're happy if people enjoy it. Yeah.
I think so.
So far with Adam, we had a great time.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
See you around.
And
And let's get rid of the chair.
yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, we have a quarterfinal match to play.
And I think
not the two of us, but some people.
Yes, and it will be spicy. I could choose this one time. I could choose what I want to see, and one of my pet decks, like I think it's the first Legacy deck I built or second, and I always want to have it, was Enchantress. I just always loved it so much.
All right. So let's jump to the coverage, because as Tomas said, we have an Enchantress deck in the top 8, and we're gonna have it on coverage.
Yes,
on camera.
It placed 8th, and it will go against the first, which is Josef. We saw him Deadguy Ale guy. So we will see how his Masticore will do here against creatures.
Maybe here's Seal of Cleansings, how they will do against the key enchantments in the deck. Yeah.
Because I think Enchantress tends like to play against decks that don't have Punisher's Deed.
That is
somehow feels much better.
That's what I've heard. Yeah. On the other hand, Duress stuff, okay, Josef Vlach is definitely not on -1 games. But okay, timer, we're not gonna need these games are untimed. And I think we can just give the green light for the players to start. We're ready to go. Yeah.
Yes. We'll see. I think in this matchup, I think for Josef, it's important that he can disrupt him a little bit, because especially once Matěj gets a Gothic Enchantress online, he does not really.
You really want to start with Duress. Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Is that Deadguy a Leto? Is that?
Oh, it's beautiful. I expect that. I think he will have a hard time dealing with that Agothin Enchantress. I don't think he probably does not have anything in main deck.
No Cabal Therapies. No. Yeah. What does he do against Argothian Enchantress?
Engineered Plague after board.
Okay. Before board.
But Afterboard.
Yeah, but like anything sooner than that?
No, nothing. He's just going to lose to that.
That's...
And by the way, Josef plays 61 cards. That's old school.
Okay,
That's beautiful.
That is very old school, yeah.
But afterboard, he just definitely has some cards. He has Serenity.
But, okay, is that the card that makes all enchantments more expensive?
No. Serenity is 1 white and 1 enchantment, and at the beginning of your upkeep you sack it and you destroy all artifacts and enchantments.
Okay.
That will be...
And he has Enlightened Tutors to get it.
If it will go off, that will be absolutely brutal. Yes, but Josef is going for Replenish, which I think is correct. So I think he can deal with everything else but a Gothian Enchantress.
We see like a Gerard's Verdict in his hand. We see some interaction for sure. Maybe a quick Hypnotic Spectre could do the job.
Yes, that can be quite annoying. But
like imagine a turn 1 Ritual Hypnotic Spectre. The deck would be.
But we can. I will check Matej's deck. He does. Yes, that's what I wanted to see. One of my favorite cards, Elephant Grass, and that kind of stops what Josef can be trying to do.
Because black creatures cannot attack.
Black creatures cannot attack. Yes, this one because the grass is so high that even like spectres that fly, they just can't.
Okay.
Get over it.
Maybe Exalted Angel then. But okay, yeah. Well, I can see your point now. I think that there's like a multiple hurdles that Josef has to just push through. The start of turn 1 Duress, turn 2 Gerard's Verdict. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yes, but in other format it would be Thoughtseize or Inquisition, and I would take Argothian. But simply here, Argothian is exactly that card that you just can't really deal with.
There's like a. No, I mean there are discard spells that can nab creatures. It's just that they're really bad, and also there's decks that.
You're talking about Ostracize.
I didn't want to point fingers or name names, but yeah, Ostracize or Blackmail, I think. But the other player has to actually show you 3 and you pick 1. I think it's like one.
I know.
Yeah.
That's
like you get the best out of the 3 worst cards in their deck. I believe it's 3.
Yes.
But anyway.
So now it's Argothian Enchantress that's going to stay here until end of this game.
Looks like it. Yeah. And
I think Josef will have to come up with pressure. Because if he doesn't come up with pressure, it's... what can happen that Enchantress, if you discard a lot of enchantments, like another Gerard's Verdict, for example, they can kind of brick. And they can kind of not draw. Like if you draw land, Argothian Enchantress land... You're not doing anything for a very long time.
Yeah.
I've been there many times.
There's not a Duress in Josef's hand.
There is a Duress?
Yeah.
Yes.
But we'll see if it's enough.
Yes. We'll see what he will discard, because if he only has... if I'm choosing between Solitary Confinement and...
Fertile
Ground, what do you take?
I guess Fertile Ground would be my first guess.
Yes. You take Fertile Ground because because Solitary Confinement is just like a draw card that you will have to sack.
Okay.
So he's taking
this is one way how Josef can win.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
He also has Phyrexian Arena in his hand and Exalted Angel. So like the pieces are there for him. And that's another blank for Matej.
Yes.
So after going Duress, Gerard's Verdict, Duress, Josef
and I wonder whether Matej didn't want to keep the land, because he discarded land to Gerard's Verdict, thinking he will draw land, or he will be able to cast the Fertile Ground, and now he might, regret it.
There's the Phyrexian Arena. And Elephant Grass. Do you just cast it?
Yes, you just cast it. Absolutely.
You have to pay the upkeep.
Cumulative upkeep.
At least you draw a card, right?
Yes. If he... Please do cast it, please. No.
Okay.
No, don't do this to me. I want
so we see Josef being super careful with the dices on top of decks. I think he's gonna do that for the rest of the tournament today. But what's the reason why? Like, why wouldn't you cast the Elephant Grass?
I don't know.
Because you're worried that you were gonna have to pay for the
Yes, I think what he trying to. I think he maybe wants to cast it when he will have a black creature. He's a little bit worried about I don't know, that he won't be able to play cumulative upkeep, but he needs to start drawing cards. Mm-hmm. He needs to start drawing cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Will there be top 8 deck lists available? For sure. Eventually they're going to be on our website, and we will see what we can do
to put them there as soon as possible.
Yeah, put them online as soon as possible. But like, we have the deck lists, and we will for sure post them on the website once we're done, and then we're just going to talk to the other guys here if there's a way we can get them into the coverage before that. So, Exalted Angel hits the battlefield. That's a clock. It cannot be stopped by Elephant Grass. Matej draws another land. And so
yes. I'd prefer, actually, to cast it before you play City of Brass.
Sure, because you can draw another land. Yeah. What's that?
I don't see it. I think something white. But I didn't really see it very well.
Yeah. Does the deck play Swords to Plowshares? The Enchantress deck?
I think in the sideboard, yes. 3 in the sideboard.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the plan is also to post the decks on TC decks. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, so he has Swords to Plowshares in the sideboard.
In the sideboard.
Okay. So the Angel...
Yes, which... yeah. I don't think it's something you will be bringing here. Not so sure about it.
Well, how about an answer to Hypnotic Spectre, though?
Yeah.
Like, are you concerned about Ritual Spectre?
That's obviously a concern. Yes, maybe that's it. And Josef doesn't have that many creatures, right? So Sword can buy you a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you hit a Masticore, you hit an Exalted Angel, so no upkeep there for the Elephant Grass.
Oh, Replenish.
That looked like
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Does
now he will get Solitary Confinement. By the way, I love interaction. City of Brass Solitary Confinement. You don't take damage.
Oh, now we're talking. Enchantress Presence. Okay, so...
He didn't draw a card. Please.
Is it a trigger you can miss?
Yes, you can. I think so.
Okay. I think he did not draw a card there. So, Josef does draw all the cards.
But on the other hand, if Matej will be able to play Solitary Confinement next turn, then it's close to a game.
Is it?
Oh. Yes. Like, Josef still can have, like, Vindicate, but there will be some discard spells.
Do the Enchantresses don't trigger off of cards coming from the graveyard?
From Replenish, you have to play them, which is good in the sense that if your opponent counters it, you still draw.
There's Worship in the graveyard.
Yes.
So that's also something that he has to be.
But he discarded Replenish, which is what can you do?
That makes sense.
But there are a lot of good cards here. But certainly next turn it will be Solitary Confinement, and Matej still has quite a lot of life to work with. So it's not that he's going to die in a swing or two. It's still more than 3 swings. Oh, actually 3 exactly, because you will have to tap City of Brass.
Is it paying for the Elephant Grass that's no longer there? Yeah.
It's good.
No, he's being careful, and I believe there's a second Firex in Arena in his hand. So he's gonna start, like, the amount of cards that these two players are gonna be drawing is gonna be pretty similar at this point, right? Yes, except for Matej cannot, like, lose life as long as he has a Solitary
So now he's casting Solitary Confinement.
Alright.
I think now in Solitary Confinement you have to discard cards. He will not forget to draw 2 cards.
I mean, he's like 6-1 on the day, or 5-1-1.
Yes.
He certainly has.
I don't think he missed many of those triggers.
Yeah.
But next turn, I saw in Matej's hand Sterling Grove.
Oh, wow.
And that will just, like, seal it. Because because he can still get now Vindicate, kill it, swing. Because that's kind of what he has to hope for.
Yeah.
Like what he has, Vindicate and discards. But I only see lands and sorts of vouchers.
I see the same. You could Vindicate the Sterling Grove and then Vindicate the Confinement.
Yes, of course, but that's long way. He has another Solitary Confinement. He can in theory play, but obviously he can play another Sterling Grove.
Yeah.
And then it will be finished.
Josef just passes the turn.
Yes, he must not forget discarding. But maybe if he forgets to discard, they can go back to upkeep and he will discard.
A random card.
He kind of can't forget. There are 4 of Sterling Grove.
So Maciej can lose life, but he can't take damage. So he would still lose life for... Oh, wow.
That's incredible.
Okay, the game's over, right?
Yes, pretty much. An important thing to understand is that, in theory, Enchantress can deck itself, but not when you have Words of War.
Oh, right.
Not when you have Words of War. And... Now it's 3 mana.
So 3 white. Sarah's Sanctum does stuff. Seal of Cleansing. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just...
And then he will kill him with Words of War. He will be skipping draw.
Yeah.
And just shoot for 2, shoot for 2. I would like to see Seal of Cleansing on Phyrexian Arena. There's no reason not to. And playing some kind of a game that he will kill himself when he's on 25 life. I don't like it very much. And that you are only giving him chance to draw into that Vindicate. That's the and Gerard's Verdict, which are oh no, he can't cast it. He can't target him.
You target.
No,
so
you
no
target.
Duress, no Gerard's
Nothing.
Verdict.
Yes, nothing.
That card is brutal.
Yes.
Solidary Confinement. What are you even gonna do then?
Yes.
Wow. It's just it's again like.
It means
back in those days there were cards that just told you no. Like, you can't do that. No, you're not allowed to do that either. Yeah.
But I like the name of the card because it means in German it's Einzelheit. It's like the cell in a prison where they put you alone. In your own. So this is like solitary confinement. Just close me there. I'll be safe. Nothing will happen to me.
Yeah, except for here you have like a bunch of enchantment friends, and this is not what. The solitary confinement is rarely the single card in play for
it's kind of strange, but still my favorite album from Falco.
Falco, the Austrian musician.
He's
how did you say it?
Einzelheit.
Einzelheit. Oh.
I hope I say correctly. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it is. And that's why he has the song.
It's not on the level where I would correct you. It's on the level where I understand what you say sometimes, but if you speak in German.
Yes, because he speaks German so much. So here we have Sterling Grove. So this is like it's close to be over. Yeah. I would like him to tap that Serra Sanctum. I think you usually don't have enough green and you have a lot of white.
And also, like, you can keep going. It's you know there's no sweeper. You can just like,
okay.
Wow, okay.
Now, and Josef knows there is Words of War.
Yeah, because
I'm not sure if he knows exactly how it works, but it's almost that he basically can concede now.
How many replenish?
I think I would think 3.
Okay, I was thinking
but you don't need it. He has Words of War in hand.
I know, but like if he discarded Words of War, then Maciej would still bring them back with Replenish, right?
Yes. Like I think when he had that choice to take Words of War, there was always Replenish.
Yeah, you're right. He the rest 2 replenishes. Yeah, that's true.
Yes. The Seal of Cleansing.
Looks very much like GG. I think at this point it's a race between how much time Josef takes to concede.
Yes, pretty much. But I think what can happen that Maciej made top 8, so I guess he knows what he's doing. Sometimes some Enchantress players can kind of be too confident and then realize that they can deck themselves. Words of War stops it, but sometimes you don't cast it, and then you realize that when you want to cast Words of War, you're drawing too many cards.
Oh, so if there are fewer cards in your library, then the number of cards you draw off the Enchanter's presences and Enchantress when you're casting Words of War, that's how you lose.
Yes. But even if there are 3 cards, he casts Words of War, he draws the last 3 cards of the library. He still can't deck himself, right?
There has to
because
be more.
anytime there is more draw, he will just replace the draw.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean,
it's not infinite though, because he has to keep on discarding card for solitary confinement.
Sure. So he can do it like 7 turns in a row with empty library.
Something like that, yes.
Which is 14 damage.
Yes.
Josef has two Phyrexian Arenas.
He has to discard. I think he's thinking about it. It's Elephant Grass. Okay. Elephant Grass is wonderful with Words of War because it costs very little.
Okay.
You know, you want to have as little as possible.
Oh, right. But like once you have Sarah's Sanctum, then you don't really.
But
care
now
about
he's
mana,
casting
right?
those. I'm getting a little bit nervous, but probably I'm wrong, because I would like to have the Words of War on the battlefield.
Right. There's no reason why you wouldn't want to cast them, I suppose.
Yes.
Where does the Wild Growth go? Okay, on Sarah's.
On non-basic land.
Can you still target with Wasteland through the Sarah's Sanctum? I mean,
Yes.
through the Solitary Confinement?
Yes, because solitary confinement.
It's just
if we
you.
we can have solitary confinement on the screen, it basically you can't be targeted and prevent all damage that will be dealt to you. So some things that go around, like each player loses life, that works. But not target player loses life.
Stuff is happening, so
He goes for Sterling Bro.
Maciej's sacrifice is
Oh, he goes in for opalescence. He wants to
Oh.
kill. He wants to kill him like that.
okay. So you
He
just
plays
use
one off.
Parallax Wave to get rid of the angel, and then you just swing for the win. Is that how it works?
Yes, probably.
They still have hexproof or shroud or
Yes, yes, they do.
whatever? Okay. You need to draw
Which is
cards first.
strange because normally when you have opalescence parallax wave,
Yeah.
you can target parallax wave to reset itself,
Uh-huh.
and you remove it and then it comes back with
Right,
five counters.
yeah.
But you can't do it now when it's shroud. Yes,
That is very unfortunate. Yeah.
yes. I have to say I'm big enemy of hexproof. I think that's nonsense.
Then
When
it's
it's-
either shroud or nothing.
Yes.
Yeah, either nobody gets to target it or
Yes,
everybody.
because when you have like you put equipments or not equipments, but you put like enchant creatures on like yeah, that makes no sense. I just like
So
shroud.
in other words, boggles are not your favorite.
No, I think it's for children. For little children.
1, 2, 3. 3 cards drawn, a bunch of white mana floating. That should just mean that we go for opalescence, we draw more cards, and we attack
Yes,
for a lot. Which
But personally, I would feel so much better if Words of War were in play. I would feel so much better.
you'd feel safer, I know.
Yeah,
for
I'd
like
feel much
for
safer.
yeah. Can you miss on the triggers from the enchantments, enchanter's presences? Like
no.
can you can't?
You can't.
Because I think opalescence is good cast. I'm not sure if Maciej is drawing cards yet.
I don't know. I think he
Like
did.
his library is still like decent size.
Yes,
How many-
I can't tell.
One piece of information that I would like to know, but
Yes, that's a source. But now he's targeting these three because apparently opalescence.
wait, opalescence also animates your opponent's creature.
I didn't know that.
Does it? Does it really?
But it's the old card. It says all each global enchantment.
Global enchantment.
And that's another thing. When you pump, you should pump everything. When you minus, like what is this card? Plague Engineer. It only works on your opponent. And you say
Plague.
humans.
Wait.
No. I
Oh.
mean, Plague Engineer, the new card, the creature.
Oh,
That you say
okay,
humans,
okay,
but you
okay.
play your own humans, but only your opponent dies. But Engineered Plague is fair. It works on all of them.
And then you have nonsense like Priest of Titania or Well-Wisher, just like in Mirror of Elves.
I-
going infinite, basically.
I saw it now on Wednesday, and I'm so happy about it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, you play elves? Eat your own medicine.
Oh, I think what just happened was that he went for the thing with the Sterling Groves, where he exiled Josef's creatures for good, but everything has... Yeah, you cannot target the opalescence... Okay, can we do something about that? Just to tell them? But I mean, it's not a big deal.
Yes,
and
yes,
would have
it's
won
not a
anyway.
big deal. Josef is conceding,
Yeah,
so
he's
we're probably not good.
conceding. But, like,
But
we
he
should
would just have
probably
less
tell them
counters on the parallax
Yeah,
wave.
yeah, and then you just swing for the win.
Yeah, it's
But
just
like, I don't know if there are judges watching, but like, if they are, they should just pay attention to that. Okay, so we have Maciej up a game.
yes. What we want
That
to
looks
see
pretty
is
one-sided.
Josef's. We definitely want to see, especially Josef's side of things, what he can do. I'll try to find it here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the deck list. In the meanwhile, I have the top 8 questionnaires here. These are also going to be on the website with the deck lists, and I think relevant for this match. Yeah. Sure. Okay. I'm just gonna go and talk. No, actually, you're the more experienced Enchantress player. Maybe you can go. Můžeme tam mít sideboard od Deadguy.
So we have Tomas discussing with the head judge how the interaction between Sterling Grove, Parallax Wave, and Opalescence works. He's the experienced Enchantress player. I don't think it would have mattered at all in this game, but it's good for the judges to make sure that everything happens according to the rules. And here we have Josef's deck and his sideboard. So there's the Serenity that we mentioned before. So that's the card. That's the important card here, and also Engineered Plague. So Engineered Plague, the reason why it's so good is that it's one of the very few ways how to kill the hexproof Enchantress, the Argothian Enchantress. Disenchants, sure. Perish actually also kills the Argothian Enchantress. Okay, I think we're gonna see quite a lot of changes to Josef's deck post-board. I'm even inclined to put the... This is the sideboard. It looks like Josef is fairly well prepared.
Yes.
The Perishes also killed the Argothian Enchantresses.
Oh, yeah.
So he has like 5 ways how to kill the Argothian Enchantress, 3 of which are tutorable, if that's a word.
Yes.
Then we have Disenchants, Serenity. I would even go ahead and just bring in the Phyrexian Negator.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
Like they're not great against Elephant Grass.
Yes.
But
I'm thinking
we have enough cards
the question is what you side out.
yeah, exactly.
I kind of don't like what we don't like. I don't like Masticore.
Masticore.
Yes, that doesn't really do much.
Swords to Plowshares.
Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, they have to
that should go. That's 6 cards.
Uh-huh.
And
Phyrexian Furnaces, I'm sorry. I know it hurts, but
he plays Replenish.
that is true.
He plays Replenish.
Now I feel very, very conflicted.
But I think he might actually bring Withered Wretch.
Sure. Yeah.
Because
it's a clog,
yes, could be. But I like the Exalted Angels because otherwise all your clock is stopped by Elephant Grass, and you don't want to do that. Like Elephant Grass is a card that does not really get sided out because it's just 1 green draw, 2 cards.
yeah, right.
So you don't want to do that. But I agree, he's well prepared, and if he goes like turn 1 Dark Ritual, Phyrexian and Negator, it takes quite a long time for Enchantress to establish it. Basically, you want to go turn 1 Forest, enchant land, then Argothian Enchantress, another land, enchant land. Right. That's like ideal.
You can't just play Elephant Grass turn 1.
Yes,
go.
Yes, that doesn't work. But what's interesting that you can actually play it, and then if you have keep on land dropping, you can keep it in play for a long time.
Sure.
And
so
then in the meantime you're drawing. So it happened to me that I was under there was a similar situation. There was a big fatty, and I just had Elephant Grass, maybe it was even Grizzlebrand, and then I just played Elephant Grass. He discarded everything I had, but I had like 4 lands. So I had Elephant Grass, play land, pay, play land, pay, play land, pay, play land, pay, and in the meantime I drew another Elephant Grass, so I could let it die at some point.
Okay.
Play another one. You have untapped mana. You can in theory get like some Enchantress. So it's not impossible. Let's put it like that.
You can also actually just you can go like Wild Growth and then Serra's Sanctum, and you can actually start ramping. But okay, anyway, back to the quarterfinals. Matej is up a game, but this time Josef will. I think he's ready to put up more fight.
Yes, definitely. Card that I want to see. Josef wants to see in his hand is Dark Ritual. And there is Dark Ritual.
And there is a Dark Ritual, yeah.
So we'll see if there's anything to go with it. But I think even a Phyrexian Arena is good. But definitely he wants to start with Spectre.
Hypnotic Spectre, Phyrexian Negator, probably not Engineered Plague. Okay, but yeah, this should be a lot more of a fair fight.
And Josef is
mulliganing. Okay.
Yeah. And Matej is mulliganing as well. Interesting. Yes. Right. By the way, I talked to Matej about the play he made.
Yeah.
And he was saying something about hexproof.
These new players. Yeah, that's cute. Yeah. they don't remember the times where just Shroud meant no. Like you.
Yes.
Okay. I'm joking. I don't know. Maybe Matej has been playing for a long time. I don't know him personally, but yeah.
No, he seems like a very nice guy. But I remember when one of our friends, Michal
Yeah.
borrowed me many years ago, and Canadian Threshold.
Yeah.
That played 2 Jite in the sideboard, and it played Mungus. And I remember having Mungus in play and Jite, and I couldn't equip it.
So. Was it frustrating?
A little bit.
Would it have been much better Magic the Gathering experience if you could have equipped your Mungus? Maybe you don't know what I'm, what I'm trying to aim at, but...
Oh, that's really bad for Matej. He's going to 5.
Going to 5.
But I think he only had 1 land and not much to play. So it's understandable. I think you should shuffle it well. Yeah, but this is going... Yes, but he also have mulliganed as well, just 6.
He's on the play, he's keeping, but what do we have there? Vindicate, some lands...
Basically what Enchantress wants to do, play turn 1 Forest and Enchanted. Yes, I think that's what you want to do. What's quite annoying for Enchantress is when you go after their lands. Especially when you have Rishadan Port, and you can tap the Enchanted land. And what Josef can do, Vindicate the land.
Ooh,
that can be brutal.
Okay. Yeah, like 2-for-1s always hurt even more when you're down to 5 cards. Right?
And I see lands. So I guess Matej is keeping this one, but I also see Brushland, and I think Josef has Wasteland. So that will be a question. I definitely against deck like Josef's. I don't want to have a dual land. Oh, I don't want to have non-basics.
Non-basics, right? Yes. I think there's a Windswept Heath in Matej's hand as well. So. All right, so Swamp. Pause.
Thinking.
Do we play something? I can see Torment Script. Okay, that's a pause. Torment Script.
Interesting. I don't like it honestly, but true is we have to give Josef. If your opponent goes through Replenish after like a long game, you die, and if the game is back and forth for quite a long time, then anytime they top deck or Replenish, they just win on the spot. So that
wouldn't you rather have Phyrex and Furnace?
I would.
Then I mean, I know you would. I would too, actually. I think, but
I would. But to be fair, if you draw it like turn or 2 turns before they go Replenish, then it's not going to save you. When there are like 5+ enchantments,
like too many
so in that,
and it has to be like turn 1 you play it, and then at some point you don't need it, you just drop it and draw a card. I'm also thinking,
what is this card? What is that card?
Do we have any idea what it is? Oh, is it that Exploration?
Oh, it's Exploration.
That is clearly Exploration.
I don't know. Yes,
it's Exploration. It looked like an old card that we should know.
No, but it's a new printing that looks old.
Is that good? Like it feels like you just mulliganed one more time.
Yes,
that's the good card.
But personally, I don't like that Matej played it.
Because now you could have drawn a card after.
Yes, exactly. Because sometimes when I don't have enough of those, I'm even thinking, do I even want to cast like Enchant Land turn 1 when I know turn 2 I'm going to go for him because I want to draw extra card.
Right.
Here he could have drawn. And personally, I never liked Exploration. I tried it multiple times, but it's just... It doesn't even develop your mana. Like the Enchant Land gives you 1 more land next turn.
Oh, this is going to be so good. Yeah, draw a card from Seal Cleansing. You just undo... And Josef has 3 lands, Tormod Script in his hand.
Yes, if it was Phyrex in Furnace.
That's... I mean, he would still lose. I guess. He would be still in losing position.
That's true, but he would at least draw a card. But now he needs to have Engineer Plague or Perish or something like that. Because otherwise... any card. Oh no! Don't equip. Like, not that land.
Why, Sir Sanctum? Why?
Because that's a land he wants to destroy first. So why to?
There's the Engineer Plague, and we're back. Like
yes, Josef is.
This looked like it was over.
Yes.
I'm not saying he's in great shape, but we're gonna have a game here.
Yes.
So. Engineer's Plague, what is it? Elf?
I think it's elf. No, it's a human druid.
Okay. There were 2 creature types and I got both of them wrong, so... Do you say human? I mean, do you say, druid or human?
That probably doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter. Like, it depends what Josef plays, but I don't think it's... I don't think... Let's say Josef does not really play druids.
I don't think black and white are typical colors for druids. And then you never know. But,
yes, you never know.
Okay, so we're kind of back to square one. We have
there is Sterling Grove. There is Sterling Grove.
That is a very good card.
That's a big deal.
Human, okay. So the Sterling Grove can fetch the Enchanter's Presence, and we're back to like drawing
absolutely.
cards, you know. And
I think what can Josef draw now is like something like I would like to see Gerard's Verdict, just to get the last 2 cards.
Sure. Yeah.
Because then
How about Disenchant?
Oh, Disenchant.
How about
That's very good.
better? Because that's way better. Okay.
There's a question in the chat. Who's the good guy here? I mean, I'll always go for Enchantress. They're so cute.
I'm rooting for that guy L, to be honest. So like it's good that we're not rooting for the same guy. Right?
I'm just wondering whether it's possible. Like Argothin Enchantress was one of my first crushes. So
okay.
I'm always on the side of the Enchantress. And it's a green-white deck that can be strong, right? It's a green-white
Green-white decks have the reputation of being like the little kid's deck, right? So if that's what you're insinuating here.
But somebody is saying that that guy. By the way, if Maciej will play it, I think, and he will play it correctly, he will still get a draw.
He has another enchantment.
No. Yeah, I think so. But like when you play it, your opponent does not have priority.
No, they don't.
Although I'm sure Josef would like to split second kill it.
You can't even split second, Victor. Like even if you had a cross and grip, you still wouldn't be able to like prevent your opponent from drawing a card. Yeah, but like this is working beautifully for Josef. Like he basically just got rid of Sterling Grove for nothing, and now he will get rid of the Enchanter's Presence as well. The question is, does Maciej have another enchantment?
Yes, he does.
He does.
He does.
Okay, so at least it's not going to be so painful for him.
Yes, it's a nice getting.
So 3 white, 1 green, I suppose. No reason to
Probably,
more white, or black, or red, or any,
or blue,
or so many options.
And the Premodern Enchantress I like was the green-blue, that you play Words of Wind, and you can go infinite. You can return all permanents, get infinite mana. And
how do you do that? You bounce your exploration, you bounce your Saracen.
No, exploration is not relevant. Exploration is not relevant. You have Words of Wind, and that's like Words of War. But instead, each player will return permanent.
Each player,
and you return the fairies.
Cloud of Fairies.
You return Cloud of Fairies, and with like 1 basic land that has a lot of enchantments, and with Sora Sanctum you create a lot of mana, and then you always return 1 mana enchantment, and you play it, and you have always like 2 triggers, and 1 will return enchantment, and 1 will return Cloud of Fairies, and you just untap. You go infinite, you return everything he has, you go Living Wish, and you play massive Yavimaya Enchantress, that's like 2020, and you pass the turn, and if your opponent has like a 1 card sword, you will just return. You will just cycle. For example, the Cloud of Fairies. You will replay. And you will bounce it.
Okay.
But usually, you're like in the middle of the motion. Your opponent will usually concede.
Yeah, we have in chat someone who has experience with blue-green Enchantress Storm at LGS. That works too. Like once you go infinite, you can just brain freeze. You might as well brain freeze.
You can brain freeze. The only disadvantage of brain freeze is that it doesn't do anything on its own, and you can't really search for it.
Yeah.
While Living Wish can get you like Enchantress from the Wish, which is a Verdun Enchantress that can be targeted.
Yeah.
But it's something.
I guess, by the way, what's going on, I guess, is that like Josef is asking if he can respond,
no, he can't.
But it's a mana ability, so he can.
Yes, he can't.
So if that's what's going on, wait, but
what is he doing?
It would seem like he would very much like to disenchant without Maciej drawing the card. But I don't think that's how it works.
Josef, okay, that doesn't work. I'll have to go.
It's okay. Let's just see if things are played the way they should be, because it looked like Maciej was trying to resolve a spell. Or I mean to cast a spell, not resolve. To cast one of his cards. But okay, Tomas went to the feature match to see what is going on. And this should be just a mana ability, right? Like this should not be a trigger, nothing that you can respond to. And it's good thinking on Josef's side that like he doesn't not want the trigger to happen, but I don't think that this is a trigger. All right. So we have Tomas in the feature match area, trying to sort it out, and okay, I see maybe a judge in there. But we have 4 quarterfinals going on at the same time. In the meantime, I can tell you that there are actually 8 different decks in the top 8, if I'm not mistaken. I have the deck list right here with me.
And with photo.
And we have the pictures as well. Oh, that's the top 8 right there on the screen. And yeah, we have some very interesting decks in the top 8. We have one burn deck, one brave burn deck, one parfait, one red-green, what is called fireless fires. Okay, I love that name. That's the sneak attack deck that we saw before earlier. By the way, we have one Stiflenought, we have a Groatog, and a Deadguy Ale, and an Enchantress, and I think that's it. Was that 8? And blue-white.
So Judge is trying to sort it out now, because the thing was that when he taps the land, it triggers.
Yeah.
So in response to the trigger, but it's only mana ability.
It should be a mana ability.
So I don't think there is a way you can really respond to it, honestly.
Yeah.
So
I don't think so either.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So yeah, this is our top 8 picture.
But if you're wondering who's the Enchantress player.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the Enchantress player here?
I think I saw him before, so I'm not sure. I would say it's the guy who was the second from the left in the top row. Was it? Not sure.
So did it
Once
work?
we see.
So how did they sort it out?
I have no idea, but I'm happy to have a judge over there, and I would be very surprised if they like this. It seems pretty basic. Like we have, come on, and I also I guess. There's another fair.
Oh, there's another fair ground. So you got it.
Yes,
so that's good. That's fine.
Yeah.
Then
there are judges who are used to answering humility level questions. So I would be surprised if a simple.
By the way, Josef drew Vindicate.
Oh.
So he always looks like he's on the ropes, and then he just rips it off the top.
Did you just cast it here? Because
your opponent
has a boatload of mana already. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yes,
this is not what you're going after.
No. And if he now draws something like Enchantress Presence, he'll be very sad about it.
Yeah, I think so.
Bylo to tak, ne? Jiří. Je to tak, že bylo to jenom mana ability, takže mohl hrát.
Okay.
Super.
Okay. So we have it confirmed that
Dobrý.
This was a mana ability.
Yes.
So Vindicate resolves, but I mean, yeah, there's a lot of mana sources for Matěj already, so. Yes. And also a lot of mana sources for Josef, apparently.
Yes. But as I said before, I wouldn't mind if Josef draws something like discard 2, Gerard's Verdict. Mm-hmm. There's not a lot you can do here. I would probably sandbag it against Gerard's Verdict. Mm-hmm. I would keep the land in.
Sure, yeah, because that way. But
because you always want to keep at least one enchantment.
Yeah.
Because if you draw it, you can get a card of it.
And Matěj is just drawing lands, but he has Swords to Plowshares. What's the other card in his hand?
The other card is Enchantland, Wild Growth. By
the way, I think Josef just drew Wasteland, and I think he would have much rather have Vindicate in his hand than Wasteland, right?
For sure.
Also, the other Fertile Ground just sits very peacefully on play.
And there's Enlightened Tutor.
All right. Well, that is a card that gives you a lot of options.
Yes.
So there's Dark Ritual, Wasteland, Swamp, Enlightened Tutor.
Yes. But here, that's we discussed it maybe even before the stream started. This is where I think is a problem of Deadguy Ale. That you have lands, you have discard, you have removal.
He's not casting the Enlightened.
But I agree. What would you go for?
Fire X in Arena.
Yes.
You need to start drawing cards.
Yes.
And what else? Yeah.
I agree with it 100%. Yes, you're right. The thing is that I think there are a lot of blanks in this part of the game for the black-white deck. Same for Enchantress, to be honest.
Well,
but if Enchantress draws the thing, he can like fire off quite a few cards because disenchant is great at its instant. But if he has Phyrexian Urine, he can draw he can basically cycle half of his hand. So yeah, there's another Vindicate. He's not casting it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But
you don't want to be casting it.
You know what happened to me quite a few times? That my opponent killed my Enchantress with Engineered Plague. And like 8 turns later, I drew it and I was like, oh, finally some action. Cast it.
I mean, that sign which says human is pretty big.
Yes.
I think that it's one way how to at least try to prevent stuff like that happening.
It's beautiful.
Can you imagine if Phyrexian Arena was in play for like the last 4 turns? Does Matej have any
No, I don't think so. I think here if Josef is going to lose this game, he will be kicking himself.
Did he board the Phyrexian Arenas out?
I hope not.
Like maybe if he thinks that's not what the matchup is about, then he boards it out and then he's just.
But then if you play Enlightened Tutor, you at least keep one, right? If you get into a situation like that.
That's true. Yeah.
Because sometimes the problem I saw today, people playing, they just cast Enlightened Tutor. Some people don't even know what they're looking for. And some just hope there will be something. Let's cast Enlightened Tutor so I can see my deck.
It's like, let's see what we have.
Actually there's nothing.
So what it looks like to me is that Josef is holding the Enlightened Tutor for something like Serenity, right? And he doesn't want to. Obviously, you don't want to.
Oh, there's Phyrexian Arena.
No. Was it Enlightened? It might have been Engineered Plague, no?
Could be, but I think he drew Phyrexian Arena. Honestly.
Oh, well, that would be good. But so you don't want to tell your opponent you have it, right? But the problem is that Matej is not going to play the enchantments.
So it is a plague.
It's a plague, okay.
If you think, how many creatures does Josef have in his deck? Like 10?
I would keep Hypnotic Spectres, Exalted Angels, Negators.
Okay, yes, but I'm not so sure he brought in Negators. We will see. But he can really have realistically 6-7 creatures. Yeah. Which is...
you just need Phyrexian Arena. Because if you're playing 1-for-1...
Oh, there we go.
Is that
this will be
Enchantress Presence?
Enchantress Presence. I mean, yes, Josef does have Vindicate, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to draw multiple cards now.
Multiple cards. Some of those could be Sterling Groves.
Yes.
The Disenchant would be so good now. You just play it in response to the first spell. But no.
Did Matej enchant? Yeah. Some basic.
Yes. Yeah. That one is for non-basic.
On Brushland.
Sure,
he's probably.
You want to diversify stuff. So that's another 1/1 enchantment, I believe. He also has Replenish in his hand, but there's the Tormund Script.
I don't think. There's the Tormund Script. I think first you want to get something like a Seal of Cleansing, just to clear the way.
Yeah.
But maybe then you may be destroying the Engineered Plague.
Possibly.
But definitely, I think you want to be casting as many as possible. Doesn't matter what, but as many as possible.
Yeah. Because for sure.
City of Brass. Especially these ones, like Elephant Grass can be best card in your deck. But often is the worst card. Especially back in the day in Legacy when you had that and you had Tarmogoyf. You were dying anyway.
So no Enlightened Tutor.
I would certainly cast the Worship.
Would you?
Yes, at least to get a card.
Okay.
To get a card of it. Because why would you pass with open mana?
What you're doing now from the Enchantress side is, you're digging for more Enchantress Presences.
Yes.
Or Seal of Cleansings for the Engineered Plague, right?
Yes.
If you're on Josef's side, do you just play the second Engineered Plague straight away? Because then, what can happen easily is that Matej can go Seal of Cleansing, Argothian Enchantress, draw a bunch of cards. Is that something that
true.
you would be worried about?
True.
Of course, then if you have a second plague, then he knows that he should keep the Seal of Cleansing for something like.
There is, for example.
There we go. Okay, so he kept all the graveyard hate in the deck actually.
We'll see.
Or
whether the Wretch is going to.
Whether the Wretch would be so good. I'm also curious how long Matej is going to keep that Elephant Grass. He has 12 mana in play.
Yes, he has a lot.
There's no reason not to pay at least one, right?
Yes, a few times you can pay for sure.
You can play, yeah.
Oh, he's... yeah.
Oh no, well, okay.
But if your opponent draws like Spectre in 2 turns from now, you'll be quite happy, to pay for it. Yes, you can pay for it a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes. Yeah, I think so. There's no reason not to keep it.
And like if you force Josef to maybe use Disenchant or Seal of Cleansing on it.
There's the Hypnotic Spectre. I think. Okay. He's gonna sword it, like swords to plowshares it anyway. Is he not?
Yes, he is. But why? Yeah. I think we all understand.
Very nice Hypnotic Spectre, revised. And Maciej still has... That's just 1 Swords to Plowshares in his hand. And then we have a bunch of enchantments.
Yes. We were wondering, did the stream froze? Is anything wrong? Because somebody in the chat says...
Okay.
We see it on the screen.
We can see everything.
We see everything.
Okay. I'm just going to go fetch Janek, just to make sure. So
thank you.
Feel free to...
Tady, můžeš se podívat do chatu, co tam píše?
Jo, vidím.
Okay,
Chyba není na naší straně. Já to chatu vyzkoušet.
A mají to zkusit třeba na YouTube?
Na YouTube
it says there was a network error. Please try again. Error 2000.
Yeah.
People are saying that it's done.
We're checking it.
Okay, we have all the IT guys in the building,
Yes.
our more senior software engineers here, and they are addressing the issue. More people are saying that the stream froze, which probably means they don't hear me. Můžeme tady odpovídat?
My ale tady nemáme myš.
No.
Můžeme se podívat na YouTube, protože tam mi to přijde, že to je.
Napiš jenom do toho chatu, ať se kouknu na YouTube. Když tak tam dejte link.
Jako mi jede.
Tak tam dejte...
Všichni píšou, the broadcast is down for me. Jo, okay. Napišeme či až kouknu.
Dej jim tam rovnou link na YouTube.
Jo.
3, 2, 1, je to v organizačním chatu, link na YouTube.
Oh, it's back. They say it's back.
Okay. Are we online?
So can you see us, hear us again?
Can you? Okay. Are we online?
Just please confirm. Yes.
All right.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Do anything.
Okay.
Yes. But our IT guys, they say they didn't do anything and it just came back.
All right.
They said if there is any problem, you can check YouTube.
Yeah, definitely. If you want a more stable connection, use the link which I will send you into the chat for a moment. If you want to stay on Twitch, please bear with us as we cannot really influence these things.
Thanks for patience, guys. What is that? Is that Sterling Grove?
Yes, there's Sterling Grove. Like Furnace is doing its burning, its cremation.
Yeah.
and then there is Sterling Grove. So once again, Maciej is going to search end of turn for Enchantress Presence, and he will like cycle a lot of cards in his hand. And I think he has so much mana. There's Gerard's Verdict.
Right.
I wish I wouldn't mind having land or two in hand.
Yeah, just for this. Wow.
Discarding these two. But honestly, Worship doesn't feel very good anymore with Engineered Plague.
Again, Josef has the Vindicate for the Enchantress Presence. So if things go the way we think they will, then Maciej draws a bunch of cards. A bunch. We'll see how much. Then the presence gets vindicated. There's the second Engineered Plague, by the way. Just to make sure that the Enchantresses are dead and they stay dead, and they... Interestingly, Maciej is... Okay, no, never mind. I take it back. I thought he would just keep the Sterling Grove. Like, is that...
No.
No?
Because you don't have anything. You're not doing anything. So I think you want to go Enchantress Presence and again draw a lot of cards. Or draw...
So this is the Enchantress Presence number 3.
Number 3, I think.
Is that right? So he has one more in his deck, and then...
Yes,
That's it?
Yes, then that's it. But I think he still has other ways how to do... Honestly, what I would like to see in his Enchantress deck... What you would like to see,
but you don't necessarily see it.
Is a creature.
is a creature.
Why not to have a creature in the sideboard?
Is there a creature in the sideboard of Matej's deck?
No, there's
is
not.
Yavima Enchantress? Or what kind of creature?
I mean
Exalted
creature that
Angel?
can do something. That's what
Uh-huh.
I mean. Like a creature that can kill.
Okay. Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, it dies to Vindicate, I suppose. It dies to... Yeah.
Maybe something like I don't know. Oh, there is Exploration. He's drawing that.
Okay.
Now he will cast. Will he cast Argotin Enchantress?
I hope not, for his own sake.
But please cast Solitary Confine. Why not to cast Solitary Confine? Why not
you
to
might
cast
want
Elephant
just to-
Grass?
You might just want to cycle it, right?
Yes.
This is fascinating. So basically, what Josef is doing, he's just he got rid of the Argothian enchantresses for now, at least. Gerard's Verdict. Wow. Okay.
So he's
Wait,
playing.
he didn't even play the Elephant Grass, right? Is that
No,
like
he did
that's-
not, and he should have.
Yeah.
But okay, he's discarding these
okay.
two. But now he will play Vindicate.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure.
And we're back to square one.
Yes.
So
I should say I'm responsible for this.
So, okay, Enchantress Presence number 3 goes away. There's one more Enchantress Presence in Matej's deck. Okay, this game is impressive. This game is seriously impressive. That's... What
Would
is
you
that?
place your bet on right now?
I don't, yeah, it's very difficult, but I have to say, I mean, Matej's deck is much more powerful.
Yeah, for sure. In the
But,
late
but I
game, yeah.
feel Josef is playing a little better a game with what he has. Yes, I think multiple times Matej should have done things differently. He should have cast more enchantments, draw more cards.
Not play the lands.
He's not doing it. But Josef has so many blanks.
Yeah.
So many blanks.
Also, okay, now we're just going to pop the Sterling Grove, find the 4th Enchantress Presence, and just hope it's enough.
Yes.
Is that what's going to happen?
Yes.
What if Josef finally fires off the Enlightened Tutor for Serenity?
Yeah, but Serenity only triggers at the beginning of your upkeep.
Okay.
So he will have a turn to search a Seal of Cleansing.
Oh, should he have done it at the end of Matej's turn then to have the Serenity? No.
No,
because he wouldn't
no.
cast it anyway.
No, I think he's doing it well.
Okay.
I think Josef is like, considering what he has, and he doesn't have a
Just a bunch
lot.
of lands,
He's
basically,
doing best he can. I don't think I would play things differently. What I would do, the only thing is Enlightened Tutor for Phyrexian Arena.
Yeah, like
but it's
way
yes,
earlier.
and I think he would have won. He would have won, but maybe he doesn't have it in the deck anymore.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I would understand if he doesn't have it.
Yes, so then
But,
we are giving
so
him
Serenity destroys enchantments or also artifacts?
Artifacts as well.
So that means, okay, so it means your Engineered Plagues go away.
Yes.
It means your Tormod's Crypt and your Phyrexian Furnace.
But it's like reset button. It's like the last resort.
Yeah.
So he kept the Enlightened Tutor as a last resort.
He can search for Seal of Cleansing to get rid of the last Enchantress Presence.
Yes,
Can
he can.
not?
He can do that.
And basically, Matej has the Enchantress Presence that he's going to draw and one solitary confinement in his hand. So like he just needs to like chain infinite enchantments at this point if he wants to keep the ball going.
I've been here before.
Yeah.
And he's going to draw land.
Well, he's in the top 8, so I would give him some credit.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. So draw a card off the Enchantress Present. It's a land. How did you know?
Yeah,
I mean, you're a lot more experienced player than I am. Also, do you even... Yeah, okay.
That feels so
at
sad.
this point, he has no Enchantress Presence left.
But he untapped.
Left.
He untapped.
Huh?
He untapped. Josef. Josef did untap.
No, he has like two tap lands.
But he untapped a Phyrexian Furnace.
I think it was just like tap, change my mind, untap it.
Okay.
No? Like at this point, usually you're just worried about Replenish, right? Like you just want to keep as much graveyard hate on the board as possible.
Yes, but I think I would just fire off that Phyrexian Furnace.
Would you?
Yes, you have Crypt.
But like,
anytime he wants to answer
what are you worried
Crypt.
about at this point? Like what?
No, you want to do.
How do you lose this game from Josef's seat? Opalescence?
No, your opponent will eventually get something like Words of War or Opalescence, and he will kill you.
Huh.
You will have to be playing. Oh, no, let's see. Let's see.
Yeah,
and I want to see if
there's
there's
the seal of cleansing, right?
Is there a...
Seal of cleansing
Yes.
goes on top.
Oh no, we didn't see the deck.
That's more space for surprises to come. Like I don't want the no spoilers yet.
Yes. Okay, so he drew this. He didn't tap the Phyrexian Furnace. He forgot about it.
Oh yeah, well.
Now he's playing.
So destroy the 4th Enchanter's Presence.
Yes.
So all the... And then you just let the opponent sack the Solitary Confinement. That is vicious.
Yes,
you might as well clear their board with
Maciej never... But when Maciej was playing Solitary Confinement, it was just to draw a card. He never thought he would keep it. You know?
What do you think about wastelanding the City of Brass to keep Maciej off the red mana?
But he has that...
he has Fertile Ground.
Fertile Ground, so
that's... Okay, never mind.
Yes.
But you get, Josef has 2 wastelands in his hand. So you could just, do some work.
But yes, I would like to see that Furnace gone. So you can draw
on team keep Furnace for now.
So another land. Oh, this is now it's start to get painful to watch. I think it's getting too long. It's like playing a board game with my niece. I love her so much, but after some time it gets a little bit tedious.
How old is your niece?
She's 6 now.
6. Okay, I can tell you, my niece is 11. Playing board games with her is actually quite fun.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's like you have to endure this age, maybe until 9, 10, depends on how bright your niece is.
No, she's
Verdict. Wow,
oh, that's wonderful. I think she's very bright, but after some time, these board games for kids, they get a little bit repetitive.
Yeah.
So my only hope is that she will lose interest. And then we can go.
She's forcing you to play board games with her.
No, she's not.
Is it just Monopoly kind of board games?
No, it was Karak, actually, if you know the game.
I know, and it's not horrible.
I think it's quite good. It's quite good, but it's very repetitive. It basically is always the same. You go for weapons. You go, and it's great for little kids because they Circle of Protection Black.
Circle. Oh wow! I am impressed.
That's amazing.
Do you play it? Do you keep it?
I think he probably play it. He already used so many removal.
I really want to know, how does Josef want to win this game?
Yeah, well,
honestly, is it
he will just draw a Spectre. Now.
Stop doing that. That's creeping me out.
And he will be able to. By the way, yeah.
Also, I think Maciej still has elephant. No, okay, he has the circle.
He has the circle of protection. Now be genuine, Adam.
Yeah.
What was the last time you saw Circle of Protection Black in play?
I don't know if I've ever seen it in play.
Yes.
I've seen Circle of Protection green, red. I've seen Rune of Protection green and red. I think I've seen Circle of Protection white, and those times when white weenie was a thing. I'm not saying it was good, but this also just looks like a tire that's on fire or something.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if I've ever seen.
And imagine you play this card, and of all the possible versions, you choose the tire.
Well, I think the beta version or the revised version is just it's completely black, and there's just a ring or something like that.
Duress.
There's a Replenish and Parallax Wave. Okay.
What do you take?
That I don't know. I feel somehow the graveyard has been taken care of.
Yes,
especially with Josef being so patient with the Phyrexian Furnace.
Yes, he probably wants to eat the graveyard first, and then he will cycle it. He will probably be eventually cycling through removing a card from his own graveyard because there'll be nothing in it.
I think I would go for Parallax Wave because that's more scary card with Opalescence.
Yes.
Right? Like you can still lose if Maciej draws Opalescence and just bashes.
I agree.
Yeah, your hand at this point is 2 rituals, 2 lands. So you don't care about Replenish at this point, I think. Yeah. The name of the game that Tomas mentioned was
it's called Karak. It's spelled K-A-R-A-K.
Yeah.
And I think it's please don't take me wrong, it's a nice game, and it's even for little kids. So my nephew, who's 3 years old, he was playing with us as well. And it's very simple, Dungeons and Dragons game that you explore a dungeon and you fight creatures and eventually try to kill a red dragon. And it's quite simple. But it has some game to it. It gets over time a little bit repetitive, but I think it's great for kids. So do you cast Replenish?
He took Parallax Wave, and then there's double Replenish in the hand.
Yes.
You want to cast it right now? One? Just to get rid of that Phyrexian Furnace so that you can...
No, you get rid of Crypt. But unfortunately, there is really like... What does it solve? It does nothing.
Every turn we're going to say, tap Forest, tap Spectre, tap Forest. Come on, guys. You seriously need to do that to all of us. Super
But I think what can happen is that Maciej can deck himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually
yeah.
a thing that can happen.
How many Opalescences does he
One.
play? One Opalescence.
One Opalescence. I'm not sure if no, he has nothing in no other one.
So
in
one
sideboard.
Words of War. One
By the way,
Opalescence.
I hope Maciej won't mind it, but I will say this: he plays Circle of Protection artifact.
Wow, that just blew my mind.
Like I say, I probably didn't even know it exists.
Yeah,
I've never seen it in play. And what
is that?
Oh, Seal of Cleansing.
Seal of Cleansing. Okay,
that does something.
We are getting somewhere. So you probably don't want to get rid of the engineered plates at this point,
no,
right?
you don't want to do anything now.
You don't.
Oh, there are both plagues in play.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are 2 plagues in play.
Then it does nothing. Seal of Cleansing.
He is targeting the furnace weight, so we're gonna get rid of something first, and then we're gonna sack the furnace, which is what Tomas was suggesting.
Yes.
In
so
the first place.
Maciej is helping Josef to play more active.
Yeah, but like seriously, so Maciej has Words of War if he didn't board them out, and he has Opalescence, right? And eventually, at some point, he's gonna draw those. Mm-hmm. And Josef's hand is okay. There's the Vindicate. Now the question is, do you get rid of the Circle of Protection and just start shredding?
Yes, he probably will. But I think now Maciej will draw Words of War.
Yeah,
and take over.
Then that's just gonna be okay. No activation in response, I think. Which you could do that, right? You could create the shield.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay.
So which one? Which one of the 2 Replenish?
Does he know about both of them?
I think
he knows about just one though.
Possibly.
I think the other Replenish he Maciej drew.
But it would be amazing to draw Stifle. I know he doesn't play the card, but it would just outright win the game.
Okay. Whoa. Okay.
He's conceding.
Scoops. Okay.
He only has a few cards, but doesn't he have Words of War?
Maybe he boarded them out. He has Opalescence. He has...
Oh, he sided out Words of War.
Okay.
It's crazy because if you think that 50% of your opponent creatures are X2 creatures, I would like to have it.
I think me too. And it's a card that gets you out of those tight spots like this when you're about to deck yourself. It's a card that kills Hypnotic Spectre in the late game.
But what was Maciej's plan?
I don't know.
He had 1 Opalescence
and Replenish.
4 Opalescence. That doesn't sound enough to me. When you have to expect to face some level of...
Did he discard the Words of War to Gerard's Verdict earlier?
It could be.
I
don't know, but honestly, if I see his sideboard...
Let's have a look. There's still sideboarding.
If I see his sideboard, I only see... I don't see anything, honestly.
So Maciej is actually doing some extensive sideboarding action over there. He's boarding. He's. I strongly prefer to have sideboard cards sleeved the same way like you have the main board. So maybe he broke. Maybe a few sleeved broke actually. Yes. That's why I was like. Let's see. Can you see this? Can you spot the Words of War there? Are they in the deck? Are they not in?
Can we see Maciej's deck?
Sure. On to vyhrál?
No, it's 1-1.
It's 1-1.
Let's press this button here to make it 1-1.
It was very... Yes. He's siding out Elephant Grasses, and he's probably bringing more like an artifact entrapment removal.
What would you board out though? Like what are the cards that you're cutting here?
Yes, can we if we see the whole thing? We need to have we need to keep like some decent level of enchantments.
You don't want to cut one Replenish if you're suspecting Regard Age,
I like cutting Replenish. I would probably cut Worship. I don't think that does enough.
Yeah, that's true.
I would cut City of Solitude. Doesn't really do it. Like it stops like Disenchant from like killing it right away. Just only kills it later.
How about solitary? No, solitary confinement shuts down discard.
Shuts down discard. I think you want to keep it as well, but more of the question is what you want to bring in. I think you probably want to bring in. I would bring in those sorts of plowshares. I didn't mind that. I think obviously circle protection black when you have it.
Yeah, well, like, what other matchup are you saving it for? Zombies or
Yes. And then maybe Aura of Silence and Seal of Cleansing, possibly.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't really like Parallax Wave. Just doesn't really do it, does it?
It's because these games are going to be grindy, right? Like once Josef has access to all his sideboard cards, these games are going to go long.
Yes.
Huh. Okay. There's a Sylvan Library as well. There's a lot of card draw and
I have to say, I think Josef didn't draw really well.
Both of those players flooded pretty badly. Like Josef's luck was that he was able to eliminate the threads one at the time without too much damage.
And he always kind of drew it in that very moment.
Yeah, right. I was like,
And don't forget that I think Matěj mulliganed quite a lot. Josef mulliganed to 6. Matěj mulliganed to.
Was it the last game?
No.
Jo, ne, tak to ne. Alright, so game 3.
Seems like Matěj is keeping. But he has 2 lands. But one is dual.
So
it can get wasted.
Heath and
yes, but there's Argothin Enchantress, there is Enchantress Presence. So I would say Josef better have a good hand, but I'm not sure if he has Wasteland, but Wasteland would be great.
I think there was not enough lands.
He's shipping
I think it was like double Vindicate, Phyrex Inferno,
Wasteland.
Keeping.
Matěj is keeping. But yeah.
But also somebody's mentioning in the chat that like every time he got a presence down, he drew lands. So like he was never able to really like chain. There's a Phyrex in Arena and Seal of Cleansing and Dark Ritual Swamp. There is a Swamp and Hypnotic Spectre. Okay, this has a lot of potential. So
yes, sure.
Clearly, we are keeping Ritual into something. And then we have Seal of Cleansing, Gerard's Verdict.
Or would you do Spectre or Threats in Arena? Like Spectre is brutal. It can just win the game.
Spectre asks the questions.
Yes.
Do you have a sword?
Yes.
Or Elephant Say, okay, well, there's more possible answers to that question than just one. But like, yeah, you have it or you don't. All right, he's going for it. This might be a much quicker game than the first one. So land go. Is there an answer to Hypnotic Spectre in Maciej's hand?
But I would say
Duress.
But what's important, there is no answer for Argothin Enchantress.
And he has it?
He does have it.
He does have
it.
Okay.
So it will be turned to. Oh, it's Duress.
Yeah, but like that does not get rid of the Argothin Enchantress.
No. I have to say, I don't like it so much. I see where Josef is coming from. Like, he wants to take Swords to Plowshares, and next turn have...
like Ritual Spectre. Yeah. But this is the word. Like, this is what you don't want to see. When you go for the line of Duress instead of Ritual into Spectre, this is exactly what you don't want to see.
But honestly, if you are afraid of Sword, keep Phyrex in Arena and just go for a turn 1.
Yeah, because the Duress wasn't even there in the first place. This is maybe like you want to... go for the plan that you kind of dropped it, and then you see, now I can make sure that it's this, right?
Yes.
So we have a fetch land there. I still believe Josef can draw an Engineer's Plague or Enlightened Tutor. We've seen that before, right? Like Maciej just...
Certainly.
Yeah.
But there are also 2 Starling Grows. If he gets them both on board, then like Vindicates Disenchants don't do anything. He would have to go for that Serenity.
Yeah.
Then there is Seal of Cleansing. Of course, there's always possibility of him like playing Gerard's Verdict. Yes, of course, Gerard's Verdict is pretty good if he plays it next turn. But then when is Spectre going to come online?
Yeah. This is... Was that a Replenish that he drew?
Oh, there's Argothin Enchantress. So, how many draws before Josef will draw the answer? Okay, one I'm counting.
That is not a bad card, because you can go Ritual, Spectre, Gerard's Verdict, right?
That's
You're hellbent, by the way. That if you do that, but like, what else?
He
do you
still
want
has Seal of
to do,
Cleansing.
right? Oh, you have Steel. Well, that's a good follow up. Yeah. So especially if Maciej doesn't draw land, then you can just like snipe the Sterling Grove.
Oh, he drew Karmic Justice.
Karmic Justice.
That would be incredible.
Okay.
That's a great card.
Okay. What do you discard if you're Maciej? Like, clearly, if you go with the ritual plan, you go ritual, float to black, Gerard's Verdict first.
So he's going Dark.
So that you don't give your opponent too much information.
Is he going for a Dark
right?
Ritual?
Yeah.
Like, what else are you going to do with the Dark Rituals anyway?
Yeah. Okay. So there's the 2 black mana floating.
And I like this way.
Yeah. You don't give your opponent too much information.
Yes, I agree.
Right.
He wants to, like, if he has Karmic Justice, you just have to discard it. You don't want to keep it because you have, it's not guaranteed you're going to draw it.
Okay.
By the way, what is also pretty good for Maciej, that he also doesn't have a grave hate. So he can, in like 2 turns, be drawing something like Replenish.
Yeah.
But I think now...
Oh, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Yes,
now we have a hippie here, which is going to go to work. I think at this point it's pretty clear that it's going to do that, right? So, okay, take 1 damage from that brushland.
And there's some talk.
You know, like what this seems to be pretty... Oh, okay, he was just like deciding which one to play. Okay. Enchanter's Presence, wow. But the Hypnotic Spectre is going to connect.
Yes.
That always feels good, doesn't it?
Yes, I'm never really on. I'm always on the receiving side.
Did we draw? Was it a Perish?
Duress.
Was it a... Oh, it's a Duress?
I really can't see it.
I can't see it either, but like, okay, that looks like a Duress. Yes.
Duress.
This is actually... Okay, wow. So what do you discard here?
Well, it's a good question. Would you like to... Like, clearly your opponent doesn't have a land.
No, you can see it. You can see... Oh, you mean like... Josef?
Isn't
whose opponent?
Josef can see that Maciej doesn't have a land.
Yeah, right.
So don't you want to attack first, and then?
Okay.
Because
no, but this way you. Oh, okay, sure. I see what you mean.
Yes,
because you don't want to
now
hit the
if you hit Parallax Wave,
then
it's 50%. You will hit the bad one.
Yeah, right.
So
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Otherwise, it would be like 66%.
One. Enchanter's Presence, all right. Okay.
Interesting.
Is Hypnotic Spectre gonna run away with this game?
No, I don't think so.
Well, but like Maciej is playing from off the top of his deck now. Like he's
playing over the top of his deck as well.
Well, I mean, that guy Elkanah plays from the top of his deck all the time.
So yes.
So Parallax Wave.
But I think Josef was quite lucky. I think he should have played it the other way around. But it worked out for him.
It was like a minor.
But it's a very slow clock.
Ser's Sanctum for 1.
Yeah, it's very slow clock. We'll see.
Right.
But the thing is that Josef can't even cast Engineered Plague if he draws it.
Now
he has Vindicate. Oh, okay.
So he could get rid of that Seal of Cleansing with his own Seal of Cleansing.
I think
because now we have Vindicate to take care of.
Point from Azurian. Like if he now draws Replenish, he wins the game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's like
not if you Seal of no, like you destroy the Seal of Cleansing. No. Oh, I don't think you want to.
He's going to Vindicate.
I don't think you want to do that though.
I don't like it
because wouldn't it be better if you just
now we're cooking. Please
no.
Why? Oh, no, don't do it.
What is the?
Oh,
was that
that's
Enchanter's
huge.
Presence?
But this is huge.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But maybe not so huge. Actually, when I think about it,
you still need enchantments from the top of your deck.
No, he's going to destroy it with Seal of Cleansing. He has Seal of Cleansing.
Okay.
And then he will discard the card.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Seal of Cleansing, Phyrexian Arena.
Yes.
You clearly have to kill that.
Absolutely. You do.
Yeah. There's no way. Also, you have Phyrexian Arena and your opponent has Seal of Cleansing, so... Yeah. Okay.
And now he will draw land.
Interesting.
Replenish come. Oh, that's good.
Okay, that's very good. That is very, very good. Okay.
I'm just dying. Josef will draw Wasteland. Kill 50% of his mana.
Yeah. Okay.
He's like
so
no
more Hypnotic Spectre for like 4 more turns. Land go.
Yes, I kind of like to keep those lands in like the one land in play, like for his duress or what, because now he's even more inclined to play it because he's afraid of the chain of enchantments.
The thing is, like, still, Engineer's Plague still gets you to like square one, and Josef actually having an upper hand here, right?
Yes.
Do you want to just run out the Phyrex in arena there?
Yes.
And you do? Even with the Seal of Cleansing in play?
Yeah, but what are you going to do about it?
Draw another seal, destroy your opponent's seal. I don't know. Somebody is sensing Replenish somewhere close to the top of Matej's deck. Well, Vindicate, Phyrex in arena. Interesting.
Yes.
You can also Vindicate that Seal of Cleansing and then next turn play Phyrex, but that's just
or you can go for wave.
Yeah, but like, okay, he's going that way. The thing is that like the cards that Matej draws, he just plays. So. Okay, what was that?
Okay, that's Elfengrass.
Well, that's the
beautiful.
That's the best card that Matej could have drawn here.
One of the best after.
I mean, like it's like Parallax Wave, but it's just
we're going. There's the Starling Grove.
Oof.
I think
so. Looks like it might be float colorless. I would float.
White colorless. I think green probably.
Like he took damage from it. Did he not?
Yeah, I don't know what he was. Yes.
Okay.
He was floating green.
Okay. The Hypnotic Spectre cannot attack.
But this is not ideal. Like you really want to have your enchant land on basic, because then things like that happen.
I'm surprised that like Matej went through the tournament without like this is like one of the lessons that you learn pretty like the first time you get wastelanded, you learn that you don't do that again, right? Yeah.
It's beautiful. What an amazing card. What an amazing card. They don't make cards like that anymore. And I kind of like cumulative upkeep. Don't you like that?
I feel fairly indifferent towards cumulative upkeep. It's not something that like I have strong preferences one way or the other towards.
Oh, he's paying?
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't like the Hypnotic Spectre is still there.
Petře, mohl bys nechat prosím ty karty? Díky.
So, yeah, I mean, this game is going to be over soon.
Yes, very soon. Like unless Josef will have some serious chain of draws. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
Vindicate of Sanctum.
He probably needs like Engineered Plague right away, but there is
Sterling Grove that can fetch Enchanter's Presence. Okay, fetches the pass. Yeah, this game is slipping further and further.
Yes,
where is that wild growth? I was like in a vacuum.
Traveling.
Time traveling to somewhere.
So there we go. What's next? So there is Elephant Grass, number 2. Going to come.
There's no reason not to play it, right?
Oh, there's Sterling Grove.
Number 2.
So now there is only Serenity, unless he's going to sack one of those.
It's another Argothin.
Another Argothin Enchantress.
No, we don't.
But he doesn't have enough green.
No, that's fine. Like,
this is kind of it's. Yeah,
I feel like some of the turns that Matej is going through could use a little bit of like optimization, you know.
Yes. And I think Enchantress in some way is very much about optimization.
The games that are tight.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to. Yeah.
You want to get maximum out of it, and exactly how you enchant lands, how you tap your mana. Because, for example, especially when you chain these enchant lands, you typically there's Withered Wretch.
Okay.
So Replenish is like out of the window.
Slams one of the windows, yeah. But like, isn't it like if you're going off, it doesn't matter because you're gonna win anyway. Is that how it works?
Yeah, it's true.
Like,
and I believe by now Matej has Words of War in his deck.
You think he learned the lesson?
Yeah, I think so. By the way, now even the Serenity doesn't do anything anymore because of Hour of Silence.
Yeah, that's right.
And if he plays Enchantress Presence, I think the game will end. And he has it in hand. Yes, because now even if he has Plague to kill those Enchantresses, he can't ever remove he can't ever remove
the Enchantress Presence.
Enchantress
Yeah,
Presence.
because there's like double Sterling Groves or any.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think.
So now
that-
he's floating some mana. He's now playing Enchantress Presence floating green.
Sure. Draw 2.
But he only has 8 life. But probably it won't matter
I
anymore.
don't think that's gonna matter, right? Like,
And
there's the
this,
Elephant
draw
Groves.
3, and play
Game's
Serra
over.
Sanctum. Oh, there is everything.
Yeah, I think this game's over.
Yes. I think
He
Josef,
even has like Replenish, Solitary Confinement.
I think Opalescence.
You're right, and like everything is in the graveyard now.
Yes, but it doesn't.
3. Oh, that was Enchantress Presence number 4.
I don't know.
He just removed 3
Did
Enchantress
he?
Presence.
Yes, I was
from
not
the
even
graveyard.
looking there. I should have.
Oh, okay. It's been a long game. Oh, okay. There was a lot of discard at the beginning of the game, I guess. So, Elephant Grass still in play. Feels like you're pre-boarded against one part of the pre-modern metagame. Feels like, okay, I don't like, decks in general, but in particular, I don't like black decks. So, I'm just gonna run. There's just gonna be randomly.
Yeah, I think Basic Swamp is my favorite land type.
To be honest, I have you in my book as like a typical blue-white controlled player.
Yeah, that's what I play most of the time.
Yeah.
But I somehow like black because I think it's so weak.
Deep down,
I'm for the underdogs.
Okay, that makes sense. So you're okay.
No, there's
okay.
also, I mean, this is really just go to motion. It's there's nothing he can do. He now can't discard anything anymore.
So like if we write down the cards that are just like locked out of the game right now from Josef's side, so it would
It's
be
like
Duress,
almost all cards in his deck.
Jart's Verdict.
It's almost all his cards. Like if he draws land, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
If he draws any discard, it doesn't do anything. If he draws any artifact enchantment removal, it doesn't do anything. He would need to draw exactly like Exalted Angel and just hope.
I don't think that's gonna work. There's also Solitary Confinement.
Oh yeah, there's
That card is locked.
well
out as
until now, until he
Yeah.
drew Solitary Confinement.
Exploration time.
Yes, but because the problem of exploration, as I want to mention earlier, is it doesn't really develop your board. Really, it's only really good when you're going off.
It's very tempting because it's a 1 mana enchantment,
Yes.
but like
Yes.
by its own, it doesn't do much.
No,
right?
but it's often very tight, especially when you play against counterspell days, and you want to have more mana. You always want to have more mana, and exploration doesn't really do it because that extra mana means another card. That's not.
Yeah, you need
exploration.
to have one more card in play that
Yes.
did you. Yeah,
and usually enchantresses, these decks they play 20 lands. Not sometimes even less. Not a lot.
Okay.
Yes, but you play like eight enchant lands.
Yeah. Okay. What is that?
It's Curse Scroll.
Curse Totem.
Curse Totem. Sorry.
Curse Scroll in Enchantress, where you have like 11 cards in your hand. I like it.
It's
Curse Totem. So
yes,
so
Curse
activated abilities of creatures cannot be activated.
Honestly, that's not what I would bring.
What does it shut
It hits.
down?
You know what it shuts down? Exactly one card, and that's Withered Rage. Am I wrong?
Or
when you blink and when you unmorph.
No. I don't
Exalted
think. I
Angel,
think you can still unmorph. Can you not?
then it doesn't really hit anything. Maybe Masticore,
Okay.
but that probably got sided
It's
out.
not even an enchantment. It's an artifact. It's like you're starting from the scratch with
Yes,
a
no.
different card.
That's what I'm
type.
saying. Of course, now Matej will get away with it because he's just so far ahead. But it's certainly not a card I would bring.
Yeah. Well, that could be part of the optimization.
Oh,
of things.
that's a good point from Protemon. Maybe Josef didn't realize that, but I agree. I'm kind of like when you have these grammar Nazis. I'm kind of that way when it comes to graveyard order, especially because I like Phyrexian Furnace. So I still want to follow. So that's
is a
kind
good
of strange. And yes, it's.
Yeah. Also,
It's
we
weird.
have like judges in there, but I guess that they're just like they believe the game's over and it.
Yes, but I think that the game should be over. He should soon be able to get. I think next turn he's killing him. Probably he'll just play Opalescence and attack with everything.
Does he have Opalescence in his hand?
I think I saw it. Oh, there is Opalescence, cleansing,
Replenish. Everything.
Yes.
Does it?
I don't think that-
Does it feel good to win when you're an Enchantress player?
Yes, because
Like-
you're underdog.
No, but like, what I mean is like you have like 37 permanents in play and like 15 cards in hand, and then you just...
Isn't that a dream? It's like, oh, first I will draw, like, sorry, but isn't there anything better than drawing cards?
Drawing cards feels good.
Like, drawing cards feel good. And like drawing through, and I will play, and I will kill you in the way that I will draw all my beautiful deck, and I will play all my beautiful cards, and then you will die.
Right. Okay, so this is way too little, way too late.
Yes.
It's nice to get.
And by the way, it
Enchantresses
costs 5 mana.
because of the
Aura of Silence,
Wow.
yes. And I like that Maciej didn't like insta kill it with Aura of Silence. He does have Seal of Cleansing.
That goes away. Then
And he knows he's probably killing him anyway now.
Is he though? It's like 2, 4, 7, 10. The explorations can attack for 1.
Now he's going to draw a card.
Oh, okay, just 1 from the presence.
Yes. Oh, he's killing that.
There's more Argothian Enchantresses coming. Okay. Yeah, this game's over. This game is finally over after... How long have we been playing this game? An hour and a half? Yeah,
Hour and a
match,
half.
I mean, not the game, the match. Yeah.
Yes, hour and a half, but I think it should be over. Maybe Maciej should think about the future generations and just get on with it. And
He does not have the kill this
no,
turn yet.
but this is I think it's amazing because Maciej is really Enchantress play by heart. You first want to play all your cards.
No, but
he could have win by now, but
could he have won?
Yes.
I don't think he could. Like, he doesn't have lethal on board.
No,
I mean, like, these enchantments like attack for 2 and 3, and the Josef is a 20.
All right.
I actually like not exposing the.
You win.
No, you know, to be honest, it doesn't
Everything
matter.
is Shroud.
There's like everything is Shroud. You have Shroud.
You're on target.
You're
prevent all damage.
yeah. Your brother has Shroud. Everything has Shroud. Everybody likes Shroud for everyone.
Everybody gets Shroud. You get a Shroud.
And you get Shroud. Okay. In that case, I take it back. He should have done it. Also, at what point I'm not the person who concedes typically, but like at what point in Josef's seat you just concede? Like, what is the point where you've seen enough? Sylvan Library. Let's draw more cards.
I think
This game is over next turn. I think that's next turn.
Famous last words.
He's just gonna go with the Opalescence and win.
Probably, but
No, Sarah Sanctum.
Sarah
Whoa,
Sanctum.
okay, let's do Replenish.
Replenish.
And then Opalescence?
Possibly. And he probably has Parallax Wave, but he probably would have removed it because that's a really relevant card. 11 mana.
11.
Stuffed Emrakul.
Spoken as a true Legacy player. Is Emrakul still a thing in Legacy?
Yeah, it is obviously, it's very good.
Show and Tell?
In Show and Tell. And in a few other decks. Oh, he has Parallax. Yeah, no, it's fine. Now he can play Opalescence, remove the cards, swing with everything. And it
Which is still not lethal, by the way, because like half of those permanents have Summoning Sickness.
So it's probably. But I see it's for 3, for 6, for 10.
And we're starting
for
a
13.
second layer of cards. Like the first layer is the card that came last
I
turn.
think it's like 17 damage on the board.
Okay, could be with the cheeky explorations attacking for 1.
Yes. Now, please. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Josef.
Yes.
You can scoop. There's no shame in that. Like, there's nothing you can draw, and you're dead next turn. But next turn is gonna take a long time because Maciej is gonna play all the cards first. So there's no shame in conceding. Seriously. 1. So we are tapping the enchantments to the rest.
But he didn't. Was it the exploration that?
Solitary confinement can attack as well. We see you,
yeah.
Solitary Confinement. What are you doing there? Waiting for blocking?
No.
You should.
It reminds me like back in the day when like Necropotent, when you could not ID, and like the 2 Necropotence players in the last round, they just had like everything and nobody was ever attacking. You know, like that. You just waited.
It wasn't that illegal though.
It was
Like,
illegal.
I think
It was
if a
illegal.
judge walks
It was
by-
illegal to ID, but it was legal to have a draw that you played it out. But you did nothing. You just played
Yeah, but
blanks,
like, okay.
and you were not aiming to win, but you could not be penalized for that.
Oh, so both players having Necropotence, skipping their draw forever,
Something like
not having, and none of
So
them
there we go.
conceding.
Matej
that was
won.
the concession?
It was
Alright.
it was a slugfest, but he got there eventually with all these beautiful green-white cards. I think everybody else is waiting for the next round. I think we'll have a little.
Let's let Petr do the commenting. He's still here with us.
Yes.
I thought at some point he would go home actually,
Yeah,
but
it's easier.
okay.
Já ho pustím nebo půjdeš?
I'm perfectly fine with letting him do the
Wonderful.
commentary if you're okay with that.
Wonderful.
I can.
Hello everyone.
So Petr, did you follow the match? I saw you
I
sleeping
try-
on the
I-
table over there.
I tried, but it was too long. So at some point I just gave up.
Yes. It really was. Yes, it really was very long. Adame, tak možná nám vyber teda, co bude dál?
No, ten, co není Enchant dneska.
Jako
There's
teď
like
semifinále.
two semifinals. One of them is Enchantress against something. So if you want my opinion, I would
Jo,
go with
jo.
the other match.
Ano, souhlasím, souhlasím.
We've seen, and there's nothing wrong with a good Enchantress deck, but like we've seen it.
I need to leave in like 40 minutes, so not the Enchantress deck, please.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it the other way around. Yeah. So I'm gonna go there and tell them.
And Petr, do you have any experience with Enchantress deck yourself?
I lost to it many times in Legacy. But that's about it. Like, I didn't play against it in Premodern, but I know how the deck functions. So.
Because I think they reprinted some of the cards, and it's playable in some format, isn't it? Like in one of these newer formats.
There are Enchantress decks in like Pioneer or Modern, but they're definitely like not competitive. You can play it for fun. It probably has some good matchups, but it's not really a deck that you would take to like a GP or something. But yeah, there seems to be certain type of people who just love to play Enchantress, so they're just gonna play it regardless on whether it's good or not. So you know.
But I think you have enthusiasts of some decks that will just always play it.
Yeah,
whether it's good or bad.
It's just so frustrating when you play against it and you happen to play a deck that's like bad against it, even though the Enchantress deck isn't actually that great and you just lose to it.
Because one of the decks that's kind of close to my heart is like Pox.
Yeah.
And I'm in some groups with Pox, and every time Pox deck makes like 5-0, which is like once in a half year, it's like, oh, there's this deck, it's back. You know, Pox is back. So people are so.
Are there like any new cards that are good in Pox that have been recently printed?
I think there are some. Certainly, Karn, the Great Creator.
Oh.
That was played there quite a lot.
Why is it so good at Smallpox?
It's because yes, it's kind of draw engine. It also shuts down like artifact mana. It shuts down Vial. It's kind of very painful when you're destroying their lands and they have Vial.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you can win with Lattice, and it can further destroy their lands when you get the coating. Yes. So I think that was played, and it doesn't die to Smallpox. Yes. The problem I have with it, I think Smallpox is not a good card. It just costs you too much resources, and it's just.
You do have to play it because otherwise it's not a Smallpox deck. So.
Yeah, I know it's a problem. Well, it's not even called Smallpox deck. It's called Pox deck. It doesn't play Pox for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Or more. They don't play Pox. Some people play one Pox
just
so they can call it Pox, and they side it out kind of every round. So I'm not sure if that's the way.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so we had the match, and it was the. Let me just find it.
Seems like we have the match ready.
Yes, we have the match. Yes, Esky?
Blue-white land still and blue-white Stiflenought.
Oh, that's gonna take forever as well. Alright.
The second match that we have to offer is Parfait versus the Enchantress.
Oh, that could be interesting.
What was the first deck that you said?
Parfait.
What is Parfait?
Parfait, that's the deck that you would play.
Lantex.
The Lantex deck.
Oh,
I think we have two semifinals now. One is Parfait against Enchantress, which I've never seen it. I don't know how it plays out. I think it can be quite interesting because I think Parfait doesn't have a way how to really deal with Argoth in Enchantress, unless it's Oath, and then it has Phoenix, and then it can deal with it.
Yeah, let's do the landstill thing because
yes.
I
and the other one are two blue-white decks. One is Dreadnought, and the other one is blue-white landstill.
I can see how it's gonna go already. There's gonna be turn 2 standstill, and we're just gonna be sitting here forever.
Take your time.
I'm calling it this right now. If there is Stencil in play for 10 consecutive turns, I'm just gonna go away. I'm just telling you right now.
Okay, well,
I won't actually, but
I know you will.
I might. I haven't decided yet.
Yes, I would like to know how is that matchup. I think probably again the Dreadnought deck is under some sort of pressure. They want to have it early. I think where I see a problem in a post-sideboard game is that if you go in that route of Meddling Mage, taking Swords to Plowshares, then he has Mishra's Factory that can block the Meddling Mages. That can be problematic. I think that Landstill deck probably has, sometimes they have like Powder Kick
That's
in
like
the opener. I'll just try to check.
So what's the win condition besides Mishra's Factory? Do they play like the Angel thing?
They play Angel thing. They play Decree of Justice, which they cycle end of turns to get some of the tokens. They play like 2 Fiery Conclave usually, but when I will get to know the name of the player, we can see the deck list.
I'm actually surprised that Standstill doesn't see more play. Like the card seems pretty powerful.
Yes, it is. But we were discussing with Adam earlier. And the problem is that it's just sometimes it doesn't always do the same thing. And you need to have other cards align with Standstill, and if you're missing land drops, then it's really bad.
Yeah.
And if your opponent is not missing land drops, that it backfires, and it can backfire spectacularly. And also in this format, when a lot of people play Mishra's Factory, you can just play a Landstill and they have Mishra's Factory, and they will attack you for 8-10 damage. People play Dust Bowl.
There aren't that many Mishra's Factory decks, are they?
I think there are quite a few.
By the way, now that you're saying it, I'm a little bit surprised that the Mono deck doesn't play it. Like the burn deck.
Mishra's Factory.
Yeah.
Could be. I'm not sure how many lands they play. They probably play just like 18 lands, and they really want to have their mountain like turn 1. But maybe they could squeeze like 2. I mean, maybe why they do it because they play Fire Blast.
Yeah. But still seems pretty good. I don't know.
Hello. We're just doing some technical stuff and we'll be right up with the match because the guys are already starting. Imagine that after this, let's say, very interesting and very short
By the way,
match.
we wouldn't be able to be here without this guy, so huge thanks to him.
I was thinking the same.
And we're switching.
Wonderful.
All right.
So we have Jiří Moravec and Ivan Tomášek. So I think I will first have a look on Ivan's deck. Yeah, I think yes, we can see. Can we see it quickly? Oh, there's Absorb. I haven't seen that card in a while. Absorb.
Yeah, that actually does see some amount of play even nowadays in Pioneer.
So there we go. We have Impulse, Counterspell, Factor Fiction, Mana Leak, Standstill. Oh, there is a Proxy. It's interesting. And then there's Prohibit, Absorb, 3 Decree of Justice, 1 Seal of Cleansing. Especially that middle line is very important. 4 Swords to Plowshare, Seal of Cleansing, 3 Wrath of God. That might be too slow for the Dreadnought. And then Disenchant. Then you have a lot of you see 3 Fairy Conclave. If I see it
basically when I look at this deck, I only see like ways to deal with Dreadnought and Standstill.
And Counterspells.
Yeah. That's what I consider like a way to deal with Dreadnought. So like unless he draws like a bunch of Wrath of Gods and Decree of Justice, which can be a little bit clunky, I think he's in a pretty good spot. But I don't really know.
Wonderful. And I'm not sure if they've started playing. Not yet, but they're drawing. Can we just quickly see the blue-white Standstill? Sorry, the Dreadnought.
Yep.
Jiří Moravec. Okay, there are.
I wonder what...
Ivan seated higher, so he's choosing. Oh, that's a beautiful picture. I like the wood. What do we have here?
He doesn't actually play Meddling Mage.
It does play Meddling Mage.
Oh, he does. I was looking at the sideboard.
Yeah, his main deck. he does play main deck. I think it seems like a quite
ordinary list.
Normal list of blue-white. I think a very important card will be Winter Orb post-board, because that can completely shut down what Standstill's trying to do. Okay, I think that's it. We've seen enough, and let's go to the games. I don't know where it starts and where it ends.
Seems like the Yuji is thinking about mulliganing because I see only one land.
But I think he has portent, or maybe even 2 portents on the left side of the
Yeah, that
screen.
seems like a keep to me for sure. I'm just trying to figure out like
what is he thinking about?
Yeah,
Maybe he's playing some mind games.
maybe. Or they're just talking about
It's like,
something and it has nothing to do with mulligan.
foil my portent and I will lose the game. I don't think so. You know, sometimes you see in Legacy when people think a lot, then they play portent and your ponder, and your opponent force a will it, and then you just laugh.
Crap.
Beautiful island. Love that island. Portent.
Portent is great.
Yes.
Right, so if we were right about him having only one island, that's kind of perfect, right? There are 2 islands in counterspell.
Yes, I think it's perfect. Can't get probably any better. If one of those was fetch land, it would be a little bit better, but I like it a lot. And I like the counterspell.
Being on the play is huge in this matchup.
Yes, for sure. For sure, it's huge. And I'm just thinking, what's the path to victory for Yuji? Like, of course, he can try quick Dreadnought and, like, try to protect it. I'm thinking if he can afford to play some kind of a long game. Like Meddling Mage on Swords to Plowshares. My problem is that if he has this Meddling Mage, like for example Swords to Plowshares, sooner or later it will get eaten by the tokens from Decree of Justice.
Yeah.
There are only that many turns that you can
On the other hand, if you were playing like a regular creature deck, like later in the game you would just lose to Decree of Justice, but Dreadnought is so big that you can still like win through it.
Because I think you want like a Meddling Mage on Swords to Plowshares and then get the Dreadnought, and then he has like Wrath of God, which is like a lot of mana to tap out for against Daze deck.
So we see main face up. Well, why do you think he did that? Maybe because of another portent. He just wanted to have more info.
Yes, I am not so sure. I think
But
he
don't you think
probably.
it's better to
I
do
think
the other way?
I think he knew what's on the top, so he didn't want that card. He didn't want another.
Oh
island,
yeah, that makes sense. Sorry.
So he want to get rid of it, but now we have foil, which can be back-breaking cards. Like you can really keep the Dreadnought into play, but I think it's too. Yeah, I would ship it.
Dreadnought though.
I would ship it as well because he doesn't have. He literally has 8 creatures, and he needs those to kill him. To kill.
Yeah, and as you said, Meddling Mage isn't actually in win condition because he just gets blocked by Mishra's Factory. So he really needs to find that Dreadnought.
We'll see. But I would probably bet on Ivan. By the way, it's interesting that he didn't fetch when your opponent was tapped out. Against deck that has Stifle. You know, he plays for Stifle. So, and especially I see Daze. I'm sure Yuji is stifling that fetch land. And I want
Every time that happens, it just feels so good.
Yes, instant Stone Rain. And he has a Vision Charm, so he doesn't have to be worried about, like, you know.
So I think Ivan realized that and, you know, he's going to be cautious about his fetch land, but I'm sure he regrets not cracking it immediately.
Yes, because it's nice to have that, to be sure about. So he got his plane now. So here he has all the mana, and
it's crazy. Like it's such a small thing. Like cracking a fetch land might actually make a difference in winning and losing in this game. Because I don't think he has an additional land in his hand. He just drew one.
He drew one and he drew another, and I think he has also Mishra's Factory.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But sometimes you want to keep Mishra's Factory a little bit longer, so your opponent doesn't know what he. For example, when you're casting standstill, it feels a little bit not so bad when you let it resolve when he doesn't have it. But then
That's
you,
one
you play it
thing.
next turn.
Also, you can go like absorb and counterspell in the same turn, and if you play Mishra's Factory, you can do that.
Yes, yes, and definitely absorb is really taxing your mana.
It's kind of weird that this deck does play absorb and Mishra's Factory in the same deck, but I guess you kind of have to.
That's what I felt was like a big improvement when back in the day I played Buck Standstill, that I dropped Mishra's Factories. It was like unthinkable to drop it, but I started playing like Creeping Tar Pit, and I even play like the 3/3 untargetable Manland. That's like green and blue, because you just needed that colored mana. It's just so important to have the colored mana. And the thing that it's a Manland, it's just secondary. Kind of.
It doesn't really happen that often. Like when you get to that point, you can just win with Decree of Justice a lot of the time. Right?
Yes, here it is like that. But I
think I would.
What I'm trying to say is that sometimes it can haunt you, especially when the blue-white stencils try to have like play also Dust Bowl, or things like that. They just want to have it all.
I was agreeing with you that the Mishra's Factory isn't actually as good as it seemed.
I think it's the package. We discussed it with Adam earlier, that you have these packages. Like if you have Standstill, you have to have Mishra's Factory, and a lot of people think in that way. Well, but yes, but I have to say, when I see Ivan's hand, I don't think.
What do you think about that cash there? Now he has to discard. Like, it might have been better to wait on that, because this game is gonna take forever.
Yeah, I don't like it. And by the way, what I also don't like is this Factory Fiction.
Exactly.
Like, your opponent is going to discard, so
it's so bad. It's for so many reasons.
Yes. Like now, I'm so happy when opponent says discard. I'm like, yes, please give me. Like, I'm not doing anything, because I don't want you to give you exactly. That's what I thought. If Jiří was about to discard three cards, what about discarding 3 cards and one of them is foil? So
you just basically lost Factor Fiction for no reason.
Yes. When the opponent was in pretty bad position, and you kind of help him out of the swamp a bit. But now I still I don't see how Jiří is winning this game really.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult. So eventually we're gonna get to a point where Day's not gonna be that good. So they're just gonna like battle for Dreadnought, and he untaps, and he can even like.
Everyone is thinking about cycling that the decree. Fetch. Oh, he's stifling.
Can you stifle the decree?
You can. Oh. You can.
That's cool.
It has 2 triggers. It has a draw trigger and put creatures trigger.
And you can choose.
But you can stifle it, and I think that's very relevant here. Because if you now he discarded Swords to Plowshares to foil, but if you have like. Ooh, counterspell.
Yeah, he has so many redundant counterspells that fighting for mana seems to make sense. I think I would use Absorb over counterspell just because it's more expensive.
Yes, but personally, I probably wouldn't even counter this Stifle. I know he has a lot of counterspells, but yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Because like even if this does not resolve, you still have 2 counters at any time. With the Prohibit and Counterspell.
Yeah, but you're not really like worried about him resolving Dreadnought here, and you have like 5 counterspells in your hand, so why wouldn't you use one of them?
Yes, but I think if your opponent is going to play this like this game, if your opponent is...
No, I think you're winning regardless, but I think it's still better to do it. I don't know.
Yes, this is like it seems like to me it's like in a chess. When you have advantage, you just start trading 1 for 1, and eventually the advantage is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, that's exactly why I would use the counterspell. Are we gonna see the Mishra attack?
I don't think so. He thinks he has plenty of time.
Yeah, he kind of has the.
There's Dreadnought, but there's like so many answers. Yes. I think I would not. I'm not sure if I would like to play this Stiflenought deck, because sometimes you just sit such all in.
Yeah.
Like when you play, it's like at least 2 for 1, and then you just foil like his swords, and you hope that will work. And if it doesn't work, you're dead. It's totally not my style. I would feel so bad about it. But it works. It works.
Yeah, when you get the perfect draw and you just do it turn 2 with like all this counterspell backup, it just seems crazy good. But when you have to dig for it and you do it like turn 5, these daisies aren't that good anymore, and it just seems look a little bit awkward.
And if I'm not mistaken, Ivan has he has swords to plushes, decree, and to absorb. So
That
you're not going
seems
to get
pretty good.
Yes, what can he do?
Cannot really get any better than that, right?
Like what I like about this situation, he's going to play it. I think that will respond with absorb. You want to absorb that? Oh, he says it resolves. Okay. I'll probably just absorb it because now he's stifle, and then he has the vision charm to save it, to phase it out in face of swords to plowshares. He's going to do this. So now he'll probably have to play the vision charm because I think he has vision charm days, and I don't see the last card.
Now we see the difference.
Counterspell?
Now we see the difference between playing the absorb and counterspell last turn, because if he played the absorb next turn, he can go double sword and still have counterspell, but he cannot do that.
And
now.
play around days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is he doing? So he'll play the vision charm. Oh, he had counterspell. He could counterspell it.
It was actually smart that he did it this way, because this way he plays around the Radov card, right? Because he gets phased out.
Yes. Yes.
It's not gonna matter though.
That's it. Yes, of course, you have unlimited time. You're in top 8. This is semifinals. That should be exiled. Yes.
It doesn't matter for any card in the matchup, right?
Probably it doesn't, yes. But I think it's kind of the game, isn't it? Now you want to, now he will, the first turn, Yuri doesn't do anything. Ivan will just cycle, get 2 creatures, then we'll attack with Mishra, and it will be 4 a turn. And that's a reasonable clock. Yeah, they exiled. Yes. So I think this is, unless something completely crazy happen, I think, again, this game is kind of over. So Petr, you said
Did
you have to go
did he draw a card with the... I don't think he did.
Maybe, I don't know. And now stand still.
That also seems pretty good. I think I would just pass with Factor Fiction, and because he has to counter it and then do stand still, because now he just gets to counter it. You don't really want to fight back because you just want to be untapped, and it was way better to just pass.
I think I would still go for that mana leak.
Yeah, when you do play the standstill, it's probably better to mana leak, but I think it's better to just pass with Factor Fiction and then do that.
Yes. But now in this situation, it would be better to mana leak because, as we said it, like you just want to trade 1 for 1.
And again, now he's gonna attack with Mishra, so he cannot go Factor Fiction plus mana leak. That also seems a little bit suspicious.
But
I guess the mana leak would.
But
run into
he
days.
still has days, and you don't really want days to be a thing. So we'll see if Ivan is casting it. He is. He's playing. Turn 14 into days. So Petr, where are you going? You have to go in 40 minutes.
Work. It's unfortunate. I went to work yesterday. I didn't sleep. I came here and I have to go there again.
Yeah, I hope you will be sharp.
Probably not.
So there is.
That feels so bad, yeah, that your Factor Fiction gets dazed at this point of the game.
Yes. But it will be very, very hard for, as we said it, for Yuri to do something about it, but...
I really like this Landstill deck. It kind of fits my style. If I was playing Premodern, maybe I would play that.
Yes, you get crushed by Parfait.
Don't say that.
Everything does.
I would find a way.
Yes, you would, maybe.
Why is that matchup so bad?
Because he has more counters, or he doesn't. He does not necessarily have more counters, but he has like so many things you have to answer, and he has a huge card advantage. And land tax always triggers because you want to play a lot of lands.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems he also has Chaos Blessing. So that long countering game, he can shuffle things back. He also has Doris and Pyroblast, which you don't.
Yeah, that seems pretty rough.
And then he has cards like, he has a lot of artifact enchantments. And I don't think you have really a lot of cards how to destroy those. Let me have a look. Yeah, there's no real, like, a lot of 4/1. You have, like, Powder Keg that can blow the Moxen. That's annoying, but... Oh, yeah. Yes, thank you, Protemon. I know it's a few turns back, but you're right. I think we should follow the graveyard order, but hopefully it won't be relevant. Yes, UG's on 12. Yes, it's funny, isn't it? Like Ivan threw away like 2 cards away, and now he has Mana Leak, he has Absorb, and Source Splashes like nothing. So suddenly, after drawing multiple lands in a row, suddenly it's not so unwinnable for Yuri anymore. I thought it was over.
It's still probably.
It's still
win,
yes.
But
suddenly.
Well, he drew into Under Recursion Impulse, so that's a start.
So he can go Impulse, the mana he has in the mana pool. Yes, and there's Meddling Mage. And actually, Meddling Mage can stop the onslaught. If not, I think yes. You're just going to cast it, and you will say Swords of Plashers.
It's still attacking with Mishra though, right?
Well, yes, but you can still trade. Worst case, 1 for 1.
Yeah, but then the tokens keep attacking, so it doesn't stop the onslaught.
Yeah.
Like completely.
It does not, but it's something.
If he then draws another Meddling Mage, which he very well might be pretty good.
I think he's going to cast it, and he will get Mana Leaked. And Ivan will be very happy that he will get a good target for his Mana Leak.
He's like, yeah. He's considering to not do that.
Yeah, I think you have to do it. Yes. I always thought that Miscalculation is better, because you can cycle it. Mm-hmm. But like 2 mana and 3 mana is just massive difference.
Yeah.
It's so hard to play around Mana Leak. But what I like about Yuri's deck is that he has so many. I don't like it. He'll be discarding.
Well, discarding doesn't really matter because he has too many lands, but I guess he's like digging for foil or something.
Yeah, but even like foil, yeah. But interesting. I think you just have to let it go. But he did draw a lot of cards. Okay, he only discards 1? Only 1?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably. Yeah, it's probably fine. But like for 4, now he goes to 8. Yeah, it starts to get dicey. But another land for Ivan. So now he only has 2 spells in hand. I would probably not even play this land. Just like...
There's a Dreadnought. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any way to protect it, so... But it might gain him some life. In case Ivan goes for Swords instead of Absorb. Probably not going to though.
We'll see.
If he lets it resolve...
If he doesn't...
Yeah, he should just counter this, right?
Yes, he should counter it, sure. Because he has 2 charms. Yeah. He has to counter it. That's it. That's correct. Correct. Because he has double charm. so he could protect it twice.
Yeah.
But he could, obviously, he could absorb the other charm, but certainly, like Ivan, he's painting like these.
Ooh, that was a great draw.
That was an incredible draw. And I think that's it.
Can you face out your opponent's creature?
Yes, you can.
So he.
I think. This foil, he needed that one some time ago.
All right.
Okay, that's it. Yes, I think we will see. I think the second game will be maybe more interesting because I think there will be Winter Orb will play a big role. I think Winter Orb can completely
On the other
destroy.
hand, Ivan's deck probably has like a bunch of ways to deal with artifacts.
Yes, I have it here. He will bring 2 disenchant. He will bring Powder Keg. Powder Keg is quite good against Dreadnought, isn't it?
That seems pretty good. It also kills the Winter Orb if you need to.
Yes. I think Keg is coming in. 2 Seal of Cleansing. That's coming in. And possibly Wrath of God. I'm not sure if you like Wrath of God.
Not really.
Because
it just seems too clunky. I think I would board it out actually.
It's too clunky, but if your
way to kill
opponent
Meddling
goes
Mage.
like Meddling Mage on swords and then Dreadnought.
But he already plays like 3 main deck. I would probably keep Summon like 2 in case you need to search for it with like Factor Fiction or something. But I don't really think you want to draw it too often. Like you want to have access to it in your deck if you really need it. But I think having like 2 in your deck or something like that is probably reasonable.
Yes. Yes. Also, there's a question: would you want to side out? Honestly, I'm not sure how many decrees you keep. That he plays 3. He also plays quite a lot of absorbs. I'm not sure how much I like absorb.
Yeah.
He plays
like
2.
the expensive cards are like the worst cards because you just want to interact on low mana.
Yes, I agree. I like to have like kind of all my deck to be like 1-2 mana. Oh, Vision Charm faces that artifact. Thank you. Thanks to.
But you can phase out the Mishra's Factory. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true. It's artifact. Yes, we will see. But seems to me that Ivan has too many answers. And cards like Seal of Cleansing or Disenchant will be very powerful, both for Winter Orb and for Phyrexian Dreadnought.
Yeah, it seems like Yuji would need like some attrition card that, would draw him multiple cards so he can actually win the battle. But he doesn't really have that, so they're just gonna trade 1 for 1, but Ivan has like more ways to generate card advantage. So unless, Yuji has some insane draw with like turn 2 Dreadnought with like Daze and, just kills him.
Yuji, on the other hand, has a Null that's going to come in. He does have Winter Orb we were talking about. Phyrexian Furnace, I'm not sure. I kind of... Yeah, he also has Last Breath and Seal of Cleansing. There are cards that are possibly... that could be brought in, but I'm not so sure about it. You know why they play Last Breath?
Ooh, that's cool.
Why Dreadnought deck plays Last Breath?
Let me think. Well, it does kill Meddling Mage. I don't know if that...
It does kill Meddling Mage while you have Meddling Mage that Swords to Plowshares.
That's
or
cool.
Something like that. And I think it kills opponent's Dreadnought when there's a Meddling Mage in play, naming Swords to Plowshares when you play Mirror. Because it exiles creature with power with casting cost 2 or less.
Oh, I thought it was power.
It's power. You're right.
It's
No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong here. Power. I was thinking too much, but it kills that Meddling Mage and things like that. So we'll see how this will play out. So it seems, my guess, we'll have... What do you think, by the way, the Parfait Enchantress? Who do you think is going to win that one?
Yeah, hard for me to say. I think... trying to think about the cards. I guess the Phoenix can kill the Enchantress.
Yes, it can. It can. I think when Enchantress gets 2 Sterling Groves and it plays 4 in play, I don't think Parfait has like anything to do with that. I think that can be very difficult. On the other hand, Parfait has Armageddon. That's brutal.
I guess it really depends. Also, being on the play is probably huge in that matchup. So,
but when Enchantress, I think when Enchantress has like a good start, it can be bit difficult to stop it. But I think Parfait has also counters. There's Armageddon, it can prolong the game. Sometimes the strategy against Enchantress was let him do his thing and only counter his win conditions because they don't play many. Yeah, so I think it will be Parfait blue-white land still in the final, and Parfait will take it. But if Enchantress will win, I will take it. I remember I kind of like playing Enchantress against the blue-white deck, because once you resolve some of your Enchantress effects, they have kind of difficult ways how to deal with them. Like against Enchantress, they have to Wrath of God, so they will tap out. They have to do it right away. You can play another one and get some more cards out of it. Yes, for sure. I mean, I think Armageddon would be like one of the main victory points for Parfait there. Ivan won the first game. I think we sorted it out. Maybe you can show us Yuri's deck. So if there's anything to bring, but I don't think there's a lot to bring. It's more like what to side out, if we even want to bring anything. I think Winthrop is certain, but because if you catch your opponent off guard and you play Winthrop into him being tapped out, that can be game winning.
Hello guys. It just seems like Easy didn't really improve that much post board, whereas the control deck improved a lot. So it's probably gonna be even more devastating than game one. Would be my guess, but let's see how it plays out.
Yes, it was much quicker than the previous match, but the match is not over. I would like to say it was only one game, honestly.
Do you ever portent your opponent on turn one?
No, I don't think so. Like, I think you portent your opponent at some point of the game,
like
when you know what you don't want them to draw.
Yeah.
But I think turn one, it doesn't make any sense.
I'm trying to think about the scenario where that would make sense, but I cannot really think of any.
So I see 3 lands disenchant in Ivan's hand. That's kind of like when I see 3 lands and disenchant, I keep already.
Well, is disenchant actually like that great?
I mean, he kept both absorbs. I don't like it, and he's on the draw. It will just play into daze. Like whatever you do, absorb, it will get dazed. And now, come on. Oh, it's Meddling Mage. I think it's very nice.
Meddling Mage time.
Swords to Plowshares, for sure. And I think no, that's Decree. He has Decree, but it will take some time before he can Decree. And we also, and as Petr said, he can still stifle Decree. So that can be quite important.
Yeah, I mean,
Meddling Mage can be a win con. Is there a Mishra's Factory? Oh, there is. There is Mishra's Factory. So I think he will try Standstill here. That will get dazed. Oh no, he just passed. Now he learned his lesson from the first game. So he's playing around. Stifle. But I think sometimes you want to bait Stifle when you have a lot of lands. But I've seen so many games today, even when I walked and saw some of the tables. So maybe they could write it a little bit bigger so we can see it. But I can still read swords. What is Dreadnought? Yes. All I want to say that I saw today a lot that Meddling Mages get there.
Oh really?
Yes, a lot. Like I came to see the other feature match. I think I said it already. There were 2 feature matches. There were 2 Meddling Mages. One set Swords to Plowshares, the other one had Bolt, and his opponent had Bolt and 2 Swords to Plowshares in hand.
Actually, my first Premodern tournament that I played a deck called Solution, and it had 4 Meddling Mages. The problem was that I didn't know the format at all.
You couldn't solve it then.
So my opponent played like 2 cards, and I played Meddling Mage. I was like, I mean, something he didn't even hit that card in his deck.
Yes.
So I think I even named a card that wasn't even legal in format at some point. So he did draw the Dreadnought. He doesn't have any more lands, which means that he should probably run it out because it's gonna get even like it's not gonna get any better. Ivan's just gonna have more ways to interact with it. So I think he should just fight for it now. Do you agree?
Yes, but maybe that one more turn is fine.
But he knows the card because he saw it with Portent, right? So he knows that it's not a land.
Okay, if it's not a land, then. Okay.
And like that turn, he could have actually dazed Absorb, but he cannot this turn. And like drawing Gush doesn't really get you anywhere, so I think I would just run it out.
Yes, I agree.
Like now he has to discard. Like he kind of has to play it now, but now
That would be kind of cool. The last turn, if he dazed anything, that he could replay the island, have it untapped.
Oh yeah, that's true as well.
For like for the
See,
other
so
charm.
now he's playing it, but now it's waivers. I think Ivan also like top decked Mana League, so everything kind of didn't really work out.
Yes, but I think here I would probably absorb because the Mana League will be quite good for a long time.
There's actually no like Spell Pierce or anything like that in the format, right? So it doesn't really make sense to.
No, I think there's probably Force Spike, but I don't think I've seen it. I mean, Daze seems so much better.
Yeah. Either you pay the mana or you don't. He didn't attack with the Meddling Mage, by the way, last turn.
Yeah, that's a mistake. But I think it wasn't Mishra untapped.
No, it wasn't. Here we are again.
This doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. I think it will soon be over. Now he's discarding. Please, Ivan, don't play anything end of turn. By the way, imagine you're in this situation, 8 cards in hand, there's standstill, your opponent breaks it, you just draw. Like you play the standstill, now he breaks it, you draw up to 11. You have to discard 2 money. Now he will... Oh, okay, it's over. That's over. He will now get 3 tokens.
It's all in the books. Yeah, going back to that turn, I think if he played a Dreadnought, I think Ivan top decked Mana League that turn.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have just dazed Absorb and he would just kill him with a Dreadnought. You know.
Would he up? But does not Ivan have Sword Splashers?
I don't think he does. Maybe he has.
Oh, he has Disenchant. He has Disenchant,
Oh,
so
okay.
that would just do it. So.
No, it wouldn't, right? Because you would daze, you would return to island, and you would have additional protection spell. You would phase it out. I guess at that point he can absorb. Okay, he can double fight you, but it still would be better, I guess. But yeah.
Yes, I think especially here you have to play to your odds. Like you have to do the best you can.
Like I think that if he didn't know the top card, maybe waiting would make some sense. But because he knew he was drawing Gush, it just.
Is he showing a middle finger to the degree?
I think he's asking about Stifle. Like how does it actually work?
Yes. But if he plays Stifle, he will draw him 3 cards, and that's certainly the end. Especially with the 2 Mishras. It's like he can start attacking with Mishra, and he can't even trade with Meddling Mage.
I love this. This is just great. So much value.
No.
Oh no!
No, that doesn't work. I will probably. Oh, he still draws a card, but I have to go there just to make sure that.
Yeah, Tomas went away because Yuji tried to stifle the trigger from standstill, but what actually happens there is that the standstill just triggers again, and it doesn't actually do anything. I learned the lesson myself the hard way. Oh, when I was a kid, I did the same thing. So you know, stifling standstill doesn't really get you anywhere, unfortunately. He's like reading. Oh man. I mean, it could be worded in a way where that would work. It would just kind of like crack and the trigger would be on the stack, but it just stays in play, and anytime you play something in response, it just triggers again. So, yeah. Unfortunate. Not like the second Stifle would really get him anywhere, but it just looks really bad.
You didn't even have to call judge. And yeah, Siri was quite happy. He didn't know. And now we'll see how they're going to sort it out. Probably they agreed that the other stifle, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Maybe they agree that the other stifle will target the other trigger. But it's certain that Tomas is drawing 3 cards.
So basically, because he played a... Yeah, actually, yeah.
What is he doing? Okay, maybe...
Did you tell them?
I told him. I think I explained that. But I think he probably just said, okay, I played it. I made a mistake. So...
Maybe if he plays a third stifle, then it will work. What do you think, Tomas? It's like an endless chain, but you're always one step behind.
What are they doing? I don't know.
Maybe you just want to take it back or something?
Possibly. Maybe they're talking about something like that, but... Are they waiting for judge or something? I told them I'm pretty sure that's how it works, that's how it plays out, so... Okay, yeah, it's not he's going to trophy. Yeah, maybe they agree that he's not going to, like, that he will target with stifle both triggers, because it just...
Yeah.
It doesn't feel that bad. Stifling standstill, but I'm quite happy I saw this
on camera.
Stifle on standstill. I haven't seen that for a long time.
Yeah, I think I did it myself back in the old days.
Yes, because it sounds good, doesn't it? Like, oh, I stifled the trigger.
It looks so natural, but it just doesn't really work.
And I think it's that it somehow feels it works. If you know what I mean. Like stifle does so many things you never thought about, so it can get you out of any trouble. Yes, but it's just like, what is it? Vision charm, counterspell, daze, foil, gosh, but he doesn't have a second island. Yes. Oh, Fairy Conclave. Dreadnought. Well, he has to go for it. Does he? Can he wait? Now we just get a message. I think I win like 10,000 crowns. I bet that Marc Vogt will be in the finals with Parfait, and it's true. So
you're always right, Tomas. Adam was wrong when he said that.
So, and it seems it will be against blue-white land still.
What I appreciate about Ivan is that, you know, he could be just sitting there and enjoying his time, but he's trying to close out the game. So
he's such a social person.
Yeah.
He knows there are fathers from families. They just want to go home. Because they want their wives to allow them to attend at least one more tournament in their lives. Considering our IT specialist is laughing, it's maybe not far from truth. Wonderful. Yes. But I have to say, we will see how it will go, but it seems to me that Tomas, obviously he's going to win this one. I think it's bad matchup for blue-white land still to play against Parfait. And I think Marc is a very experienced player, so...
You know, he does have some annuls, which will probably help a lot, but you said that the matchup is pretty bad, and like the resistant power bust does seem really rough. So.
And he knows how to side out. I think when there will be... I put my money on Marc.
Having meddling mage against all of these Mishras just feels so embracing. Oh, there is the Mentor, your flashy sideboard card.
Yes. It's too little, too late. By the way, I just wanted to say that Yuri didn't draw second island, and he plays so many cantrips.
Yeah, he only plays one planes in his deck, right? It's a little bit unfortunate that.
Yes. I think he maybe fetched for it at some point. I'm not sure.
I think he naturally drawn it, but either way, it is what it is. When your opponent is destroying cards that don't even matter, you
No, they do matter because
you know what I mean.
You're winning with Mishra's Factory, and
yeah. Well, you know what I mean. It's just like you know that it's over.
Yes.
Come on, just attack with the other creatures as well.
I think he wants to have.
I mean, it is the right play. Obviously,
I wouldn't mind him casting Seal. Yeah, he's that. Yeah, he has time. He has time. Oh,
there it is.
Island.
He can gash. He can gash now.
He only has to get through 4 cards in Ivan's hand. Do you think there's a chance?
Seems like we're gonna go through the motions.
Yes, I always feel like if all these action movies from the 80s were realistic, they would always last like 3 minutes.
So if he gashes into like 2 foils, he probably doesn't have enough cards anyway.
No,
Or maybe he will return 2 islands with the gash. If he draws 2 foils, he can go like Dreadnought, Stifle, double foil. It's probably still not enough anyway. Oh, he's at 3. Even if that happens, he's still gonna die to Mishras. Yeah. I mean, you're in a semi-finals, so why not get some extra camera time, right?
Don't be mean.
Sorry.
Don't be mean. He worked pretty hard to be there.
Sorry.
And
I just couldn't resist.
No, I think, I saw Jiří play one of the rounds, and he was, by the way, the one that killed his opponent with swords, splashes, and a lightning bolt in hand. And I think he knows what he's doing. So
I didn't want to be
nice if he showed us a bit more respect.
I did.
You're not even 30 years old.
Almost. At 29. 29.
I think we are almost finished here.
Somehow we're still in the game.
So is it that it really phased out because I lost concentration for a bit? Oh, that's it.
Congrats to Ivan for extending into the finals.
Yes, it's fantastic. I think it's a great achievement. I don't know Ivan, but he. You're so handsome, Petr.
I know, right? You're not doing so bad either, though.
Oh. When we were in a toilet today with Petr, he told me that if he was a woman, he would...
No, that's not exactly what I said. I said that when I see a boy like you, I kind of regret not being a woman.
Oh, wonderful.
Anyways.
Even better. Less weird.
Anyways, we're gonna see 2 control decks facing up in the finals.
Yes.
Well, the other deck isn't. Would you consider it a control deck?
Well, they are both control decks, for sure. They play... do you know how many creatures they play in main deck together?
2.
Yes.
You didn't expect that, right?
Yes, you're becoming an expert. So I think it will be just it will be kind of a slugfest. I think Marc will take it. I think he has more experience. He knows how to do it. I think
He knows how to do it.
blue-white deck
Do we know
is somehow disadvantaged. I don't think. Yeah, I think absorbs and things like that will be expensive cards. Like Lentex will trigger always. But it can go if
Like if the blue-white deck is on the play and it is like a counter spell.
Yes, and counters like relevant spells. I think you don't want to go for Lentex and Scroll Rack. You choose one of those and go for that, because if he only has the other card, it's not so good.
Yeah,
that makes any sense. For example, if he only has Lentex, then of course he will have more fresh draws, but he doesn't do that much. If he only has Scroll Rack, like sooner or later, the number of cards will go down, and it will be like exchanging 2 or 3 cards, especially when he tries to do something like
How many fetches does the deck play? Can you actually shuffle a bit of Lentex?
I think you play 4 fetches, 4 flooded strands.
So if you don't draw them and you dig under all the Lentexes, it's actually not that great.
Yes, of course, yes. Boises EU says that Mark is a monster, no way he loses a control mirror. I was trying to say it in a nice way.
There you go.
Yes.
This will be my last match. I have to go to work. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was fun. And I'll see you some other
Yes,
tournament.
thank you, Peter. Thank you for being with us. I will also have to go to toilet, but I think Adam will take over for a moment. And yes, or maybe we'll have like 10 minutes, little 10-minute break, 5-minute break, and we'll go to the final, because we all, as we said, the children are crying at home.
See you guys.
Hungry. Thank you. So hello and welcome to probably our last, to our last part of the coverage today.
I think this is the
I
last
just-
part of coverage, right? Was there something that comes after that?
Yes, maybe there
We
will
have the
be
finals
interview
here.
with the interview
Okay,
with,
sure.
with the winner.
With the winner,
I always
right,
wanted to say the name, but I didn't.
Well, we have two people who could be our
Winners?
Winners, yeah.
I think
we could interview.
Yes.
Um,
Do they have the same odds?
I really don't know. I mean, both of them made it this far. Both
Oh,
of
yes.
them clearly know what they're doing. One of them, we know he knows what he's doing because we've seen him in some tournaments before.
Yes.
The other one, I don't really know, but
Yes.
it's
One of these two players lost exactly 0 games today. But we
0
won't-
games.
0 games.
Okay. I think the names are swapped though. I think the deck on the right should be the Parfait, right? So I think we
Yes.
have the names and the decks swapped. We have Marc Vogt. Vogt. How do Vogt?
I think.
On the right, mulliganing down to 6.
And just swap
So
the names.
yeah. So it's the Marc Vogt with Parfait. Parfait. Uh-huh. Yeah, we're working on fixing the names and.
Yeah, this is so brutal that he starts. Like I already see that. Like he's just going to get the nuts.
And what do you do now?
And you
Like you have Seal of Cleansing or the game's over, right? Okay, that's not bad. Not a bad start.
Yes.
But you still need Seal of Cleansing. Does Ivan play Seal of Cleansing?
He does.
Have we mentioned how good Lentex is today on the stream? I think we might have. And this is why.
One Seal of Cleansing main deck.
One Seal of Cleansing.
Yes, no,
so
no,
he and Mark has foil and an island and a spell. So
It's interesting that Tomas is playing like Wasteland. I know he plays Dust Bowl as well.
Oh,
He has
okay,
it in
yeah,
hand.
I can see that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is just so
And
bad.
The game's over. The game just ended.
What's bad that there's nothing he can do.
Yeah.
There's nothing he can do. He would have to wait to draw Seal of Cleansing. But
And
before
then
that,
it's like
Mark
his
is going to
card.
draw like he will.
Mox Diamond.
He'll draw Mox Diamond. He will draw like
More like he can just play
Sylvan
his
Library
Undiscovered
and-
Paradise, play stuff, and yeah. I think the game's over.
Yes.
I think I don't want to be like, okay, it's late and
Were you thinking it will be exciting finals?
it is exciting though.
Yes,
like
it is.
I think that what we see here is just the best thing that you can do in the format. I
Yes.
think, and we see why. We haven't like what I'm happy about. We had a ton of diversity today.
Yes,
like
sure.
we
Even the
had
top 8.
A lot of we
Quite
had 8
diverse.
different decks in the top 8, which is pretty awesome. There were 3 Parfait decks. I'm working on my pronunciation, as you can hear, in the tournament, and one of them made it into the top 8.
And the other one was 9th.
The other one was 9th. Yeah, that's true. But that was the Sun Black Parfait deck with the Spontaneous Generation, which is a tech that I really admire, I gotta say.
Yes, but I just talked to Mark and he felt like, oh, what is this? Not for me.
Okay. He sticks to his guns. He's been
No, but
Parfait's player
we have to
for a
give
long time, right?
no, Mark needs to get credit for basically inventing this version of the deck. Like, of course, Lentex, Scroll, like that, people before to do that, but like having blue, having it like that, having it with old,
All
you
the
know,
numbers.
taking slightly different creatures than like Phantom Nishoba. Right.
How many cards was that? 4?
Yeah, now he's going to, yeah.
He
Infinite.
had 6 cards. He drew 5. Okay. And now he's just gonna draw 6 land space. 6 cards.
Yes.
Yeah. It looks like the deck is very tweaked. It looks like the final stage of evolution. You know, like.
It's
It's-
yes. I even heard from one of the organizers that he's rooting for Parfait to do well, to win this tournament. Then all people net deck this deck, win all the tournaments around Europe, so Lantex will finally get banned.
Okay.
So that's
it's a nice theory. I wonder who that person was.
yes.
I
I wonder if he sits in this room.
think he does. Yeah. Okay. No, but like, yeah, it's just to me it's fun to see the deck like it feels like it's just humming, like effortlessly and like all the cogs are turning and everything is just.
We saw it earlier when he scroll rec for 2 to get exactly sorts of plowshares he needed to win the game.
Okay. So that was the one game he almost lost.
Yes, he didn't, but he almost.
That was the closest time he was to a loss the whole day. This is crazy. So just to reiterate, he lost exactly 0 games today.
0 games.
So he won all his games 2-0. Then
I
0
think-
matches or 0 games?
I think he had a draw.
Yeah, right.
So that must have been 0-0
it
draw,
must have been a 0-0 draw. Okay, that must have been exciting.
which is possible with this deck, by the way.
Counterspell your Mox Diamond. Okay, sure. Be my guest.
Yes, it's just
Right?
like he will probably foil or it doesn't really matter. Not like nothing can.
It doesn't matter.
It
Nothing
just-
matters.
nothing
Nothing matters in his life. Can we just like have the Lantex in there like forever for all until it gets banned? I just want that card in the top right corner.
That's
of
my
the screen.
excuse in Prague community why I play the deck. Because I say I'm just planning on a mission to Lantex get banned.
I think you're like if you're doing it. Oh, the counterspell on Mox Diamond got counterspelled back. Because Mark won, and then Mark has another.
so many
but
cards.
He has another Mox Diamond in his hand.
Dark.
So, okay, there's Counterspell, Mana Leak, Wrath of God, Mishra's. That's just.
Nothing.
It feels like we're playing 2 different formats here.
Yes,
it feels
yes,
like we're
exactly.
playing constructed versus limited. and
It feels like playing. Like it feels like when I took my
It's just
standard
not
deck
pretty.
in like 1999 to extend it. So I played like my Rising Waters against Oath of Druids.
Rising Waters. Let's talk about Rising Waters. That was such a beautiful.
Can we have the card there?
Yeah, please. Let's get this Lantex rubbish out of here and let's just spend
Isn't it
that
beautiful?
moment looking at
Isn't
the
it
nice
beautiful?
Magic the Gathering.
You know, the
card,
water
yeah.
is rising, and that little elf
So
kid drop its
basically-
hedgehog, whatever pet animal, and they are probably standing somewhere on the top, and water is going up. There are some probably on the top of.
Can you see the flavor text? It's
Rising,
so-
Sinking Hope. Yeah, it's beautiful.
So deep.
Yes. By the way, I used to play with combo Sunken Hope.
What does it do?
It's 5 mana enchantment, and it returns creature every upkeep. So you play that. Oh, you have your creature. You have to return it. Now you can't cast it because you don't have
And
mana.
you play like
You play
creatures with
Chimeric
comes into
Idol.
play. Oh, I thought you would like abuse some comes into play of abilities like
no, but you play it with Rising Waters, so everybody's tapped out. I'm telling you,
I
this.
like how the discussion just like went in a very different direction.
Yes,
But
all I'm saying that I remember traveling to one town outside Prague, to Král,
Králupy, yeah.
playing
That's
extended
legendary.
for beginners with this kind of deck, a Rising Water, Sunken Hope, against Oath of Druids, Chaos Blessing, more Fling Force of Will decks. And I still enjoyed it. I got beaten.
Okay.
I was never last, because I remember if you were last, you got fries for free, and I never got those fries.
Oh, it's like the consolation prize.
Yes, and I remember we were there with friends, and we were 3, and one of us got the fries, and he was the happiest one of all. He was we were going back to the train, he was eating fries, he didn't give us.
He didn't
fries.
share?
No, he didn't.
No. I think
He worked hard for it.
It's a discussion that we've had with some people, which is like, let's say that there are 2 people playing and they both want to lose, right? Because there's like a consolation prize. Who can concede? Can somebody concede and you concede in response? Does it go on stack? Like,
I remember that being a issue when there was some finals. It was qualification for Pro Tour, wasn't it? And the winner got the flight somewhere, and the other one got like a lot of boosters.
But the
none of them
wanted
wanted
the
to
flight
go.
ticket, right? Like you had to. It was like a slot, but you would have to still pay for your.
I think yes, maybe, but you got like quite a lot of money to support you in that endeavor. But none of them wanted to go.
Okay, let's focus a little bit because this is actually interesting. So there's Armageddon, Mana League, Counterspell,
is it interesting?
Mana League, foil. It's, right? Stuff is happening.
Yeah, stuff is happening. Like Ivan would
So
lose all his
basically,
lands.
we're gonna trade 6 cards from Ivan's side for 6 cards from
Did you say
Marcel.
we're playing 2 different formats here?
Yeah, I think so. And the difference is that 6 cards for Ivan is like half of what he drew this far. For Mark, that's just 2 land tax activations, which he had plenty of. He still has to discard at the end of turn after playing foil, counterspell, most Diamond Armageddon. This is just silly. Okay. Is there... So, in his top 8 interview, Mark said that his bad matchups are anything with Pernicious Deed. I think there are 5 decks in the room that play Pernicious Deeds. All of those are rock decks. Is there anything else that plays Pernicious Deed? You
Maybe
play like
Aluren.
Die Control. Sure. Okay. So Mark.
No, this was
is
wishful
up a
thinking.
Game.
I'm just joking. Sorry.
just.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, so it's 3-0 for Ivan.
Yes.
This is just silly.
Yeah, okay, it's correct now.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
So it's does
I think
Parfait
Aluren.
lose to-
Aluren, like a deck with like Cabal Therapy, Veteran Explorer, Aluren, some kind of complicated Premodern combo.
Like, before we
Pernicious
start
Deed.
banning cards, let's just talk about can this deck, can we beat this deck? The problem is that if you have 3 of those decks in the whole tournament, you don't want to like aim
of
your deck
120
specifically
or-
at beating it, right?
Yes,
but
but
then
I don't think you can hate it out because it's so much better than what than some of the like the other Parfait decks play Enlightened Tutor. It's already quite bad against Counterspell. There are some disadvantages, but this deck just plays Island, Counterspell.
What's the matchup against Burn? Probably not good because you have Ancestor chosen.
That can be bad. It can be bad, especially when they don't let you trigger your Oath of Druids, which some of the Burn decks can do.
Yeah, right. Like they can just go Mog Fanatic.
Yes. Also, if Burn puts you under pressure and plays Tolmon script, we had it here earlier in the chat. Like even if you get the Ancestors chosen, it's just like you're not going to get any life. Yeah, so that can be it. I think Burn can be complicated, but I think there are some Hydroblasts, quite a lot of counter spells.
Can you see Mark's deck for a bit?
Yes.
To be honest, I really like all the
how it looks.
Gurlands and altars and foil gushes. Like it's nice to look at. Like if you bring a deck that you crush
But
everybody.
that belongs to a museum.
Yeah, right. Right now, Lantex should be banned. This deck should be put to a museum.
Yes,
and we move on.
Maybe donate it to a museum so everybody can look at it.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Is the deck difficult to play? Is that like the one of the reasons why we don't see more of it?
Yes, of course. Premodern Mark. I mean, I agree that you can beat it. It can lose a game, but it's not going to be consistent. And my experience playing this deck, and I only played really a few times. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to side very well. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing, and I lost some matches, but only quite little. Much less than I should have, and the deck feels like sometimes I lose. Yes, they have like 3 hates and I lose, but then you just trash them in the next game. Just
What are you say that sometimes they have like 3 hate cards? What are those cards?
It can be. It's something like disenchant effect in general that can destroy like either Lantex or Scroll Rack. Yeah. Sometimes you have like Lantex triggering, even 2. You get those basics, but you have not much to do with them, and you just draw more lands. So it can happen that you draw like badly like that.
It's interesting because like what this deck does is that it just draws cards and counters stuff, right? Like Gush draws cards, Scroll Rack draws cards, Lantex draws cards, Sylvan Library draws cards, Gaia's Blessing draws cards. So it's a deck where like every
Yes.
card just draws you a card, but like where's the action? Do you have also druids?
I think Scroll Rig doesn't really draw a card. It's like you put yourself card down, and especially when
No, sure, but like you get to see more cards.
Yes, yes, in theory, but the problem is that when you get like three cards in hand, like you like 3-4 cards, you play Scroll Rock, you have 3 cards, you exchange them, you don't get any business in those 3, then you draw one of them, you have 4, you put them back, but you already know 2 of them. You know,
I know.
Like, it can be very slow.
That's where the fetch lands come in, and like the land tax.
Yes, but here we have from Premodern, of course, Hull Breach is good. Meltdown is good.
The problem is red green is not very good. Like if you had like a stock deck. Maybe Goblins with 4 Hull Breach in the sideboard.
Yes.
Like stop playing natural lies.
Just to react to what Nimrod is saying. What I was saying, if you only have Scroll like on its own, it's not so great. That's what I was describing when you don't have that shuffle effect really, or when you don't have land tax, because also land tax you just put so many cards back, you're drawing so many cards. The other day I was Scroll Wrecking for 12. I just needed to find.
Good, right?
I needed to find the Swords to Plowshares, or I would die. I didn't.
Yes. You didn't die, or
I didn't die.
Find them.
I didn't die. I got it out of 12 cards.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
But of course there are some hates. But recently I played against Rock, and he resolved for Pernicious Deeds in that game, and
I think
it still eventually was not enough. I'm not saying it's always the case and so on, but. In general, I think it just has too many angles of attack. It's very, very strong. And when it starts going, there's like almost no coming back. Yes, because we could see that Enchantress was trying to go off, and there was always, for some time, there was a card that could have been drawn to kind of stop it, like Plague into something. But here, then it's just so many cards. The problem of Ivan's deck is that it's just so slow, and Mark will have a lot of time. Also, Ivan needs to play his lands out. He can't like wait on one land against land tax. I don't think that's possible.
This hand is a keep, I guess. It has land tax, Mox Diamond. What more do you want? Yeah.
Yes. The good thing here is if Ivan has disenchant effect, it will be a bit better, because the first game when Mark was starting. There's nothing he could have done. Like Mark started with Plains, but he could have started in the first game with Undiscovered Paradise, and that would just trigger it.
Are we gonna see the Mox Diamond? Oh, there's Undiscovered Paradise.
Yes, that's classic
better.
play.
That's even better. Yeah.
Yes.
So now it's like disenchant or bust. There is a disenchant, I think, in the hand. All right, we have a game. I think. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, now you see Mark has nothing.
Yeah, Mark has nothing.
Yes. What's quite interesting what I like very much from Ivan, that he brought the Grave Hate.
Oh yeah.
That can be quite annoying, especially with like Gas Blessing. Now he also
brought Swords to Plowshares.
Yes, but he has a Sylvan Library.
Ivan
has Counterspell.
Yeah.
You certainly countering that. What I'm trying to say, like the Phoenix feels pretty good, because you can always sack it. It can't be sorted. And for 3 red, which is obviously hard to get, but with Moxen and Undiscovered Paradise you can get it. You can return it from your graveyard. So it can be like 2/2 flyer that just chip for 2 damage every turn, and it's like alternative Wincon, and you can really cast it.
So there's the counterspell for the Sylvan Library. We have a game, I think.
Yes, I think we have a game.
Yeah.
Yes, if Ivan draws
Seal of
Cleansing, wonderful.
I hope rooting for the underdog. I kind of like what's going on here.
I think you want to attack with that.
No Seal of Cleansing here.
No Seal of Cleansing.
Okay, you just attack. Start being aggressive.
Yes.
Okay.
I like it. I like it a lot. What's happening? I would just like to tap Phyrexian Furnace as soon as you can.
Yeah, like
every time, as soon as you can, just tap it.
I think we might see Shard Phoenix going online, by the way. Because like Mark can go to 5 lands. He also has triple red, actually, if he wants to, because he has Mox, Undiscovered Paradise. What does Ivan's deck do about Shard Phoenix?
Not a lot.
Like,
I don't think he can do much about it.
We're gonna see it here. Yeah,
Yes.
we're gonna see it. That is you actually have Phyrex in Furnace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's true. So you Swords to Plowshare it, and when he will be activating it for 3 mana, in response you will sack Phyrexian Furnace. You can actually chip into it. Yes, I hope Ivan will be able to identify that.
I think he will be.
He's in the finals for a reason.
Yeah.
Okay. Swords.
So Swords to Plowshares.
You'll sack it. Go to net.
Okay.
Please tap the Phyrexian Furnace end of turn, please.
It's just some lands in
Okay.
turn. Like he's clearly.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
I think he could have waited there.
He could have waited, yeah.
Yes.
And
But I still like it a lot. And then it's a shame. Oh, he's attacking
he's
now?
attacking,
That's good. That's good.
so Mark has nothing right
Mark
now.
has nothing, and he has some more of nothing.
Is this the first game that he's gonna lose?
I mean,
It was that.
please,
was
Mark.
that like
It's nothing.
Yes?
I mean, we're going to probably win it anyway. But I kind of. He has now Mana Leak, so he will be a bit more conservative with his attack.
and
Another Fairy Conclave.
Sure.
There's
a
Counterspell.
but like the manlands are closing in.
Yes, and now I think Tomas will he have another land, so he can attack with 2 of those creatures and still keep Mana Leak.
Nice. What are you keeping Mana Leak against though? Like everything in Mark's deck costs like 2 mana or less.
It can be Armageddon. Like Armageddon can still.
Okay, Armageddon
still
kills
do
you.
it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
By the way, Mark has a counter spell and a
Yes.
land. So if he draws the Armageddon now,
No, that would be just too much. You can't. It's be too much.
I think that it can happen. I'm just saying, like that's the way how you win big tournaments like that. No,
Yes, probably. Yes.
no,
But
you,
can
you,
ha-
no, you win them by bringing the best deck.
And you can have more decency and just lose this one and win the final
just
one.
for the sake of like.
But it's amazing.
Making it
But
look
Mark
like
was
it's
telling me
easy.
actually that he thinks
Yeah.
it's not so good for him because he has more counters.
I mean, Ivan has more.
Yes, he said that he thinks it's kind of bad matchup that he has more counters
Okay.
than Mark. I'm not so sure about it, but
If you're Ivan, do you keep playing lands, or do you think that like Armageddon is the only way you can possibly lose this game? Armageddon plus counterspell plus a land in hand.
I don't know. I kind of like what he's.
Whoa!
No, I don't like that.
okay.
I don't like that.
Okay.
I don't like it very much. But I think next turn, he could do it this turn. He could attack with everything this turn. Put Mark on 3. So even like Swords to Plowshare is not good enough next turn. I think that would have been better. But he takes counterspell out of him. Now he will draw
That's
Armageddon.
nice. Now is the turn.
Armageddon.
Is it? Is it? That's a Pyroblast,
Blast. But
and
that can kill.
It kills Fairy Conclave,
Yeah, it gives him
right?
one more.
One more turn. Sure.
Yes, I think that's a shame. Had Tomas done it, he would have won. So if he's going to lose this game,
Oh, so he would he could have attacked with one more creature.
with one more creature, yes.
Okay. He can also just not go for the kill now and just wait for a bit more. He has standstill.
I think he maybe wants to play standstill.
Yeah, he might.
Yeah, he's just doing it. Yeah, he's doing it. Like he has to go for lethal.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to make him have it
So we still have one more.
for Armageddon. Oh, yeah.
I like that a lot.
I like that a lot. I do.
Can I please keep the nice one? Yeah. Okay.
there is
That's land. You show the 3 lands to see.
Incredible.
This is what was going on.
Incredible. So first game.
The first game that Marc
First game,
lost,
Mark,
yeah.
and you can see it live.
Yeah, we brought it to you live so that we cut all the boring stuff where Mark wins, and we just brought you the game where
This happens probably once a year.
possibly. Yeah. So it's 1-1. Let me add
Incredible.
that one.
And see, I pressed it earlier.
Uh-huh.
I was right.
But you pressed it 3 times. It was 3-0 for Ivan. When
Yes, that's true.
By the time you were done playing with that button, it was 3-0.
But it's beautiful.
Okay, I can see a Psychotog in Mark's deck. So seems like he's going the full control deck package. Did he bring meddling mages in as well?
Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if he did. I have to say, the other day. I beat Blue White Land still with Parfait with Marc's version by accident. That I forgot to side out one Oath of Druids, and that won me the game.
One. You took out 3. And
Yes, it was by accident. I thought I sided them out, and then I had one, and he had one token from the Justice, and that triggered it, and I got
Decree of Justice.
Yes, he had Decree of Justice, and he had one left for some reason. I don't remember how did that happen, and that one triggered Oath, and it was it.
That's like the most random thing that has happened.
Yes, and my opponent didn't even wait for the creature. I only had the Phoenix.
Did you board out the creatures and just
I board out the 4/4.
Yeah,
and I only kept the Phoenix because I felt it's the one that he can't really deal with.
Like as long as you have 3 red,
have a removal and graveyard. By the way, I think if Ivan did not have Phyrexian Furnace,
then the
he would have lost the game. He would have lost the game.
Yes. Him,
yes.
Right?
See?
Yeah. Huh. Phyrexian Furnace in the finals, winning games left and right, dominating the format
against unbeatable players.
The best decks, unbeatable players. I am so impressed. Yeah. We should put Ivan at 3-1 preemptively. The chat believes in him. Except for there's Mox. Okay. I thought it was Lentex.
Yes,
I was like,
and now this is interesting. What are you gonna take?
Okay, that's a pretty good hand.
Yes, it's pretty good hand. I don't know what's left for Mark, but I really hate that crypt. If I'm Mark, but he probably can't afford to take it.
No. Why would you take it? It's just Shard Phoenix. Is there something else there? Like the ancestor chosen guy. Okay, Gas
Blessing, and if you if you lose one, then it stopped working. It can work when one is removed. It only works when you have Oath and Scroll Rack and put it back, and you can get the cards from your graveyard back into library when you trigger Oath of the Druids. But in this like long game, and there will not be creatures in play, I think you just you want to keep both blessings.
Okay. What's in Mark's hand, by the way? We have Forest, Flooded Strand, Undiscovered Paradise. What's the last card? It's a blue card.
I think it's a Portent.
He plays Portent.
Yes, he plays one of Portent.
He plays one Portent.
Yes.
Wow.
Probably to play around Leovold. No, I'm sorry. It's not in the form.
Okay. It's like Leovold prevents you from drawing multiple cards per turn. So you
draw in his turn.
That is a sweet piece of technology from a completely different format.
I'm sorry. But I just want to say, when Leovold was the big thing, people start playing this card, actually.
Over Ponder. Wow. Okay. Nice foil arena Duras. So by the way, these are not easy to come by. Yeah. There's the Portent. Okay.
And there's the Portent. So
all right, let's see.
Gush. I don't know what was. There's a Gas Blessing, Gush, and Undiscovered Paradise, I think.
Possibly. Is that a keeper?
I think.
You're looking at Sylvan
Library.
Well, there we go. Yeah, Disenchant is gone. Do you want to Portent first and then Duress, or do you want Duress first?
No, you want to Duress to see what you're dealing with.
Yeah, well, like if you Portent first, then you know what you would.
I like what Protomon says, that Duress should be below Strand, and it's actually quite important with Phyrexian Furnace.
Wait, but like he cracked the Duress. Oh yeah, that's true. He cracked the yeah.
Yes, I agree with you that it matters a lot.
I agree with you.
And maybe
as well,
when we get somebody to come here, we'll let them know.
Yeah. Okay, so land, Sylvan Library, go. And then what does Undiscovered Paradise? Yeah, it's handy to have that in play because it's a land that you don't want it,
But I think he just goes. He would just do standstill. Oh,
what was that?
Furnace. I'll have to go.
Furnace. Okay. So Tomas is just gonna go correct the order of the graveyard. In the meanwhile, so Ivan decided not to play the standstill there, which is an interesting choice. So, and if Tomas was here, I could bounce the idea off of him, like Yeah. Okay. There we go. The graveyard order just got fixed, and. It's Mark's turn.
honestly, trying to explain what has just happened, for example, to my mother or to my grandmother. I had a long phone call yesterday, 18 minutes, because she had her 79th birthday. I don't think I'll be able to do that.
We're just looking at people playing cards with like a bunch of monitors and computers and cables here. There's the Lentex.
I hope I did not like somehow make Ivan like somehow nervous or anything. But I think he probably drew some kind of a counter.
Well, Mana League doesn't do much here. Yes. Is like annul?
Prohibit. It could be.
Prohibit? Ooh, okay. The Sylvan Library is still a problem. I was wondering earlier, why didn't he... why didn't he play the standstill first?
Yeah, I don't know. I would play standstill. Like, I would play like...
You're just like, you're looking for Disenchant here and you don't find it.
I think standstill would be great because Mark has to make the move.
The question is drawing 3 enough when Mark is doing that every turn?
But he's not drawing 3 every turn. He will draw, obviously he will use some life, but oh no.
Okay.
It seems...
Okay. Is that a bit too late?
Oh no!
Wait. That did not... Okay, let's see what happens here.
I hope he can correct it.
I think Mark is the person who's not gonna let him get away with that.
I think this...
Is he? Or maybe at this point he doesn't really care.
Maybe I'll just tell the judge that
Okay. So everybody's tired. Looks like... Yeah, there we go. Standstill gets cracked. And yeah, that did not work the way Ivan wanted it to work. Yeah, I think, yeah. So obviously the way Ivan wanted it to work was to go Tormod's Crypt Standstill. But yeah, instead Mark ended up drawing 3 cards and Standstill is gone. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, mistakes were made, as you say.
Yes, but I'm just thinking the Masticore case we had here earlier.
I mean, to be honest, there's a Mox Diamond on the line here. And so,
but like, Mox Diamond in a way was on the line there as well, wasn't it?
It was on the line, but further down the line.
Yes,
like here, it's just like it's the next thing that's happening is a Mox Diamond or no Mox Diamond. And to be honest, this was very clear what happened. It was like standstill, Tormod's Crypt. Yeah, it's. I know, like, okay, this is a casual format, but like, there's not much that can be said about this. Yeah, and then,
yes, but I mean. Honestly, I think you let your opponent probably to like swap it. I mean,
because you're winning anyway.
No, but it's like just I don't
know. I guess that he should have done it the other way around in interception. Yeah. To be honest, I think that the game. I don't know if it matters though. Like we can see the game's pretty much over, right? Does it matter? Does it matter for?
If there was standstill, it would be at least like 3 more cards for Ivan. And he would have like a Mishra's Factory, would be able to attack, like, do something. And as I said it before, unless you have really like the Lentex with Scroll Rack, you're not doing the broken thing.
How about Lentex and Sylvan Library? You shuffle every turn. You find the Scroll Rack.
But like, how many lands does Ivan have?
Yeah, but like Mark has
Mark has 2. Effectively.
Previous turn he could have bounced them, searched for 3. Yeah. The only reason why he didn't do that was that he just drew 3 from
under land still. I don't know. You kind of want to be playing lands.
Gush, hard cost Gush. Okay. Gaia's Blessing Island. Okay, so the undiscovered paradises go back to hand. Okay.
Scroll
Rack activation. There's the Meddling Mage, if I'm not mistaken.
And a Psychotope.
Okay, so we can just start going on the offense here. All right. So, if you're Mark, I guess that it's just about like, I don't want to let this game slip away, right? So, like, thinking about the cards that you can lose to, thinking about the cards that you should name with Meddling Mage. If you're Ivan, you're probably still beating yourself up over that standstill, or maybe you don't care. Maybe. You know.
Yes, he said he fucked up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But that's what he said, and he was like kind of fine with it. Not like that he would be happy, but he was like, yeah, it's just my mistake. I have to deal with it.
That's a cool way how to take it, to be honest. Yeah, sure. like. I know there are people who would be like, "Oh, but I
they would be
the other way."
Honestly,
the other way.
There are people that would be talking about it like in 2 years.
Well, you don't know what's going to be in 2 years, but yeah, he doesn't seem to be.
China will take over.
Taiwan's not going to last.
I mean, over the world.
Should we be going into that?
No.
I mean, it's all right to be talking about your Rising Waters, Sunken Hope. Sunken Hope, by the way, I think is a card that...
Rising Waters, Sinking Hope.
yeah. It's what... So the Meddling Mage says Mana League, sure, why not? Like, if you have two decks with a lot of overlap, then you might as well say the card that you're not playing yourself.
Disgusting that less powerful impulse.
What?
Well, you said the old picture is more powerful.
I think
it's more powerful.
It's more. But I heard it, and I hear you. Yeah. This one is the one that lets you shuffle the library, right? So there's the third land, which means that Mark can actually go off with that land tax if he so chooses, unless it's destroyed, which is what it appears to be. Still, I have somehow a feeling that like if Ivan didn't if Mark didn't draw the 3 extra cards, then this would still be a game somehow. Like what I like that Ivan has all the answers. He has the Seals of Cleansing.
Yes. Now he took 4, so he goes to 11. We joke with my friend we play Legacy that when you cast Sylvan Library and next turn you don't pay 8 life. Do you even want to win the game? It's like what we say.
You have to show that you mean it, right? Like
because it always happens. Like you only draw 1, and then they destroy it, and it's like, oh.
It depends on. It's very matchup dependent, I would say.
It's interesting that Mark didn't play that Lantex.
He has a Lantex in his hand.
Yes. He did draw it off the top from Sylvan Library. He paid 4 life for it.
Oh, he's keeping 2 lands for what? Pyroblast? Something else? The game that he's playing right now, it's turning more and more into just like a fair game of Meddling Mage Psychotalk versus, some cards on the other. I mean, Ivan still has stuff. Look, he's playing stuff. Disenchant your Sylvan Library? Is that what we're doing?
In Furnace.
Oh, okay.
So he still has a chance.
Right? Yeah. There's still hope.
I have to say, I really like the card.
The card's clearly overperforming. Like, I'm going to give you that. Okay, Swords to Plowshares, your Psychotalk.
I like it.
That is a good start.
And I kind of like that he kept Swords to Plowshares. Some of them. Because sometimes when you side them all out, you can get, surprised.
Well, transformational sideboards are a thing in Premodern. And... It can be more, it can be less. Ooh, we're seeing foil for Swords to Plowshares.
Interesting.
All right. Phyrex and Furnace. How about that?
Unbeatable.
Yeah, clearly.
I would just like Ivan to tip it right away.
Do you want to ask Mark why doesn't he play Phyrex and Furnace? That it would just push the deck over the top.
But another card I like so much is Sabos Web.
That is a good card.
It's just so beautiful. And I was even thinking playing it in Mark's deck because it doesn't stop anything what you're doing.
Yeah, also you can make it worse and still win, right? So you
but this draws you a card. Like it's a card that draws you a card. It can't be that bad. And it stops.
He plays cards that draw you other cards. So this would
Dust Bowl.
I know.
It stops all these mana lands. Yeah. So it's very, very cool.
It is cool. I'm not sure if it's good, but it's cool. It's cool for sure, yeah. Does it? It doesn't stop anything in your deck.
No, it doesn't. Because mostly it does, right? Even if you play like one of, whatever wasteland, it's kind of and I like it so
Plays
much.
one of wastelands.
No, I mean the one of Dust Bowl. I meant like Dust Bowl.
Okay, sorry.
But there are some decks that play like 1 or 2 wastelands. But by the way, the picture is amazing
On Sabos Web?
of Sabos Web because
Can we get? Oh, we have
Sabos
Sabos
Web.
Web. Okay.
Ivan is playing one wasteland, but he's playing also all the
Dust
manlands.
Bowl and Manland.
So he can't play it. But back in the day, when Richard and Porter was like the best card, it had to be.
No, they actually that's why they printed the card.
Yes,
like the
against
previous
Richard and Port.
Yeah, the Richard and Port was everywhere. You had like top 8s with 32 Richard and Ports in them, and then they were like, okay, let's print a card that's just gonna humiliate Richard and Port. Except for it didn't. But they
But
tried.
Blue White Controls played 4 of those.
4
Instant-
Sabos Webs.
4 Sabos Web.
Gotta be kidding me.
No, because you play Counterspell for 2 blue, and you play Wrath of God for 2 white, and like Richard and Port just made fun of you.
Oh, by the way, I really like what Mark is doing. He sees the Torment script. He's not gonna have any of that. He's just dumping it all in Psychotog.
By the way, that's why I would also like just to tap the Phyrexian Furnace like right away. The turn you
well,
played
there's
it. I know it wouldn't make.
Still one Lonely Durus in the sideboard, so it was like in terms of damage. Okay, he's actually going. Is he going for it? Is he going for the kill? This is like 4 extra damage, so this is 3 damage.
Probably
going through. This is 4 extra damage. He also removed like 8 cards, so that would be 4 extra. So that's 4, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is that 15 damage? That looks. Is that lethal? Okay, now it's lethal. And that's it? Yeah,
okay.
That's it.
Congratulations.
Okay. All right, so Marc Vogt with Parfait wins the Czech Premodern Championship.
Didn't I say that?
You did, yeah, you did. You were right. You also said that Phyrexian Furnace would be doing very well. It made it all the way to the finals. You are the prodigy. Yeah, you're like you know what. It's yeah. Is it gonna rain tomorrow?
Yeah, I didn't have a time to think about it, and it doesn't involve Phyrexian Furnace.
All right.
So.
Yeah, there's like you see the difference between me and Yannick. I just asked about rain. He wants to get rich, so this is a he asked for the numbers for lottery. So yeah, yes. I think your approach makes most sense. Yeah. Let's have a quick interview.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. He will bring me in about 3 minutes.
Okay, so we are going to take a very short break here, and then, or we can have the interviewer straight
Honestly,
away.
I would just do it straight away.
I mean, yeah, me too.
So we can get on with it.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's see. Can you bring Mark?
We can just interview him.
Just for the interview, the winner. Thank you.
All right.
You will carry him,
It's gonna be all about should land tax be banned, and why not?
and he will say it's a nice deck.
It is a nice deck,
And he will
especially
be right.
like if you have it nicely pimped out. Yeah.
It is very it's very nice, of course.
Yeah. It's visually pleasing to see all the
Yes.
all the.
Thank you everybody who was following us today. We just have the last thing. We'll have an interview
We're
with
gonna
the
have
winner.
a quick interview with the winner, Marc Vogt, playing Parfait. But we know the winner. We have all the data. We're gonna publish the deck lists and the pictures from the top 8. So make sure to check our website. I believe it's gonna be there.
Yes, I think it will be uploaded to at least one of these big websites with deck lists.
We're gonna post a message in the Premodern group as well.
Yes, but I think we had wonderful top 8.
Yeah.
With 8 different decks.
8 different decks. Okay, so it's gonna take a minute more, 1 or 2 minutes more, and then we're gonna have the champion here.
So Adam, what was the highlight for you today?
It has to be the Phyrexian Furnace. Like it overperformed.
Yes.
The highlight. Also, I gotta say I really like the red green Avalanche Riders survival.
I think
this deck. I don't think I had seen it before, and it went like 6 wins and a draw, 5 wins and a draw before the last.
It was in top 8. It probably lost only in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. With Parfait. Yeah.
It was against Mark.
It was. Yeah, I like that deck a lot. I mean, I always like it when people innovate. I think that they can. This format offers more than you can brew, and if you know the format well enough, you know what you are playing against. There's a lot to do.
Yes, because some of the years ago when we started with Premodern, I ordered Oath of Ghouls, which was always like a card I liked.
Is it still waiting for its day?
It's like it's funny because I have one Oath of Ghouls from my childhood, which is so like torn, and then I have like 3 super new like mint Oath of Ghouls from Exodus, and so far I was thinking like some Cabal Therapy, something else. What am I going to play? The trouble is there are no really good cards, and I was thinking to have Avalanche Riders.
Okay,
like to have it like black
you
red.
Need to have more creatures in the yard than your opponent.
Yes.
You know how you can remove creatures from your opponent's graveyard if they happen to have some?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I would play it.
Yeah, just giving some friendly advice.
But somehow, like, how do you put creatures in your bin better than without survival and do it better?
Play survival then.
Yeah. Oh.
Isn't Oversold Cemetery better?
Oh, is that legal as well?
It is. It's from Onslaught. It's like it's like if you have 4 creatures in your yard, it doesn't ask about your opponent.
Yes, but I think the trouble of also, I mean, of course, like Oath of Ghouls can backfire, but Oath of Ghouls works when there's 1 creature and your opponent has 0.
That's true.
When you have Phyrex and Furnace,
you can take care of that.
1.
Yeah. So on the other hand, I can imagine that like goblins, for example, have. They can do it as well, right? Like if they have more,
can set their own creatures. Right?
They can like cycle Gem Palm, Incinerator, sex stuff to Siege Gang.
Gem Palm, they can have a Prospector.
Yeah.
So it's
a dangerous game that you're playing against some decks, that's for sure. To be honest, we also saw a bunch of decks that played like 0 creatures. So like then Oath of Ghouls could be pretty good.
Yes, like the finals.
Where
in starting 120 cards, there were 2 creatures.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
a lot of manlands that are kind of like creature-ish. But yeah.
Also, another card I really love is Cabal Therapy. I think it's amazing. One player was complaining today that there should be Brainstorm allowed because how are you supposed to play a blue deck against Cabal Therapy? It completely rips your hand.
Okay.
I think it's fine. It's fair.
I think Brainstorm would be too good.
Yes.
Everybody knows. Well, everybody who played Legacy knows how great Brainstorm is, and it's like an unassuming card that like
imagine in a format when you have like Lantax, you would also get Brainstorm just to make sure that it can't happen
like
that you
scroll rack.
Yeah, just like add 4 Brainstorm to this deck, because the deck occasionally loses, that it just floods.
What do you cut then? Like the Preordain and then.
Yeah, okay. No, I remember when somebody was asking what he should cut for like 4th Brainstorm because somebody played, and one player took his deck and took a random card out and just threw it away. This random card, doesn't matter which one is it. Yeah. It's better than Brainstorm. I hope it did not freeze again.
I think the screen froze again.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's a busy day in the office for everybody taking care of everything.
The camera actually did that a long time ago,
we're back.
but for some reason started doing it again.
It shows that it's time to have the interview and pack it in.
Yes, it was untimed final.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you're true that national champions, but it's not normal national champions. It's still Premodern. It has this casual feel. We saw earlier a situation where actually top 4 player or top 8 player before he got to top 8, so he wasn't top 8 player by then.
He was a top 8 player
but he forgot to discard with Masticore, and they found out quite late. And
they found out like the next. The Massacre attacked.
Yeah, maybe the next. Yes, I wasn't here for that. I only heard about it. But honestly, when you don't discard, when you just untap and you draw a card, your Masticore is dead in my book. And since we are not playing this competitive rail, it's different. So I don't think it's exactly, that. I think we keep it more cool, a little bit more casual. So
yeah. I thought it was a bit weird because in that situation he got to choose the card that he wanted to discard and discard it. I think that in some situations like that you get to discard a random card.
Could be because he has one more card to choose from.
Exactly, right. Like you can draw a blank and then pitch it.
That's
right?
that's.
I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose, by the way.
No, I don't think that either.
He had even like.
But it was a huge advantage for him.
Yeah, but like
just
he had
your creature.
in Arena Masticore, and he pointed at the arena and Masticore to make sure like he's stacking it in the way that he first draws from the arena. And then he drew from the arena, and then he forgot to discard to the Masticore. So yeah, but like I'm sure there was no intention really there. But yeah, you're right that like with the what's the name of the rel? Is it like regular?
Regular. I think.
Yeah, right. So yeah, it's a bit more forgiving than competitive rel.
But I have to say, Michal was a little bit sad because he fell. He was like top 8 on the line. And that's what he's used to, because when he comes to play whatever, like other Premodern or Legacy, it's usually like that. Like usually also your opponent accepts it, honestly. Like, okay, I made a mistake. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah. It's fine. It's dead. It's not that somebody's trying to screw. Yeah, so that was unusual judge call. I understand it, but it's something that would surprise me, because if I'm there as a judge, for me it's clear cut case.
Yeah, right. I think so. But it's a bit tricky. I like having the environment which is not punishing. Like I think that in the history of Magic we've had cases where rules have been enforced a bit too strictly, let's say, to the point where like you
went against the spirit of the game.
Yeah, right.
Did you have some kind of emotion that you are used to? Like we talked about it yesterday, like that you had to tap lands and then put a card, and somebody.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember a friend of mine was playing GP, and there's a Surynek, which is a card that on your combat you can give target creature haste if it has like ferocity, something, and ferocious I think was the and what he did was that he played a creature, tapped both creatures to attack for lethal, right? And then the opponent called the judge that he didn't announce the target for the Surynek. And he was like, well, clearly I was attacking with the other creature as well, so I clearly gave it haste, right? And the judge actually ruled that he didn't announce the target for the Surynek. He cannot attack with the creature, and he lost that game. So I think that was GP day 2.
I think I remember that. I remember once we traveled to France to play Legacy many years ago, and there was a young kid going with us, and he was playing some Delver deck, and he was like 5-0 or 4-0. He was doing very well. It was like 6-7 rounds tournament, so he was close to getting to top 8, and he was shuffling his deck, and he had 59 cards.
Okay,
and he told his opponent. I mean, he was like 13 years old, 14 years old. And his opponent told him, it's probably fine, They played the game, then he was siding, and he counted deck, and he was still 59. So they called a judge, and he was disqualified for playing with a deck that he knew is not, is 59 cards.
Yeah.
And he came, he was crying. I asked what happened, and he said he's disqualified. I want to go to judge and try to argue, but he was already disqualified. The decision was made. He doesn't play Magic anymore, and I think that's such a horrible decision from the judge. I mean, even if he got match loss, it would still not be as bad as giving him disqualification when he was so high up in the tournament, and he could have made at least like top 16, and there was some prizes for it.
It was like day 2?
No, it was one day tournament, but I think the first prize was something like 40 duels.
Okay.
It's like a long time ago.
If I may just interject here.
I don't know if the mic catches what you...
The thing about that would be that for a kid to travel to another country and then have this happen, that's devastating.
It's like soul crushing.
Absolutely devastating,
right?
yes.
So the bottom line is like, we're all people, and I think that for the system, of the rules, clearly the idea is like to catch cheaters. and the judges have to make it clear, like, if somebody is doing stuff on purpose or not.
Yes.
That's the most important thing in my opinion.
Yes.
And then just, you know, be reasonable. But yeah, I would say that, like, not pitching a card to Masticore, in my opinion, that's like very much on the line, but probably a little bit higher. So that, like, you know, that's a mistake that you're allowed to make. Yeah. All right. So what's the situation? Do we?
He's packing up.
Okay. We're gonna have Marc here in very soon, in a minute, let's say.
He just had to sign, he had just to give all the autographs.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Right, yeah. Talking about judges, though, like, I would say that on one hand, like, it's not easy being one and making those decisions, and I think also, like...
Yes, Marc, can you please come?
Here we go. Okay.
We don't have the nice chair for you, but
so
I
got
the nice chair.
No pillows, nothing, just wooden chair.
Very
rustic.
rustic.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So we have our champion here, Marc Vogt.
Marc, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I just want to say, before this tournament started, I predicted you will win.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Tomas.
Yes, but I was also quite happy about that we got this special moment that you lost a game.
Was that the first
We had it on
game
camera.
Yes, that was actually the first game that I lost in the whole tournament, but I think that game was actually like unwinnable. I had like 2 spells or 3 spells in the whole game, so sometimes
that's how the deck loses.
Do you think
with 18 lands, I completely flooded out.
Do you think the third game, when your opponent threw away a card and you drew 3 cards, it was better?
I think that game 3 was very unfortunate. I feel bad for my opponent that he had to lose this way. I'm sorry. I also made mistakes in the third game, so I wasn't happy with myself as well. So I feel like it was on stream, and I'm happy. So I don't want to complain. I'm super happy. The whole event has been great, but like the final game was a bit of a shit show, honestly.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the opponent was cool about it, right? Like, he just said, "Oh, I screwed up." And, it happens.
I myself could have not contained myself as he did. Like, he was, wow, and like huge respect to how he he was like dialing back and realizing, oh, I fucked up, and like, and he still tried to win the game. He didn't go on tilt, and I think that he played in general very well. He said he picked up the Premodern just a month or 2 months ago. He was here in the finals. I think he played very well, and he was,
Yes, I
nice
agree. I liked his plays. I think, for example, in the second game, he didn't really give you much of a chance. You know, there was something. We were just thinking at some point you could draw Armageddon and you could counterspell.
Yeah, right.
And we're like,
over. Yeah.
And we're like, okay, Marc is kind of lucky.
Yeah.
Like, we saw
He's a great
you.
player.
We saw
know the
you
Armageddon
scroll raking
coming.
for 2, and you got the sword supplicers.
Yeah.
So we also have this on camera. So that was like, oh, that's the game Marc didn't lose, but almost lost. But that was fine. So probably the deck feels very good. It's tire -1.
Is this the final version? Is there any evolution that you think?
Because people say there's Tire 0, maybe there's Tire -1.
I think this is a tier 0 deck, yes. I'm like, so yeah, as you can see, I obviously evolved the deck from the green-white version that I was playing at the Premodern Champs, and some people might know this list, or like very similar what I played in Bologna, and also won the event, so yeah, it's running really hot. I think that there's still like card choices in the deck that you can manipulate depending on the meta game. For example, I choose to run an engineered plague in the main deck. I play 1 portent. It's kind of my pet card. You can't really fit many more in because you have so much air already in the deck. But it's a nice card actually. Like in Legacy, nobody would play with less than 4 Ponder, right? And this card is not that much worse than Ponder. I think it's a pretty
I was
good
saying
card.
that's like when Leovold was the big thing. Everybody started playing Ponder. Portent.
Yeah, I love Portent. I have a nice altered playset for my old Miracles deck. So I love Portent. So there's like different one-offs in the deck that I still think that could be changed. And I think my deck is very soft currently to burn. I was already considering like putting in actually in second Ivory Tower. It's not just good against burn. Life gain is quite good in the format, I have to admit.
Especially with 2 Sylvan Library.
Yes, and especially also now that I have Gush and land tax to fill up my hand, right? Sometimes in the prior evolution with green white, you couldn't fill up your hand because your opponent just disenchanted, or they had like a Ray of Revelation worst case, and you could never get your land tags online. And now you just like gosh, I have 7 cards in hand, I gain 3 life, or I have 8 cards in hand, even I gain 4, and that really matters against a lot of the more aggressive decks, and you can't die to chip damage anymore. So I was actually considering a second ivory tower.
But didn't you play in Bologna? You played 2 ivory towers.
No, I also
only one main and one side.
Yeah, the same here, but I would actually consider playing 2 in the main. Yeah. If burn is part of your metagame, if Sly is part of your metagame, the deck is not that good against that.
I had a great. I played the deck a few times now. I had great experience with Ivory Tower. It was incredible. Like playing it turn 1, even against like Dreadnought. Like you play like draw and go game for quite a long time, and then it's just then you have like 38 life, 42 life when he gets the Dreadnought. And so totally different, 2 swings and 4 swings.
Yes, it's a huge difference. And also Dreadnought, you all like the new evolution of Dreadnought, or what I believe is the best Dreadnought deck, is actually blue-white. And the most scale card of the deck is actually more meddling mage than
4 swords to plowshares.
Yeah, you have 4 swords, but they usually name swords with the first meddling mage.
That's what I mean.
4.
Meddling mage, 4 swords to plowshares.
Yes.
And I have to say, my opponent attacked the other day with meddling mage and Dreadnought, and I was on swords to plowshares, and I felt kind of bad.
Yes.
But why don't you play Ice Fire?
I had it in Bologna, but I cut it this time. I thought it was underwhelming, actually. Like most of the time, it was just 2 mana cycle. It can be okay, but the red mana is not easy to come by. So
for me, it was a great way how to remove the meddling mage.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should put it back in, but I think the best way to remove a meddling mage is Shard Phoenix. Shard Phoenix removes all the meddling mages.
That's right.
But yeah, meddling mage is scary, and that was the point that I wanted to make, is that I lose more to meddling mage these days than to the actual dreadnought. And
then you have Ivory Tower.
Is so nice. You can't lose to meddling mage with Ivory Tower.
Yes. Absolutely. And I kind of like that because I was saying that one of my favorite cards from the format is Phyrexian Furnace. And I also make you run for your money in the second game, because the Shard Phoenix could have taken over. You had nothing, but you would have still be able.
Yeah, I could have
take over. You could recur it, but he didn't let.
It's a good card. I just don't feel like I can afford to put any graveyard hate into my deck, and like the current form is just like even the Armageddon, like it has been great today, but like the current form, you can just take over the game by holding all the counter spells in my hand. Like there were like most of the games today I won by just showing my opponent here. I have 4 counter spells and a foil in my hand.
Yes, I was because
what are you gonna do? Like,
because they were asking me, how does the deck win? Like there is like almost no one could. It's like, well, your opponent will concede.
But
you just draw the cards and you
see how fast the last 3 games against blue-white control went, and I think I was almost always finished first in the top 8 even. So like my match has actually gone pretty quick. It's like
you had a draw in the Swiss, or
I had 2 draws, but they were both intentional.
Oh,
so
okay.
I really lost my first game in the finals.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So both intentional.
So like 5-0
and then 2 draws.
Okay, all right.
I see. So should now land tax be banned?
I think that's the big question, right? Like, is the card too aggressive?
4 people in these forums we got. 4 people say we should ban land tax.
Yeah, it's like
everybody can agree on it.
So I think it depends on where you're going with the format. I think that that not only land tax is very strong. I think that there's other cards like Gush and Oath of Druids that are ridiculously strong.
Which one is this?
Gush and Oath of Druids?
Oath of Druids.
Yeah, Gush and Oath of Druids, which are ridiculously strong. I think for me personally, the appeal of the format is that it's not legacy, and if you want to make a balanced format where tournaments are where you have like a lot of tier 1 decks, like that's what you try to do in legacy, I guess. So I always compare it to that. I don't know what other format you could compare it to, but if I compare to that, then I think the consequence would be that you would have a very similar band list, but then the appeal of the format goes away, because to me at least the appeal of the format is that I can play Gush, that I can play Oath, that I can play land tax. These cards are like insanely powerful and insanely fun, and
yes, but I think a lot of people just feel like playing specifically against land tax just so annoying, and especially when you're on a draw, you can't even like disenchant it.
Yeah, or
especially
like
when you start with like Undiscovered Paradise Monk's Diamond, like you can't even disenchant it. So that's what people feel like bad about.
Yeah.
I think I was thinking that maybe survival, because I feel like elves are very, very strong.
Oh, we haven't really seen a lot of elves recently.
Yes, we didn't put them on.
Also, like to play the devil's advocate here, I'm just gonna say that we saw one land text deck in the top 8, and like okay, the performance was quite convincing, but like I didn't like maybe it doesn't reduce the diversity to the point where it would get to get the edge.
I think that like there were at least 2 other people that played my deck list, because there was one I was talking to Facebook, one on the people that I traveled with also played my deck, and I don't think they did that well. So it's like, yeah.
But I mean, I think we had a metagame breakdown, and Parfait was like 4.
There was like 3 or 4
it was really not a lot.
Then I
14 burn decks.
all the
There were 14 burn decks. I think it's obviously it's partially the casual nature of the format, and that people just play what they have. But I mean that showing, and I think it's generally the experience. Like the experience is just it feels like
like a good player with
so
Parfait
many people
and
say
bad
it.
player with Parfait. That's a world of a difference.
So many people say that it's just like
medium
kind
player.
of
Yeah, you also need to play fast. You can basically never lose game 1. That's really bad. That's why I put Psychotalk in. But it's also has been good, I have to admit. It's like that you can win a game out of nowhere.
Makes a lot of sense.
we just saw it.
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay, yeah, we saw
Design
quite a lot
also.
of Psychotalk kills on the camera.
Psychotalk is nice.
So and how did you like the event? And
So yeah, I just had an interview. It kind of feels funny to repeat it, but I just told it. I was amazed by the event. It's like I think it was super well organized. The location was big enough. There was food. I got food on the venue for a good price, which was super tasty. It was like Asian
there was
food.
pad thai. There was pad thai for 6 euros.
Yeah, it was pad thai for 6 euros, and you get like. Coriander, is that?
You got coriander, lime, and peanut as much as you wanted.
Yes, it was awesome.
Unlimited.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, it was really like, and then we had like very nice judges. We had coverage here, which I think is cool. That it's cool to have really. Yes. Like I probably forgot lots of people to thank, but everybody that was taking part in organizing this event, I think it's a huge shout out. And I really mean it from the bottom of my heart that if any one of you in the stream plans is looking for a Premodern event, I think if you're doing another one, I would highly recommend it, and I'll probably be here again.
All right,
we like to
super happy to hear that. Yeah,
because we had like I think 13 Germans, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
Something like 13 Germans, some Poles. We had 2 people from Peru.
Nice.
They live in
Munich.
I know. I traveled with one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we actually want to bring.
Oh yeah, Mario. I traveled with both of them actually.
Okay.
Yeah, one of them played also my deck. Yeah.
All right.
Wonderful.
So yeah, but we're happy if you liked it, and if everybody liked it, and there might be another one of those tournaments.
Chat says, "I hope we don't see Mark and Czech again." That's rude, kind of, right?
I think it's just like you're winning everything. So
yeah, it's okay.
No, we didn't mean it. No, we didn't say anything. Mark, are you staying in Prague for tomorrow? You're driving back.
Yeah.
So you'll have some nice time tomorrow.
No, we are driving back tomorrow. But we already went here on Thursday. Thursday was like Father's Day in Germany. I don't know if it's the same here, but I have 2 children and I was excused for a long weekend, so that was kind of fitting. And we were really chilling out in Prague, just walking around. It's such a nice city. The buildings are so nice, like all these old buildings. Such a beautiful city. People are nice, and we went to like different coffees and just basically drank coffee all day, but it was awesome.
Sounds fun.
I said it earlier, by the way, this neighborhood was originally a German colonists. Did you know that?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yes.
That's a nice neighborhood.
It's just streets around.
Yes.
All right.
Wonderful.
All right, yeah.
I think it's probably all from us. Thank you, Mark. Congratulations again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tomas.
Congrats.
So
and that's a wrap from us. Thanks a lot for watching us. And for the coverage team, for the organizers, thanks a lot for everybody.
You guys just come here and say goodbye.
Yeah, we have everyone back here. So these are the guys who made it possible. We have a judge here, everybody's here, and on behalf of us, everybody here, thanks for watching, and maybe see you next time.
Yes,
I guess.
Stay tuned. More is coming.
Bye.
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 And we go down.